Upon transmigration, Tang Xuan awakened the system of 1,000-fold amplification, truly not wishing to be so invincible. Unable to awaken one's physique? Amplify. The soul is too weak. Continue to amplify. Weapons, techniques, martial skills, and elixirs, all are subject to 1,000-fold amplification. With such prowess, how could one possibly maintain a low profile? Unrivaled in the world? Is that not to be expected? Chapter 1. 1,000-fold Amplification. The Celestial Body. Tianshan Sect. In a remote corner of the outer sect, a bloodied youth lay sprawled. Suddenly, he opened his eyes. I have transmigrated. Beneath the moonlight, the youth's face was filled with astonishment. His name is Tang Xuan, a disciple of the Tianshan Sect. What the hell? Such a thing has finally happened to me. Everything from before the transmigration had become irrelevant, for no one would care. Having transmigrated, who still concerns themselves with past endeavors? The focus is on the present. A banished scion of a grand family, lacking any innate talent, and a beautiful and powerful fiancée. What a standard configuration for a useless start. After merging dual memories, Tang Xuan finally comprehended everything. Here, martial artists could move mountains and fill seas, cleaving the heavens and splitting the earth, utterly omnipotent. The strong tower above, looking down upon all, while the weak struggle for survival in the crevices. Only through frenzied cultivation can one undergo transformation. Yet the disparity in talent determines that the strong are always but a select few. It is evident that Tang Xuan is not among them. With blocked meridians and subpar qualifications, he toiled for 5 years, barely reaching the 5th realm of divine strength. The realms are divided into divine strength, spiritual essence, chi transformation, airborne, divine opening, and divine convergence, among others. In the Tianshan sect, even the most ordinary outer sect disciple exists at the pinnacle of divine strength. Such qualifications naturally led to his abandonment and exile by the family. According to his memories, he was brought here by a woman named Mous Bamboo. As for the reason for her bringing him, that remains a mystery. It is not surprising for a discarded child to be taken anywhere. Although Tang Xuan is deemed useless, his fiancée Murong Yunshang is quite remarkable. The most beautiful woman in Ziyao, the possessor of the Ziyao sacred body. She has already ascended the potential rankings at a tender age. In this world, one's physique dictates a martial artist's potential and future, categorized into mortal bodies, spiritual bodies, imperial bodies, sacred bodies, divine bodies, and various special physiques. Awakening one's physique is exceedingly arduous. Once awakened, one may leap through the dragon gate. Even a second-tier spiritual body can easily become a core disciple of a first-rate sect, receiving focused cultivation. Initially, relying on the prestige of his fiancée, no one dared to lay a hand on Tang Xuan. However, recently, an inexplicable rumor emerged. It was said that the prince of the Beichon dynasty, Beichon Tianlang, openly professed his affection for Murong Yunshang, planning to challenge her in 6 months. Should Murong Yunshang be defeated, she would have to marry him. What the hell, openly poaching? Tang Xuan couldn't help but scoff, yet he felt somewhat helpless. In his memories, Beichon Tianlang was also a notorious figure on the potential rankings. In any case, he is not one to see the taillights of the vehicle. After this rumor surfaced, Tang Xuan's status plummeted. Former sycophants quickly turned their backs on him. Indeed, just yesterday, while he was asleep, someone covered his head, and he was beaten mercilessly, leading to his current predicament. What the hell? This was already the 3rd time Tang Xuan had cursed. The assailants were surely instigated by someone, likely connected to Beichon Tianlang. After all, no matter how useless he was, he still bore the title of the fiancé of the first beauty, Murong Yunshang. No one dared to act brazenly. As long as he remained alive, Beichon Tianlang's claim would always be unjustifiable. What to do? Is there a system? Just as Tang Xuan was at a loss, a familiar voice rang in his ears. Ding! Binding the 1,000-fold amplification system. Binding successful. Tang Xuan's pupils suddenly widened in astonishment. Goodness, it truly possesses a system. As a promising youth of the 20th century, he was exceedingly familiar with systems. This was indeed a formidable tool for overturning fate. A 10,000-fold amplification. The very name is astounding. Quickly, tell me how to utilize it. With the system in hand, the world was at his feet. What were the Northern Star and the Heavenly Wolf? Mere trifles. Damn it, daring to vie with me for women, I shall make you suffer. Ding! This system can amplify everything that belongs entirely to the host by 10,000 times. The success rate is 100%. Failure is impossible. This, Tang Xuan gasped sharply. Goodness, a 10,000-fold amplification, and it comes without the risk of failure. This is astonishing. It is said that many top female warriors are fond of handsome men. If I amplify my brother 10,000 times and then declare, Annie, I no longer wish to strive, would I need to worry for the rest of my life? No way. Tang Xuan immediately slapped himself twice. How could I abandon my beautiful wife in distress, merely to indulge in a life of ease? It is far too disgraceful. Gradually, he calmed himself. Such a remarkable system must be put to good use. How could he only focus on immediate trifles? Looking towards the future, becoming a person of significance is the true path. After a moment of contemplation, he began to analyze. Everything that belongs to me, which means my clothes, shoes, and the like, can be amplified. Ding! Your vision is too narrow. Not only tangible items, but also intangible ones, as long as they belong to the host, can be amplified. Tang Xuan's pupils widened once more. Intangible items as well. With a swish, a property panel appeared. Host, Tang Xuan. Physique, celestial sacred body, extremely rare bloodline, unable to awaken normally. Aptitude, inferior. Soul power, superior, dual souls fused, surpassing the current realm. Cultivation, divine power realm, 5th layer. Cultivation technique, heavenly mountain chi, nurturing method, low-grade profound. Martial skills, basic sword technique, low-grade yellow, minor achievement. Heavenly mountain sword technique, medium-grade profound, beginner. Gazing at the dismal panel, Tang Xuan's eyelid twitched. Oh, I am actually a celestial sacred body. It seems my family possesses some remarkable heritage. Tang Xuan stroked his chin. One must consider, how could an underachiever possibly have such an extraordinary fiancé? A mysterious identity. It is also a standard trait of protagonists. Physique is the foundation of everything. I hope the system can lend its strength to amplify me even further. Tang Xuan took a deep breath and silently chanted in his heart. Amplify. Ding. Amplification of physique in progress. Please be patient. Bloodline activation commencing. Enhancing one's physique undoubtedly results in a significant increase in strength. Tang Xuan felt as if a volcano were erupting within him, unleashing a torrent of power. His strength surged like a tidal wave. A full-force strike in the divine power realm's 5th layer would roughly amount to 5,000 pounds. In mere moments, it had already reached 10,000 pounds, 20,000 pounds, 50,000 pounds, 100,000 pounds. Such overwhelming strength. Tang Xuan clenched his fists tightly. The explosive power could even pierce the heavens. And this was merely a fraction of the awakening of his physique. Ding! Physique amplification completed. Bloodline enhanced 10,000-fold. Ding! Congratulations, host, on fully awakening the celestial sacred body. At this moment, Tang Xuan's muscles resembled finely sculpted stone, exuding a masculine beauty. Strength, charisma, physique, root, bloodline, and even his dantian had undergone a comprehensive enhancement, especially his piercing gaze. With a hint of wicked charm. No woman could resist such an overwhelming gaze. Even a mere glance from the corner of his eye would cause them to swoon in ecstasy. Strong, exceedingly strong, absolutely powerful. At this moment, Tang Xuan's panel underwent a transformation. Host, Tang Xuan. Physique, celestial sacred body, fully awakened, ready for advancement. Aptitude, inferior. Soul power, superior, dual souls fused, surpassing the current realm. Cultivation, divine power realm, 5th layer. Cultivation technique, heavenly mountain chi, nurturing method, low-grade profound. Martial skills, basic sword technique, low-grade yellow, minor achievement. Heavenly mountain sword technique, medium-grade profound, beginner. What? Ready for advancement? Tang Xuan's breath caught in his throat. This meant that as long as he found suitable heavenly materials and earthly treasures, he could elevate the sacred body to the divine body or even stronger existence. At that time, with another 10,000-fold amplification. Who could possibly stand in his way? Chapter 2. Amplify continuously. Achieve comprehensive enhancement. Alright, system, grant me a 10,000-fold augmentation of my physique. I aspire to become a deity. Tang Xuan exclaimed fervently. Ding. Are you attempting to exploit a glitch here? Each attribute can only be amplified once. The system mercilessly rejected his request. Tang Xuan smiled awkwardly. It was a reasonable thought. If one could achieve an infinite 10,000-fold augmentation, it would be utterly outrageous. With his physique already enhanced, the next focus was on his aptitude. Aptitude determined the innate talent of a martial artist, affecting the speed of comprehending martial arts and techniques, as well as the rate of absorbing spiritual energy. The classifications ranged from inferior, low, medium, high, superlative, to extraordinary genius. The disparities between each level were monumental, often exceeding fivefold. In essence, a martial artist of superlative aptitude would achieve in a single day what a high-level aptitude martial artist would accomplish in 5 days. A medium level would require 25 days. A low level would need 125 days, and as for the inferior level, it would take an astonishing 600 days, nearly 2 years. Tang Xuan sighed in rueful understanding. He finally comprehended why, after 5 years of arduous practice, he had only reached the 5th level of the divine power realm. This was still reliant on the aid of medicinal pills. For ordinary loose cultivators, rapid advancement was merely a dream. Of course, there existed numerous rare treasures capable of enhancing one's aptitude, potentially altering one's fate. However, it was evident that Tang Xuan had none. Yet he possessed a system. Aptitude amplification. Ding. Aptitude amplification in progress. 10,000-fold amplification complete. Congratulations, host. Your aptitude has been elevated to extraordinary genius. Tang Xuan was nearly beside himself with joy. An extraordinary genius. His fiancée seemed to possess superlative peak aptitude. Finally, he could be atop her. After all, some grievances needed addressing. Next, enhance my soul power. Ding. Soul power amplification in progress. 10,000-fold amplification complete. Congratulations, host. Your soul power has been amplified 10,000-fold, reaching the realm of a 1,000-mile soul. Tang Xuan felt a resounding hum in his head, as if witnessing the cosmic explosion. His vision sharpened, and his hearing became acutely sensitive. In an instant, his immense soul power enveloped 1,000 miles around the Tian Shan mountains. He observed disciples diligently practicing, accumulating strength, and even caught sight of someone stealthily entering a female disciple's chamber, engaging in intimate acts. He even perceived the fluctuations of spiritual energy and the currents of the wind and clouds. This sensation was akin to that of a lofty deity, untouchable, transcendent. Every movement within 1,000 miles lay within his dominion. If he were to find a rare treasure that enhanced soul power, a mere flick of his hand could amplify it 10,000-fold, transforming it into a soul that spanned 10,000 miles. Was that not akin to divinity? Tang Xuan was utterly astounded by the capabilities of the 10,000-fold amplification system. This was no mere system. It was akin to a doting father. It could directly forge a deity. He contemplated amplifying his cultivation level as well. However, at the last moment, he hesitated. This system provided fixed amplifications, directly elevating realms. He was only at the 5th level of the divine power realm. A simple 10,000-fold amplification likely wouldn't elevate him by many realms. With only one opportunity, he could not afford to squander it. A powerful technique could also facilitate rapid cultivation advancement. Tang Xuan began to decipher the system's intricacies. What would happen after amplifying the technique 10,000 times? Amplify my technique. Ding. Technique amplification commencing. Amplification complete. Tang Xuan hastily opened the panel to inspect. The technique retained its name, Tian Shan Qi cultivation method, but the classification had undergone a monumental transformation. Previously rated as low-grade Xian level, it had now ascended to low-grade Tian level. Hiss. Tian level technique. Tang Xuan gasped in astonishment. In his recollection, the entire Tian Shan sect possessed no Tian level techniques. Techniques were classified into 8 tiers: legendary, divine, sacred, imperial, Tian, D, Xian, and Huang, each further divided into upper, middle, and lower grades. The disparity between each grade was roughly 10-fold. The quality of a technique determined the upper limit of a martial artist's realm. For example, a Huang-level technique could only elevate one to the peak of the divine power realm. Advancement beyond that was impossible. Xian level corresponded to the spiritual origin realm, D level to the Qi transformation realm and Sky ascension realm, while Tian level was sufficient to support a martial artist's ascent to the divine opening realm, or even the divine union realm. Regrettably, the original technique's level was too low. Even a low-grade Tian-level technique could only facilitate advancement to the mid-stage of the divine opening realm at best. With the broadening of his horizons and the elevation of his cultivation, Tang Xuan's demeanor began to shift markedly. For now, I shall make do. I will seek a higher-grade technique later. Next, he amplified his martial skills. Ding. Amplification complete. In that moment, Tang Xuan's panel underwent a monumental transformation once more. Host, Tang Xuan. Physique, celestial sacred body, fully awakened, can be advanced. Aptitude, extraordinary genius. Soul power, 1,000-mile soul. Cultivation, 5th level of the divine power realm. Technique, Xianxian Qi cultivation method, low-grade Tian level. Martial skills, basic sword technique, great perfection. Xianxian sword technique, low-grade Tian level, entry. The classification of martial skills mirrored that of techniques. The Xianxian sword technique, originally rated as middle-grade Xian level, had been amplified to low-grade Tian level. It is worth noting that within the Xianxian sect, the most formidable martial skills were merely D-level. Only more powerful factions possessed Tian-level techniques, often safeguarded as secret treasures, passed down exclusively to male heirs. Yet Tang Xuan had acquired it merely by lifting a finger. How delightful! With all attributes amplified, Tang Xuan prepared to initiate his breakthrough. He felt a surge of anticipation. Under the triple enhancement of the celestial sacred body, extraordinary genius aptitude, and Tian-level technique, to what heights could he soar? As he activated the technique, the surrounding spiritual energy was drawn in, transforming into a gentle stream that surged into his meridians. Boom! A muffled sound erupted. 6th level of the divine power realm. Breakthrough. Hiss, how effortless! Tang Xuan was astonished. Yet, upon reflection, it was understandable. His foundation had become exceedingly robust. Breaking through was merely a matter of course. The higher the aptitude, the better the technique, the faster the absorption and transformation of spiritual energy. Conversely, the opposite held true as well. Providing an extraordinary genius with a Huang-level technique would still yield no flight. Gifting a fool a divine-level technique would also be futile. All forms of aptitude complemented one another. This was why martial artists from prominent families and powerful factions soared with relative ease. They possessed inherited bloodlines, superior aptitude, and complete techniques. It would be a miracle if they did not thrive. 10 breaths later. Boom. 7th level of the divine power realm. After a stick of incense had burned. Boom. 8th level of the divine power realm. 3 hours later. Boom. 9th level of the divine power realm. Tang Xuan furrowed his brow. He felt it was still not fast enough. He made a reckless decision. System. Amplify the speed of technique operation 10,000-fold. Ding. Amplification complete. Boom. A tremendous roar resounded. The once gentle stream of spiritual energy abruptly transformed into a torrential flood. With a sudden jolt, Tang Xuan's body swayed. Fortunately, such an impact was merely a drizzle for the flawless celestial sacred body. Splendid. Tang Xuan roared. In less than a breath, a breakthrough. Spirit origin realm. The spiritual energy within his dantian gradually liquefied, ultimately coalescing into a sphere. This was the spirit origin. The first level of spirit origin resembled a Hmong being. And with each subsequent breakthrough, it would double in size. The amount of spiritual energy Tang Xuan absorbed was astonishing. Spirit origin realm, 3rd level. Spirit origin realm, 5th level. Spirit origin realm, 9th level. The spirit origin expanded from a Hmong being to a potato. Suddenly, there was a resounding explosion. The spirit origin transformed into vapor. Qi transformation realm. Accomplished. Chapter 3. Amplification complete. Time for a little revenge. Once the spirit origin reached its limit, it would vaporize once again. The vaporized spirit origin fused with the earthly qi, forming a new power. From this moment on, as long as he stood upon the ground, he could harness an inexhaustible force. At the Tianshan sect, even the strongest outer disciples only reached the pinnacle of divine power realm. Once one broke through to the spirit origin realm, they could ascend to become an inner disciple. Elders and core disciples barely attained the qi transformation realm. With the enhancement of a 1,000-fold absorption rate, Tang Xuan's breakthrough was far from over. He suddenly opened his eyes wide, and a surging, tumultuous aura swept forth. The ground trembled, and within 100 feet, all flora was torn asunder. Fortunately, this place was quite remote. Otherwise, it would undoubtedly provoke a massive uproar. Qi transformation realm. 1st level. Qi transformation realm. 2nd level. Qi transformation realm. 3rd level. Tang Xuan voraciously devoured the earthly qi. Anyone witnessing this would likely faint from sheer terror. For ordinary martial artists, even those with exceptional talents and superior techniques had to absorb earthly qi with utmost caution. The earthly qi was murky, and excessive absorption could impose a tremendous burden on the body, potentially leading to explosive demise. Even spiritual bodies would not dare to act so recklessly. However, Tang Xuan possessed the perfected celestial sacred body. Wherever his gaze fell, it was all-encompassing. What was a mere wisp of earthly qi? He could withstand tenfold more. In less than half a day, he had already breached the pinnacle of the qi transformation realm. Unable to break through any further, Tang Xuan slightly furrowed his brow. The next realm of qi transformation was the void realm, which required opening the heavenly mystical passage to connect with the heavenly qi, achieving a state of unity with the heavens and the ability to soar through the skies. However, merely accumulating spiritual energy was insufficient to open the heavenly mystical passage. It required the aid of medicinal pills, the earthly mystical passage pill. Unfortunately, he did not possess any at the moment. Alas, never mind. The pinnacle of qi transformation is sufficient. I shall not be greedy and will take my time. The final shortcomings in his cultivation had been addressed. Tang Xuan's attributes underwent another transformation. Host, Tang Xuan. Physique, celestial sacred body, fully awakened, can advance. Talent, extraordinary genius. Soul power, 1,000-mile soul. Cultivation, pinnacle of qi transformation realm. Technique, Tianshan qi cultivation method, heavenly grade, lower tier. Martial skills, basic sword technique, great perfection. Tianshan sword technique, heavenly grade, middle tier, entry level. Excellent. These attributes would dominate within the Tianshan sect. This should suffice. Tang Xuan nodded in satisfaction. From his memories, those who could firmly suppress him within the Tianshan sect were only the sect master and the mysterious elder. The rest were no match for him. With his power surging, it was time to validate his strength. It seemed that the people of the Tianshan sect had not been particularly friendly towards the former version of me. Should I wait until New Year's to settle this grudge? Tang Xuan stretched his body and headed toward the outer sect of the Tianshan sect. Though the Tianshan sect was not prominent across the continent, it was far from insignificant. The sect was divided into core areas, inner sect, and outer sect. The core area housed the supreme elder, sect master, and vice sect master. The inner sect was home to numerous elders and elite disciples, while the outer sect consisted of a mere steward and over 30,000 ordinary disciples. Ordinary disciples had no rights and no resources. Everything relied on themselves. There was an annual assessment, and if one were fortunate enough to break through to the spirit origin realm, they could enter the inner sect and gain resources. Otherwise, they would be condemned to languish in the outer sect for eternity. This laissez-faire attitude bred chaos within the outer sect. As long as no one died, no one would intervene. Even if someone did die, those with connections would similarly go untroubled. The rules always served to constrain the weak. The strong could act with impunity, enjoying the most beautiful women and the strongest wines, while being revered by the masses. At this moment, the golden sun was rising in the east. Observing the bustling outer sect of the Tianshan sect, a smirk crept across Tang Xuan's lips. What a splendid day for a bit of carnage. He reveled in the gentle breeze, striding forth with reckless abandon. Had it been the former Tang Xuan, he would have sought obscure corners, keeping his head down. Ever since the rumors spread, after a sudden fall from grace, he had been treated worse than a dog. There was little hope for kindness in a world so cruel. Only low profile could ensure survival. However, with the 1,000-fold amplification system at his disposal, Tang Xuan had long forgotten what it meant to be low-key. With his overwhelming strength, what need was there for modesty? Hey, isn't that the useless Tang Xuan? Such audacity to venture out by day. Once sheltered under the aura of Princess Xiao, he was now nothing but a drowning dog. Yet he was so handsome. Some female disciples clasped their hands to their chests, stars sparkling in their eyes, mouths agape, drooling like infatuated fools. Tang Xuan was already handsome, and coupled with the aura of the celestial sacred body, the visual impact was utterly captivating to women. Oh no, he is simply too handsome. I'm swooning. I must possess him tonight, come what may. Numerous female disciples could not help but follow Tang Xuan. This only fueled the ire of the male disciples. Tang Xuan had always been the source of their envy, but now, with so many female disciples entranced by him, he had become a universal enemy. What's the use of being handsome? It took him 5 years to reach the 5th level of divine power realm. Such talent is inferior to rubbish. Indeed, if I had such talent, I would have long since thrown myself to my death. What a waste of resources. There were those who mocked, those who scorned, and those who hated. With Tang Xuan's current soul power, he could hear every word within 1,000 miles. Though the voices of the outer disciples of the Tianshan sect were hushed, he heard them clearly. As expected, not a single decent person among them. When I strike back, I shall bear no psychological burden. His deliberate exposure in plain sight was also a way to gauge the reactions of others. Unsurprisingly, amidst an avalanche, no snowflake is innocent. At that moment, a group of individuals descended from the mountain and spotted Tang Xuan. Oh, isn't that Tang Xuan? Tiger brother. One disciple pointed at Tang Xuan. The leading, fierce-looking man was momentarily taken aback. Strange, he was nearly done for. How is he still alive? Monkeys, old dogs. How could you fail at such a simple task? Li Hu frowned, and the two Tianshan sect disciples behind him wore expressions of embarrassment. Tiger brother. We have indeed confirmed it. That brat has truly drawn his last breath. Li Hu pondered for a moment. Perhaps he is not entirely lifeless. Splendid. I have just acquired a fine sword, and this is the perfect opportunity to test its edge on this wretch. The group, filled with ferocity, advanced menacingly towards Tang Xuan. Hiss, it's the notorious bully of the outer sect, Li Hu. What a spectacle. He has always been at odds with Tang Xuan, and now that they have crossed paths, it promises to be entertaining. Surely he wouldn't dare to kill Tang Xuan in public. That would violate the sect's rules. Fool. Li Hu's older brother, Li Long, is an inner sect disciple, and their uncle is an elder. They have formidable connections. Even if someone were to die, what of it? Does that not spell doom for Tang Xuan? The outer sect disciples of the Tianshan sect began to point and jeer at Tang Xuan. No one spoke in his defense. They were all reveling in his misfortune. Tang Xuan had already spotted Li Hu and his gang and came to a halt. So it turns out that I am the one whom these inept fools sought to eliminate? Very well. He bore no qualms about exacting a small revenge for the previous iteration of himself. Li Hu and his cronies closed in, surrounding Tang Xuan. Wretch, I never expected you to have such resilience, but this is where it ends. Kneel down and let me ride you like a steed first. Chapter 4, Effortless Suppression. An Invincible Stance. Wretch, did you hear that? Tiger Brother is showing you mercy, so do not be ungrateful. If you behave like usual, you won't suffer too much. Disobedience will provoke a demonstration of what it truly means to obey. The sycophants around him erupted into laughter. Li Hu stood tall, beaming with pride as he gazed at Tang Xuan. If you kneel and play the horse, how could Tang Xuan ever hold his head high again? Not kneeling? Even better. That provides the perfect excuse to strike. The outer circle of disciples of the Tianshan sect joined in the ruckus. Oh, to be treated like a horse. I've never witnessed such a sight. Tiger Brother is magnificent. Let us behold this spectacle. Wretch, hurry and kneel. At least as a dog, you might survive. Ha ha. In the face of the crowd's jeers, Tang Xuan remained utterly serene. I recall when I first entered the sect, you all referred to me as Brother Xuan. Now, a mere clown emerges, attempting to undermine me, and before I've even retaliated, you turn like ungrateful hounds. How amusing. Surely, you lack the audacity to act against me. In my memory, Li Hu was a man who discerned his targets carefully. His demeanor had shifted from arrogance to obsequiousness. This was indeed unusual. Even in decline, he had no need to be so antagonistic. There must be some incentive at play, unless someone is conspiring against me, seeking my demise here. Tang Xuan's eyes narrowed. I shall not play the horse. Instead, Li Hu, I offer you an opportunity. Reveal who wishes to harm me, and I shall grant you a swift end. What? Li Hu was taken aback. The typically meek Tang Xuan seemed to be striking back now, yet he remained unconcerned. A mere fifth realm of divine power could be crushed effortlessly. Huh, what a bold lad. A day apart, and your courage has grown significantly. You still believe you can play the prince here? I shall give you 3 breaths to kneel, otherwise, you will die? Tang Xuan shook his head. No need to count. If you do not speak, then prepare to perish. Very well, then I shall ensure your death. Li Hu gripped his sword, drawing it with a flash that glinted ominously. What a fearsome blade. At least a superior grade weapon. When did Li Hu acquire such a sword? Tang Xuan is finished. The blade's emergence sent shockwaves throughout the arena. Li Hu's face contorted with malice. A superior grade martial technique of the yellow rank. 7 stars breaking the void. With a single strike. 7 beams of light erupted from the sword tip, aimed directly at Tang Xuan's vital points. Steady, precise, and ruthless. This technique was at least at the minor success level. Such a terrifying swordplay. Li Hu himself was at the first realm of spirit origin. Coupled with this martial technique, hiss, even someone at the 3rd realm of spirit origin could meet their doom. Tang Xuan, merely at the 5th realm of divine power, stood no chance of survival. This was a lethal assault. All the disciples wore expressions of despair. No one noticed that Tang Xuan remained utterly composed. His eyes betrayed no flicker of emotion. Rather, they brimmed with disdain. To him, Li Hu's movements resembled a sluggish snail. The so-called 7 sword beams were riddled with flaws, utterly laughable. Die for me, Li Hu bellowed. With this strike, Tang Xuan would not die, but he would undoubtedly be rendered a cripple. Killing him outright would be devoid of amusement. Better to toy with him. Just as Li Hu reveled in his triumph, an immense force surged forth, propelling his body skyward uncontrollably. Before he could land, the world around him plunged into absolute darkness. Thud. 100 feet away, Li Hu's contorted body crashed to the ground. All onlookers were rendered speechless. What had just transpired? Tang Xuan had not even moved. That is, Someone cried out. Suddenly, Li Hu's sword had inexplicably found its way into Tang Xuan's grasp. Brother Tiger. A throng of sycophants screamed as they rushed towards Li Hu. The next moment, frantic screams erupted. Tiger, Brother Tiger is dead. This outcry was akin to a stone cast into a tranquil pond. It stirred chaos. What? Li Hu is dead. That wretch killed Li Hu? It must have been an ambush with a hidden weapon. The crowd began to comprehend. After all, a fifth realm of divine power could not possibly slay Li Hu. Only a concealed attack would suffice. One of the sycophants pointed accusingly at Tang Xuan. You beast! How dare you ambush Tiger Brother? I will. Tang Xuan's expression hardened. Seeking death. A tremendous wave of soul power erupted forth, crashing into all the sycophants. The 1,000-mile soul, how terrifying. Those sycophants were thrown back, blood spewing from their mouths. Their bones shattered completely. They fell lifeless to the ground. Witnessing the bloodied scene and the corpses strewn about, the outer sect disciples were utterly dumbfounded. They are dead, all of them dead. The wretch has committed murder. This is barbaric. After the initial shock, a few hot-headed individuals dared to step forward. Tang Xuan, have you lost your mind? You've killed so many. This is simply madness. Hurry and kneel. Otherwise, when the elders arrive, you will have nowhere to hide. Before he could finish speaking, Tang Xuan's gaze sharpened. Enough. The soul power surged like an ocean. The disciple who spoke was sent flying through the air, exploding in a shower of blood. Tang Xuan resembled a demonic god, terrifying beyond measure. Previously, you all held me in such disdain. Is that so? His icy gaze swept across the crowd. The expressions of all outer sect disciples changed drastically. Tang Xuan, what do you intend to do? There are so many of us. You cannot kill us all. Do not force us to fight back. There were thousands of outer sect disciples present. Although their strengths varied, collectively, they were not to be underestimated. Tang Xuan sneered. Fight back? Do you even have the right? He could not be bothered with words. He directly summoned the 1,000-mile soul. Boom. As the oppressive weight of the mountain descended, a chorus of lamentation echoed within 1,000 meters. All the outer disciples fell to their knees, their legs shattered, blood gushing from their mouths. No, Brother Tang, Master Tang, spare us. Do not slay us. We were wrong. Have mercy on our wretched lives. Tang Xuan pressed down with one hand. The ground caved in 10 zhang, leaving a multitude of broken bodies. Gagging. The fortunate disciples who had narrowly escaped retched at the sight of such carnage. A madman. He is a lunatic. So many have perished. Hurry. Summon the elders to stop this murderous fiend. Tang Xuan slowly shook his head. If you do not repent, do not blame me. The soul energy pressed down once more. Within 10,000 zhang, a sea of corpses and rivers of blood lay before him. All the onlooking outer disciples were reduced to mere flesh and mud. So this is the sensation of taking a life. Tang Xuan exhaled deeply. The last remnants of his pent-up frustration dissipated. The soul that once resided in his body was now utterly liberated. This sword appears rather fine, surprisingly a low-grade earth weapon. Tang Xuan marveled. This sword must have been bestowed upon Li Hu by the unseen orchestrator. Now it fell into his hands. What are we waiting for? Amplify it. Ding. The amplification was successful. With the system's chime, the long sword in Tang Xuan's grasp underwent a complete metamorphosis. The entire sword became transparent, radiating an intimidating cold light. Even Tang Xuan felt a slight sting in his eyes. A top-grade imperial weapon. Quite commendable. Weapons in martial arts are categorized into legendary, divine, sacred, imperial, and the elemental realms of heaven and earth. An imperial weapon should be able to withstand the full force of Tang Xuan's power. At this moment, figures appeared once more along the mountain path, the aura of the spirit origin realm approaching with intensity. It seems the commotion was significant, and someone has arrived so swiftly. Tang Xuan chuckled. Now, it matters not who comes. A person. His fate is sealed. Chapter 5. An utter annihilation. Not a single one left. The commotion caused by Tang Xuan's soul energy massacre was so great that it alarmed the inner disciples training halfway up the mountain. They rushed down and were met with an unforgettable sight. The entire outer sect had transformed into a hellish battleground. Only Tang Xuan stood unscathed in the center. What on earth happened here? Is it an invasion by a formidable enemy? Impossible. How could the Tianshan sect face such foes? The inner disciples exchanged bewildered glances, unable to fathom that the perpetrator of this slaughter stood before them. One disciple approached Tang Xuan, speaking condescendingly. Waste. What transpired here? Tang Xuan replied coolly. Nothing. I was in a foul mood, so I killed them all. Shock and disbelief painted the faces of the inner disciples. What? You killed so many just because you were in a bad mood? Ha ha ha, what a joke. You think with your 5th level of spirit power you could accomplish this? If you could kill so many, I would wash my hair upside down. They found it impossible to believe that Tang Xuan could have committed such a massacre. What a farce. Just a useless fool. Ah, brother. Suddenly, a thunderous roar echoed. The crowd was stunned as a massive figure approached, exuding a violent aura, his eyes bloodshot. The newcomer was none other than Li Long, an inner disciple and the elder brother of Li Hu. Waste. Where's my brother? With half of the outer disciples dead, Li Hu was likely among them. Li Long cherished his younger brother dearly, even secretly exchanging his own contributions to obtain a low-grade earth sword for his brother's protection. He is dead. Who did this? I did, Tang Xuan declared. Li Long was momentarily taken aback, then shook his head in disbelief. Impossible. How could you have killed him? Tang Xuan retorted. Li Hu targeted me. It must have been at your behest. Li Long's expression shifted, his eyes flickering. Whoever it is, you shall be left with a complete corpse. What? You intend to leave me a complete corpse? Li Long was left dumbfounded. The inner disciples shared the same sentiment. Such audacity. Li Long was a top figure among the inner disciples, having reached the 6th level of spirit origin. Did this fool truly believe that no one would dare to touch him? Provoking Li Long would only lead to one outcome: death. Li Long fixed his cold gaze on Tang Xuan. No one has ever dared to speak to me in this manner. Never. Li Hu's actions were sloppy. He should have killed you. But it matters not. I will slay you first, then slowly hunt down the murderer. Tang Xuan's eyes glimmered. So you are aware. Ha ha. Your death will bring me immense benefits. Perish. Li Long let out a ferocious howl, his right fist clenched, launching a furious strike. Boom. As his fist flew forth, the air erupted with a sonic boom. A faint phantom of a wolf's head emerged. That was a low-grade mysterious martial art, wolf-crushing fist. It was said that Li Long used this technique to slay a peak spirit origin realm beast. Humph, that kid will be left with nothing but scraps. The inner disciples gasped in astonishment. Tang Xuan stood with his hands behind his back, allowing Li Long's heavy fist to collide with his chest. Bang! Crack! Li Long's grimace froze, transforming into astonishment and finally into agony. Ah! His right arm drooped limply, his fist reduced to a mass of mangled flesh. You are far too weak, Tang Xuan said coolly. With the perfected celestial sacred body, let alone merely the spirit origin realm, even those in the Qi transformation realm or the void realm would find it impossible to breach his defenses. This is the terror of the sacred body. You are a demon. Li Long's heart trembled in fear. The Tang Xuan before him seemed to have transformed into an entirely different entity. Speak. Who directed you? Tang Xuan demanded. Ha ha ha. You will never know. Li Long roared in defiance. However, before he could finish, Tang Xuan vanished. With a swift motion, Li Long's arm was severed from his body. Ah! He fell to his knees, writhing in agony. Tang Xuan placed a foot upon his chest. Speak. No. Crack. Another arm was brutally torn away. The inner disciples were left in stunned silence. Was this still human? Such cruelty was beyond comprehension. Amidst their shock, confusion only deepened. What had Tang Xuan consumed to gain such ferocity? He had endured Li Long's full-force strike without any reaction. It was a complete one-sided slaughter. At this moment, the expressions of the onlookers shifted from disdain and mockery to shock and reverence. A reverence for absolute strength. This is troubling. Li Long is the son of an elder. If he is so brutally beaten, someone's expression changed. Before they could finish, powerful auras surged from within the inner sect of the Tianshan sect. You little beast. Cease this at once. A commanding voice echoed, and an overwhelming aura pressed down upon Tang Xuan. Get lost. Tang Xuan raised his gaze, unleashing his soul energy. A figure suddenly burst forth, spewing a mouthful of fresh blood, his face awash with shock. All hail elder Li Tianba. The inner disciples bowed deeply in respect. Li Tianba, an elder of the Tianshan sect and a cultivator at the 3rd level of the Qi transformation realm, was internally reeling. The aura he wielded had been utterly shattered by Tang Xuan. How could this be possible? At that moment, the sound of footsteps echoed as more elders appeared, their faces etched with disbelief as they beheld the scene before them. The renowned waste, Tang Xuan, had his foot planted firmly on the chest of the elite inner disciple. Li Long, poor Li Long, was drenched in blood, his arms gruesomely torn apart. Outrageous. Tang Xuan, have you betrayed us? Release Li Long at once. Li Tianba's fury was palpable. Tang Xuan merely smirked. This was the oppression that came with true strength. Even someone as formidable as Li Tianba had to relent. Had it been the former version of himself, Li Tianba would have easily swatted him aside. Power was everything. The strong dictated life and death. Father, save me. Li Long cried out in desperation upon seeing Li Tianba. The elder's expression darkened significantly. The earlier pressure had made him feel like an ant confronting divine wrath. Something was amiss. Tang Xuan was not the same. How had he suddenly grown so powerful, easily overpowering even Li Long? A direct assault might not suffice to subdue him. Perhaps. Li Tianba's eyes flickered, and he lightly brushed his right hand against his left middle finger. There, upon it, lay an ancient ring. Boy. No matter what tricks you employ, under the might of this heavenly thunder talisman, you shall perish. A sinister smile crept across Li Tianba's lips as he revealed a palm-sized talisman in his right hand, the heavenly thunder talisman. A superior-grade artifact capable of devastating all beneath the void ascension realm. Its power was boundless. Tang Xuan, what are you doing? Is there not a civil way to resolve this? Release Li Long first. Li Tianba advanced toward Tang Xuan, his face adorned with a benign smile. No matter how bizarre Tang Xuan was, he could not withstand the heavenly thunder talisman. I am elder of Tianshan, and I guarantee your safety with my honor. Yet, as he closed the distance, his smile twisted into a grotesque snarl. You vile wretch, having harmed my son, I shall slay you. He suddenly raised his hand, azure lightning crackling from his palm. However, in a flash, a sword light flickered, and one of his arms vanished without a trace. Tang Xuan toyed with the heavenly thunder talisman in his hand, a smirk gracing his lips. Your honor? Is it truly worth much? Li Tianba was momentarily stunned. Then he clutched his right arm, shrieking in agony. Before he could react, Tang Xuan struck again, severing his left arm. The spatial ring fell into Tang Xuan's possession. Under the influence of the thousand-mile soul, Li Tianba's every movement was laid bare to Tang Xuan's senses. Chapter 6. Villains all share the same nature. My arm. My arm. Li Tianba screamed, his voice rife with terror, his body trembling. The pain was palpable, yet it was the chill in his heart that truly unsettled him. How could this decisive, sword-wielding figure really be the acknowledged waste? Elder Li Tianba's arm had been severed. What had just transpired? He had merely seen a flash of sword light, and Elder Li's arm was gone. When did Tang Xuan's swordsmanship become so formidable? This must be a heavenly grade sword technique. It can only be heavenly grade to possess such power. Impossible. The entire Tianshan sect lacked any heavenly grade martial arts. From where had Tang Xuan acquired such prowess? The inner disciples stared blankly at Tang Xuan, their expressions dazed, while the elders bore grave looks, as if facing a dire threat. Rumors had hinted at this boy's extraordinary lineage. Could it be that he possessed a family legacy? He had not demonstrated such power before. Perhaps he had been concealing his strength, playing the fool. I suspect he carries some unparalleled treasure that has enabled this transformation. Treasure. The elders' gazes shifted, greed eclipsing their fear, consuming their hearts. Ignoring their suspicions, Tang Xuan instead turned his gaze down toward Li Long, a gleeful smile gracing his features. Will you not reveal who orchestrated this? Giggling nervously, Li Long was too petrified to respond, his teeth chattering. At the moment Li Tianba's arm was severed, his world crumbled. Oh, that shall prove useless. It would yield the same result if I were to inquire with your father. With a swift kick, Tang Xuan sent Li Long hurtling away. Save me, Li Long managed but 2 words before his body was torn asunder. Blood rained down, dismembered limbs scattering like leaves in a storm. Having dispatched Li Long, Tang Xuan felt no tremor in his heart. Rather, a flicker of amusement danced within him. In this world, debts must be repaid. Li Long had often abused his power, tormenting him. His demise was well-deserved. Even had he not met his end by Tang Xuan's hand, he would have fallen to another. Alas, I am still too merciful, for I have timely halted his reign of terror. Tang Xuan shook his head, then raised the heavenly thunder talisman in his hand. This artifact was capable of threatening beings of the void ascension realm. Regrettably, it could only be used thrice. Amplify for me. Ding. Amplification successful. Congratulations, host. You have obtained a superior grade heavenly treasure, the heavenly thunder talisman. Its power is sufficient to annihilate any being beneath the divine union realm. Ha ha ha, I have struck gold. Tang Xuan's grin stretched wide, nearly reaching the back of his head. The heavenly thunder talisman had increased in potency by 2 great realms. In the entirety of the Tianshan sect, who could stand against him now? The former Tang Xuan had been too timid to act brazenly. Now, he was finally unshackled. Under the divine union, none shall be my match. From a mere waste to the one who suppresses the entire sect, it merely required a system of 10,000-fold amplification. After enhancing the heavenly thunder talisman, Tang Xuan rummaged through Li Tianba's spatial ring, discovering 5,400 low-grade spirit stones, 10 vials of elixirs, and a mid-grade earthly weapon. Truly, as an elder, he was affluent. Spirit stones served as the finest aid for martial cultivation. With the natural spiritual energy being muddled, one must purify it before use. Retaining 1 or 2% of the energy was already remarkable. The energy within spirit stones, however, was far more refined. Although purification was still necessary, one could retain over 30%. Spirit stones were classified into low, mid, high, and supreme grades. The higher the grade, the denser and purer the spiritual energy. With a wave of his hand, Tang Xuan amplified them all 10,000-fold. I am indeed this extravagant. Li Long. Li Tianba howled in anguish upon witnessing his son's gruesome demise. With both Li Hu and Li Long dead at Tang Xuan's hands, the Li family faced utter extinction. "You vile wretch, I shall kill you. I shall kill you." Li Tianba's voice was a heart-wrenching roar, blood still gushing from his severed arms, his hair disheveled, resembling a specter. Why were villains always so obstinate at such moments? With a weary sigh, Tang Xuan delivered a swift slap that sent Li Tianba flying. Uffed. Li Tianba coughed up blood in large, violent splatters, fear flickering in his eyes. Little did he know that Tang Xuan was no longer the timid original host he once was. "Tell me, who sent you to deal with me?" Tang Xuan's fists cracked ominously. "Stop, Tang Xuan, that's enough." An elder interjected, alarmed. This elder was Zhang Wei, who had always maintained a close relationship with Li Tianba. "What are you, to dare point fingers at me? I am an elder of the Tianshan sect," Zhang Wei proclaimed, puffing out his chest. Before he could finish his sentence, a flash of sword light darted through the air. "Ah!" Zhang Wei's eyes widened in disbelief as he clutched his neck, blood seeping through his fingers. With a gust of wind, his head tumbled to the ground. An elder of the Qi transformation realm, fallen on the spot. "Not anymore," Tang Xuan remarked lazily, a devilish smile gracing his lips. The other elders, who had intended to intervene, fell silent at the sight of Zhang Wei's demise. Satisfied with the stunned silence of the onlookers, Tang Xuan nodded approvingly. He finally experienced the exhilarating thrill of oppressing others. "Not bad." He turned his gaze toward Li Tianba. "Speak. Be quick about it. I have little patience." Li Tianba trembled uncontrollably, as if possessed, his body shaking wildly. Everyone claims to fear not death. Yet when faced with the specter of mortality, how many can truly remain unafraid? "If I tell you, will you spare me?" he stammered. "No," Tang Xuan replied decisively. Although Li Tianba could no longer pose a threat to him, it was always wise to be cautious. Confronted with Tang Xuan's unpredictable nature, Li Tianba finally capitulated. "Yes." It was Baichen Bao. "He found the sect master, promised benefits, and urged us to seize the opportunity to eliminate you." Tang Xuan stroked his chin, revealing a knowing smile. "Oh, even the sect master is involved? It appears this place is a den of wolves." He feigned surprise at the revelation, but upon reflection, it was hardly surprising. Despite Li Tianba's immense power, he would not dare act so brazenly without the sect master's tacit approval. Enemies lurk everywhere. This is truly difficult. Tang Xuan rubbed his temples. The descent into hell had begun with such excitement. "Well, given your honesty, may you find peace on your journey." Li Tianba let out a heart-wrenching scream. "Don't kill me. I can be your dog. I'll do whatever you ask." Tang Xuan's gaze turned peculiar. "I beg you, spare my life." Li Tianba prostrated himself, his forehead striking the ground with a resounding thud, appearing utterly sincere. Yet, as he bowed, a glimmer of deep-seated resentment flickered in his eyes. "You little wretch, just wait. As long as I live, I will find a way to kill you." A swift kick landed squarely on Li Tianba's chest. "Ah!" He soared into the air before crashing heavily to the ground, blood gushing from his mouth. Tang Xuan stepped onto his chest, speaking leisurely. "I can tell you're plotting to find a chance to kill me in the future." Li Tianba looked at Tang Xuan as if he were a ghost. "How did he know?" Sigh. Tang Xuan sighed in exasperation. "Don't be so surprised. Typically, the villains in novels behave this way." Chapter 7. Continue the charade. Tang Xuan raised his hand, preparing to strike down Li Tianba. "Stop." A sudden, fierce voice echoed through the air. Tang Xuan furrowed his brow. What a classic trope. Strike one down, and another comes rushing in. A figure soared into the sky, arriving in midair. The Linkong realm. Tang Xuan's pupils dilated slightly. In the Tianshan sect, only two individuals had attained the Linkong realm. One was the reclusive Grand Elder, and the other was the current sect master, Xianxiaaudiobooks. "Sect master, save me." Li Tianba cried out, as if he had seen a savior. Yet, in the next moment, he was turned into a mist of blood. "Tang Xuan, how dare you?" Xianxiaaudiobooks landed, his face a mask of fury. He had been in meditation when news of his disciples' report nearly caused him to spit blood. Tang Xuan had slaughtered thousands of outer disciples and had killed the elite inner disciple. Li Long shocked. Xianxiaaudiobooks immediately emerged from seclusion. What he witnessed was far more terrifying than what he had heard. Li Tianba was dead. He was a formidable figure of the Qi transformation realm, and his demise would be a significant blow to the already mediocre Tianshan sect. "Tang Xuan, did I not instruct you to cease? As a disciple, you slay an elder. Do you take the sect's rules lightly?" Tang Xuan chuckled coldly. "What are the sect's rules when they bullied me without cause, sect master?" "Impudent." Xianxiaaudiobooks roared, unleashing the aura of the Linkong realm. "Are you afraid?" Tang Xuan countered, equally releasing his own aura. The two tremendous forces clashed in the void, sending sand and stones flying, the ground fracturing like a spider's web. Elders and disciples within 100 feet retreated in alarm. The peak of qi transformation. How is that possible? Upon sensing Tang Xuan's realm, Xianxiafan's expression shifted drastically. The surrounding elders and disciples were equally astonished. What? That waste has actually reached the peak of qi transformation? This must be a joke. The sect master had explicitly stated that this was impossible. It seemed he had indeed encountered a fortuitous event. No wonder he was so arrogant. If it were me, I would be even more excessive. Hiss. A treasure capable of transforming a waste into a peak qi transformation being would allow me to ascend to the Linkong realm in one fell swoop. Unable to suppress Tang Xuan's aura, Xianxiafan's gaze shifted, and he withdrew his pressure. Cease this. Tang Xuan also retracted his aura, eyes filled with mockery. What? You can't suppress me? Have you backed down? Xianxiafan's cleared his throat, concealing his embarrassment. Regardless, you remain a disciple of the Tianshan sect. When a disciple kills an elder, should you not provide an explanation to me, the sect master? What do I need to explain? Tang Xuan chuckled mockingly. This family has repeatedly made things difficult for me. You must be aware of that, esteemed sect master. Had I not been fortunate enough to survive, they would have killed me last night. Is seeking vengeance a wrongdoing? Xianxiafan's face flushed with embarrassment. This matter will be investigated thoroughly. If it is indeed the private act of elderly, I will not let it go and will provide you with a satisfactory answer. The affairs of the sect are numerous, and I cannot oversee everything. You must understand the difficulties. Tang Xuan laughed heartily. Had it not been for Li Tianba's earlier revelation about Xianxiafan's involvement, he might have been deceived by this statement. Hypothetically speaking, even if Xianxiafan was unaware of Li Tianba's actions, he had attempted to strike him the moment they met, clearly harboring murderous intent. Had it not been for Tang Xuan's substantial amplification of strength, he would have already knelt. As for now, he was curious to see how Xianxiafan would continue to feign innocence. Before them stood the leader of the Tianshan sect, his brow furrowed and his expression grave, exuding an air of utmost sincerity. Elder Ma, sect master, cast aside all your concerns and investigate elderly S affairs. Remember, do not regard him as mere elder. If what Tang Xuan has spoken is indeed true, then the Li family must face annihilation. Xianxiafan declared imperiously. Every disciple of the Tianshan sect is deserving of respect. Have you understood? Elder Ma bowed deeply and responded in a booming voice, yes. Tang Xuan could only shake his head in disbelief. Such theatrics were scarcely superior to the performances of today's youth. Any individual with an ounce of intelligence would surely not be deceived. Xianxiafan forced a smile. Are you satisfied now? Indeed, most satisfied. Tang Xuan nodded. Since we are to act, let us all partake in this charade. Perhaps oblivious to Tang Xuan's mockery, Xianxiafan adopted a solemn demeanor. Alas, it is my negligence in managing internal affairs that has allowed someone like elderly to emerge. It is truly disheartening. Henceforth, I declare that I shall personally take Tang Xuan as my closed-door disciple. Any who dares to harm him shall find themselves at odds with me. The moment these words left his lips, a wave of astonishment swept over the elders and disciples alike. Even Tang Xuan was taken aback. What a twist. He had slain so many, yet faced no repercussions. Instead, his status had soared. What scheme was this? Xianxiafan gazed at Tang Xuan with a smile. Disciple, your sudden surge in strength must surely be due to some fortuitous encounter. With many secrets up his sleeve, Tang Xuan was unperturbed by any potential trickery, and he nodded in agreement. Perhaps a little. Indeed. Xianxiafan's pupils constricted. He spoke nonchalantly. Many treasures can rapidly enhance one's cultivation, but such power is often illusory and may even harm the body. Disciple, allow me to examine your health. With that, he stepped closer to Tang Xuan. Tang Xuan chuckled, fully aware of Xianxiafan's intentions. However, he chose not to expose him in public and willingly extended his arm. Xianxiafan's face lit up with joy as he slowly reached out and seized Tang Xuan's right arm. In the next instant, a fierce glint emanated. You dare to challenge me, boy? You are still too green. Soul-locking hand. His right hand gripped Tang Xuan's arm tightly, while his left fingers pressed against the latter's dantian. Ha ha ha, no matter how cunning you are, you shall eventually fall into my grasp. Guards, seize him. With a command, the elders, who had been poised for action, drew their weapons and charged forward. The script was commendable, yet the execution was woefully lacking. Tang Xuan remained unfazed. Your spiritual energy is bound. What makes you think you can contend with me? Why? Of course it is strength. Tang Xuan brandished his sword, unleashing a brilliant strike. The mid-tier Tianshan sword technique radiated with dazzling light. 7 or 8 elders found themselves dazzled, unable to discern the real from the illusion. Blood gushed forth, and a head was severed. One elder at the 5th level of Qi transformation fell on the spot. What? Xianxiafan's once triumphant expression froze. How could this be? He had firmly locked Tang Xuan's spiritual energy, Why was he still so formidable? Little did he know that for Tang Xuan, spiritual energy was merely one of many methods at his disposal. The true strength lay in the heavenly sacred body, fully awakened. The heavenly sacred body surpassed the Qi transformation realm in speed, power, and reflexes by leaps and bounds. Such a terrifying sword technique. Everyone, suppress him. We must eliminate him and claim his treasures. 17 elders of the Qi transformation realm joined forces, 7 at the 8th level, 3 at the 7th, 5 at the 6th, and 2 at the 4th. They unleashed their combined might. In an instant, the atmosphere shifted dramatically. Spiritual energy intertwined, crackling like electricity. 17 elders attacking simultaneously. I refuse to believe we cannot subdue Tang Xuan. Undoubtedly, with such a multitude, even those in the void realm would perish. Relying solely on physical strength, he was doomed. This was the Tianshan sect, and there was no room for Tang Xuan's rampage. Under the immense pressure, Tang Xuan remained remarkably relaxed. Excellent. This is the kind of pressure I crave. Chapter 8. They are all too weak. Despite the external pressure of 17 Qi transformation elders and his spiritual energy being locked, Tang Xuan's expression remained untroubled, the power of the heavenly sacred body surging through him like an unstoppable tide. Though there were 17 elders from the Tianshan sect, their physiques were merely spiritual bodies, pale in comparison to the heavenly sacred body. Even without a trace of spiritual energy on his sword, he was in no way inferior to these elders. Crack! With a shattering sound, one elder was cleaved in two along with his weapon, blood erupting like a fountain. This is bad. That little brat wields a royal-grade weapon. One elder cried out. In the next moment, his head was crushed by Tang Xuan's fist. Just a simple punch. The terrifying strength made the remaining elders tremble in fear. His physical prowess is extraordinary. No, this physique is abnormal. At the very least, it's a royal body. Perhaps even a sacred body. Initially, when Li Tianba was slain, the elders were merely slightly shocked. After all, in a one-on-one confrontation, Tang Xuan could have had the advantage of surprise. Now, with all 17 Qi transformation elders attacking with full force, Tang Xuan remained effortlessly in command. His overwhelming power repeatedly shattered their expectations. A monstrous physique, a royal-grade weapon, and that mid-tier Tianshan sword technique. Damn it, he has indeed hoarded treasures. Xianxiaaudiobooks stood aside, his face awash with greed. All of this rightfully belongs to me. If I can absorb his essence blood, my strength will surely surge. Though 2 elders had fallen, he still refrained from intervening. Everything was as he had anticipated. Winning would be ideal, but if he could not, he would still greatly deplete Tang Xuan's strength. Ultimately, the victor would be himself. Let us join forces and slay him. One elder roared, releasing all of his spiritual energy. The others followed suit. Their energies merged into a colossal mountain, intent on utterly suppressing Tang Xuan. Shatter! Tang Xuan, invigorated by the thrill of battle, infused his long sword with the power of the heavenly sacred body, conjuring 100-foot sword radiance. With a single strike, the spiritual energy mountain was cleaved in two. Puff! Puff! More than a dozen elders had their energies severed, spitting blood and flying backward, unable to rise again. You're done already? I haven't even exerted myself yet. Come at me again. Tang Xuan brandished his sword. Yet, those elders dared not advance any further. They were genuinely facing death. Tang Xuan shouted several times, but no one dared to approach. He then pointed his sword at Xiang Tianxuan. They are no match for me. Now it's your turn. Xiang Tianxuan's expression darkened. Challenging the sect master. How audacious. Tang Xuan chuckled. They are simply too weak. Surely, you cannot be this feeble. The expression on Xiang Tianxuan's face turned grim. Humph. That brat seems to have grown arrogant. The sect master is of the void realm. Just the ability of void crossing is enough to crush him. Moreover, the sect leader possesses imperial-grade weaponry. Thus he is not at a disadvantage in terms of armaments. That young man has no chance of victory. This is for the best. He cannot be allowed to continue his arrogance. The numerous elders cast glowering looks at Tang Xuan. 17 against 1, and yet he was utterly defeated, losing all face. Since you wish to challenge me, I shall grant you that opportunity. Everyone, stand down. Xiang Tianxuan waved his hand. The elders, as if released from a great burden, retreated in haste. They had long wished to cease hostilities, but without the leader's command, they dared not withdraw. Despite his seemingly righteous demeanor, Xiang Tianxuan was quite petty. The last person who defied his orders now rests beneath a mound of grass. Tang Xuan, I offer you this final chance. Surrender your treasures, and perhaps you may yet breathe. Huh, so the charade ends? Come then. Tang Xuan exhibited no fear, let alone the skyward realm. Even the divine awakening realm would not intimidate him. With the amplification system at his disposal, he had every reason to be audacious. He might as well throw himself against a wall. Excellent. Allow me to showcase my true prowess. Xianxiaaudiobooks slowly ascended into the air. His long black hair and robes began to flutter without a breeze, a dreadfully oppressive aura slowly enveloping the surroundings. A chill crept into the hearts of the onlookers. What an intimidating presence. Since the leader broke through to the skyward realm 3 years ago, he had not engaged in combat. After 3 years, his cultivation must have reached an extraordinarily terrifying level. Within the Tianshan sect, only the Grand Elder could possibly keep the leader in check. No matter how strong Tang Xuan's physical prowess was, it would ultimately be futile against absolute strength. Buzz. With a flick of his wrist, a cold gleam flashed. A long sword floated before him, unmistakably an imperial-grade weapon, though its rank paled in comparison to Tang Xuan's sword. Hiss, what a magnificent sword. Tang Xuan licked his lips. An inferior imperial sword, if amplified 1,000-fold, would surely soar. Your momentum is indeed formidable, yet I assure you, I have at least 10,000 methods to eliminate you. With another flick of his hand, the sword before him moved as if gripped by an unseen force. Sword manipulation. He is employing sword manipulation. It is said that only those who have cultivated sword intent can utilize such a technique. The leader has actually mastered it. This battle is assured. From his elevated position and with sword manipulation at his command, Tang Xuan would have no means of reaching the leader. How could he possibly contend? The elders and disciples of the Tianshan sect erupted in excitement. They could scarcely conceive of how Xianxiaaudiobooks could possibly lose. What a delightful surprise. Tang Xuan's face radiated joy. Who does not harbor a dream of mastering sword manipulation? To stand upon a flying sword, soaring through the void. Relishing the adulation of the masses. Tianshan sword art. Tang Xuan momentarily sank before surging upward. Swish, swish, swish. Ethereal sword shadows coalesced into dazzling arcs of light. As the sword energy surged forth, it reached Xianxiaaudiobooks in an instant. The pressure of the skyward realm crashed against the sacred body of the xianxia. But it felt like a mere gentle breeze. What an abnormal physique. How has he trained it? Xianxiaaudiobooks' eyelid twitched, unable to suppress a curse. With a flick of his finger, the long sword clashed against Tang Xuan's in a fierce engagement. Clang, clang, clang. The swords met with explosive sparks. Tang Xuan unleashed dozens of strikes, yet he could not breach the web of blades. Xianxiaaudiobooks merely moved his fingers up and down, effortlessly parrying Tang Xuan's fierce sword light. To learn sword manipulation, one must comprehend sword intent. What better way to refine his skills than to use him as a sparring partner? Tang Xuan pressed the attack once more. The unparalleled genius's talent allowed him to gain profound insights with each swing. He even had the capacity to grasp elements of Xianxiaaudiobooks' swordsmanship. This stroke could be expedited by half. If this stroke were to trace a semicircle, it would amplify its power by 7 parts. If only I could quicken it a bit more, it would be perfect. Gradually, the Tianshan sword art evolved from minor proficiency to great mastery, ultimately achieving perfection. A sense of the arcane began to emerge in Tang Xuan's mind. At first, Xianxiaaudiobooks handled the situation with ease, but soon he sensed something amiss. Tang Xuan's sword techniques grew increasingly exquisite, hinting at a potential breakthrough in sword manipulation. Sword intent. Impossible. He cannot have comprehended sword intent. I spent a decade barely condensing half of it. He cannot grasp it so swiftly. Damn it, you have forced my hand. Xianxiaaudiobooks' breathing became erratic. He had thought that with his cultivation and sword manipulation, he could swiftly subdue Tang Xuan. The outcome, however, was far beyond his expectations. Tang Xuan let out a long, triumphant laugh. A decade for half mastery? Pathetic. This is a matter of talent. In the next moment, sword intent coalesced. Chapter 9. The power has become overwhelming. Buzz. A faint ripple spread forth. A mysterious force surged forth from Tang Xuan's being. Crack. Xianxiaaudiobooks' long sword was forcibly repelled 100 feet. Sword intent. He has grasped sword intent. Impossible, even with top-tier talent. One must endure years of arduous training and possess great fortune to even touch the threshold. How could he? Could it be that his talent is beyond exceptional? No. Even an extraordinary talent could not possibly comprehend sword intent in an instant unless he is a peerless genius. Hiss. Tang Xuan suddenly unleashed his sword intent, shocking all the elders of the Tianshan sect. It was not mere astonishment, but sheer terror. Among the tens of thousands of martial artists within the Tianshan sect, only a scant few could comprehend martial intent. Martial intent is the sublimation of martial skills, the very essence of martial arts. Humans possess a spirit, so too do martial arts. Arcane and elusive, invisible and intangible, yet palpable. It is a mysterious force that enables martial artists to battle beyond their rank without defeat. Beyond the skyward realm lies the divine awakening realm. To break through, one must elevate their sword intent to 50% or more. Xianxiaaudiobooks, having shut himself away for years, barely managed to condense half of the sword intent. Thus, within the Tianshan sect, none could rival him. This underscores the difficulty of grasping sword intent. A dozen or so elders exchanged glances, gazing at Tang Xuan's handsome visage and poised demeanor. They felt a pang of envy, jealousy, resentment, and bitterness welled within them. How dare this young man comprehend sword intent? He was supposed to be a waste. The heavens are unjust. The heavens are blind. The elders lamented, pounding their chests and wailing. They had toiled for countless years, expending immeasurable effort, only to be easily surpassed by a youth. None could bear such a blow, especially Xianxiaaudiobooks, whose heart felt as though it was being crushed in a vice. He could scarcely breathe. I refuse to believe this. You must be feigning it. Xianxiaaudiobooks summoned all his energy, channeling it into his long sword. In an instant, 100-foot-long sword energy coalesced, radiating overwhelming might. At this moment, Xianxiaaudiobooks had completely lost his senses to madness. In his excitement, his energy surged once more, ascending a minor realm, reaching the 3rd level of the skyward realm. This strike was formidable. In the realm of the 5th level of the void ascendancy, I care not whether you have truly comprehended the essence of the sword. You shall meet your demise. Confronted with the furious Xianxiaaudiobooks, Tang Xuan responded in kind. With a vigorous motion of his arms, he broke free from the restraints of spiritual energy. Boom! An overwhelming torrent of spiritual energy erupted forth, sweeping across the surroundings and eliciting gasps of astonishment. How formidable is his spiritual energy? How has he cultivated to such heights? Even at the pinnacle of the Qi transformation realm, one should not possess such strength. It is terrifying. If this youth is not eliminated, the Tianshan sect shall face annihilation. Master, can we truly prevail? As Tang Xuan's momentum remained unyielding, even subtly overshadowing Xianxiaaudiobooks, the elders and disciples alike were filled with dread. Boom, boom, boom. Tang Xuan continued to unleash his power. The ground of the outer plaza of the Tianshan sect shattered into fragments. A tempest akin to a level 7 hurricane raged around them, flinging weaker disciples through the air. 10 zhang, 100 zhang, 1,000 zhang. A colossal tornado enveloped Tang Xuan, lifting his form skyward. It was not due to his ability to traverse the air, but rather the overpowering spiritual energy surrounding him that buoyed his body. The black tempest roared, while the white spiritual energy enveloped him entirely, with a terrifying sword intent flickering in and out of visibility. This was no mere waste. He was indeed a celestial being descended to suppress the world. How could his spiritual cultivation be so fearsome? Xianxiafan's complexion paled in an instant. This Tang Xuan is utterly monstrous. Die, fully aware that if things continued this way, his own momentum would be completely crushed by Tang Xuan. He swiftly pointed his finger, directing 100 zhang sword aura to descend upon him. Excellent. Tang Xuan raised his royal-grade sword, radiating a brilliance akin to the golden crow, and then swung it down. The white sword aura surged forth like a mighty dragon taking flight, carrying with it an indescribable pressure. Under the watchful gaze of countless eyes, the two sword auras collided fiercely. In that moment, the very heavens and earth seemed to tremble. A terrifying aura erupted at the point of impact, causing the surrounding void to warp slightly. Boom! Amidst the thunderous roar of the earth splitting apart, numerous cries of agony filled the air. The inner disciples bled from their 7 orifices, clutching their heads in despair. Merely the residual power of the clash had already left them grievously injured. Several elders fared no better, spewing blood as they were sent flying 100 zhang, crashing to the ground. With the resounding crash, Xianxiafan's sword aura was forcefully shattered. No! The sect master of the Tianshan sect screamed in terror. He was filled with regret. He should never have laid a hand on Tang Xuan. Who could have anticipated that just days prior, he was a mere target for scorn, and now he had transformed into a man-eating tiger? As Xianxiaaudiobooks stood frozen in shock, the residual waves of Tang Xuan's sword aura surged forth. Boom! With a deafening explosion, Xianxiaaudiobooks let out a wail, blood gushing from his mouth as he was sent hurtling backward. His clothing was already torn, revealing a black vest beneath, which glimmered with a mysterious radiance. Oh! Protective soft armor. Tang Xuan was momentarily taken aback. What a remarkable sect master. He truly fears for his life. It was unexpected that this powerful sect master would still wear something for self-preservation. My black gold soft armor. Xianxiaaudiobooks shrieked. He had expended considerable effort to acquire this armor, capable of withstanding the attacks of the pinnacle of the void ascendancy without sustaining damage. Alas! While the black gold soft armor had blocked the residual energy, it could not withstand the sword intent, which tore a gaping wound through it. Its first use, and it was rendered useless. I will not let you off lightly. Xianxiaaudiobooks bellowed, his hair disheveled, resembling a demon, utterly devoid of the elegant demeanor he once possessed. "Come at me." Tang Xuan beckoned with a finger. Xianxiaaudiobooks faltered. His full-force attack had proven ineffective against Tang Xuan. What could he possibly do? "Humph. I am of the void ascendancy. You cannot kill me." "Are you serious?" Tang Xuan sighed. "Indeed, as long as this sect master remains aloft, you too shall be unable to traverse the skies." A smug smile appeared on Xianxiafan's face. As long as Tang Xuan could not fly, he would be invulnerable. Alas, sometimes one can be foolish, yet still possess self-awareness. Tang Xuan slowly retrieved a heavenly thunder talisman from his bosom. This item had been procured from Li Tianba. Originally, it possessed the power to obliterate any being beneath the void ascendancy. However, as Xianxiaaudiobooks was at the third level of the void ascendancy, the heavenly thunder talisman might not necessarily annihilate him. But who could predict that Tang Xuan had a system with a 10,000-fold amplification? The current heavenly thunder talisman was no longer comparable to its former self. Let us see its might. With that, Tang Xuan activated the heavenly thunder talisman. Crackle, crackle, crackle. Boom, boom, boom. The talisman emitted a brilliant blue light, shooting skyward. In the next instant, a colossal pillar of thunderous energy, 1,000 zhang wide, descended from the heavens, swallowing Xianxiaaudiobooks whole. Boom. The lightning struck the ground. The heavens and earth trembled. The entire Tianshan was instantly breached, with the earth collapsing to a depth of 10,000 zhang, debris flying in every direction. With a single blow, half of Tianshan was obliterated. Oh, perhaps the power was a bit excessive. Tang Xuan wore an awkward expression. Chapter 10. Perfect Grade Heavenly Profound Barrier Pill. The sect master is dead. Tianshan has been destroyed. Help, I want to go home. A demon, he is a demon. Ah. The destruction of Tianshan shattered the minds of many elders and disciples. Some turned to flee, while others sat dazed, trembling on the ground. Still others gazed at Tang Xuan with a reverence akin to that reserved for deities. He has even vanquished the sect master. To what extent has his strength ascended? A waste? Huh. He is anything but that. He has hidden his true potential, and his cunning is truly formidable. It is likely that even Princess Xiao would pale in comparison to him. At such a young age, with such cultivation, he could easily ascend the potential rankings. As long as he remains alive, he is destined to become an unparalleled master of his generation. The surviving elders were already overwhelmed with fear. They understood just how powerful Xianxiaaudiobooks truly was. The void ascendancy, half-formed sword intent, swordsmanship, and the black gold vest capable of withstanding the attacks of the pinnacle of the void ascendancy. Frankly, with such a collection of attributes, even facing a godly being would have allowed for self-preservation. Yet the reality? Before Tang Xuan, he was utterly powerless, crushed in every regard. One elder, his eyes flickering, suddenly stepped forward to stand before Tang Xuan. He removed the spatial ring from his finger and, with a thud, knelt before him. "My lord, this is all my treasures. I beseech you for a chance at life." Tang Xuan was taken aback, then understood and smiled. He took the spatial ring and waved his hand. "Your attitude is commendable. I shall spare your life." The elder, as if granted a reprieve, repeatedly bowed in gratitude, a cold sweat already pooling on his back. Tang Xuan's oppressive aura was overwhelming. The other elders, awakening from their stupor, also hastily produced their spatial rings in submission. Tang Xuan, unyielding in his demeanor, accepted all the spatial rings without exception. One elder, displaying remarkable perceptiveness, even retrieved Xianxiafan's spatial ring. These elders, all of whom were at least 70 or 80 years of age, appeared as docile as grandchildren before Tang Xuan. What could they do? After all, Tang Xuan's fists were formidable, with a peak cultivation in the Qi transformation realm, a royal-grade superior weapon, heavenly-grade martial arts, an extraordinarily powerful physique, and a nascent sword intent. Who could dare label him a waste? If Tang Xuan were deemed a failure, what would they be considered? Even lesser than waste? At this moment, in the eyes of the numerous elders, Tang Xuan was akin to a deity, enveloped in an aura of boundless mystery. The old man envisioned a peerless genius rising before him. In the future, he could boast to his descendants that he had conversed with this master, even had close encounters. He chuckled softly, reminding himself to remain modest and keep it close to his heart, avoiding excessive ostentation. Such is the case indeed. Ultimately, they were still lacking in cultivation. Foreseeing such an extraordinary talent stirred their emotions. Their attitudes shifted, and the countenances of the dozen or so elders blossomed with satisfaction. At this moment, Tang Xuan's grudge had long since dissipated like a wisp of smoke. The difference between sparing these elders or not was negligible. After all, they were merely timid sycophants who posed no real threat to him. His focus was now entirely on the spatial rings. After sifting through all the rings, he nearly burst into laughter. Just the low-grade spirit stones alone numbered in the hundreds of thousands. with Xianxiaaudiobooks contributing a staggering 70,000. There were also several tens of thousands of mid-grade spirit stones, while the high-grade spirit stones were far fewer, numbering only 3 or 4,000, likely consumed in the process. A plethora of medicinal pills lay scattered, akin to a galaxy of stars. After all, martial artists require a multitude of pills for their cultivation, including those specifically for training and various auxiliary pills for detoxification, focus enhancement, meridian opening, and more. A rough count suggested he had over 10,000 pills, enough to sustain a feast. Beyond spirit stones and pills, there was also an abundance of techniques, martial skills, and weapons. The weapons wielded by these elders were quite diverse, with long swords being the most prevalent, followed by large sabers and spears, and even whips among the arsenal. The lowest grade was at least of the earth grade superior quality, while the finest reached heavenly grade mid-tier. However, there were no royal grade weapons to be found. It was reasonable to consider that even Xianxiaaudiobooks possessed only a royal grade inferior longsword. Suddenly, while rummaging through, Tang Xuan's eyes were drawn to a small porcelain vial nestled in a corner. Inscribed upon it were 5 characters: Heaven and Earth Mysterious Opening Pill. The key element to breaking through from the Qi Transformation Realm to the Sky Ascension Realm is the opening of the Heaven and Earth Mysterious Gate. For ordinary martial artists, achieving this through their own efforts is akin to ascending to the heavens. Thus, the Heaven and Earth Mysterious Opening Pill was developed, significantly enhancing the probability of connecting with the mysterious gate. Though not a guarantee, a mere 10% increase is a monumental opportunity for any martial artist. Xianxiaaudiobooks had acquired 2 such pills, consuming one to successfully break through to the Sky Ascension Realm. This was the second pill. Tang Xuan examined the pill, noting it was of low grade, only capable of enhancing the chances by 10%. Were it anyone else, disappointment would likely ensue. The odds were too low. Yet, fear not, for we possess a 10,000-fold amplification system. It's time to get to work. Ding. Amplification complete. Congratulations, host. You have obtained a perfect grade Heaven and Earth Mysterious Opening Pill, guaranteeing a 100% chance of breaking through the mysterious gate. Tang Xuan smiled faintly. Under the 10,000-fold amplification, it was undoubtedly perfect. Just as he prepared to consume the pill and achieve his breakthrough, a series of overwhelmingly powerful auras surged forth from the remaining half of the Tianshan mountain. These auras were far more terrifying than those of Xianxiaaudiobooks. It was the Supreme Elders. The Supreme Elders had emerged. Indeed, such a tumultuous commotion would inevitably rouse them. 5 streaks of light shot across the sky, descending with a formidable presence. As the light dissipated, 5 elderly figures clad in gray appeared. These elders, with their white hair and beards, sagging skin, and murky eyes, appeared to be over 100 years old, though in truth, each was over 400 years of age. As martial artists advance, not only do they enhance their cultivation, but they also extend their lifespan. Those in the divine power realm can live to 100. Those in the spirit origin realm can reach at least 200. Those in the Qi transformation realm can live for 300 years, and upon reaching the Sky Ascension realm, they may enjoy 500 years. In the divine opening realm, one can attain 800 years, and thereafter, the accumulation continues. The higher the cultivation, the greater the lifespan. However, severe injuries or certain peculiar martial techniques may also impair one's lifespan. The Tianshan sect is not limited to a single supreme elder. When one's cultivation reaches the Sky Ascension realm and their lifespan exceeds 200 years, they relinquish all responsibilities, retreating to the back mountains to meditate and comprehend the divine opening realm. If they can successfully break through to the divine opening realm in time, they may extend their lifespan by another 300 years. In this critical moment, they were startled by a cataclysmic explosion, leaving the 5 supreme elders with grim expressions. What on earth has transpired at the front mountain of the Tianshan sect? Could there be a formidable enemy invading? The 5 supreme elders stared in astonishment at the crater that was once the front mountain. Who can tell this old man what has happened? One elder exclaimed in anger. The very foundation has been destroyed. It is simply absurd. Where is Xianxiaaudiobooks? As the sect master, why does he not emerge to address this matter? A barrage of harsh words were met with silence. The dozen or so elders bowed their heads, speechless. After all, Tang Xuan, that ancestor, stood right beside them. Who would dare speak? The elders remained silent, and naturally, the disciples did not dare to speak either. Tang Xuan smiled faintly. Allow me to speak. Chapter 11. The Overbearing Mou Bamboo. You? The Supreme Elder gazed at Tang Xuan with suspicion. He could not fathom why the elders remained silent, yet allowed a disciple to speak. However, the 5 Supreme Elders were eager to understand what had transpired and did not dwell on it. Very well, speak. Tang Xuan nodded. Yes. Xianxiaaudiobooks conspired against me in secret, attempting to harm me, so I killed him. As for the front mountain, it was an unintentional accident. It won't happen again. The Supreme Elder nearly spat out a mouthful of old blood. What nonsense is this? What sort of person is the sect master? Is it so easy to kill him? And to shatter half a mountain was merely an accident? From any perspective, Tang Xuan was merely jesting. The Supreme Elder's expression darkened. You, as a disciple of the Tianshan sect, speak such absurdities. You killed the sect master, just based on your word? I advise you to speak the truth, otherwise. I won't hesitate to let you experience my methods. Tang Xuan sighed. I am indeed speaking the truth. Another Supreme Elder stepped forward. Old Wang. This boy's demeanor is suspicious. He clearly poses a problem. There is no need for further discourse. Our sect has been devastated, and we bear heavy burdens. Let us take him to the Grand Elder for a thorough interrogation. We must also question the others present. Elder Wang pondered for a moment before nodding in agreement. Very well, let us first subdue this boy. Tang Xuan furrowed his brow. I am the victim. Are you still going to arrest me? Humph. I care not who you are. Surrender quietly. Elder Wang sneered. Tang Xuan's expression darkened. Indeed, birds of a feather flock together. It seems your seclusion has rendered you foolish. There is no way I shall accompany you. Do not force my hand. Elder Wang's pupils dilated, radiating a fierce light. What a bold lad you are. Another elder interjected. A mere chi transformation realm facing us, peak of the void realm? Such arrogance. Let me handle him. With that, he unleashed his aura. A heavy pressure enveloped the air, causing it to grow dense and stagnant. The elders and disciples of the Tianshan sect felt as though their breaths were caught in an invisible grip, breaking into cold sweats. Peak of the void realm. There exists another title for it. Half step to opening the divine. What a terrifying presence. Though Tang Xuan is strong, he may not prevail against the elder. Indeed, while both may be in the void realm, the peak represents a step into a wholly different domain, one that cannot be compensated for with mere strength or spiritual energy. In my opinion, only the Grand Elder can subdue this brat. If Tang Xuan were to be subdued and killed, would we not reclaim our spatial rings? Yes, indeed. That was my painstakingly accumulated wealth. How disheartening to see it taken by that boy. Although their voices were hushed, Tang Xuan caught every word. He chuckled. I had intended to spare your lives, but since you have chosen to court death, I shall oblige. What of the Grand Elder? Tang Xuan possessed numerous hidden cards. Just revealing one would suffice. Kneel and accept your fate. One Grand Elder shouted, slowly raising his palm. Terrifying spiritual energy began to coalesce. Tang Xuan, in turn, retrieved the Thunderbolt talisman once more. The last one had obliterated half of the surroundings. This one would annihilate the entire Tianshan sect. At that moment, an unparalleled sword intent surged into the sky. It was sword intent. Tang Xuan was taken aback. This sword intent was magnificent, boundless, and incomparably stronger than that of Xianxiaaudiobooks. Even he felt a chill run down his spine. Within the Tianshan sect, there existed such a formidable figure. A stream of azure light descended, transforming into a veiled woman, clad in flowing azure garments that swayed with the wind. Her slender waist could be grasped with a single hand. Her skin resembled the purest snow lotus atop Tianshan. Her long black hair cascaded over her shoulders. Though only her eyes were visible, they could not conceal her extraordinary beauty. Particularly, the maturity brought by age was far beyond that of a mere girl. Mou. Tang Xuan was momentarily stunned. From the memories of the former owner of this body, he vaguely recalled information about this woman. It was she who had brought him to the Tianshan sect. Greetings, Taoist Mo. The 5 Grand Elders bowed in unison, their attitude exceedingly respectful. Tang Xuan was astounded. Taoist. This was an honorific. Such terms were only used for those of equal or greater cultivation. This woman is rather mysterious. Aside from her bringing him to the Tianshan sect, he knew nothing else about her. He did not know her identity, her origins, or even her appearance. Could she be a Biluogi? Tang Xuan's curiosity piqued. Yet, judging by her figure, she was of exquisite caliber. Her enchanting eyes were also flawless. It was just her face. TSK. Regardless, it would look the same in the dark. With such a figure, who cared about looks? If Mo Yuzhu knew Tang Xuan was fantasizing about her, she would likely have struck him down long ago. Are you going to arrest him? Mo Yuzhu inquired, her voice as cold as ice and sharp as a blade. Elder Wang replied, Indeed, this boy is suspected of murdering the sect master and destroying our Tianshan sect. It may be related to the demonic path, so he must be apprehended for questioning. Mo Yuzhu glanced at Tang Xuan, her eyes revealing a glimmer of surprise. Tang Xuan was the person she had brought along. She was fully aware of his talents and cultivation. To reach the peak of the divine power realm within a decade was already an extraordinary feat. Slaying a peak void realm like Xianxiaaudiobooks, destroying half of Tianshan, what a joke. It is impossible. You may leave. A succinct and direct statement of 10 words. Tang Xuan secretly praised her. Goodness, how domineering. The 5 Grand Elders exchanged glances, their brows furrowed. Elder Wang stated, Taoist Mo, you are merely a guest elder. Tang Xuan is a disciple of the Tianshan sect. Your actions are exceeding your authority. Mo Yuzhu rolled her eyes. Exceeding what authority? Since I am a guest elder, I naturally possess the authority. Enough with the idle talk. I was healing before. Now that I have emerged, none shall lay a hand on him. If you insist on taking him away, you will have to fight me. If you win, take him. If you lose, leave. With that, the atmosphere became exceedingly awkward. Tang Xuan marveled silently. He believed himself to be audacious, yet this woman was even more so. A sense of admiration arose within him. Had she not been a bit older, he might have already pursued her. However, upon further reflection, age did not seem to matter in this otherworldly realm. Who amongst them was not several hundred, or even 1,000 years old? Elder Wang's brow furrowed deeply. He understood just how formidable this woman was. If a confrontation ensued, even if all 5 of them joined forces, they might not be her match. Not speaking? Then consider it your acquiescence. Mo Yuzhu declared, turning her gaze toward Tang Xuan. What enchanting, fox-like eyes. As their gazes locked, Tang Xuan felt a jolt run through him. Her alluring eyes were slender and elongated, with the outer corners slightly upturned, resembling a fox. When did you reach the Qi transformation realm? Mo Yuzhu suddenly noticed something amiss with Tang Xuan's aura. Upon closer examination, she was left in shock. This is not right. With your talents, it is utterly impossible for you to have reached the Qi transformation realm. Yet the truth remained that Tang Xuan was indeed at the peak of the Qi transformation realm, half a step into the void realm. You are not right. Something is very wrong. Come here, let me check. Mo Yuzhu beckoned to Tang Xuan. A sudden surge of alarm surged within him. This woman exuded an aura of danger. She wouldn't uncover any secrets, would she? Just as he hesitated, a calm, hollow voice resonated. Taoist Mo, you are being rather domineering. This is the Tianshan sect. Chapter 12. Let us eliminate them and depart. The voice began as a mere whisper, but grew louder, akin to rolling thunder, shaking the heavens and earth. The crowd's heads buzzed from the sound. Even in Mo Yuzhu's eyes, a flicker of caution appeared. Countless shadows gradually overlapped, forming a singular figure. Before them stood a gaunt and aloof elder. Though his hair was as white as snow, his skin retained the rosy glow of an infant. An air of enigmatic profundity enveloped him. I present the Grand Elder. The 5 Grand Elders bowed in unison. The individual who had arrived was none other than the foremost figure of the Tianshan sect, the Grand Elder, who had lived for 6 centuries. 6 centuries. Such an age transcended the realm of the Void Ascension stage. It could only signify one thing, the Divine Awakening stage. A practitioner who has opened their divine sea and comprehended the will of martial arts. 10 peak Void Ascension warriors could never hope to defeat a novice of the Divine Awakening stage. This was an absolute suppression of realms with no room for luck. Friend Mo, this child has openly admitted to slaying Xianxiaaudiobooks and wreaking havoc upon half of Tianshan. How can I possibly let him go? The Grand Elder spoke softly. The sect has its rules, and I hope you understand, friend Mo. Mo Yuzhui waved her sleeve. And what if I do not understand? A collective gasp echoed through the assembly. Such audacity. Faced with the existence of the Divine Awakening stage, Mo Yuzhui remained unyielding. The Grand Elder furrowed his brow slightly. Friend Mo, I am aware of your close ties with this child. However, if you cannot discern right from wrong and insist on shielding him, I fear it will be difficult for me to act. If everyone were to behave this way, the millennia-long foundation of the Tianshan sect would likely be obliterated. If that were the case, how could I face my ancestors in the underworld? Mo Yuzhui's resolve did not waver. That is your concern. I care not for others. It is only him whom you must not touch. I have sworn an oath. Friend Mo, is this not a matter of distinguishing right from wrong? Of discerning black from white? The Grand Elder, though unperturbed, continued, since you are so intent on protecting this child, why have you not questioned his cultivation level? Cultivation level? Mo Yuzhui's heart stirred as she turned to Tang Xuan. Previously distracted, she now recalled how suspicious it truly was. Do you believe I was born with divine strength? Tang Xuan spread his arms wide. Mo Yuzhui regarded him with a mocking gaze. Born with divine strength? Is that what it takes to slay the Void Ascension stage, Xianxiaaudiobooks? You might as well be trying to fool a 3-year-old. A sudden transformation in cultivation can only arise from 2 possibilities, the Grand Elder declared. One is a rare opportunity. But even then, such progress is implausible. The other is that this child has practiced demonic arts, or even consumed a demonic pill. Mo Yuzhui's expression shifted dramatically. What? A demonic pill? She hurriedly approached Tang Xuan, gripping his arm. So fragrant. Being so close, Tang Xuan immediately sensed a delicate fragrance akin to orchids and musk. Simultaneously, the spot where she grasped his arm felt cool and slightly ticklish. Mo Yuzhui released a thread of spiritual energy, coursing through Tang Xuan's meridians. Upon sensing his robust celestial physique, her beautiful eyes flickered twice. Yet, she remained silent, lost in thought. If it is not demonic energy, then it must be a fortuitous encounter. Is that not a blessing for him, Grand Elder? Does it concern you? The Grand Elder's face darkened with anger. Demonic arts are insidious and adept at concealment. They require thorough investigation. They cannot be dismissed with mere words from you. Today, I have made my decision, friend Mo. While your strength is commendable, I am not to be trifled with either. Mo's fair countenance turned icy. Humph. When I brought him here, you readily promised to take good care of him. Now that he has endured humiliation, what is wrong with seeking revenge? Do not think I fear you. You. The Grand Elder was exasperated. Tang Xuan felt a surge of emotion. Logically, Mo's was no kin of his, yet she defended him so fiercely. Having witnessed so much cold-heartedness, warmth blossomed within him. Uswi, allow me to handle this. What did you call me? The affectionate address took Mo's aback. In her memory, Tang Xuan had always been timid due to his talent. Now, he seemed like a completely transformed person. Yet, she did not dislike the address. Tang Xuan smiled. I am still the same. I am just no longer enduring. From this moment forth, I will reclaim what I have lost. Sister Uswi, please believe in me. Seeing the unwavering clarity in Tang Xuan's eyes, Mo's instinctively nodded. Good. Excellent. This is how a member of the Tang family should be. Regardless of how your cultivation has risen, your words suffice. Let us go. Let me see who dares to obstruct us. Mo's proudly surveyed the room. The Grand Elder was nearly incensed to the point of losing his composure. Mo's, do you take the Xianxian sect for a mere playground, coming and going as you please? Mo's responded with a cold smile. Just as she was about to speak, Tang Xuan preempted her. The Grand Elder is correct. We indeed cannot leave in such a manner. Mo's was taken aback, her expression darkening. Just moments ago, Tang Xuan had been resolute and full of courage. Now, he seemed to yield to the Grand Elder's threat. What difference was this from before? Slaying these old fools, and then leaving would not be too late. Tang Xuan grinned. As soon as he spoke, everyone was taken aback. Mo's was astonished. The Grand Elder and the others were furious. Arrogant. You mere child. Do not think that with Mo's backing you, you can act so brazenly. The Xianxian sect is not a place for you to run rampant. Mo's tugged at him. Tang Xuan, do not act impulsively. I am already straining to protect your exit. Destroying the Xianxian sect is beyond my capacity. Tang Xuan chuckled. Matters of men should naturally be resolved by men. Sister Uswi, just watch with ease. He turned to face the Grand Elder, narrowing his eyes. I cannot claim to speak for others, but obliterating the Xianxian sect would pose no challenge for me. The Thunder Talisman could even annihilate those in the Divine Union stage. A mere novice of the Divine Awakening stage would be inconsequential. However, Tang Xuan was not in a rush to reveal his trump card, the Thunder Talisman. Old fool. Come and battle. Tang Xuan beckoned the Grand Elder with a finger. Ha ha. The Grand Elder laughed in exasperation. If you were to follow Mo's, it would be somewhat difficult for me to keep you alive. Now that you seek death yourself, do not blame others. Elders, prepare the Xianxian sect's demon suppression formation. With a single command, the 5 elders positioned themselves according to their respective formations, unleashing their auras. Boom, boom, boom. 5 auras intertwined and coalesced into a formidable formation of heaven and earth. Not good. Tang Xuan, be cautious. This formation is the Xianxian sect's foundational array. Mo's expression shifted dramatically. The Grand Elder remarked coolly, indeed, this formation contains the 5 elements of creation and destruction. Do not think that merely being in the Qi transformation stage will save you. Even a Void Ascension warrior would perish. Is it truly that formidable? Tang Xuan stroked his chin. Quickly, we must leave. It will be too late otherwise. Mo's face revealed concern. You cannot possibly defeat them. Tang Xuan laughed. Who told you I am not in the Void Ascension stage? With that, he produced the earthly profound pill and tossed it into his mouth. In the next moment, the spiritual energies of heaven and earth surged forth, and Tang Xuan's black hair whipped upwards, a terrifying aura erupting like a tsunami. Before the astonished gazes of all, Tang Xuan ascended step by step, as if climbing to the heavens. Chapter 13. A step into a new realm. As Tang Xuan took his first step forward, a deep rumbling echoed from within him, signaling the merging of the celestial realms. The Void Ascendants. A breakthrough. With his second step, the ethereal energies of heaven and earth cascaded upon him, coursing through his entire being. The second layer of the Void Ascendants. Then, with each subsequent step, he soared through the realms, the third layer, the fourth layer, the fifth layer, until he reached the pinnacle of the Void Ascendants. 10 steps. Tang Xuan traversed 10 steps, catapulting himself directly from the peak of the Qi transformation realm to the zenith of the void ascendance. The entire Tianshan sect fell into a profound silence. Even the Grand Elder was rendered speechless, his mouth agape to such an extent that it could accommodate an ostrich egg. Moments later, the silence erupted into chaos. My eyes. My eyes. Impossible. How can someone achieve such a breakthrough? One step, one realm. Is this real? Quickly slap me. I refuse to believe it. Is he truly human? Compared to Tang Xuan, I am but a mere speck. This is no way to cultivate. I might as well return home and sell sweet potatoes. The blow was demoralizing. Mo Yuanzhu trembled all over, her beautiful eyes glistening with unshed tears. Indeed, it is the celestial sacred body. He has finally awakened the celestial sacred body. Oh, at last. I have not let down the expectations of my sisters. Tang Xuan has finally broken through. She clenched her fists, overwhelmed with excitement. Initially, Mo Yuanzhu had despaired, wishing only for Tang Xuan to live out his days peacefully within the Tianshan sect. Who could have anticipated that after 5 years, he would ultimately awaken? His awakening would undoubtedly attract numerous adversaries, and even if it cost me my life, I must protect him today. Although I am gravely injured and cannot unleash my full potential, I will fight with every last ounce of my spirit. Mo Yuanzhu's expression hardened, her eyes filled with a murderous intent. At that moment, Tang Xuan had approached the 5 Grand Elders. I have heard that you wish to kill me. With each word he uttered, his aura grew increasingly formidable. Celestial sacred body, pinnacle of the void ascendance, the soul of 1,000 miles. The 3 forces converged, enveloping Tang Xuan in a radiant white light, his long black hair billowing as if he were a divine being. Even though the 5 Grand Elders were bolstered by formations, they found themselves retreating in the face of such a tempestuous aura. Impossible. Why is his momentum so powerful? Damn it. Despite our combined strength, we cannot contend with him. I refuse to accept this. I will burn my spiritual energy and fight him. The 5 Grand Elders erupted simultaneously, igniting their spiritual energy, their auras surging exponentially. Stubbornly resistant, Tang Xuan also unleashed his overwhelming aura. The 2 forces clashed in the void, producing a deafening sound of friction. Puff, puff, puff. Merely enduring for half a moment, the 5 Grand Elders were already spewing blood. Their age had rendered them incapable of sustaining their cultivation. And even with the aid of formations, their exhausted life force and depleted spiritual energy left them with little strength. Now, Tang Xuan shone like a rising sun, radiant and blinding. The 5 Grand Elders were but the last rays of a setting sun. The Grand Elder could no longer contain himself. He had never dreamed that the combined might of the 5 Grand Elders would be insufficient to suppress Tang Xuan. If this continued, the 5 Grand Elders would surely kneel before him. You little beast, how dare you? Boom. A terrifying aura transcending the void ascendance and reaching the divine awakening realm erupted. The Grand Elder seemed to transform into a demonic deity, emanating a chilling power. I care not how you attain the void ascendance, but this ends now. Oh no. Upon sensing the Grand Elder's emergence into the divine awakening realm, Mo Yuanzhu was alarmed. Instinctively, she considered igniting her life force. Hee, I have long awaited you. Tang Xuan remained undaunted, laughing heartily. He drew forth the thunderbolt talismans. A blue light shot into the sky, shrouding the heavens in dark clouds. The elders and disciples below turned pale. This terrifying strike is coming again. The back mountain will surely be lost. What are you waiting for? Run. Panic ensued among the crowd. Alas, it was too late. Annihilate. Tang Xuan raised his hand. Crack, crack, crack. Boom, boom, boom. A colossal pillar of thunderous energy descended once more. No. The Grand Elder's heart shattered, and the corners of his eyes tore from sheer terror. 2 streams of blood trickled down. In the face of the might of heaven and earth, individual strength was rendered insignificant. He desperately turned to flee, but alas, no speed could rival the lightning. Boom. The thunderous pillar first engulfed the 5 Grand Elders before swallowing the Grand Elder as well, ultimately crashing down upon the back mountain of the Tianshan sect. Rumble. The world turned a ghostly white before the watchful gaze of many. The back mountain of the Tianshan sect was reduced to ashes. The Tianshan, already weakened from a prior strike, was now devastated to its very core. The earth cracked open, and crimson lava surged forth from the fissures. Help. No. The unfortunate elders and disciples of the Tianshan sect, having barely taken a few steps, were forced back by the raging lava. In their most desperate moments, they were reduced to mere ashes. The entire Tianshan sect, erased from existence. Oh no, it's over. Tang Xuan suddenly smacked his thigh, his face contorted with regret. What happened? Are you injured? Let me see. Mo Yuanzhu gasped, hastily searching Tang Xuan's body. Her soft, delicate hand sent a flutter through him. Cough, I'm fine. Tang Xuan chuckled awkwardly. But the spatial rings of those old geezers are now beyond my reach. He pointed towards the sea of lava below, a bitter smile gracing his lips. Hit by the thunderous pillar and then consumed by the lava, even the spatial rings would crumble. All the spirit stones, elixirs, martial skills, techniques, and exquisite weapons contained within are now lost. These were all resources. I must not act so impulsively next time. Tang Xuan resolved inwardly. Before killing, I must ensure to loot thoroughly. Mo Yuanzhu rolled her eyes. She had thought Tang Xuan was injured. It turned out he was lamenting the loss of spirit stones. Soon, her attention fell upon the thunderbolt talisman in Tang Xuan's right hand. This talisman is remarkable. Tang Xuan smirked. It's decent. It can only slay those beneath the divine harmony realm. Unfortunately, it can only be used once more. Mo Yuanzhu staggered, nearly plummeting from the air. Only those beneath the divine harmony realm? Can you not speak more clearly? If you're not going to show off, we can still be good friends. Have you truly awakened the celestial sacred body? Mo Yuanzhu asked earnestly. Indeed, Tang Xuan would not conceal the truth from those who cared for him. Sure enough, Mo Yuanzhu became excited once more. She endeavored to steady her emotions, a hint of reluctance flickering in her eyes. Since you have awakened the celestial sacred body, there are certain matters you must now attend to. As she spoke, Mo Yuanzhu extended her hand, offering a map to Tang Xuan. This is... Tang Xuan was momentarily taken aback. The celestial ruins. Mo Yuanzhu uttered 4 words. What purpose do we have in going there? Tang Xuan inquired with a face full of curiosity. There lies the secret to breaking through the celestial body, though I am unaware of its nature. For this map was bestowed upon me by another. I hope it proves beneficial to you. Mo Yuanzhu responded after a moment's hesitation. Upon opening the map, Tang Xuan observed that at its center stood a grand mountain, adjacent to which was a city. Written at the opposite end of the mountain were 4 prominent characters. Xiao Dynasty. Chapter 14. Not boasting. My face is marked with invincibility. Oh, it seems that it's on the way. Tang Xuan mused, stroking his chin. Initially, he intended to seek out Murong Yunshang in the Xiao Dynasty, departing from the Tianshan sect. His route would conveniently lead him past the celestial ruins. For Tang Xuan, there was no need for detours. He could explore the ruins with ease. If the celestial ruins harbored the secret of the celestial body, it would be a delightful opportunity indeed. Should he obtain it, a tenfold amplification of his power would ensue. We must go, he declared. However, Mo Yuanzhu's expression revealed that the celestial ruins were fraught with peril, despite having overwhelmed the Tianshan sect with his current strength. Caution was always prudent. Sister Yuanzhu, won't you accompany me? No, my injuries have yet to heal. What? You're injured? Tang Xuan exclaimed, his eyes widening as he produced a healing pill from his robe and offered it to her. Mo Yuanzhu was the first individual he had formed a close bond with in this unfamiliar realm, and he felt a natural inclination to care for her. Hee. My injuries are quite severe. A common pill may not suffice, she replied, her heart warming at Tang Xuan's concern. Yet, she realized her wounds were grave, and the Tianshan sect lacked any substantial healing elixirs. Would an 8th grade healing pill not suffice? Tang Xuan scratched his head in confusion. Mo Yuanzhu smiled. An 8th grade pill would certainly... Wait, what did you just say? Her fox-like eyes widened in astonishment. Had Tang Xuan just mentioned an 8th grade pill? Pills were classified from 1 to 9 grades, with the first being the least effective and the 9th the most potent. Above the 9th grade, there existed royal, sacred, divine, and legendary grade pills. Given the severity of her injuries, any pill below the 6th grade would be ineffective. However, those of the 6th grade and above would yield different results. Indeed, would an 8th grade pill be ineffective? Tang Xuan shook the vial in his hand. These pills had been scavenged from Xianxiaaudiobooks and various elders, most being 2nd or 3rd grade, with only Xianxiaaudiobooks possessing a 4th grade pill. Regardless, once they fell into Tang Xuan's hands, he could amplify them 1,000-fold, thus accumulating a plethora of 6th, 7th, and 8th grade pills, even possessing a single 9th grade pill. Upon hearing Mo Yuanzhu's gasp, Tang Xuan assumed the 8th grade was inadequate and promptly retrieved a 9th grade pill. What about this 9th grade one, Sister Yuanzhu? Your injuries are quite severe. Mo Yuanzhu was left utterly speechless. 8th grade pills, 9th grade pills. Such treasures were not even found within the Tianshan sect. In fact, neither the Xiao dynasty nor the Beichen dynasty could procure a single vial. To concoct pills of the 8th grade or above required an alchemist of at least the same grade, and alchemists were far rarer than warriors. The ability to consistently refine pills of the 8th grade or higher was even more scarce. Mo Yuanzhu took a deep breath to steady herself. An 8th grade pill will suffice. Since you have called me sister, I shall refer to you as Brother Xuan. Your experience in the martial world is still limited. Should you encounter danger, the 9th grade pill can be of great use while I will manage with the 8th grade. Tang Xuan's expression hardened. What do you mean, Sister Yuzhu? You consume the 8th grade while I consume the 9th grade? Are you looking down upon me? I am not boasting. From the moment I awaken my physique, the word invincible has been written across my face. Does Sister Yuzhu not yet comprehend the might of the celestial body? His declarations were fervent, yet they resonated differently in Mo Yuzhu's ears. Although she was still a maiden, she had witnessed her fair share of romantic entanglements and felt her cheeks flush, stammering. What a smooth talker, so inappropriate. Tang Xuan chuckled heartily and thrust both the 8th and 9th grade healing pills into her hands. Take them. I have plenty more. So there's no need for Sister Yuzhu to worry. Rather, your injuries should be prioritized for a swift recovery. Mo Yuzhu was deeply touched. 5 years. For 5 long years, she had borne humiliation and concealed her identity, all for a vow, a promise. Now, witnessing Tang Xuan's awakening, her long-held obsession was finally laid to rest. Her gaze softened. All right then, I shall heed Brother Xian's advice. I will use these elixirs wisely and hasten my recovery. That is splendid. Tang Xuan nodded in agreement. Mo Yuzhu wished to repay him somehow, but apart from her beloved sword, she had little to offer. Alas, my original spatial ring was lost, and I have nothing valuable to gift to Brother Xian. Tang Xuan laughed. Why must we be so formal, dear sister? I am heading to the celestial ruins, and if all goes well, I shall make a trip to the Xiao dynasty as well. Should anyone dare to encroach upon my territory, I shall deal with him decisively. Be wary of Bei Chen Tianlang. Do not underestimate him. Mo Yuzhu cautioned with concern. Though you have broken through to the Linkong realm, Bei Chen Tianlang is a formidable figure on the potential rankings, having broken through to the Linkong realm 5 years ago. His current power is unfathomable. If you encounter him, I advise you to avoid confrontation until your strength has grown, then seek revenge. Tang Xuan shook his head. What gentleman waits 10 years for revenge? That is nonsense. Our motto is to settle scores immediately. Indeed, he was not yet a match for Bei Chen Tianlang. However, emerging from the celestial ruins would undoubtedly change the tide. Fear not, Sister Yuzhu. I am well aware of my capabilities. I shall take my leave. With that, Tang Xuan soared into the sky, disappearing beyond the horizon, leaving behind a striking silhouette. That boy. Mo Yuzhu chuckled softly, shaking her head at Tang Xuan's retreating figure. Clutching the healing pills tightly, she thought, with these, I shall recover within 3 months. At that time, who would dare to harm Brother Xian? I shall obliterate their entire family. After bidding farewell to Mo Yuzhu, Tang Xuan set his course for the celestial ruins. Initially believing the destination to be near, he found himself flying for half a day without a trace of the ruins. Goodness, at this speed, I must have covered thousands of miles by now. He realized, growing concerned that he might exhaust his spiritual energy before reaching his destination. I must find a place to rest. Closing his eyes, Tang Xuan unleashed his soul to span 1,000 miles. In an instant, he discerned a city, seemingly of considerable size. Wow, this 1,000-mile soul is more effective than satellite positioning. The 10,000-mile soul must be even more impressive. He redirected his flight towards the city. At his pace, 1,000 miles was traversed in mere moments. Baihai City, a population of 20 million, spanning approximately 20,000 square kilometers. From his aerial vantage, the city appeared immense. Tang Xuan descended gradually, entering the bustling metropolis. Surrounding him were throngs of martial artists and common folk, with shops lining the streets. Utilizing his 1,000-mile soul, the information of the city's martial artists was already etched in Tang Xuan's mind. The martial artists here possess generally modest abilities. Most are at the spirit origin realm, with the occasional few reaching the chi transformation realm. Nonetheless, the majority of cities are controlled by dynasties, typically with only one formidable warrior stationed to maintain order. It would be prudent to gather some information first, Tang Xuan murmured to himself. Where's the best place to inquire? Undoubtedly, it is the tavern. Many overlook a certain profession, the waitstaff. They are the true repositories of knowledge. Tang Xuan made his way directly to the largest tavern in the city. The attendant at the entrance's eyes sparkled with excitement. A distinguished patron. Having encountered a myriad of individuals, they could instantly discern the visitor's wealth and origins. A stranger, wealthy, young. This equates to a substantial benefactor. Welcome, esteemed guest. Would you prefer dining or lodging? The attendant greeted with a beaming smile. A private room, the finest cuisine and wine, if you please. Tang Xuan flicked his fingers, tossing a piece of spirit stone into the attendant's palm. Spirit stones are a form of hard currency, vastly superior to gold or silver. Excellent, sir. The attendant's smile widened even further. Upon glancing down, his expression turned to one of shock. Superior spirit stone. Spirit stones are classified into 4 grades: exceptional, superior, medium, and inferior. One exceptional spirit stone is equivalent to 100 superior stones, while one superior stone equals 100 medium stones. A single inferior spirit stone would suffice for a decent meal. Typically, martial artists in the city utilize inferior spirit stones, and medium stones are a rarity, let alone superior ones. Tang Xuan casually tossed out 10,000 inferior spirit stones. The attendant swore he could never earn such a sum in his lifetime. His legs felt weak from shock. Tang Xuan glanced at the attendant with mild disdain. After all, this was merely his least valuable spirit stone. Originally, these spirit stones were of inferior grade. After a 10,000-fold amplification, they became superior. As for the previously medium spirit stones, they transformed into exceptional ones. While superior stones evolved into spirit crystals are of a higher echelon, with pure spiritual energy, utilized by high-ranking martial artists. However, their production is scarce, and their price exceedingly high, beyond the means of even the most prestigious families. Just a single superior spirit stone was trivial. Serving him well would yield ample rewards. Tang Xuan waved dismissively, finally savoring the sensation of being a wealthy patron. Indeed, sir, you are like a father to me. The attendant stammered in excitement. He promptly led Tang Xuan to the tavern's uppermost level. Here, only a few tables were present, each occupied by a solitary individual. Each bore an extraordinary presence. Their gazes sharp, seemingly awaiting something. Sir, you are indeed fortunate. Today, we have unearthed a barrel of century-old vintage. The attendant whispered. Those few are the heads of the city's top families. The Chun, Li, Zhang, Huang, and He clans, all immensely wealthy, gathered specifically for the century-old brew. Tang Xuan chuckled lightly. What manner of wine is so exceptional? Shu, esteemed guest, you may not be aware, but this wine was meticulously crafted by our proprietor at great expense, said to significantly enhance one's soul power. The attendant replied. Tang Xuan's delight was palpable. To greatly increase soul power? What a marvelous elixir! The most crucial aspect of breaking through from the void realm to the divine awakening realm is the opening of the soul sea, which is akin to establishing the divine palace and expanding the soul sea. The stronger the accumulated spirit, the larger the soul sea. It is rumored that some martial artists have opened soul seas spanning 100 feet, earning them the title of prodigious talents. With a soul spanning 1,000 miles. Once Tang Xuan opens his soul sea, he will surely start at a minimum of 1,000 feet. However, if he could advance further, it would be nothing short of splendid. His interest piqued. He thought, if even this unamplified wine could greatly enhance soul power, what might happen with a 10,000-fold amplification? It is likely that Tang Xuan's soul sea would reach an unfathomable magnitude. The benefits of possessing a robust soul power are manifold: resistance and immunity to illusions, the ability to manifest a soul avatar, and even serving as a substitute for spatial rings to store items. As one's cultivation level rises, soul power becomes increasingly vital. The heads of the 5 families had naturally noticed Tang Xuan, yet they paid him little heed. The elixir of soul enhancement is a matter of wealth. An individual cannot compete with the resources of a family. As dishes arrived, Tang Xuan dined while he waited. After about the time it takes to burn an incense stick, a middle-aged man clad in a bronze robe emerged. He was the tavern's proprietor, followed closely by a maid carefully cradling a wine jar. The jar was not large, roughly the size of a human head. It has arrived, the Zhang family had whispered. The 5 family heads immediately sat up straighter. Their purpose for being here was the soul-enhancing wine. The stronger the soul power accumulated in the void realm, the larger the soul sea upon breaking into the divine awakening realm. Thus, the soul-enhancing wine was a coveted prize. Esteemed heads, this is a soul-enhancing wine brewed from 100 varieties of spiritual herbs, and there is only this one jar produced in a century. It may be a tad scant, but its efficacy is top-notch, the tavern proprietor declared. Starting bid, 5,000 inferior spirit stones. No upper limit. 5,000 inferior spirit stones is a significant sum. A slightly smaller family might not earn that in a year. Even the elders of the Tianshan faction, including their emoluments and graft, could only manage such an amount. However, for the heads of the 5 families, 5,000 spirit stones are hardly worth mentioning. 10,000 inferior spirit stones. The Zhang family head immediately exclaimed. 20,000 inferior spirit stones. This jar of wine is mine. The Chun family head, a one-eyed dragon with a fearsome appearance, proclaimed. The other 4 heads regarded him with a hint of apprehension, for the Chun family's origins are murky, rumored to have emerged from banditry. I beg your pardon. The Huang family desires it as well. The Huang family head said with a smile, raising 5 fingers. 50,000 inferior spirit stones. The Chun family head's expression darkened. If anyone among the other 4 could threaten him, it would be the Huang family. This is because the Huang family has ties in the Beichen dynasty. 80,000 inferior spirit stones. The Huang family head declared. I have been stuck at the pinnacle of the void realm for several years. I hope you will be magnanimous. Heh, let's speak in terms of money. 100,000 inferior spirit stones. The Huang family head replied. The Li, Zhang, and He family heads exchanged glances, falling silent. Neither the Chun nor Huang families could be trifled with, and they truly did not possess that many spirit stones. The three families were merely ordinary merchants, with limited resources, thus unable to compete with the Chun and Huang families. 110,000. 150,000. Chun family head, do not humiliate yourself. The Chun family head's expression darkened, his fists clenched, but ultimately he relented. Ha ha ha, splendid. Wealth indeed allows one to act with impunity. The Huang family head stood triumphantly. 100 superior spirit stones. At that moment, a sudden voice rang out. All five family heads turned simultaneously. What? 100 superior spirit stones. That is equivalent to 1,000,000 inferior spirit stones. Who is this audacious individual, daring to snatch from under the nose of the Huang family head? The newcomer appeared rather unfamiliar, yet like a young calf unafraid of tigers. He seemed to have stirred up trouble. The head of the Huang family wore an exceedingly grim expression, his eyes glinting with murderous intent. 100 top-grade spirit stones. Boy, do you even comprehend what top-grade spirit stones are? Just shouting mindlessly. He held little faith that Tang Xuan could possibly produce 100 top-grade spirit stones. It is important to note that 1,000,000 low-grade spirit stones would be an insurmountable sum, even for the Huang family in a moment of desperation. With a flick of his wrist, Tang Xuan caused over 300 top-grade spirit stones to cascade onto the ground, radiating a faint white spiritual glow. The heads of the five great families were left dumbfounded, their minds echoing with two words. What the heck? This fellow was astonishingly wealthy. The face of the Huang family head flushed a deep shade of purple. In comparison to Tang Xuan's wealth, his own was a mere pittance. You. The Huang family head stammered. Tang Xuan interrupted. If no one raises the bid, the wine is mine. Is that acceptable? The Huang family head chuckled coldly. The wine may belong to you, but your person belongs to me. Leave the spirit stones and the wine behind, and perhaps I shall grant you a chance to survive. Tang Xuan's eyes narrowed. Ah, it seems he intends to engage in a black market deal. Chapter 16. Black market deal? I can play this game too. I now suspect the origin of your spirit stones is dubious. I shall investigate you. The Huang family head clapped his hands, and suddenly, four figures materialized around Tang Xuan. Each of the four warriors, their auras restrained, were formidable combatants at the Qi transformation stage. Such prowess was sufficient to qualify them as elders within the Tianshan sect. However, in the Huang family, they served merely as enforcers. How unfortunate! Tang Xuan sighed, lamenting that he had encountered such treachery so early in his journey. Do you now regret your actions? Too late. Attack, commanded the Huang family head. In an instant, the four warriors lunged at Tang Xuan. Swish! A flash of swords erupted, and four heads tumbled to the ground. The headless corpses gushed blood, leaving everyone in stunned silence. What? Such swift swordplay. This young man possesses incredible strength. The heads of the five great families were in utter shock. They were seasoned warriors, each with formidable skills. Yet all they had witnessed was a fleeting shadow of a sword. The speed was astonishing. Tang Xuan's Tianshan sword technique was classified as celestial grade, cultivated to the point of mastery, allowing him to wield it with utmost freedom. Huang family head, I have already stated, not everything can be resolved with money. The Qin family head, who had just been thwarted, seized the opportunity to mock. The Huang family head was seething with rage. For mere enforcers? The Huang family can afford such losses. You are a bold young man, but you are far from being able to act recklessly before the Huang family. Suddenly, a commanding voice resonated through the air, and an overwhelming pressure descended. A powerful figure of the Lingkong stage had arrived. The heads of the four families displayed expressions of astonishment as they looked up. A venerable elder clad in yellow robes descended from the skies, landing before the Huang family head. The elder's demeanor was dark and foreboding, particularly his hawk-like nose and thick palms, adorned with intricate mountain patterns on his yellow robe. He was none other than the legendary Tu Ling Daoren. The Qin family head exclaimed in surprise. The other three family heads also changed countenance. Tu Ling Daoren, the notorious figure from 300 years ago. It was he who wielded the Earth Spirit Palm, a top-tier Earth-grade martial skill capable of conjuring hundreds of spikes from the ground to impale foes. Once, the righteous path had dispatched 10 powerful Ling Kong stage warriors to hunt him down, but he had managed to slay 8 and severely wound 2, vanishing thereafter, only to have taken refuge within the Huang family. The four family heads were struck with fear, retreating hastily. They were all deeply intimidated by the infamous reputation of Tu Ling Daoren. Boy, with two here, let us see how audacious you can be. The Huang family head sneered. Kneel and surrender all your spirit stones. Otherwise, do not blame me for my cruelty. Tang Xuan regarded the Huang family head with calm eyes, saying nothing. Oh, it seems you refuse to comply. 2. It's your turn. Upon the Huang family head's command, he stepped back. Tu Ling Daoren fixated his beady eyes on Tang Xuan and slowly advanced a step. Boom. A terrifying aura erupted from within him, causing the entire tavern to tremble. What an overwhelming presence. Truly deserving of his fearsome reputation. In the realm of Ling Kong, he was likely unrivaled. The 4 family heads gasped in shock. Boy, I do not wish to dirty my hands. Be obedient. Even a deity cannot save you under my might. Tu Ling Daoren spoke coldly. Tang Xuan sighed. You ought to mind your own business. With that, he unleashed his own aura. Boom. The holy body of the azure sky. Pinnacle of the Ling Kong stage. 1,000-mile soul. Half-formed sword intent. The convergence of these 4 powers tore apart Tu Ling Daoren's aura. What impossible? Tu Ling Daoren's expression shifted dramatically as he retreated frantically, only halting at the edge of the tavern. The 5 family heads stood in stunned silence. Why was his aura so terrifying? His physique was far from ordinary. Was it a spirit body? No. Could it be an imperial body? His soul power was astonishingly potent. What had he consumed to grow so formidable? Unbelievable. To possess such strength at such a young age, his cultivated technique must be at least celestial grade or higher. Hee. The Huang family has truly kicked a steel plate this time. The heads of the Chun, Zhang, Li, and He families exchanged glances, their expressions shifting subtly. They had initially thought it was a one-sided slaughter by the Huang family, but who would have expected Tang Xuan's prowess to be unexpectedly formidable? The Huang family might not be able to handle him after all. Still wish to fight? Tang Xuan raised a cup of wine, slowly sipping it while casting a sidelong glance at Tu Ling Daoren. The elder's expression fluctuated between anger and uncertainty before he turned and departed. The Huang family only offered him a few hundred mid-grade spirit stones a month. It was hardly worth risking his life. In the blink of an eye, he vanished into the horizon. The Huang family head was utterly dumbfounded, unable to fathom this outcome. The entire tavern descended into a profound silence. Tang Xuan set down his wine cup and let out a satisfied burp. Having feasted well, it is time to stretch. The Huang family head, akin to a startled bird, shouted, What do you intend to do? Engaging in a black market deal? Of course. It cannot be that you kill me while I cannot retaliate. Tang Xuan replied with a grin. The Huang family head's face drained of color. You cannot kill me. I have connections. My family has generals within the Bachan dynasty. If you dare to kill me, the Bachan army will reduce you to ashes in an instant. Uft. With a flash of sword light, a head fell to the ground. How noisy. Tang Xuan flicked the blood from his sword and retrieved the Huang family head's spatial ring. Might I trouble the 4 family heads for a favor? The heads of the Qin family and others were taken aback. What do you need our help with? Tang Xuan pointed to the top-grade spirit stones on the ground. There are 300 top-grade spirit stones here, 100 for the wine, and the remaining 200 for you 4. Help me eradicate the Huang family. How does that sound? The 4 family heads shuddered in unison. What an audacious plan. Tang Xuan, with his strikingly handsome appearance, displayed a ruthless decisiveness in his actions. He intended to uproot the Huang family entirely. This was ruthless. Yet, the 4 family heads had no choice but to comply. Tang Xuan's strength was too overwhelming. If he turned against them, even the Qin family would tremble in fear. They remained silent, tacitly agreeing. Waiter, please prepare a private room for me. I wish to rest well. When I awaken, I hope for good news. Having spoken, Tang Xuan swaggered away, utterly unconcerned with the grim expressions of the 4 clan leaders. How ruthless. Clan leader, he inhaled sharply. This young man intends to frame us. With the death of clan leader Huang. This is indeed a significant matter that will undoubtedly attract the attention of that general from the Huang clan. This young man seeks to drag us down with him, leveraging our strength to confront the Huang clan. What shall we do now? The 4 clan leaders exchanged glances, at a loss. After a moment, clan leader Qin spoke slowly. I have a plan, but it hinges on your courage to act. Clan leader Zhang replied eagerly. Pray, share it with us. Clan leader Qin lowered his voice conspiratorially. We shall follow that young man's words. The 4 clans will strike and annihilate the Huang clan. Then, when that young man is lulled into complacency, we shall all converge upon him, subjecting him to 1,000 cuts, severing his head to present to the general of the Huang clan. At that time, we shall present a united front, claiming that it was that young man who eradicated the Huang clan, absolving ourselves of any involvement. The rewards, the fame, shall be ours to claim, without exception. The eyes of clan leader Zhang, clan leader Li, and clan leader He gleamed with a terrifying intensity. A double-edged sword. Let Tang Xuan bear the blame, and we shall consume the Huang clan. Those who ascend to clan leadership are rarely benevolent. The timid perish, while the bold thrive. weighing the pros and cons. The three clan leaders silently nodded in agreement. Clan leader Li remarked, "The plan is sound, yet the strength of that young man is a troubling concern." Clan leader Chun grinned wickedly. "Fear not, my Chun clan possesses the storm-breaking needle. Within 10 paces, none can evade it. I shall also enlist the aid of the elders. We shall summon the strongest warriors from our clans. That young man is doomed." Chapter 17, Mastery of Sword Techniques. The four great clans unite. In the guest chamber, Tang Xuan closed the door and sat cross-legged upon the bed. At last, a moment of peace. The day had been exhausting. He surveyed his stock, eager to enhance his abilities, as the four clans would surely not yield easily. It would come down to whose subsequent maneuvers were more formidable. He had long anticipated that the four clans would have a contingency plan. However, Tang Xuan had his own schemes. Having acquired the spatial rings from Xianxiaaudiobooks and several elders, he had yet to thoroughly examine their contents. Now, it was time for a forceful revelation. Yellow tier techniques. Utterly worthless. Xian tier techniques. All subpar. Oh, but what is this? A ground tier technique. Sword control technique. Splendid. This is the one. Tang Xuan could not suppress a gleeful snort. In his right hand appeared a slender tome, inscribed with 3 grand characters. Sword control technique. Xianxiafan's sword control technique had left a profound impression on him. The practitioner remains motionless, while the sword dances. How magnificent. Tang Xuan had long yearned for it. In addition to the sword control technique, there was another ground tier technique, named primordial skill. This technique was exclusive to the sect master of the Xianxian faction, only accessible to those who inherited the master's position. In truth, the sword control technique was also exclusive. A sect leader must possess certain distinctions. However, the difference lies in the fact that the sword control technique is of mid-ground tier quality, while the primordial skill is of low-ground tier quality. Xianxiafan's royal grade inferior sword was also present. Without amplification, these 2 tomes and the weapon held no value. Yet, once amplified, they would yield surprises. System, amplify for me. Ding. Amplification in progress. Congratulations, host, you have acquired the royal grade mid-tier martial technique, sword control technique. You can simultaneously wield 3 swords to attack enemies. Each sword possesses the strength commensurate with the hostess level. The added sword intent can elevate the sword control technique to royal grade upper tier. Congratulations, host, you have obtained the royal grade inferior technique, primordial skill. Amplification complete. Tang Xuan promptly commenced his cultivation. The entire night was spent in fervent practice. When dawn broke, Tang Xuan slowly opened his eyes. Excellent. Both the sword control technique and primordial skill have reached the minor accomplishment stage. To achieve mastery of royal grade martial techniques and skills in a single night would astonish anyone. Yet for Tang Xuan, it was merely routine. He possessed the unparalleled talent of a genius. A day of cultivation equated to a year for an ordinary individual. Achieving minor accomplishment in a single night felt as effortless as play. At this moment, his status panel had also transformed. Host, Tang Xuan. Physique, celestial sacred body, fully awakened. Can be advanced. Talent, unparalleled genius. Soul power, 1,000-mile soul. Cultivation, pinnacle of the sky-soaring realm. Techniques, primordial skill, royal grade inferior. Martial techniques, basic swordplay, great perfection. Xianxia's sword technique, great perfection. Sword control technique, royal grade mid-tier, entry-level. Sword intent, half-formed. The primordial skill replaced the Xianxian nourishing chi technique. The sword control technique had also been cultivated to the entry level. However, the sword intent remained half-formed. The sword control technique had been successfully cultivated, and with the added sword intent, its power would amplify significantly. Now, even against a peak opening divine realm expert, I need not fear. With a flick of his wrist, the entire room was enveloped in radiant energy, as a long sword shimmering with 7 colors hovered in the air. It was none other than Xianxiafan's royal grade inferior sword. Now it is of the saint level inferior, far lower than anticipated. I initially believed it could be amplified to divine level. A trace of regret crossed Tang Xuan's face. Yet, it was understandable. The system provides fixed amplification. This indicates that saint-level weapons are vastly superior to royal-grade weapons. The disparity is even magnified to 100-fold or more. Of course, the increase in power is also visibly significant. With Tang Xuan's current strength, even a peak opening divine realm expert would have to kneel before him. With martial techniques, skills, and weaponry in order, Tang Xuan retrieved the soul-nourishing wine. This potion could greatly enhance soul power, if amplified 10,000 times. Who knows what formidable effects it might yield? System, amplify for me. Ding. Amplification complete. Congratulations, host. You have obtained the exquisite soul-nourishing wine, capable of elevating soul power to the 10,000-mile realm. From 1,000 to 10,000 miles, it seems merely a tenfold difference. In reality, the disparity has expanded to 1,000-fold. This means that it would take 10,000 soul warriors to rival a single 10,000 soul warrior. All is prepared. Only the east wind is needed. Once the sword intent is realized, I can ascend to the opening divine realm. The opening divine realm not only allows for the creation of a soul sea, but also provides an opportunity to elevate martial will. Tang Xuan did not amplify the sword intent 10,000 times, as he awaited this very chance. He opened the wine jar and drank deeply. The surging soul power coalesced in his mind. Tang Xuan's eyes narrowed sharply. Within his pupils, mysterious starlight flickered. It seemed as if a world had transformed, containing boundless mysteries. Should anyone lock eyes with him, their soul would be thoroughly stunned, reduced to a state of idiocy. His 5 senses were significantly heightened once more. Concurrently, Tang Xuan experienced an enigmatic sensation. The entire world appeared altered. He could see much more clearly, even perceiving numerous points of light in white, yellow, green, and red. Elemental power. Tang Xuan recognized that these points of light represented the elemental forces within the spiritual energy. However, he currently lacked the attribute techniques and martial skills necessary to absorb them. To absorb elemental power, one must possess the corresponding physique and techniques. Once a certain elemental power is absorbed, it would automatically expel other elemental forces. In response, the power of the absorbed elemental forces would surge exponentially. Upon entering the realm of divinity, one must commence the engagement with elemental powers. However, Tang Xuan had already made arrangements and felt no urgency. He gradually released his soul force, enveloping the entirety of Bihai City. There lay the Huang family. Under the gaze of his boundless soul, Tang Xuan effortlessly locked onto the Huang family. At that moment, the Huang family was already a scene of carnage, with corpses strewn across the ground and rivers of blood flowing. Warriors from the Chun, Zhang, Li, and He families wielded their long blades, engaged in a frenzied massacre, sparing not a single soul. Such unspeakable cruelty. The Huang family's assets had all been seized. The mountain of corpses bore testament to the complete eradication of the Huang family in Bihai City. Tang Xuan observed everything with the detachment of a deity, devoid of any compassion. The law of the jungle dictated that the weak are devoured by the strong. The world of warriors is inherently brutal. Were it not for his transmigration and the acquisition of the 10,000-fold amplification system, he would have long since succumbed to the torment inflicted by Li Hu and his ilk. To avoid being victimized, one must cultivate immense strength. After the slaughter of the Huang family, the members of the 4 great families convened. Before them lay a vast array of spirit stones and rare treasures, the fruits of the Huang family's decades of accumulation. Ah, what is that? Tang Xuan was astonished to discover that the Earth Elder, whom he had repelled earlier, was among them, standing beside the head of the Qin family. The Qin family head, bloodied and fierce, inquired, "Have they all been slain?" The Earth Elder replied nonchalantly, "Not a single one remains." "Excellent. I shall take possession of the Huang family's spirit stones for now. Once we have dealt with that boy, we will share the spoils." "Agreed?" The Chun family head declared as he stowed all the spirit stones and treasures into his spatial ring. Next, they would resolve their pressing threat. "We shall lie in wait outside the city until that boy emerges." A sinister chuckle erupted from the heads of the families. The Earth Elder seethed with rage. "I have never suffered such a loss in my entire career. This grudge shall be avenged." Moments later, the heads of the 4 families departed. Tang Xuan gradually withdrew his spiritual presence. He chuckled to himself. "Your plans are commendable, but alas." Chapter 18. I offered chances, yet you proved inadequate. Tang Xuan did not alter his course due to the ambush set by the Qin family. With his current prowess, he had reached a level where he could dismiss all conspiracies and schemes. He had clarified how to access the celestial ruins. Remaining here any longer would serve no purpose. After settling the payment, Tang Xuan ascended into the sky and departed from Bitao City. Under the watchful eye of his boundless soul, he detected numerous individuals trailing him. Let us resolve this swiftly. Tang Xuan landed outside the city and leisurely remarked, "You've worked hard, waiting so long. Will you not show yourselves?" "Ha. You have quite the audacity, traveling alone, brimming with confidence." The head of the Qin family emerged amidst sinister laughter, soon joined by the heads of the Zhang, Li, and He families, surrounding Tang Xuan. "How many more of you are there? Come forth." "As you wish." The Qin family head whistled, and from behind trees, rocks, and the ground, thousands of figures sprang forth. What a grand spectacle. Tang Xuan laughed. The 4 great families have truly emptied their nests. The Earth Elder led the charge, his face a mask of savagery. Behind him were 5 formidable warriors of the Ascendant Realm, alongside the 4 family heads. A total of 10 Ascendant Realm beings, 1 at the 8th level, 4 at the 7th, and the remainder around the 3rd and 4th levels. Kid, I know you're powerful, so I've specially prepared 10 opponents of your caliber for you. Are you satisfied? The Chen family head's face was etched with murderous intent. Alas, was the Huang family not enough to satiate your hunger? Tang Xuan sighed. Of course not. While the Huang family was commendable, they were far too cumbersome. A scapegoat must be found. How regrettable. Things could have ended amicably, but now you are courting death. With a shrug of his hands, he declared, no more idle chatter, kill him. The Earth Elder roared, initiating the assault. The 5 Ascendant Realm warriors of the 4 families followed suit. In an instant, blades of light, shadows of swords, and waves of palm strikes surrounded Tang Xuan. The terrifying aura rendered breath itself suspended. The Earth Elder, with a malicious glint, pressed his palm to the ground, and countless earth spikes erupted, aiming for every part of Tang Xuan's body. Numerous attacks sought to seal off all his movements. The Chen family had exulted, do not forget. He is merely in the Ascendant Realm. Even if he were in the Divine Realm, he would still perish. Suddenly, 3 beams of light shot forth from Tang Xuan's palms. With sickening thuds, 3 heads flew into the air, blood spraying forth. 3 Ascendant Realm warriors fell lifelessly to the ground. What just happened? The Chen family head and the others were momentarily stunned, bewildered by the phenomenon. An even more astonishing sight followed. After the 3 beams of light shot out, they did not vanish. Instead, they circled through the air and returned. Thud, thud, thud. Another 3 heads soared skyward. In less than a breath, 6 Ascendant Realm warriors lay dead, their heads rolling across the ground. The Earth Elder's face twisted in an expression of intense rage. As his own head rolled to rest at Tang Xuan's feet, I offered you a chance. It's a pity you proved inadequate. The cold wind swept through the scene. The 4 great families and thousands of their warriors stood in stunned silence. Shock, astonishment, and terror engulfed them. The corners of the Chen family head's mouth twitched involuntarily. Those were 6 Ascendant Realm warriors, not mere pigs. Even pigs wouldn't be slain so swiftly. After the slaughter of 6 Ascendant Realm warriors, 3 beams of white light descended before Tang Xuan, revealing 3 long swords. These swords were of heavenly quality, relics from the elders of the Tianshan sect. Against the likes of the Chen family head and his cohorts, there was no need to wield divine-grade swords. Ah, a demon. How terrifying. He is not human. Run. The warriors of the 4 great families erupted into chaos, turning to flee. None shall escape. With a flicker of his soul force, Tang Xuan unleashed a devastating blow. Boom. The ground trembled within a radius of 3 zhang. The warriors of the 4 families were instantly reduced to bloody pulp. The might of the boundless soul was many times greater than that of the 1,000-mile soul. How could these warriors of the Qi transformation realm withstand it? As he surveyed the battlefield strewn with corpses, the heads of the 4 families were left dumbfounded. The Zhang family head even let out a startled gasp, his trousers soiled. Ha ha ha, they're all dead. All of them. The Li family head clutched his head in despair, his eyes glazed over, descending into madness. Yet, he had barely taken a few steps when a beam of sword light shot forth, sending his head spiraling through the air. Thud, thud. The heads of the Zhang and He family heads also met their demise. Only the Qin family head remained, standing alone amidst the sea of blood. His lips trembled uncontrollably. Had he known Tang Xuan was so formidable, he would never have entertained the thought of confrontation. Thud. The head flew up. The Qin family head met his end, his eyes still reflecting a lingering regret. The sword technique is truly remarkable. Tang Xuan retracted the 3 long swords, exhilarated. He had merely scraped the surface of his potential. If one were to attain perfection in cultivation, with a mere thought, a myriad of swords would spring into action, regardless of the damage inflicted. The grandeur of such a display is undeniable. After all, being handsome is a lifelong endeavor. The art of swordsmanship is intricately linked with the essence of sword intent. How splendid it would be to elevate one's sword intent. After a moment of contemplation, Tang Xuan gathered the spatial rings scattered on the ground. With a single glance, he erupted into laughter, reminiscent of a boar's call. The lower-grade spirit stones alone amounted to over 10 million, an accumulation from the 5 great families, now fortuitously falling into Tang Xuan's possession. In addition to the spirit stones, there were mountains of medicinal pills and an array of spiritual herbs and ores. Without a hint of modesty, Tang Xuan waved his hand grandly, amplifying his gains 1,000-fold. It seems I can now consider myself a tycoon. Who needs to walk when one can acquire mythical beasts and have a palanquin carried for them, just like in the dramas? There's no rush in cultivation. One must maintain an air of prestige. Once this thought ignited in his mind, it spread like wildfire, uncontrollable. Tang Xuan's eyes sparkled with excitement. I wonder if living creatures can be amplified 1,000-fold. If I could procure a mythical beast egg, it would enhance my bloodline to the fullest. Ha! Moreover, it would not do to have a mere mount. After all, he is now a person of status, and he ought to have subordinates. Why not expand territories and dominate the world? He certainly possesses the strength to do so. After indulging in his reverie, Tang Xuan ascended into the sky. According to the innkeeper, the only vessel capable of reaching the celestial ruins is the cloud boat from the heavenly pavilion. Located 17,000 miles west of Bihai City is a heavenly pavilion. He decided to pay a visit. Given his current speed, 17,000 miles would be traversed in the blink of an eye. Soon, Tang Xuan beheld a towering pavilion, 1,000 feet high. The pavilion sprawled across a vast area, rivaling the size of Bihai City itself. A steady stream of people entered and exited through the grand entrance. Tang Xuan blended into the crowd and entered the heavenly pavilion. Goodness, it's truly enormous. It appeared grand from the outside, but once inside, it was even more expansive, so crowded it could aptly be described as a sea of humanity. All around were martial artists wielding swords and blades, while numerous scantily clad maidens flitted about. "Young master, is there anything you require assistance with?" One of the maidens halted beside Tang Xuan. "Ah, I wish to travel to the celestial ruins. Is there a way?" "The celestial ruins?" "Indeed. There is a cloud boat departing for Ruin City, but it is currently at full capacity." The maiden replied with an apologetic smile. Tang Xuan frowned slightly, about to speak, when a calm voice interjected from nearby. "If it is young Master Tang who wishes to go, I can make an exception to arrange it." As he spoke, a middle-aged man clad in a bronze robe approached. "You know me?" Tang Xuan's gaze grew solemn. The middle-aged man chuckled. "I do not know you personally, but I am aware that you annihilated the Tianshan sect and destroyed the 5 great families of Bihai City." Tang Xuan was slightly taken aback. The news of the Tianshan sect's demise was not surprising. However, the fall of the 5 great families had occurred merely half a day prior. The heavenly pavilion's intelligence was remarkably swift. "Young Master Tang, there is no need for suspicion. I merely wish to demonstrate the strength of the heavenly pavilion." The middle-aged man bowed respectfully. "I am Xianxiaaudiobooks, the head manager of the branch pavilion. It is an honor to meet you. The cloud boat to the celestial ruins will set sail in 1 day. Until then, please feel free to rest at the heavenly pavilion. And should you wish to purchase anything, let Xiaohong assist you. All items will be offered at a 10% discount." The more respectful Xianxiaaudiobooks' demeanor became, the more Tang Xuan's suspicions grew. "Haha, young Master Tang, the heavenly pavilion greatly values friendships, and you are indeed someone we wish to befriend. Consider these trifling benefits as a token of our first meeting." Tang Xuan nodded. To an outsider, the heavenly pavilion's actions might seem peculiar, even outrageous, offering benefits upon first meeting without fear of being taken advantage of. However, in truth, the strategy was astute. Tang Xuan's immense potential would serve as a significant deterrent against the pavilion's adversaries. Even if he were to take advantage of the situation, it would be but a drop in the bucket, negligible in comparison. Retaining even a fraction of his patronage would be a lucrative venture for the heavenly pavilion. The goal was to forge connections, for more friends lead to more opportunities. Moreover, Xianxia's actions subtly affirmed the pavilion's strength. It was a mutually beneficial collaboration. Only a fool would refuse such an offer. "Very well, I shall not be modest." Tang Xuan smiled nonchalantly, graciously following Xiaohong as they departed. Once their figures vanished, a voice emerged beside Xianxiaaudiobooks. "Is it truly wise to court him? He has already reached the threshold of divine awakening. What? Moreover, his soul force is so formidable that even I cannot gauge it. This, in just half a day, from being hunted by the 4 great families to appearing here. How astonishing. Indeed, astonishing." In a mere half day, Tang Xuan had dazzled them all. The treasures within the heavenly pavilion were abundant, diverse, and from all corners of the world. Many items were unknown to him, not even having heard of their existence. Their effects were equally varied. For such wares, Tang Xuan had but one word in mind: buy. Every expenditure was covered by the spirit stones left behind by the 5 great families. Xiaohong was utterly entranced. Every visitor to the heavenly pavilion was affluent. Yet Tang Xuan was a veritable god of wealth. His purchases transcended the ordinary. He wielded superior spirit stones with abandon. Many items were acquired without a second thought. Simply buy. It was utterly extravagant. Xiaohong finally witnessed what it meant to spend money like water. In just half a day, Tang Xuan had splurged 5 million superior spirit stones. 5 million. Piled together, it resembled a mountain. Initially, Xiaohong had thought that Xianxia's overtures to Tang Xuan might lead to a loss. However, her doubts had vanished entirely. 5 million superior spirit stones, even with a mere 10% profit margin, would yield over 500,000 in gains for the heavenly pavilion. To put it into perspective, the entire heavenly pavilion's annual profit barely reached tens of billions, and that was in inferior spirit stones. Converted to superior spirit stones, It amounted to only a few 100,000. In merely half a day, Tang Xuan had contributed to the pavilion's entire annual profit. The god of wealth. After an exuberant shopping spree, Tang Xuan returned to his room, thoroughly satisfied. Xiaohong promptly relayed the news to Yang Shuang, who was left astounded. He had sought to cultivate a connection with Tang Xuan, yet the young man had inadvertently gifted him a year's worth of performance. This is akin to being favored by a parent. Yang Shuang leaned against the window ledge, incredulity etched across his face. He was handsome, powerful, and now astonishingly wealthy. How could such a paragon of excellence even exist? Suddenly, he turned sharply. Xiaohong, inform the cloud boat that it is not to depart without my command. No, it is not to leave unless young Master Tang is aboard. Prepare the first-class suite for him. It must be immaculate. It is of no consequence who else may come. It will not be available to anyone else. Do you understand? Furthermore, send several more maidens to attend to young Master Tang. Should he express even the slightest dissatisfaction, I shall have your entire family exterminated. Xiaohong was left in shock. She had never witnessed Yang Shuang so animated and serious before. Why yes, manager. The entire heavenly pavilion stirred with excitement. Nearly half of the maidens congregated at the entrance of Tang Xuan's chamber, both overtly and covertly. Countless formidable warriors were stationed to provide protection, as if preparing for an impending battle. The warriors within the heavenly pavilion were stirred into commotion. Hiss, what could have transpired? It seems that a distinguished individual has graced us with their presence. Judging by the scale of this event, it must be a venerable elder of the highest caliber. Good heavens! No wonder the commotion is so extravagant. The entire might of the heavenly pavilion has been summoned. Never before have I witnessed such a spectacle. If only I could catch a glimpse of this esteemed figure, even death would be worth it. If I were to shed my garments and share a bed with that great personage, could I not then directly enter into a noble family? Perhaps a glance in the mirror would suffice? It seems you would be reduced to mere pulp before even approaching them. At this moment, within the chamber, Tang Xuan held 2 tomes of martial arts secrets, each valued at 3 million top-grade spiritual stones. One was a sword technique of inferior heaven rank. The most expensive martial art in the heavenly pavilion, named the sky-slaying sword technique. As the name suggests, it is akin to a sword-drawing strike, nurturing sword energy within its sheath. When confronting an adversary, one draws the sword, capable of even rending the heavens asunder. Of course, such feats are unattainable. However, the prowess of this technique is evident. Thus, the tome comprises only a single move, demanding extraordinary soul power and sword intent for its execution. Tang Xuan, possessing ample soul power, was indeed the ideal candidate for mastering this technique. The inferior heaven rank is somewhat lacking. How about amplifying it 1,000-fold? Ding! Amplification complete. Congratulations. Host, you have acquired the holy level inferior sword technique, the sky-slaying sword technique, capable of slaying gods in unison. Tang Xuan's pupils dilated in astonishment. Good heavens! The might is staggering, capable of slaying gods in unison. Such simplicity in those 4 words belies an overwhelming aura of dominance. This implies that the power of this sword technique is comparable to that of the Heavenly Thunder Talisman. The only difference is that the Heavenly Thunder Talisman is a one-time use item, while the sky-slaying sword technique can be employed infinitely. Remarkable. Tang Xuan trembled with excitement. His cultivation had taken a significant leap forward. Having amplified the sky-slaying sword technique, he then picked up the other tome. This too was of inferior heaven rank. But it was a body-refining technique, the dominant body art. It could vastly enhance physical defense, endowing the practitioner with indomitable hardness. Tang Xuan had chosen this body-refining method after much contemplation. Although he possessed the celestial sacred body, he lacked the means to utilize it. The dominant body art would fully unleash the potential of the celestial sacred body. The night passed in silence. By noon the following day, Tang Xuan finally opened his eyes. Phew, these 2 tomes proved to be far more challenging than anticipated. I could achieve minor proficiency in the sword control technique overnight. Yet the sky-slaying sword technique and dominant body art have only allowed me to scratch the surface. The initial stage has no discernible power. Nevertheless, my strength has significantly increased. Now, with a mere finger, I could annihilate the version of myself that had just left the Tianshan sect. This sensation is quite delightful. Thankfully, Yang Shuang is not present. Otherwise, I fear I would have spewed a fountain of blood in disbelief. Holy level martial arts and techniques. And I am dissatisfied with merely reaching the initial stage after just one night? How many warriors toil for years, spending a decade or more without attaining even the first step? This is truly beyond comprehension. It seems the time is nearly upon me. I must hasten to rendezvous with the cloud vessel. There is but one cloud vessel heading to the celestial ruins. Miss it, and there will be no second chance. Tang Xuan hastily set aside the tomes and pushed open the door. And then, 50 maidens, 100 warriors, all bowed in unison. We greet the young master. Chapter 20. Astonishment. The mysterious great figure. What is happening? Tang Xuan was taken aback. Anyone would be startled to find such a throng upon opening a door. The maiden Xiaohong stepped forward. Young master, have you risen? Yes, the cloud vessel is about to depart. I was concerned about missing it. Tang Xuan replied with a smile. The maiden Xiaohong respectfully said, Young master, there is no need for concern. Please have your meal first and prepare at your leisure. The cloud vessel will depart whenever you are ready. Upon finishing, she clapped her hands, instructing, the young master is up. Prepare the meals swiftly. Also, fetch water and attend to the young master's washing. Forget it, let us prepare a bath instead. The 50 maidens immediately sprang into action. Tang Xuan was left bewildered. What is the meaning of this? Is this not a bit too extravagant? Manager Yang has certainly outdone himself. He assumed it was all arranged by Yang Shuang and paid it no mind. The feast was lavish, comprising 8 dishes and a soup. After filling his belly and enjoying a bath, Tang Xuan felt refreshed as Xiaohong had even prepared new garments for him. Having washed away the dust of the day, he felt invigorated. However, with all the delays, the afternoon had arrived. All right, now I can head to the cloud vessel. Xiaohong's face turned serious. Quickly, the young master is about to depart. Clear a path, and anyone not on official business must vacate immediately. Those who obstruct the way will be blacklisted. 100 warriors of the Qi transformation realm unsheathed their weapons, forming 2 lines along the staircase leading to the entrance, creating a human passageway. The formidable aura emanating from them made the warriors within the heavenly pavilion tremble. Hiss, indeed a great figure. This spectacle, this presence. The fact that the heavenly pavilion is treating this with such gravity implies an extraordinary identity. Alas, what a loss it is not to forge a connection. The warriors within the heavenly pavilion pointed and whispered as they gazed at the staircase. Each pair of eyes was filled with admiration and reverence. With hands clasped behind his back, Tang Xuan descended the staircase with an air of pride. Wow, he is so handsome, exclaimed the female warriors, while the male warriors gasped in awe. What a terrifying presence. This person is likely a prince of some dynasty or perhaps a genius from a sacred land on a journey. Indeed, look at how he walks with the grace of a dragon and the might of a tiger, embodying the profound truths of the universe. He is undoubtedly a peerless genius. From this day forth, he shall be my idol. Get lost. Who do you think you are? He is my idol. As status ascended to a certain level, the gazes directed at Tang Xuan transformed from jealousy to profound respect and admiration. Tang Xuan did not glance aside, but followed Xiaohong to the plaza of the heavenly pavilion, where warriors filled the area. In the center of the plaza rested a massive cloud vessel, 100 feet long. Surrounding the vessel were numerous warriors. Manager Yang, was it not agreed that we would depart in the morning? It is already noon. Exactly. I am in a hurry to reach the ruined city to seek my kin. The heavenly pavilion is known for its punctuality. Why are we not setting sail without reason? We demand an explanation. Yang Shuang stood with hands clasped behind his back. His expression icy. A distinguished figure has arrived today. The timing of the cloud vessel's departure will depend on when he arrives. Anyone unwilling to wait may leave now. The fare will be refunded at double the rate. The cloud vessel belongs to the heavenly pavilion. Remember the rules here. The overwhelming aura of the powerful figures in the void realm radiated, instilling fear in many warriors, compelling them to bow their heads. However, curiosity lingered. What kind of great figure could warrant such grand arrangements from the heavenly pavilion? Suddenly, a joyful expression appeared on Yang Shuang's face. They've arrived. With a wave of his hand, hundreds of martial artists formed an encircling formation. The outermost warriors could only see a group of individuals approaching before entering the cloud vessel. Who was at the center? No one could see. Did you catch a glimpse of that prominent figure? I didn't see anything. How about you? I did. That individual had a head of white hair, yet a youthful visage, exuding an ethereal aura, resembling a celestial being. Is that true? One could easily deduce, given such a grand spectacle, that it must be those reclusive masters of old. Indeed, that makes perfect sense. The cloud vessel. In front of room 1, the heavenly chamber. Yang Shuang slightly bent his body, a servile smile gracing his face. Young Master Tang, this is the heavenly chamber, where meals are attended by dedicated maidservants. And any other requests can also be accommodated. Upon finishing, Yang Shuang winked. The journey to Relic City will take 7 days, with a single stop along the way. At which point someone will come to inform you. Very well. Tang Xuan nodded. He refrained from further conversation and directly entered the room. How spacious. The entire room resembled a basketball court. Various defensive formations were etched into the surrounding walls. Some reduced impact, others enhanced defense, and some resisted the assaults of foreign entities. On the ground, there lay a small gathering spirit array. Additionally, There was a grand circular bed designed for rest. This place not only facilitated the practice of martial skills, but also allowed for the cultivation of techniques. He continued to comprehend the heaven-slaying sword technique and the tyrant body technique. He also needed to grasp the essence of sword intent. In the blink of an eye, 2 days had passed. As Tang Xuan was engrossed in his training, a low growl escaped his lips. His body began to swell, as if inflated. Tyrant body technique. Minor completion. A fierce and potent aura erupted from him, distorting the air behind him slightly. A majestic phantom flickered in and out of view. The only impression this phantom conveyed was one of strength. Immense strength. Terrifying strength. With power to shake mountains and a presence that overshadowed the world. At this moment, Tang Xuan felt his blood boiling within. It seemed as if he could punch through the heavens. Is this the true power of the celestial body? A smile curved upon his lips. With a casual fist, he struck out. Bang! A thunderous sound reverberated through the void. Fine arcs of electricity radiated from his fist. Both strength and speed reached an extraordinarily terrifying level. After achieving minor completion of the tyrant body technique, my strength has increased at least threefold. When facing someone like the Chun family's patriarch, I wouldn't even need sword techniques. A single punch would suffice. Though both at the celestial realm, Tang Xuan could shatter the Chun patriarch with one blow, underscoring the sheer power he wielded. Gradually relaxing his body, the phantom behind him dissipated. The tyrant body technique had achieved minor completion. Now, he must focus on the heaven-slaying sword technique. Glancing at the panel, some changes had occurred. Host, Tang Xuan. Constitution, celestial body, fully awakened, can be advanced. Talent, extraordinary genius. Soul power, 10,000 miles of soul. Cultivation, pinnacle of the skywriting realm. Techniques, primordial skill, royal grade. Lower tier, tyrant body technique, saint grade, lower tier, minor completion. Martial skills, sword control technique, royal grade, middle tier, beginner, heaven-slaying sword technique, saint grade, lower tier, beginner. Sword intent, half-formed. Under the enhancement of the 10,000-fold amplification system, Tang Xuan's power was surging by the second. He was merely waiting for the increase in sword intent before he could amplify it again by 10,000 times. The higher the foundation, the more substantial the increase upon amplification. At any rate, with Tang Xuan's current strength, he was more than capable of overwhelming warriors of the divine realm. Sword intent. This poses quite a challenge. Tang Xuan's brow furrowed. In contrast to martial skills and techniques, which had complete manuals for reference, sword intent was far more elusive. It was invisible and intangible, relying solely on comprehension. Presently, his half-formed sword intent was derived from the insights gained from Tang Xuan's sword intent. To break through sword intent, he would need a point of reference. Meanwhile, outside the cloud vessel, dark clouds roiled with lightning. Chapter 21. Encountering the Beast Tide. The purple crystal-winged Lion King. Crackle. Crackle, crackle. Boom, boom, boom. The sky was overcast, fierce winds howled, and blue lightning churned through the clouds. The martial artists aboard the cloud vessel were all stirred, raising their heads to observe. Under the might of the heavens, humanity appeared diminutive. What a dreadful weather. One martial artist muttered, his complexion pale and his legs trembling. Be grateful. What does the weather matter? If we are discovered by the beasts, we are finished. Another remarked, the dense forest is a paradise for beasts. Without the cloud vessel as transport, even a divine realm expert would be unable to traverse it alone. Comparatively, I prefer to face stormy weather. The others nodded in agreement. Within the dense forest, there were not only beasts but also venomous insects. Once ensnared, there was no hope of survival. At that moment, someone suddenly exclaimed, surely, we won't be so unfortunate as to be discovered by the beasts. No sooner had the words left their mouth than a fierce gale swept in. The cloud vessel began to sway immediately. What a strong stench. Look, is that a dark cloud flying towards us? You foul-mouthed harbinger of doom. That's not a cloud at all. It's a beast. A martial artist of the transformation realm screamed. The crowd steadied themselves, their faces turning ashen. Before them gathered countless flying beasts, devouring eagles, drunken immortal bees, double-winged serpents. My heavens, these creatures can all tear apart those at the sky-riding realm. How strange. Aren't these beasts usually enemies that attack each other on sight? Why are they gathering together? You fool. Do you still have time to ponder such questions? The beasts are clearly coming for us. Help us. As the beasts rushed toward them, chaos erupted among the martial artists aboard the cloud vessel. Some screamed, others collapsed, and children cried out in terror. Each of the flying beasts bore a fierce demeanor, their eyes glinting with a cruel green light, locking onto the martial artists aboard the cloud vessel. All guests, retreat to the cabin immediately. In a flash, Xianxiaaudiobooks appeared with the martial artist from the T&D pavilion. His expression was grim. Damn it. We've encountered a once-in-a-century beast tide. How infuriating. At a certain time, many beasts become agitated, gathering together and advancing in a single direction, tearing apart everything in their path. Yet Yang Xuan never anticipated encountering such an event. The odds were akin to stumbling upon a saint-grade treasure while walking. As the beast tide barreled forward, Yang Xuan had no time to contemplate further. If it were merely himself, he could easily ascend into the air and escape without fear. But what about the guests aboard the cloud vessel? The principle of Tiandi Pavilion is to prefer self-sacrifice rather than allow guests to suffer losses. It's now or never. Yang Xuan gritted his teeth. Everyone, follow orders. Activate all defensive formations. The beast tide must have a king driving it. As long as we slay it, the tide will disperse. The martial artists of Tiandi Pavilion bowed in unison. Buzz. The cloud vessel shook slightly, illuminating with a myriad of colors. Upon each cloud vessel of the celestial pavilion, formidable defensive arrays inscribed by masters are etched, capable of withstanding the full force of a god-opening realm expert's assault. Though the beast tide is numerous, breaching the cloud vessel proves to be a formidable task. Yang Xuan bellowed a mighty roar, unleashing a tremendous aura from within, surging skyward. Boom. The shockwave radiated outward, even tearing through the tempestuous winds. How astonishing. Who would have thought that Chief Yang is actually a peak practitioner of the skyward realm? With his intervention, the beast tide shall surely be repelled. I knew it. With the strength of the celestial pavilion present, how could we possibly be in peril? Look, Chief Yang is making his move. Amidst the gasps of the onlookers, Yang Xuan grasped with one hand, and a black spear, nearly 10 feet in length, fell into his grasp. An overwhelming and tyrannical aura emanated from the spear. With a single footstep, he soared into the sky, confronting the beast tide head-on. Unmatched strike. Yang Xuan wielded the spear with both hands, cleaving downwards. The muscles in his arms bulged, showcasing his astonishing physical prowess. As he thrust the spear down, the heavens and earth trembled. Boom. Visible shockwaves surged forth, and the space within 10 zhang before the spear instantly became a vacuum. The dozen or so skyward realm beasts at the forefront were directly repelled, blood spraying forth. Some were even obliterated into mere mist of blood. Hiss, how powerful. Chief Yang's strength is truly terrifying. The essence of the spear. He has already comprehended the essence of the spear. Indeed, he is now a half-step into the god-opening realm, poised to break through once he perfects the spear's essence. A single man battling against a myriad of beasts, he is indeed a god of war descended from the heavens. Yang Xuan exuded an imposing presence, continuously unleashing several strikes. No beast dared approach. A solitary warrior could hold back 1,000 foes. With the enhancement of the spear's essence, Yang Xuan swept through the ranks of the beast tide. A lone warrior standing firm against the onslaught. He was like a sharpened blade slicing through wind and waves, cleaving the beast tide asunder. The cloud vessel behind him surged forward rapidly. Soon, they had traversed halfway through. Splendid. We are almost through. Puffed. The beast tide is nothing but this. Chief Yang is truly formidable. After all, the human race possesses martial techniques and martial will, far surpassing the ordinary beasts of equivalent realms. The warriors on the cloud vessel once again stepped onto the deck, gazing up at this rare and extraordinary battle. Suddenly, a fearsome lion's roar reverberated. Roar. The sound crashed like waves, even distorting the void itself. Subsequently, a purple bolt of lightning struck fiercely upon Yang Xuan. Boom. Dust and debris erupted, and Yang Xuan was sent flying back like a kite with its string cut, crashing hard onto the deck of the cloud vessel. The residual force carried him sliding across the surface for 2 or 3 dozen zhang before finally coming to a halt. Puffed. Yang Xuan stirred slightly, blood gushing from his mouth. The Earth-grade superior iron spear was now reduced to mere fragments. His chest was a mass of blood, visibly caved in. Surely, his bones must be shattered. Instantly, a deathly silence enveloped the cloud vessel. After a brief moment of stillness, panic ensued. Yang Xuan had actually been defeated. How could this be? What was that lion's roar just now? As the crowd was engulfed in confusion, a bolt of purple lightning descended from the heavens. Landing before the cloud vessel, a figure of unfathomable terror gradually materialized. A lion with wings sprouting from its back, its entire body encased in radiant purple crystals, shimmering brilliantly. Its aura had reached the god-opening realm. The purple crystal-winged Lion King. That is a beast of the god-opening realm. Such beasts possess innate supernatural abilities, and even human warriors of the same realm can only meet their demise when faced with them. Why has such a formidable beast appeared here? Every face turned pale. The purple crystal-winged Lion King loomed like a mountain before the cloud vessel. Zzz. The purple crystal-winged Lion King slowly opened its mouth, purple lightning continuously coalescing. With a swift motion, a sphere of purple lightning plummeted onto the cloud vessel. Boom. The cloud vessel shook violently, its protective array utterly obliterated. The crowd struggled to maintain their footing, being thrown into disarray, many suffering grievous injuries. It's over, it's over. Tang Xuan sat dazed upon the deck, his expression blank. He knew that everyone aboard this cloud vessel was doomed. With the array breached, only one fate awaited them: to be devoured by the beasts. The purple crystal-winged Lion King let out a low growl, and the beasts behind it surged forth like a tidal wave. In that moment, total despair. As the massacre loomed imminent, a clear and piercing cry resonated from within the cabin. If I cannot cultivate in peace, then perish. As the words fell, multiple beams of light shot forth from the cabin. In an instant, the charging skyward realm beasts were all obliterated. Chapter 22. A sword to slay 100 beasts. The celestial sword technique. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. The brilliance returned, transforming into numerous sharp swords that hovered in midair. This is the sword control technique. And 10 swords at once. The esteemed one has made his move. My heavens, could he be the legendary sword immortal? The warriors aboard the cloud vessel stared in awe at the 10 long swords, their faces filled with disbelief. It is him. Yet the most astonished of all was Tang Xuan. He felt utterly numb. Initially, he believed Tang Xuan to be merely a young genius with boundless potential. The destruction of the Tianshan sect and the 5 great families sounded impressive, but there was still a significant amount of exaggeration. After all, these 2 factions lacked any formidable experts. However, Tang Xuan was acutely aware of the strength of the current beast tide. Each beast possessed the capability to engage in combat with Skyward Realm practitioners. With his half-step into the God-opening realm, even while wielding the essence of the spear, he had only managed to slay 20 or 30 beasts. Yet Tang Xuan had not even appeared and had already slain 10. How dare these mere beasts encroach upon our human race? Retreat, or face death? The nonchalant voice echoed. A figure of extraordinary grace, akin to a celestial being, stepped forth from the cabin. Tang Xuan surveyed the surroundings with indifference. Although he did not exude any aura, no beast dared to approach. The beasts trembled. Someone screamed. The crowd looked up, witnessing thousands of beasts quaking in fear, bowing their heads and emitting deep, rumbling growls. The myriad beasts lay dormant. A celestial presence. Terrifying, truly terrifying. So young, so handsome, I want to bear his children. In an instant, the warriors aboard the cloud vessel forgot their fear and pain, only feeling profound respect and admiration. Even the rumored emperor pales in comparison. Esteemed one, please save us. Yes, esteemed one. Only you can suppress these beasts, whatever it costs. We shall pay if you are willing to save us. Among the cloud vessel's occupants were numerous merchants. They understood that some human experts were reluctant to meddle in affairs not their own. Although Tang Xuan easily slew ordinary beasts, the purple crystal-winged Lion King remained. What if he chose not to intervene and simply departed? Would anyone aboard the cloud vessel be left alive? Tang Xuan, you are injured. Tang Xuan spoke. His voice was calm, yet carried the weight of an overwhelming authority. A minor injury, nothing to worry about. Tang Xuan made an effort to rise. I would trouble you, Master Yang, to utilize your privileges on my behalf. Please accept this token of my gratitude and consume it. With a flick of his wrist, Tang Xuan produced a crimson elixir. A 9th-grade elixir. Tang Xuan gasped in astonishment, unable to contain his exclamation. The elixir was enveloped in a radiant aura, clearly signifying its imminent elevation to a sacred level. Not only was it a 9th-grade elixir, but it was also of the pinnacle quality. In the celestial pavilion, such an elixir would be valued at no less than 1,000,000 high-grade spirit stones, and even then, it would be a rarity. To liken it to the remains of the deceased would be an affront to the 9th-grade elixir. And yet, Tang Xuan simply gifted it. What extravagance! Tang Xuan quickly declined. Master Tang, this elixir is far too precious. I cannot accept it. He chuckled. Merely a 9th-grade elixir. There is no need for such psychological burden. Leave the demon beasts to me, and I will trouble Master Yang with the cloud vessel. Tang Xuan tossed the elixir to Tang Xuan and ascended into the air step by step. Tang Xuan gazed at Tang Xuan's retreating figure, a myriad of emotions playing across his face. He vowed that forging a connection with Tang Xuan at any cost was the wisest decision he had ever made in his life. Be cautious, Master Tang. The amethyst-winged Lion King is a being of the divine opening realm. Tang Xuan called out. Tang Xuan waved his hand dismissively. No worries. Tang Xuan sighed. Oh, I have finally witnessed many so-called prodigies, yet combined, they pale in comparison to even a single finger of Master Tang. On the cloud vessel, Tang Xuan faced the amethyst-winged Lion King. The two stood defiantly against the howling wind, a man and a beast. Roar, roar. The amethyst-winged Lion King crouched low, continuously emitting furious roars. It sensed the terrifying power contained within this human before it, rivaling its own. The warriors aboard the cloud vessel watched Tang Xuan with bated breath. Do you think that esteemed gentleman can withstand the amethyst-winged Lion King? It's hard to say. Once a demon beast reaches the divine opening realm, it awakens many innate abilities far surpassing those of warriors of the same level. Unless there is a suppression of realms, the odds are slim. I believe that esteemed gentleman will not falter. Let us hope so. If he were to fall, we would be instantly consumed by the beast tide. In the void above, Tang Xuan clenched his fist. Mysterious patterns faintly appeared on his skin. The dominance patterns, a symbol of mastering the dominance body technique. Upon reaching perfection, a warrior's body would be adorned with these patterns, augmenting their strength by at least tenfold. Come, Tang Xuan beckoned with his finger. The amethyst-winged Lion King, provoked, lunged forward. Rather than employing sword techniques, Tang Xuan unleashed a single punch. Boom. The void erupted, visible ripples radiating outward. Those aboard the cloud vessel felt as though they were adrift in the ocean, swaying uncontrollably. What terrifying power! Yang Xuan was drenched in cold sweat. The physical prowess of demon beasts far exceeds that of humans. With the strength of the amethyst-winged Lion King, even a warrior of the divine harmony realm would find it impossible to match in a contest of raw strength. While Tang Xuan was powerful, his physical strength may not be as formidable. Engaging in a battle of weaknesses against a beast's strengths is perilous. Yet, as the dust settled, Tang Xuan remained steadfast. While the amethyst-winged Lion King was already 100 paces away, its forepaws trembling uncontrollably. The power of a divine opening realm demon beast is not so formidable after all. A glimmer of disappointment flickered in Tang Xuan's eyes. He did not wield a weapon, but instead engaged the amethyst-winged Lion King in barehanded combat. Boom, boom, boom. The once dominant amethyst-winged Lion King now resembled a mere punching bag, mercilessly battered by Tang Xuan. With the sacred body and the mastery of the dominance body technique, Tang Xuan became a human-shaped behemoth, unstoppable. All present were left in awe. Goodness, that esteemed gentleman has effortlessly subdued the amethyst-winged Lion King with his bare hands. In comparison to him, we have lived like mere dogs. Why compare ourselves to him? It is a futile endeavor. Haha, indeed. A prodigy like him is a rarity across the globe. I wager even those on the hidden dragon rankings would be eclipsed in his presence. Yang Xuan couldn't help but express his admiration repeatedly. Roar, roar. The amethyst-winged Lion King, battered and bloodied, let out a pitiful cry. Its claws could not even pierce Tang Xuan's skin, yet Tang Xuan's powerful strikes shattered its bones countless times. Were it not for the resilience of the demon beast's physique, it would have long since been incapacitated. Under the onslaught, the amethyst-winged Lion King's ferocity ignited, its crystalline body glowing with mysterious light. Yang Xuan's expression shifted dramatically. Master Tang, retreat quickly. That beast is about to unleash its innate abilities. Upon hearing this, the others' faces paled. Demon beasts possess ancient bloodlines. Once activated, they can unleash innate powers. Such abilities are formidable. Even beings of the divine harmony realm would likely find it difficult to contend. Danger. Esteemed gentlemen, retreat. Do not confront it head-on. Amidst the cries of alarm, Tang Xuan remained unyielding. He gently clenched his right hand. The holy sword materialized. In an instant, the world fell silent, the winds ceased, and the clouds stilled. Swish. No words could adequately describe the brilliance of that sword light. It was as if, at that moment, heaven and earth were cleaved asunder. Crack. The glow of the amethyst-winged Lion King vanished, its body cleaved in twain. Behind it, over 100 demon beasts of the void realm met the same fate. Also severed in half. One sword to slay 100 beasts. The Celestial Sword Technique. Chapter 23. In Search of Sword Intent. The Fallen Sword Mountain. The amethyst-winged Lion King was vanquished. The beast tide was thrown into chaos. Leave none alive. Tang Xuan pressed down with one hand. A surge of souls erupted. Boom. The warriors aboard the cloud vessel felt darkness descend before their eyes. The world transformed. They felt as though they were in a different dimension. But in merely an instant, the world returned to clarity. As they gazed upon the beast tide, it was reduced to nothingness. The souls of the demon beasts, shattered, rained down like raindrops upon the ground. All were left in stunned silence. They could hardly articulate their emotions. From initial shock to the terror of slaying 100 beasts, culminating in the obliteration of the beast tide. This was beyond human capability. Thud. A warrior fell to his knees. Am I witnessing a deity? Thud. Thud. The warriors aboard the cloud vessel knelt. Even Yang Xuan was no exception. Tang Xuan sheathed his sword and turned, leaving behind a nonchalant silhouette. Yang Xuan and the others remained kneeling for some time before they could muster the strength to stand. Phew. Having witnessed a divine miracle today, I fear I could boast about this for a long time. For a long time? This is a tale worth telling for a lifetime. Alas, it seems we must have been blessed by our ancestors to witness such might from that esteemed gentleman. Indeed, it is a pity we do not know his name, so that I may erect a longevity tablet to venerate him for generations. Ah, such a celestial being must surely be indifferent to fame and fortune. He is our idol. Aboard the cloud vessel, the warriors exchanged words of admiration. At this moment, Tang Xuan had become a divine figure in their hearts. Yang Shuang pondered for a while. Quickly, gather all the corpses of the demonic beasts, particularly the corpse of the amethyst-winged Lion King. Deliver them to Master Tang. Yes. The warriors of the Tiandi Pavilion sprang into action. Inside room number 1, Tang Xuan was recuperating. Such formidable holy-level martial arts, with just a single strike. It has drained me of all my sword intent and spiritual energy. It seems imperative that I hasten my breakthrough. If I cannot comprehend the sword intent, I shall have no choice but to relinquish it. It is evident that his current cultivation cannot match the martial arts and techniques he possesses. Master Tang. This humble servant Yang Shuang seeks an audience. Outside the door, Yang Shuang's voice rang out, gentle and cautious, as if fearful of disturbing Tang Xuan's training. Come in. Tang Xuan concluded his meditation. Yang Shuang entered, carefully closing the door behind him, and then knelt down with a thud. What is the meaning of this, Steward Yang? Tang Xuan chuckled. Once again, I express my heartfelt gratitude for Master Tang's life-saving intervention. Were it not for your timely assistance, the lives of this entire ship's crew would have been forfeit. I, Yang Shuang, would have become a sinner of the Tiandi Pavilion. Yang Shuang bowed deeply, striking his forehead against the ground 8 times. Just the thought of it sent shivers down his spine. Had that ship's crew perished, the Tiandi Pavilion would have suffered significant financial loss and irreparable damage to its reputation. If we cannot even protect our guests, who would ever come to do business with us? Yang Shuang respectfully presented a golden card. Master Tang, this is the VIP card of the Tiandi Pavilion. At any Tiandi Pavilion location, a special passage will be opened for you, and you may purchase any item at a mere 70% of the original price. Tang Xuan accepted the card. Cultivating a good relationship with the Tiandi Pavilion brings nothing but benefits. The Tiandi Pavilion possesses treasures, and I have my system. It is a match made in heaven. Upon seeing Tang Xuan accept the VIP card, Yang Shuang was filled with joy. To be able to cultivate a relationship with such an extraordinary talent would undoubtedly elevate his own status. The key is that Tang Xuan lacks the arrogance commonly found in many prodigies. Numerous gifted individuals gaze only skyward, looking down upon the merchants of the Tiandi Pavilion. Yet here stands Tang Xuan, with such astonishing strength, yet so approachable. Yang Shuang was even overwhelmed with the urge to weep, fearing that the graves of his ancestors might be smoking, a testament to the immense merit and fortune he had accumulated. Master Tang, we have retrieved the corpses of the amethyst-winged Lion King and many other demonic beasts, and fortune smiled upon us. We unearthed a demon beast's core. Yang Shuang produced a spatial ring and a fist-sized purple orb. A demon beast's core. Tang Xuan's face lit up with surprise. This is a remarkable treasure. It contains a wealth of vital energy that can significantly enhance one's physique. But this is merely one of its many effects. With a stroke of luck, one might even comprehend the divine abilities of the demon beast. Most importantly, this item can amplify power exponentially. I have no need for the corpses, should you require them. You may liquidate them as you see fit. I shall take the core. Tang Xuan pushed the spatial ring containing the demon beast corpses back. Thank you, Master Tang. Yang Shuang was nearly overwhelmed with joy. The corpses of demonic beasts are treasures in themselves. Their essence can be refined into medicine, bones can be boiled into broth, and the flesh can be consumed. For the Tiandi Pavilion, these are all sources of wealth, especially the flesh of the amethyst-winged Lion King. The meat from a divine realm demon beast is a considerable boon for martial artists. If handled well, it could fetch an astronomical price. By the way, your Tiandi Pavilion is well informed. I would like to inquire about something. Tang Xuan said. Yang Shuang was taken aback, bowing deeply. Master Tang, please command me. I shall divulge all that I know. Tang Xuan pondered for a moment. Is there anywhere to comprehend sword intent? Comprehend sword intent. Yang Shuang was taken aback. But then he understood. With Tang Xuan's celestial prowess, such a trivial sword intent should be well within his grasp. Since it was Master Tang's request, Yang Shuang would comply without hesitation. Moreover, given Tang Xuan's strength, he would undoubtedly find ordinary locations beneath his notice. Yang Shuang quickly began to ponder, deep in thought. After a moment, his eyes brightened. Indeed, there is a place where one can contemplate sword intent, but it is quite distant and somewhat perilous. Tang Xuan's spirit surged. He feared nothing, especially danger. With his current strength, there were few places that could truly confine him. If there were, Others would certainly not be able to enter either. Quickly, tell me where it is. The Swordfall Mountain. Yang Xuan replied. It is said that during the ancient wars, a broken sword fell atop Swordfall Mountain. Since then, the peak has been suffused with sword intent, and none can approach. Excellent. This is precisely the place. Tang Xuan rejoiced. With his aptitude, if he could grasp the sword intent of Swordfall Mountain, it would be akin to soaring to new heights. After requesting a map of Swordfall Mountain from Yang Xuan, he departed from the cloud boat. Following the map, Tang Xuan soon arrived within the vicinity of Swordfall Mountain. Before him rose a solitary peak, piercing the heavens. Atop the mountain, there were no flowers or trees, only barren stones. Just by gazing upon it, Tang Xuan felt an intense sting, as if pierced by a sharp blade. Sword intent. Indeed, it was sword intent. Even from 100 miles away, the sword intent roared and surged. How grand must it be atop the mountain? Ha! If I can comprehend this sword intent, I could directly break through to the divine realm. He soared forward, and the closer he got, the stronger the sword intent became, even surpassing what he could bear. Yet, on the ground, there was no binding force of sword intent. Tang Xuan descended, taking confident strides. Upon reaching a 50-mile radius, he spotted a colossal stone tablet inscribed with 3 large characters, Swordfall Mountain. At last, he had arrived. Tang Xuan's face was alight with excitement as he stepped forward. Just then, a booming voice rang out. Halt! This is a forbidden zone. Trespassers must stop. With a whoosh, dozens of soldiers wielding sharp swords surrounded Tang Xuan. A captain, with a sword hanging at his waist, extended his right hand. From here begins the territory of the North Star Dynasty. State your name, and pay 10,000 mid-grade spirit stones to enter. Tang Xuan chuckled. Well, what a bold move, charging for entry. The North Star Dynasty is rather overbearing. What if I refuse to pay? Chapter 24. Not stimulating enough. Let's take a look at the peak. Refuse to pay? The captain of the North Star Dynasty sneered. With a swift motion, his long blade was drawn, exuding a murderous aura. All the soldiers unleashed their aura at the spirit transformation level, while the captain radiated an imposing presence of the soaring realm. Various auras intertwined, sweeping the area within 100 feet, rendering the surroundings barren. Oh, impressive strength. Tang Xuan was slightly taken aback. A mere captain of the North Star Dynasty possesses the cultivation of a Tianshan sect elder. Indeed, formidable. But alas, it is of no consequence to Tang Xuan. He had never held the North Star Dynasty in high regard, especially the North Star Prince, who brazenly attempted to undermine him. How could he tolerate this? Do not worry. Once I refine my skills, I shall deal with him in an instant. For now, he would collect some interest. With a wave of his hand, 8 beams of light shot forth. Sword control technique. Who exactly are you? Blood splattered, and anguished cries filled the air. Under the mastery of swordsmanship, no one could rival. In the blink of an eye, dozens of soldiers from the North Star Dynasty had already lost their souls. Damn it. Die. The captain, witnessing his men fall one by one, was consumed by fury and drew his sword with a fierce thrust. Whoosh. A cold gleam flashed. The sword intent surged forth like a torrential flood, sweeping everything in its path. The sharp blade aura erupted outward, instantly covering the ground with a web of cracks. Impressive sword intent. Tang Xuan mused, astonished. The captain's sword intent had surprisingly reached about 15%, even surpassing his own. After all, it was not unusual for one who had long been immersed in the sword intent of the fallen sword mountain to attain such mastery. However, conversely, if even a mere squad captain could achieve such sword intent, what heights would Tang Xuan reach? His heart ignited with fervor, his eyes brimming with anticipation. Once he emerged from the fallen sword mountain, his strength would surely ascend to a terrifying level. Bolstered by sword intent, the North Star captain's sword aura was indeed fearsome. Alas, before Tang Xuan, it was still insufficient. Sword mastery. 8 swords united, flashing through the void. A severed head soared high into the air. With a wave of his sleeve, Tang Xuan stepped forward. With his cultivation, slaying those at the Void Ascendant's realm was akin to slaughtering chickens. Upon truly entering the realm of the fallen sword mountain, the overwhelming sword intent became even more formidable. With each step he took, he could feel the resistance of the sword intent, as if his skin were being pricked by countless mosquitoes, leaving a tingling sensation. Such powerful sword intent, Tang Xuan exclaimed. His physical body was the celestial sacred body, 1,000 times that of an ordinary person. If even the celestial sacred body felt a tingling sensation, one could only imagine the pressure ordinary warriors experienced. According to Yang Xuan, at the summit of the fallen sword mountain lay a broken sword left by an unparalleled swordsman. Soon, he arrived at the foot of the mountain. Goodness, so many people. At the base of the fallen sword mountain, a dense crowd gathered. Tang Xuan estimated there were at least 30 to 40,000 individuals. Among the numerous weapons present, Swords were undoubtedly the most common. Practitioners of the sword likely constituted about 20 to 30% of the total. Hence, the multitude was not surprising. Most of these individuals possessed cultivation levels at the initial stage of the void ascendance realm or were merely beginners, indicating that this was the limit of what they could endure. Tang Xuan raised his gaze slightly. On the mountain path above, many more warriors sat. Their auras significantly stronger than those at the foot of the mountain, having reached the minor completion of the void ascendance realm. Indeed, those with higher cultivation levels were closer to the summit, which was understandable. The nearer one was, the greater the stimulation from the sword intent, thus increasing the chances of comprehension. Determined, Tang Xuan began his ascent up the mountain. Another person is climbing the mountain, and a young one at that. Such a formidable aura. Whose subordinate is this? Hiss, another prodigious talent. Quickly close your eyes. Observing such a person will only undermine our confidence in comprehending the Tao. So handsome and so capable. How can heaven be so unjustly biased? As Tang Xuan ascended the mountain path, he drew the attention of many, who whispered among themselves. However, they soon returned to their own pursuits. After all, those here were focused on comprehending sword intent, with little time to concern themselves with others. Once on the mountain path, the impact of the sword intent intensified several-fold. Tang Xuan's pupils contracted, graceful as a startled swan, resembling a drifting dragon, magnificent yet not ostentatious. Light and agile without losing elegance. Was this the true essence of sword intent? Compared to this sword intent, Xianxiafan's was indeed rudimentary in the extreme, dreamlike and ethereal, invisible yet palpably real. With each step, Tang Xuan deepened his understanding of sword intent. He possessed the extraordinary talent of a peerless genius, capable of instantly grasping the profound truths of martial arts. Sword intent was no different. This mysterious power tested one's comprehension to the utmost. Many initial stage swordsmen remained nameless until an epiphany struck, allowing them to soar to fame instantly. Upon reaching the halfway point of the mountain, Tang Xuan's sword intent had already broken through to about 10%. Here, the number of warriors had diminished significantly, yet their strength had greatly increased. The vast majority had reached the late stage or even the peak of the void ascendance realm. Some gazed contemplatively at the summit, while others closed their eyes in meditation, striving to grasp that moment of brilliance. Each individual maintained a distance of over 100 meters, ensuring no disturbance among them. Still not enough, Tang Xuan murmured, hands clasped behind his back. The sword intent at the mountain's halfway point was already fearsome. Even the peak stage void ascendance warriors struggled to endure it for long. Yet for Tang Xuan, whose physical body was formidable and whose soul force was vast as the sea, it was still insufficient. It seemed he would have to reach the summit. Just as he prepared to continue, a voice called out, "Young friend, please halt." Turning his head, Tang Xuan beheld a middle-aged swordsman. With a square face and large ears, he sat cross-legged, a benevolent smile gracing his features. "Seeing that you are also of the void ascendance realm, you truly are a youthful genius." The man praised, then continued, "However, the sword intent at the summit is far too terrifying for one of the void ascendance realm to withstand. It would be prudent to remain here to comprehend. Here, one could grasp sword intent up to about 30%. Tang Xuan chuckled. 30% is insufficient. The middle-aged swordsman paused, taken aback. Such arrogance was rather audacious. "Young friend, while ambition is commendable, one must also cherish life. The sword intent, though unclaimed, can easily provoke a backlash when approached too closely." Tang Xuan smiled lightly. "No worries. I aim to experience the full extent of the sword intent's eruption." With that, he resumed his ascent, leaving the middle-aged swordsman dumbfounded. "Are today's youth all this impetuous?" He shook his head, a wry smile upon his face. "Alas, I still have time to concern myself with others. After half a year of stagnant meditation, my sword intent has barely improved by 0.5%. Help me, it's too challenging. At this rate, when will I break through to the divine unity realm?" Meanwhile, Tang Xuan had already reached the summit. Here, the sword intent roared like mountains and seas, howling with ferocity at every moment. Even someone as formidable as Tang Xuan felt like a fragile boat amidst a tempest, at risk of being capsized at any moment. Just right. This is it. There were significantly fewer individuals at the summit, perhaps only a dozen or so. To Tang Xuan's astonishment, all the warriors present were at the divine unity realm, likely there to perfect their sword intent. 30% sword intent leads to the divine unity realm. 70% sword intent condenses into divine harmony. Complete sword intent transforms into divine spirit. Without over 70% of sword intent, one could not hope to break through to the divine harmony realm. As Tang Xuan surveyed his surroundings, a thunderous shout rang out. "Finally found you. For the Huang family, you shall pay with your life." Chapter 25, Fateful Encounters. "I will kill you." Amidst the furious roar, a figure clad in armor rose to his feet. His eyes blazed with vengeful flames, intent on incinerating Tang Xuan. Heaven has delivered you to me for vengeance. Are you ready to meet your end? As his words fell, an overwhelming pressure erupted from his body, instantly startling many who were immersed in their sword comprehension. Ah, is that not General Huangshang of the North Star Dynasty? What has transpired? Are you not aware? The news has already spread far and wide. The Huang family of Bihai City has been entirely annihilated. What? The Huang family has been exterminated? Who possesses such audacity? Unaware that Huangshang is a general of the North Star Dynasty and a formidable Sage Realm expert, it is said that it was the work of a young man. It appears that this is the very lad. Oh, how true it is that fate brings foes to meet. There is certainly a spectacle to behold. Around them, numerous Sage Realm warriors abandoned their meditative pursuits, their eyes alight with intrigue as they observed the confrontation between the two. Sitting in contemplation had grown exceedingly tedious. A brief diversion proved to be quite entertaining. Oh, so you belong to the Huang family. Tang Xuan exclaimed with a look of sudden realization. Indeed. For slaughtering my entire Huang family, I shall rend your body to pieces. Huangshang was enveloped in a powerful wave of energy, his murderous intent palpably solidifying. Are you capable of such a feat? Tang Xuan raised an eyebrow. His audacious words caused the countenances of those present to shift. How brazen this lad is, they murmured. Those who know not fear are often the most reckless. Huangshang, despite his youth, has already ascended to the Sage Realm, mastering the sword intent for a considerable time. In stark contrast, this boy exudes merely the aura of the Skyward Realm. From whence does he derive such courage to challenge Huangshang? Tell me, if we were to capture that lad and present him to Huangshang, would it not be a tremendous favor? Amidst the discussions, a martial artist stepped forward. General Huang, why employ a bull's slaughtering knife to kill a chicken? Allow me to take action and subdue this lad for you. Huangshang nodded slowly. Ah, it is you. The fierce sword Li Mu. The one who spoke was a rogue cultivator known as Li Mu, infamous for his ruthless nature, thriving on murder and plunder. He had clawed his way to the Sage Realm through the resources he had forcibly seized. However, due to his inherent limitations, his mastery of sword intent was insufficient, leading him to seek refuge in the Bladefall Mountain for further training. Rogues, unanchored and lacking support, find it exceedingly challenging to acquire resources. Should he manage to latch onto Huangshang's coattails, he could easily redeem himself and secure ample resources. Heh, a most opportunistic individual. Very well, capture that lad. And you shall become my deputy. Huangshang declared. Thank you, my lord. Thank you, my lord. Li Mu rejoiced. He abruptly turned, pointing a finger at Tang Xuan. Lad, I advise you to kneel promptly. Otherwise, should I take action, you will suffer greatly. Tang Xuan sighed. Are you courting death? Oh, when I roamed the underworld. You were yet a mere babe. Since you choose to remain ungrateful, then perish. Li Mu gripped his sword with one hand, poised to strike. He was swift. But Tang Xuan was swifter. With the explosive energy of the dominant body technique, his speed surged to its zenith. To the spectators, it seemed as though the world had blurred, and Li Mu was sent hurtling backward, blood gushing from his mouth. Before he could even touch the ground, Tang Xuan had seized him by the throat. You cough. How is this possible? Li Mu's eyes widened in terror. The surrounding Sage Realm warriors were equally astounded. What incredible speed! Li Mu, despite being a Sage Realm cultivator, found himself utterly powerless to retaliate. The strike was executed with such precision and agility. He had indeed encountered an opponent far beyond his expectations. Huangshang's expression darkened. He had not anticipated Tang Xuan's strength to be so formidable. Yet, he too had his trump cards. After a brief moment of surprise, he relaxed. Your power is impressive. No wonder you are so arrogant. Release Li Mu, and I shall grant you a complete corpse. Tang Xuan rolled his eyes. Are you an imbecile? You think you can just demand my compliance? How laughable. Huangshang replied coldly. If words cannot sway you, then perhaps my strength will. With a thunderous roar, he unleashed a staggering wave of energy. In an instant, the area within 100 feet was engulfed in chaos, the earth trembling and light obscured. Amidst the white energy, a hue of earthiness emerged. A spirit body. He possesses a spirit body. The yellow aura should be of the earth element. It is no wonder Huangshang has attained the rank of general. So, he is indeed a spirit body. His power has reached the 4th level of the Sage Realm. With the aid of his spirit body, he could contend with those of the 6th or 7th level. Huangshang's body began to levitate slowly. It was not an act of his own volition, but a consequence of his overwhelming aura lifting him. Is this sufficient? This is intriguing. Let me witness the extent of your prowess. Tang Xuan smiled and tightened his grip. Crack. Li Mu's neck twisted at a grotesque angle, his eyes forever wide in death. The crowd erupted in uproar. This was a blatant provocation. You seek death. Huangshang roared in fury. In all his years since entering the fray, none had dared to be so brazen before him. Die. With a single footfall, the earth quaked beneath him, propelling him toward Tang Xuan with a ferocious punch. Tang Xuan neither flinched nor evaded, retaliating with a punch of his own. Bang! With a resounding thud, Huangshang's expression shifted dramatically as he was sent reeling backward, his right arm quaking uncontrollably. Is that all you've got? Tang Xuan shook his fist. A mere spirit body dares to vie with a sacred body in strength? What were you thinking? Huangshang's face contorted in shock, followed by a furious flush. Humiliation morphed into an inferno of rage, blazing fiercely within him. With a swift motion, he grasped a longsword. Buzz! A faint earthy glow radiated from the blade. It was unmistakably a royal-grade longsword. Then, Huangshang's aura transformed, shifting from fury to depth. This lad possesses formidable physical strength. Even Huangshang cannot match him. He must possess a physique at least on par with a spirit body, perhaps even a royal body. Yet, even if he is a royal body, it matters little, for Huangshang is now wielding sword intent. Such a fearsome sword intent, at least fourfold. Having been humiliated by Tang Xuan, and with a vendetta for his family, Huangshang unleashed his true strength, spirit body combined with fourfold sword intent, within the sage realm. He had no equals. As Huangshang fully unleashed his power, the onlookers atop the mountain displayed expressions of horror, retreating in alarm. The mere aftermath of such a power had the capacity to shred even those at the Qi transformation realm. None wished to be caught in the crossfire. Oh, fourfold sword intent. Let me observe its mysteries. Tang Xuan nodded, then drew forth a royal-grade longsword of his own. This very sword had been acquired from Li Hu. To contend with Huangshang, there was no necessity to resort to sacred-grade weapons. Ah, this lad also possesses a royal-grade longsword. Though Tang Xuan had unveiled his royal-grade longsword, the crowd was merely slightly taken aback, still not regarding him as Huangshang's equal. Is this your reliance? Ridiculous. Attack. Huangshang scoffed derisively, then thrust his sword forward. Buzz. As the sword was unleashed, sword Qi coalesced, transforming into dozens of sword shadows. A terrifying wave emanated from the sword shadows. Then, like fireworks, they erupted. In an instant, Tang Xuan felt as if he were witnessing the very earth splitting apart. With the enhancement of sword intent, this single strike could even cleave through a peak sage. Ah, at least a fourfold increase in power. Impressive. Tang Xuan mused in surprise. The enhancement of strength through sword intent proved far more formidable than he had anticipated. Tianshan sword technique. Clang. The clash of metal resounded as the two royal-grade longswords met. Sparks flying. Huangshang's pupils constricted sharply. His feet slid backward uncontrollably. Uffed. His palm erupted, blood spilling forth. What? Impossible. Chapter 26. Still taking action? If the Huang family does that, it will be utterly extinguished. Huangshang's face was filled with shock, and a wave of fear surged within him. Despite having unleashed the fourth level of the God-opening realm, coupled with 40% of sword intent and the earth spirit body, he believed that with this trifecta of power, he could cleave even the peak of the God-opening realm. Yet, Tang Xuan merely wielded his sword with one hand and sent him flying, without even employing any sword techniques. The immense disparity left everyone in a state of astonishment. My heavens, what kind of physical body is this? It raises serious doubts whether this lad has transformed from a beast. His strength is simply overwhelming. Hiss. He is nothing short of a monster. Gasps of astonishment echoed throughout the crowd. The expressions of the God-opening realm martial artists transformed completely. From initial disdain and skepticism, they shifted to shock and respect. Tang Xuan's physical prowess was almost beyond belief. So what if his cultivation was low? The crucial factor is strength. As long as one's strength is sufficient, nothing else matters. You are far too weak. A look of regret crossed Tang Xuan's face. His entry-level spirit body and inferior techniques were a complete waste of 40% of sword intent. What did you say? Nonsense. Huangshang was so enraged that he nearly spat out blood. The technique he cultivated was of the middle grade in the earth rank. In Tang Xuan's eyes, it was deemed inferior. Is there no mercy left in this world? Tang Xuan feigned innocence. Is a middle-grade earth technique remarkable? Is a small achievement in spirit body something to boast about? He possessed the perfected celestial sacred body, training in a low-grade imperial technique. Even if his sword intent was slightly inferior, it was more than enough to overpower Huangshang. You are no match for me. I advise you to refrain from further actions. If you die again, the Huang family will truly be extinguished. I will kill you. Huangshang's mind buzzed, and he lost all rationality. He fervently channeled his spirit energy, infusing it into his long sword, condensing a Tenjong sword light. Die for me. With a resounding boom, Huangshang leaped high into the air, delivering a sword strike that even surpassed his limits. It was enough to threaten the divine union realm. Unfortunately, he encountered Tang Xuan. Why bother? Heaven-cleaving sword technique. Crack. The onlookers felt a flash before their eyes, as the overwhelming sword energy seemed to obliterate the very fabric of reality. 100 zhang sword light tore through the void, leaving a wound that could not heal. The sword light Huangshang had condensed was the first to bear the brunt, instantly shattering. Following that, with a soft sound, his body was cleaved in two. The so-called spirit body was utterly trivial in Tang Xuan's eyes. Thud. The severed remains of his body fell to the ground. A vibrant life was extinguished just like that. The summit of the Sword Fall Mountain was engulfed in a profound silence. All the God-opening realm martial artists felt a chill run down their spines. It was terrifying. So ruthless. With a single sword, he had slain a practitioner at the 4th level of the God-opening realm. That sword light revealed the annihilation of the heavens and earth. How astonishingly exquisite is such sword technique. How terrifying, how fearsome, even from such a distance. I felt as though I might perish. Alas, the Huang family is utterly extinguished. Sighs filled the air. Although everyone was shaken, Huangshang's death was of no concern to them, and no one dared to step forward. This young man's strength is already so formidable. Once his sword intent reaches perfection, his power will be incalculable. Spread the word, remember his face, and absolutely do not offend him in any way. We can only befriend him and not provoke him. Otherwise, it would spell calamity for our sect. The gazes of the God-opening realm experts exchanged glances, their expressions towards Tang Xuan shifting entirely. Tang Xuan slowly sheathed his sword and exhaled a breath of turbid air. Just then, a figure shot through the air like a bolt of lightning. As their feet touched the ground, the earth cracked, and the entire Sword Fall Mountain trembled. It was a peak expert of the God-opening realm. Someone exclaimed in surprise. The newcomer, clad in official robes, was tall and imposing, exuding an intimidating aura. Upon seeing Huangshang's corpse, his expression changed dramatically. Who killed Huangshang? Tang Xuan smiled and replied, Why, it was I? The man shouted again, You who killed the mountain guards as well. That was also me, Tang Xuan interjected. What audacity! Do you think my North Star dynasty is easy to bully? If I said yes, would you be angry? Everyone fell silent. What on earth is this? The North Star dynasty spans countless miles, with experts aplenty. Merely the sects under its jurisdiction number 4 to 500. Such a colossal force. And one would avoid it like the plague. Yet, in Tang Xuan's mouth, it was described as easy to bully. An outright slap in the face. It seems you are deliberately seeking conflict with our North Star dynasty. Very well, since I have encountered you, I shall not let you go. With a single wave of his hand, a golden long sword hovered down. The Golden Dawn Sword. He was Bei Chingensi, one of the 3 sword saints of the North Star. Hiss, it is said that the North Star dynasty has 3 great sword saints. Although Bei Chingensi ranks last among them, he possesses perfected sword intent and is half a step into the divine union realm. With Bei Chingensi here, this lad, no matter how strong, cannot possibly contend. They exist on entirely different levels. What a pity, he is about to fall here. Even a powerful dragon cannot suppress a local snake, let alone the North Star dynasty, which is akin to a divine dragon. Expressions of regret and helplessness appeared on the faces of the crowd. Tang Xuan is strong, but his foundation is too shallow. Compared to seasoned warriors, he ultimately cannot prevail. Under the scrutinizing eyes of all, Tang Xuan displayed no fear. Instead, he laughed. Haha, I have no fondness for the people of the North Star dynasty. Since you seek death, I don't mind sending you on your way. At this proclamation, a storm of uproar ensued. My heavens, has he gone mad? That is one of the 3 great sword saints of the North Star. Although that previous sword strike was formidable, it would have no effect on Bei Chingensi. It's over. Bei Chingensi will surely be enraged. Indeed, Bei Chingensi's expression darkened. It has been many years since I have heard such reckless words. Do you truly believe that by killing a Huangshang, you can pose a threat to me? As he spoke, a terrifying aura surged from within Bei Chingensi. Boom. The half-step divine union aura erupted forth. In an instant, the heavens and earth changed color, and the entire Sword Fall Mountain trembled violently. All present stood dumbfounded, gazing at the summit. There, dark clouds gathered, as if a storm were imminent. Under such overwhelming pressure, all the God-opening realm martial artists at the peak of Sword Fall Mountain found themselves breathless, struggling to stand. Truly, the North Star Sword Saint is terrifying. Retreat quickly to avoid disaster. Run. Amidst the earth-shattering might, numerous God-opening realm martial artists took to the skies, fleeing thousands of zhang away. Above the Sword Fall Mountain, only Tang Xuan and Bei Chingensi remained. Are you prepared to welcome death? Bei Chingensi stood with his hands behind his back, his gaze cold and indifferent. In his eyes, Tang Xuan was merely a tiny ant, easily extinguishable with a wave of his hand. Haha, My death is a matter of centuries in the future. For now, it is you who shall die." Tang Xuan chuckled, a mysterious smile gracing his lips. "Fortunately, you are merely half a step into the divine union." "Humph. You wish for me to die? What a joke." Beichen Jinshu extended his hand to grasp the sword, and a formidable aura of sword intent surged forth, warping even the very fabric of the void itself. Visible ripples radiated outward in concentric layers. At that moment, a small talisman appeared in Tang Xuan's palm. "This final strike is reserved for you. After all, your future adversaries will be even more formidable, rendering this talisman obsolete." With a surge of spiritual energy, the heavenly thunder talisman trembled gently before disintegrating into ash. The next instant, dark clouds converged, accompanied by the thunder's roar and flashes of lightning. What is happening? Is it thunder? No, how could it possibly thunder now? As the crowd stood in astonishment, the heavens trembled, and bolts of thunderous liquid cascaded from above. The smile on Beichen Jinshu's face instantly froze. No. In the blink of an eye, his figure vanished within the beam of light, reduced to nothingness. Chapter 27. No need to panic. Just a minor achievement. Dead. The sword saint of Beichun was annihilated in an instant. My heavens. The many warriors at the divine opening realm were utterly stunned. What just transpired? Tang Xuan had actually summoned heavenly thunder to obliterate Beichen Jinshu. Beneath the might of that thunder, the onlookers felt as insignificant as ants. The power of the heavens was unparalleled. After the initial shock wore off, all gazes converged upon Tang Xuan. This young man possesses such formidable strength. Once he comprehends the sword intent, what chaos could ensue? If the Beichen dynasty has any sense, it would be prudent to downplay this incident, lest they provoke a calamity of extermination. Indeed, with this understanding, you all needn't be dazed. Make way for the foremost position. Well spoken. The multitude of divine opening realm warriors atop the Swordfall Mountain began to step aside, as if heralding the arrival of a new emperor. Whether they were sect elders or solitary cultivators, whether they were enigmatic old men or beautiful middle-aged women, all wore smiles of obsequiousness. It is worth noting that they were all renowned powerhouses in their own right. Individually, each was a figure of considerable repute. Yet, before Tang Xuan, they all cowered. No one among them was foolish. Having witnessed Tang Xuan's astonishing prowess, none would dare to seek their own doom. The severed limbs of Beichen Jinshu still emitted heat. In the face of the crowd's deference, Tang Xuan remained gracious. Even when deliberately restraining himself, his power was utterly terrifying. To put it bluntly, he could walk through unchallenged. Since he has become so strong, why should he remain humble, seeking to keep a low profile when one's strength permits otherwise? Given everyone's warm reception, I shall not refuse their kindness, Tang Xuan stated calmly, with his hands clasped behind his back. Among those present, none were not his seniors by several years. Conventionally, he should have addressed them as predecessors. Yet, Tang Xuan refrained from doing so. The many warriors at the divine opening realm pretended not to hear. Such modesty from the young friend. They exclaimed, "Isn't it the norm to revere the strong?" They all nodded in agreement, assuring him, "We guarantee that while you comprehend the sword intent, no one shall dare to disturb you." Tang Xuan ceased his chatter and directly ascended the mountain peak. The divine opening realm warriors exchanged glances and took their seats. After all, the conflict was between Tang Xuan and the Beichen dynasty. It bore no relevance to them. Their priority was to seize the opportunity to comprehend the sword intent. Upon reaching the summit, Tang Xuan understood that his ability to intimidate others stemmed from his sheer strength. The warriors of the Beichen dynasty were growing increasingly powerful. And beyond the threshold of half-step divine harmony, there were two, even stronger swordsmen. He needed to swiftly grasp the sword intent to enhance his strength and continue his audacity. In the martial world, one either relies on connections or possesses formidable strength. My sword intent has reached approximately 1.5 levels. Once it attains around 3 levels, I can break through to the divine opening realm. However, such a splendid opportunity should not be squandered. I must elevate my sword intent to its utmost potential. Tang Xuan gazed ahead, spotting a half-broken sword embedded at the very center of the Swordfall Mountain peak. The blade was riddled with cracks, and a powerful sword intent emanated from it. The closer he approached the broken sword, the stronger the sword intent became. Just then, a voice called out from behind. "Young friend, you must not proceed any further." Turning back, he beheld a middle-aged man. "I am Chu Ting, an elder of the Xianyu sect. The closer you get to the broken sword, the stronger the sword intent will become. However, that sword intent is now masterless. Once you enter within a Tenjong range, it will automatically launch an attack." Chu Ting warned. Tang Xuan chuckled. "Thank you for the reminder." Yet, as he spoke, he continued forward, stepping into the Tenjong limit. He was about to enter the danger zone. The fearless spirit of youth. He mused, perhaps underestimating the sword intent. Indeed, the three great sword saints of Beichun had previously challenged it. Only the first, Beichun's sword madman, could approach the broken sword, while the second, Beichun Baisher, barely reached 5 zhang, and Beichun Jinshu was repelled at just 1 zhang. Young friend, while your strength is formidable, your foundation cannot compare to that of the three great sword saints of Beichun. You may very well be injured. The divine opening realm warriors all shook their heads, sighing in resignation, believing that Tang Xuan could not withstand the sword intent. Under the scrutiny of countless gazes, Tang Xuan halted his steps. A faint crackling sound reached his ears. Visible ripples in the air continued to spread. Within the 10 zhang range, the sword intent intertwined with the heavens and earth, forming a unique force. Tang Xuan extended a finger to touch it. Zzz! It felt as though he had been struck by lightning. Smoke wafted from his fingertip, and upon closer inspection, a faint black mark lingered. Although it was quickly wiped away, the power was formidable. What an awe-inspiring sword intent! It can create its own forbidden zone. Could it have reached the level of force? Sword intent is not the end. Rather, it is the beginning. From sword intent to sword force, then to sword domain, ultimately culminating in the rules of the sword. This is to say, transforming into a sword, embodying the rules of the sword path. Upon reaching this stage, one could even wield the power to manifest a sword with a mere thought, or to render a sword forbidden. Within a certain range, those who comprehend the rules of the sword will become absolute sovereigns, masters of life and death over others. Here, the sword intent is overwhelmingly potent. I fear only by cultivating to minor success can I enter. Tang Xuan nodded, settling into a meditative position. The onlookers let out a collective sigh of relief. Thankfully, the young friend did not advance further. Indeed, while he is remarkably talented, his foundation is ultimately too shallow. Very well, let us all comprehend. Soon, the peak of Swordfall Mountain fell into silence as everyone immersed themselves in the study of sword intent. 1 day, 2 days, 3 days. On the 4th day, as the golden crow broke through the horizon, a mysterious wave emanated from within Tang Xuan's body. The wave spread like ripples, sweeping across the entire peak and stirring the warriors engrossed in their comprehension. Is this minor success in sword intent? My heavens! Has he grasped minor success in sword intent? This is outrageous. I have been comprehending for 2 years and have only reached 2.5 levels. The disparity between a peerless genius and an ordinary person is truly staggering. The faces of the gathered divine realm warriors were etched with shock, their eyes shimmering with envy and resentment. Among them, a few had achieved a minor mastery of sword intent, yet the vast majority had not even reached that level, with some merely beginning their journey. Witnessing Tang Xuan elevate his sword intent to 30% within just 3 days stirred an overwhelming sense of sourness in their hearts. It is not the lack of recognition that is daunting, but rather the comparison itself. Minor mastery of sword intent. Tang Xuan was in high spirits. He let out a hearty roar that echoed across the universe. Congratulations rang out from behind him. Congratulations, young friend, on your breakthrough to minor mastery of sword intent. Chu Ting clasped his fists and bowed slightly. The other divine realm warriors also hurried to offer their praises. However, Tang Xuan remained composed and unruffled. No need to feel anxious. It is merely minor mastery. Had he been a newcomer, Chu Ting and the others would have likely pointed fingers and berated him. Must you flaunt your achievements? Minor mastery? Is that all? In the expanse of the fallen sword mountain, how many had truly attained minor mastery? The shortest tenure for comprehension here was several months. Yet, he had accomplished this in just 3 days. Did he intend to belittle the efforts of others? Chu Ting and the others were incensed. Young friend, you are being overly modest. Such humility is unwarranted. Your calm demeanor and steady disposition reflect the mark of a true dragon among men. In all my years, I have never encountered a youth as perfect as you. Alas, how it makes us feel inadequate. Chapter 28. The Pinnacle of Sword Intent. The Creator of Miracles. Observing the profound envy on the faces of the divine realm warriors, Tang Xuan merely smiled faintly. Is minor mastery truly so challenging? He possessed an unparalleled genius. With such innate talent, understanding the sword intent for a single day equated to that of a prodigy grasping it for 10. Superior talents would require 100 days, while average talents needed 1,000. 3 days. Even this estimate was conservative. In fact, he had broken through to minor mastery in less than 2 days. The remaining day was spent honing his sword control technique and the heaven-slashing sword technique, both martial skills heavily reliant on sword intent. Now, with minor mastery of sword intent, the power of these techniques had significantly increased. Even without employing the Thunder Talisman, he could now slay Beichun Jinsi with a single strike. With minor mastery of sword intent, he could nearly extend his reach to 10 zhang. Tang Xuan slowly activated his sword intent, enveloping his entire being, and then stepped into the Tenjiang range. With each step, the heavens seemed to rotate. Boom! An indescribable pressure descended upon him, crashing down like a weight. The sand beneath and the dust above transformed into countless sharp blades, attempting to pierce him. Was this the might of perfected sword intent? Indeed, it was terrifying. Tang Xuan exhibited surprise, yet felt a profound joy. Compared to minor mastery, perfected sword intent was incomparably superior. Under the gaze of all, he advanced step by step. 10 zhang, 9 zhang, 8 zhang. Before long, he had traversed to a distance of 5 zhang. 5 zhang. Such formidable willpower, such a terrifying physique. Though the young friend was merely at the pinnacle of the ascending sky realm, he was not at all inferior to some seasoned divine realm experts. Divine realm? Who do you look down upon? One could assert that Bei Chun Baishur, at the god harmonization realm with perfected sword intent, could barely match this distance. Hiss. Does this mean that relying solely on his physique and sword intent, the young friend is already on par with those at the god harmonization level? Shocked gasps filled the air. The eyes of all divine realm warriors sparkled with various emotions: fear, reverence, envy, but most prominently, admiration. Some individuals are destined to be venerated. It is indeed a rarity. At this moment, the sword intent enveloping Tang Xuan had reached a truly formidable level. Any ordinary person would have been shattered beneath such sword intent. Yet, the celestial body was remarkably resilient, remaining unscathed under the influence of minor mastery of sword intent. With his indomitable physique, Tang Xuan boldly approached the broken sword. Atop the fallen sword mountain, silence reigned. While they had previously been able to accept the spectacle, they were now at a loss for words. Chu Ting stammered, "Esteemed colleagues, today we are fortunate to witness the birth of a miracle." The gathered divine realm warriors slowly nodded in agreement, with none dissenting. Tang Xuan was indeed the architect of miracles. Despite the immense pressure, he had yet to break through to the divine realm. He wished to wait until his sword intent was perfected before making the leap. The more solid the foundation, the greater the benefits of the breakthrough. Suddenly, Tang Xuan paused. He realized that even upon reaching the broken sword, the surrounding sword intent remained at the perfected level. What a pity that this sword's intent had waned over time. My deductions suggest that the sword's master had once gathered sword momentum, but it had regressed to mere sword intent. Such a shame. Tang Xuan's face revealed disappointment. Had it been perfected sword intent, he could have amplified it to the domain of swords, an entire realm of sword mastery. Unfortunately, it seemed unattainable now. The 10,000-fold amplification system provided a fixed enhancement. The stronger the original ability, the more substantial the amplification. Well, let it be. The pinnacle of mastery is still mastery. I shall take my time to comprehend it further. There is no rush. Tang Xuan nodded and seated himself before the broken sword. With his innate talent, achieving perfected sword intent would not pose too much difficulty. With the external stimulation and reference of the sword intent around him, Tang Xuan's training accelerated. In merely half a month, he was on the brink of mastering perfected sword intent, a realm many sword masters spend their entire lives striving to attain. During this time, rumors about Tang Xuan spread like wildfire throughout the entire Bei Qin dynasty. Soon, his true identity was uncovered. The once scorned disciple of the Tianshan sect. He had seemingly undergone a miraculous transformation overnight, his power surging as he obliterated the sect with 2 thunderbolts. Subsequently, he annihilated the 5 prominent clans of Baihai City, leaving no survivors, his methods brutally ruthless. Now appearing at the fallen sword mountain, he had effortlessly slain Bei Qinjinsi, one of the 3 sword saints of the Bei Chun. Meanwhile, the matter of Huangshang faded from public consciousness. Even though he was a genius with 40% sword intent, it garnered little attention. In no time, various rumors began to circulate. Some claimed Tang Xuan had received teachings from an unparalleled master. Others asserted he had inherited ancient legacies. Conspiracy theorists even suggested that Tang Xuan was possessed by an ancient evil. Such were the rumors, growing increasingly preposterous. At this moment, within the secret realm of the Bei Qin dynasty, an eerie stillness prevailed. Hundreds of soldiers at the Qi transformation realm stood silently, their long swords hanging at their waists, their eyes gleaming like brilliant gemstones. Each warrior emanated a faint aura of sword intent. Suddenly, a low hum resonated. All the long swords quivered, as if foretelling something. In the next instant, hundreds of swords unsheathed themselves, defying the absence of wind, and trembled before the entrance of the secret realm. Meanwhile, within the Northern Star secret realm, an unparalleled and terrifying sword intent erupted forth. Hundreds of soldiers at the Qi transformation stage were horrified to discover they were utterly immobilized. The surrounding spiritual energy seemed to transform into a roaring ocean, sweeping over them. Uft, uft, uft. Countless soldiers at the Qi transformation stage met their end in explosive bursts, blood splattering into the air. Strangely, the droplets of blood did not fall to the ground, but instead coalesced into ethereal blood swords, suspended in the void. Blood, blood. Ha ha ha. A maniacal laughter echoed through the emptiness. Amidst the chilling aura of death, all the blood swords pointed towards a singular location. There, unbeknownst to them, a crimson figure had appeared. By sure, rein in your sword intent. A steady voice resonated from within the secret realm. The blood-colored figure stirred, and the blood swords in the air melded into his being. Ah, the taste of blood is always so delectable. The figure gradually became clearer, revealing a sinister visage. By sure of the Northern Star, one of the 3 legendary sword saints of the Northern Star dynasty, second only to the sword madman. His expression was somewhat deranged, and his aura fluctuated wildly. Not enough, still not enough. This blood is insufficient. I crave more blood, the blood of the strong. I need more, ha ha ha. The shrill and twisted laughter reverberated ominously. Once again, a voice emerged from the secret realm. Xianxia has been slain by a young one named Tang Xuan, currently at the Falling Sword Mountain. Go, kill him, and your sword will achieve completeness. Bai Shi's body ceased trembling, and the crimson light in his pupils flickered. Tang Xuan, you say? Excellent. Boom. The earth shattered, a blood-red pillar soared into the sky, then vanished into the clouds. At the summit of Falling Sword Mountain, Tang Xuan's sword intent had reached its zenith. At this moment, the broken sword's intent posed no threat to him. Instead, it felt as if it were merging seamlessly with his own. Almost there. Chapter 29. The condensation of sword intent. At the center of the heavens and earth. For an entire month, Tang Xuan had been honing his foundation and comprehending sword intent. The suppressed cultivation within him could no longer be contained. System. Amplify my sword intent. 10,000 times. Ding. Amplification of sword intent in progress. The familiar electronic voice rang out. Subsequently, within Tang Xuan's body, the sound of a mountain torrent erupted. Boom. The ground cracked, and Falling Sword Mountain trembled. Numerous martial artists, engrossed in their understanding of sword intent, were startled. What is happening? An earthquake? Nonsense. How could it be an earthquake? Look over there. The crowd turned towards the sound, their eyes glazing over in shock. There stood Tang Xuan, who had been seated before the broken sword, slowly rising. His long black hair billowed upwards, and the brilliance in his gaze was as striking as a thunderbolt. He appeared as a towering mountain, exuding an overwhelming and terrifying aura. In that moment, he embodied a razor-sharp sword. Zzz. A whirlwind encircled Tang Xuan, creating a harsh sound as it scraped against the ground. Sparks flew, illuminating him as if he were a divine being descending from the heavens. The perfected sword intent surged wildly, reaching 100-fold peak. 1,000-fold sword might. 10,000-fold. At the moment of sword might's condensation, the astonishing sword intent suddenly vanished entirely. The tremors of Falling Sword Mountain ceased. Yet, in the hearts of the onlookers, it felt as though a massive stone weighed heavily upon them, causing immense discomfort. The sword intent within them receded to its utmost limits. Might. It is a realm that transcends mere intent. Among the warriors on Falling Sword Mountain, the strongest comprehension of sword intent barely reached 50%. They could hardly fathom the terror of might. They thought it was an illusion and began to reminisce about the momentary sword intent they had just witnessed. How incredible! Is this the sword intent at its peak? In just a month, he has progressed from novice to mastery. This young friend possesses limitless potential. Too small. The perspective is too narrow, given his talents. It is a certainty that he will step into the legendary realm of the saints, overlooking all living beings. TSK, I heard that before unleashing his power, this young friend was bullied by the Tianshan sect. What foolishness! Hence, the Tianshan sect is no more. Is it not? Numerous experts in the divine opening realm pointed fingers at Tang Xuan. Unfortunately, the sword intent existed only for a fleeting moment. It seems the young friend aimed to achieve perfect sword intent, but ultimately failed. Achieving perfect sword intent is no easy feat. Throughout the entire Northern Star dynasty, only the foremost sword saint, the sword madman, has successfully consolidated perfect sword intent. However, the sword madman has cultivated for a century, his accumulation and foundation far surpassing that of the young friend. I believe that with his innate talent, achieving perfect sword intent before the age of 50 will not be a challenge. In the void above, Tang Xuan closed his eyes slightly, deeply absorbing the essence of sword might. Suddenly, he sensed an extremely terrifying sword intent rapidly approaching. He opened his eyes. On the horizon, a blood cloud materialized. The blood cloud moved with astonishing speed, accompanied by an oppressive force that descended like a mountain. The numerous martial artists atop Falling Sword Mountain suddenly felt a heaviness in their chests, their blood roiling within, causing immense discomfort. It is unbearable. My body feels as though it will be torn apart. What on earth is happening? The pressure intensified, and the Qi transformation warriors at the foot of the mountain could no longer withstand it, spewing blood and collapsing to the ground. The divine opening realm warriors fared slightly better, yet they too struggled to breathe, barely able to endure. After several breaths, the entire falling sword mountain was engulfed by the blood cloud, as if the world had been painted in hues of crimson. The oppressive force grew even more terrifying. Many Qi transformation warriors rolled their eyes back and fainted. The divine opening realm warriors knelt on one knee, unable to rise. Only Tang Xuan stood proudly, unwavering. "Oh, to withstand my bloodthirsty sword intent, you must be Tang Xuan." From within the ominous and terrifying voice, the blood cloud parted, and a figure descended slowly. "Who are you?" Tang Xuan inquired. "I am the last name you shall ever hear. By Sure of the Northern Star." The blood-colored figure landed, and the moment his feet touched the ground, falling sword mountain split in two. Debris rained down like a storm. Many Qi transformation warriors, still unconscious, were crushed to death beneath the falling stones. The entire mountain echoed with wails of despair. Blood flowed like a fountain. Corpses lay scattered, victims of the massive rocks. The expression of the divine opening realm warriors at the summit changed drastically. By Sure, one of the three sword saints of the Northern Star dynasty. It is said that his sword intent is inherited from an ancient evil sword sect, nourished by blood, and is frightfully powerful. How did he arrive? Moreover, his sword intent has reached perfection. How terrifying. How terrifying indeed. It is rumored that Bai Sure had secluded himself for 10 years, comprehending the perfect sword intent. And it seems he has succeeded. Compared to him, Jean, she seems like an infant. This is disastrous. Our young friend is in grave danger. Most of the divine opening realm warriors were already pressed down. Only a few, whose sword intent had reached about 50%, could barely speak. Perfect sword intent. A god-harmonizing powerhouse. Tang Xuan wore a serene expression. His sword intent had already taken shape. Even if the sword aura of Baichen Baisher were to become 100-fold more terrifying, it would not so much as waver him in the slightest. Moreover, he possessed the soul of 10,000 miles. Let it be known, even the spirits of warriors in the divine harmony realm would stand no chance against Tang Xuan. Only those who had similarly comprehended the power of intention at the myriad laws level could be deemed worthy to be compared with him. Thus, Baichen Baisher's words came across more like the ramblings of a reckless child, a futile display of impotent rage. "Ah, your strength is commendable. It is truly astonishing that you did not explode into fragments under my bloodthirsty sword intent. No wonder even the useless Baichen Jinshu fell at your hands." Baichen Baisher scrutinized Tang Xuan from head to toe, a hint of surprise flickering across his face. A multitude of warriors in the divine opening realm bore expressions of shock. It should be noted that there were no fewer than tens of thousands of warriors training their sword intent upon the Swordfall Mountain, all of whom had knelt before Baichen Baisher's sword intent. Yet here stood Tang Xuan, so close, yet utterly unmoved. He was nothing short of extraordinary. However, the crowd was not overly astonished. They were aware that Tang Xuan had just comprehended the great accomplishment of sword intent. It should be credited to that, right? Only individuals like Chu Ting, with their profound cultivation, sensed something amiss. Even the great accomplishment of sword intent could not possibly maintain such composure. Baichen Baisher's sword intent was bloodthirsty and frenzied, far exceeding that of ordinary sword intents. Not to mention the great accomplishment. Even the perfected state of sword intent would find it impossible to withstand. Unless it was impossible. How could anyone cultivate to the point of sword momentum? At least not within the Baichen dynasty. Do not be surprised, for you are about to meet your demise. Tang Xuan spoke nonchalantly. Baichen Baisher's eyes widened suddenly, only to narrow again like a serpent's. He chuckled. "Such arrogance. What gives you the right to kill me? Your meager cultivation in the Void Realm? Or perhaps your feeble sword intent?" Tang Xuan chuckled softly. "Void Realm? Open your eyes and behold. The fusion of sword momentum and soul power, soaring into the heavens, tearing through the blood clouds, and revealing the clear sky once more." Boom. At this moment, Tang Xuan's internal energy erupted like a volcanic eruption. Waves of white energy rippling outward. The vast pressure caused Baichen Baisher's countenance to change. Charge. The suppressed cultivation broke free at this moment, blooming entirely. Buzz. The light of heaven and earth vanished. The ground was cloaked in darkness. Only within a Tinjong radius surrounding Tang Xuan was there illumination. At this moment, he was the very center of the universe. Even a formidable figure like Baichen Baisher could not bear to look directly. He felt his body tremble. A sudden breakthrough? The divine opening realm? No, this was merely the beginning. Chapter 30. Continuous breakthrough. First layer of divine harmony. One step. Divine opening realm. Tang Xuan operated the primordial skill. and the energy within him surged like an unstoppable flood. The exhilarating sensation that had been suppressed for far too long erupted forth. Surely every man can relate. Wave upon wave, endless. Under the gazes of all, Tang Xuan's cultivation soared higher and higher. Moments later, a thunderous explosion echoed. Second layer of divine opening, followed swiftly by the third layer, the fourth layer of divine opening. In one breath, Tang Xuan directly broke through 4 realms. Finally, his momentum gradually began to subside. Chu Ting and the others gasped in astonishment. Gasp! To forcefully break through 4 layers in one go, such talent is truly astounding. To confront Baichen Baishe, it seems the young friend has exhausted all his efforts. Yet it is somewhat regrettable. Even with a breakthrough to the 4th layer, the chasm between them remains immeasurable. The crowd was filled with surprise, regret, and helplessness. Tang Xuan was simply too young, whereas Baichen Baishe was a renowned and peerless swordsman. Such a disparity could not be bridged by talent alone. To overestimate oneself, forcefully pushing through realms would leave one's body riddled with injuries. It was nothing short of foolishness. Baichen Baishe wore a disdainful expression. Tang Xuan smiled. Is that truly the case? Then how about this? As his words fell, his aura surged once more. He wishes to break through again. Such a strain is excessive. After all, human potential is finite. Drinking poison to quench thirst. This is a dead end. A commotion erupted around them. No one held faith in Tang Xuan. But, boom, amidst the explosive sound, Tang Xuan once again surpassed the 4th layer of divine opening. And he did not cease there. 5th layer of divine opening. 6th layer. 7th layer. 8th layer of divine opening. The pinnacle of divine opening. In the blink of an eye, Tang Xuan had broken through to the pinnacle of the divine opening realm. The summit of Swordfall Mountain fell into a profound silence. The onlookers had even forgotten the terrifying pressure brought by Baichen Baishe. They merely stared in awe at Tang Xuan, enveloped in a radiant white light. My heavens, is this truly a human? It is evidently a monster. Our perspective was ultimately too limited. A transcendent genius cannot be measured by ordinary standards. To leap from the pinnacle of the void realm to the pinnacle of the divine opening realm, transcending an entire major realm, could this truly be accomplished by a mere mortal? Help! When we break through minor realms, do we not accumulate our strength for a long time, often a year or even several years, before daring to attempt it? This is a calamity. How am I to cultivate in the future? The resolve of their hearts crumbled. Hope for cultivation vanished. A group of divine opening realm experts stared blankly, their minds in disarray, howling in madness. They had completely lost faith in life. Compared to Tang Xuan, they seemed no different from swine. A breakthrough of such magnitude in realm level was unprecedented. This was another record likely unmatched in the future. Yet, what no one expected was that the breakthrough had still not concluded. Break for me. The sword intent was already sufficient, and the soul power was boundless. Buzz. A ripple of energy erupted from Tang Xuan's body. In an instant, the world fell silent. All things became mute. Every sound vanished. Within 1,000 miles, all the beasts bowed their heads, trembling in fear. It was as if some dreadful primordial beast was awakening. In order to refine his sword intent, Tang Xuan had refrained from breaking through. Though his realm did not rise, his spiritual energy had been continuously gathering. The primordial skill was a royal-grade low-tier technique. Across the entire Baichen dynasty, few could be found. Not to mention, Tang Xuan also possessed the celestial body, which automatically absorbed spiritual energy. This physique was akin to a vast reservoir, storing spiritual energy. Now, with a sudden eruption, it resulted in such astonishing outcomes. Divine harmony, the fusion of body, soul power, and sword intent, the three united, stepping into divine harmony. It is finally over. After breaking through to the 1st layer of divine harmony, Tang Xuan finally felt the fatigue of exhaustion. The technique still seemed somewhat lacking. It appears I must swiftly change my cultivation method, he muttered to himself. Yet all, including Baichen Baishe, found their emotions had grown exceedingly complex. What does it mean when one says people surpass others, evoking feelings of exasperation? Is this not the very definition? All the divine opening cultivators gazed at Tang Xuan with transformed expressions. We pay our respects, esteemed sir. Chu Ting was the first to bow. When Tang Xuan broke through, he had already torn apart the imposing aura of Baichen Baishe. These divine opening warriors found themselves liberated. We pay our respects, esteemed sir. Following suit, numerous divine opening realm warriors also bowed in unison. Indeed, their address for Tang Xuan had evolved from young friend to esteemed sir. Who would dare to regard Tang Xuan as a junior now? Did they even qualify? In the realm of cultivation, strength reigns supreme. The might of one's fist is the ultimate truth. Age is but a jest. With the talent exhibited by Tang Xuan, It won't be long before he treads upon the realm of divine shadows, or even ascend to the higher realms of 10,000 laws, law mastery, creation, and the rumored Tao realm. By then, not only would they not dare to point fingers at Tang Xuan, but even from a distance of 100,000 miles. These individuals would likely lack the qualifications to behold his countenance. He is destined to become a man of divine and demonic stature. In this moment, the crowd atop the sword-fallen mountain felt that the so-called potential rankings were somewhat trivial. Could any so-called genius achieve what Tang Xuan had? Clearly, it was not a matter of capability, but of impossibility. Heavenly man, the esteemed sir must be a heavenly being descended to the mortal realm, which explains this. Our ancestral graves are blessed. Encountering the esteemed sir today is a matter worthy of our family's legacy, to be spoken of for generations. Previously, I thought the violet radiant saintess marrying down was a slight, but now it appears she may have aspired too high. Alas, I regret my earlier thoughts. I have several granddaughters of fair appearance. If the esteemed sir desires, one could serve as a maid. Nonsense. The esteemed sir's maid must be a paragon of beauty. Your granddaughter should just wash up and sleep. Hey, isn't our focus supposed to be on the Beichun dynasty? With the esteemed sir's cultivation, it seems Beichun by sure stands no chance against him. If the esteemed sir departs, it won't be long before the Beichun dynasty meets its doom. At this moment, the pressure shifted to Beichun by sure's side. If Tang Xuan does not perish today, the Beichun dynasty will face annihilation in the future. I never imagined you could achieve this. Beichun by sure's voice was somber. He had fully regarded Tang Xuan as a life-and-death adversary. Not bad. Tang Xuan shrugged nonchalantly. The crowd muttered, this arrogance is utterly friendless. To break through 2 major realms and over a dozen minor realms in one breath. Achieving an unprecedented feat, and he only deemed it not bad? Beichun by sure's body swayed slightly, nearly expelling a mouthful of blood. Is it possible for you to speak properly? This boy must not be left alive. A bloodlust glimmer tainted Beichun by sure's gaze. Unfortunately, even if you have reached the same divine unity realm as I, you still lag behind in several minor realms. I stand at the 5th level of divine unity. As he spoke, Beichun by sure unleashed his full aura. Boom. The blood cloud reassembled, darkening the skies, obscuring the sun and moon, with fierce winds swirling. Let me show you my might. Blood sword of soul destruction. With a single hand, Beichun by sure grasped a fearsome blood sword that appeared almost alive, emitting a wail akin to the cries of tormented spirits. Instantly, the summit of sword-fallen mountain was filled with lamentations. It hurts, my head aches, what is that sound? It was as if the anguished wails of myriad souls from the depths of hell were tearing at their very souls. This is bad. Retreat, retreat. Numerous divine opening realm warriors changed countenance, hastily retreating. However, Tang Xuan's expression was peculiar. Soul power attack. Are you serious? Chapter 31. Merely half-step sword intent. Quite formidable. Wah. Beichun by sure held the blood sword aloft, his expression menacing. Crimson blood energy swirled around him, making him appear as if he had crawled out of hell itself. The wails of spirits resonated through the void, creating ripples in the air. Those divine opening realm cultivators had already fled 1,000 feet away, their faces etched with profound terror. It's terrifying. Any delay in our escape, and our souls would have been torn asunder. The formidable Beichun by sure had directly unleashed a soul power attack. This is dire. Although the esteemed sir's spiritual energy cultivation has surged, his soul power has not kept pace. This is perilous. The hearts of the crowd leaped in trepidation. How amusing. Tang Xuan stood with his arms crossed, indifferent to the wails crashing against his flesh. When he first traversed here, soul power was his greatest strength. With dual souls united, he was naturally above the norm, not to mention the manifold amplifications. Now, Tang Xuan's soul power was nothing short of legendary. Even those in the divine shadow realm with perfected martial will had no standing to compare their soul power to his. Tang Xuan had always been uncertain of the limits of his 10,000-mile soul. At the very least, Beichun by sure's ghostly wails were futile against him. To him, it was merely a nuisance. Hiss. Under the ghostly wails, none of us could withstand it, yet the esteemed sir remains unperturbed. Could it be? It was strange. A breakthrough in cultivation does not equate to a breakthrough in soul power. His soul power should not be overly formidable, right? Is there a chance that the esteemed sir's soul power is also formidable? Have some confidence. Isn't this evident? 1,000 feet away, the divine opening realm warriors were left speechless. Tang Xuan's display had repeatedly astonished them. He was a man of boundless potential. Just when they believed they had seen all of Tang Xuan, they realized it was merely the tip of the iceberg. Strong in cultivation, high in soul power, a true hexagonal powerhouse. Beichun by sure's expression shifted. He had never anticipated Tang Xuan's soul power would be so monstrous. Damn it, Beichun by sure cursed. his face flushed with rage. Before Tang Xuan, he felt like a mere clown. In that case, I shall use true martial techniques to slay you. Blood sword of 1,000 souls kill. Beichun Baisher took a deep breath. The blood sword emanated a strange demonic light. After a brief silence, with a resounding boom, hundreds of vengeful spirits were unleashed from the blood sword. These souls belonged to those who had perished at Beichun Baisher's hands. Their spirits trapped within the blood sword, enduring eternal torment. The intense hatred emitted by these vengeful spirits significantly augmented the sword's might. Simultaneously, each soul imbued with the essence of the blood sword possessed the strength of the Divine Unity Realm. It was as if hundreds of Divine Unity Realm warriors were launching an assault against the enemy. Even the divine shadows can be severed. Beichun Baisher's relentless and strange tactics instilled dread in the onlookers. The wandering, unbound souls, struggling between life and death, what profound suffering they endure. Tang Xuan sighed softly. He moved slightly, and a white golden crow materialized behind him. The white golden crow ascended, revealing a multitude of long swords. These swords were not physical entities, but rather formed from condensed spiritual energy. After reaching the Divine Unity Realm, Tang Xuan no longer relied heavily on physical weapons. Sword control technique. With a thunderous sound, the golden crow erupted. A tempest of sword energy manifested in the void. Thousands of sword energies, like meteors from the heavens, tore through the sky, creating a galaxy of brilliance. Puff, puff, puff. The sword energy ruthlessly tore through the blood sword specter. In mere moments, the void above was devoid of any spirits. Whoosh. The sword energy returned, coalescing once more into a golden crow, gradually dissipating. Throughout it all, Tang Xuan remained poised, hands clasped behind his back, his garments billowing gracefully, exuding an unmatched elegance, as if a celestial being had descended to the mortal realm. All present were captivated by this extraordinary demeanor. How magnificent! The foremost prodigy of the age, the embodiment of a celestial. Another wave of adulation surged forth. Everyone felt that no words could adequately express Tang Xuan's grandeur. You cannot defeat me. Tang Xuan gazed calmly at Beichun Baisher, slowly shaking his head. You. Beichun Baisher's face flushed crimson, unsure if it was due to his cultivation or sheer indignation. How dare you speak so brazenly, having only practiced for a few years? My methods are beyond your imagination. Tang Xuan slightly raised his head, emanating an aura of superiority, akin to a revered deity of heaven and earth, impossible to gaze upon. Oh, then show me. The spectators were momentarily dazed by the exchange between the two. Such bravado. It felt as though Tang Xuan were an established swordsman, while Beichun Baisher appeared merely as an inexperienced challenger. I will kill you. Beichun Baisher roared, then raised his left arm, slashing the sword horizontally. Swish. The blood sword was exceptionally sharp, and Beichun Baisher's left arm was instantly severed. The crowd gasped in astonishment. He severed his own arm? Has he given up? It was rumored that Beichun Baisher practiced the ancient blood sword path, feeding on the vitality of souls and blood. He recognized that he could not contend with this formidable opponent, thus sacrificing his own flesh. This is a desperate gamble. Having sacrificed his left arm, Beichun Baisher's face contorted in agony, his mouth emitting continuous howls. Tang Xuan was left speechless. What was the point of this? Beichun Baisher looked up, his face twisted with madness. You force my hand. He could not accept the reality of Tang Xuan surpassing him. After years of arduous cultivation, he found himself eclipsed in less than a quarter of an hour. Who could bear such a fate? Sigh. Tang Xuan shook his head in resignation. Why must one compete against oneself? He had the backing of a 10,000-fold amplification system. Even if Beichun Baisher sacrificed all his limbs, he would not be able to shake him in the slightest. Buzz. Suddenly, the void within 1,000 zhang radius around Beichun Baisher began to quake violently. A surge of spiritual energy transformed into tumultuous waves of blood. The blood waves roared and churned, as if they had morphed into a primordial beast, intent on devouring its foe. Boom. In an instant, the sea of blood surged forth, forming a colossal crimson sword 100 zhang long. Terrifying sword intent emanated from the blood sword. That is the pinnacle of sword intent. No, it could even be described as half-step sword momentum. What? Are you saying Beichun Baisher has touched upon the realm of momentum? The expressions of numerous God Realm warriors changed dramatically, their pupils radiating terror. If sword intent is ethereal, then momentum is tangible. It can be seen and felt. How terrifying. Under the influence of half-step sword momentum, anyone ensnared within the sea of blood would be mercilessly ground to dust. Truly, one of the three sword saints of the Beichun dynasty, his power has reached such heights. It is over. Sword momentum and sword intent exist on entirely different planes, a gap that cannot be bridged by mere cultivation or spiritual power. The warriors present might be familiar with sword intent, yet they knew nothing of sword momentum. Humans, when confronted with the unknown, often succumb to feelings of panic, despair, and dread. Boy, I care not whether you are human or specter. If you wish to contend with me, Baichen Baishur, in terms of foundation, you are woefully inadequate. Baichen Baishur's body slowly levitated, standing atop the sea of blood, locking onto the vast void. His expression was proud, indifferent, imbued with a potent desire for vengeance. Tang Xuan chuckled lightly. Competing in foundation? Are you worthy? Half-step sword momentum, and yet you deem it formidable? Do you truly believe you can kill me? The Soul's 3 Questions. Chapter 32. Please stay. Exalted Sage. Ha ha ha. Killing you is as easy as slaughtering a chicken. Die. Baichen Baishur laughed maniacally, pointing a finger. The sea of blood yawned wide, seeking to engulf Tang Xuan. Simultaneously, the 100 zhang blood swords soared into the sky, resembling a meteor descending from the heavens. The 2 assaults were unleashed simultaneously. He was convinced that under such an onslaught, Tang Xuan could not possibly survive. Let me show you what true sword momentum is. At long last, Tang Xuan moved. He reached for his sword. A dragon-s roar pierced the heavens. The void trembled. The sea of blood, the blood sword. And even Baichen Baishur himself began to slow, eventually coming to a standstill. Strangely, the sea of blood continued to churn. The blood sword still radiated a terrifying half-step sword momentum. Baichen Baishur could still open his mouth and close his eyes, yet his face was filled with terror. His eyes darting in disbelief. He opened his mouth, but could not utter a sound. The spectators watched in stunned silence. Everything before them had utterly surpassed their comprehension. Chu Ting suddenly shuddered, voicing a scream. Sword momentum. It is true sword momentum. This declaration was like a stone cast into a tranquil lake, causing ripples to explode. Sword momentum. How can this be? Previously, he had unleashed sword intent, yet now it has transformed into sword momentum? What on earth has transpired? All the warriors widened their eyes, disbelief etched upon their faces. Their bodies trembled. They were still grappling with comprehending sword intent, while Tang Xuan had already manifested sword momentum. To be able to confine Baichen Baishur, his sword momentum must have reached a level beyond great mastery. That is something only those in the myriad laws realm might touch upon, and even then, merely touch upon it. Throughout the annals of history, countless myriad laws realm experts have devoted their entire lives in pursuit of this understanding, yet many have failed to truly coalesce the force of momentum, dying in disappointment. The crowd was left in shock. Baichen Baishur's pupils widened to their maximum, the corners of his eyes tearing. 2 streams of blood trickled down. What did he see? Sword momentum was his aspiration. For this, he had endured decades of rigorous training, mercilessly tormenting himself just to grasp the faintest hint. The summit he so tirelessly climbed now revealed that others had already reached the zenith. Baichen Baishur's resolve shattered. In this moment, he almost felt like laughing. How ironic. His previous arrogance, his boasts, even his attempts to take action, all served to slap his own face. In Tang Xuan's eyes, he appeared no more than a jester. How utterly ludicrous. What of half-step sword momentum? What of his god harmonization realm cultivation? Before the might of sword momentum, he was but an ant. Even more so, Tang Xuan had achieved complete mastery of sword momentum. Had he acted from the outset, Baichen Baishur would not have even had the chance to speak. How tragic. Baichen Baishur's pupils first became bewildered, then hollow. What is there to fight? Better to close my eyes and await death. The sea of blood silently vanished. The blood sword emitted a sound of shattering, utterly collapsing. Bang, bang, bang. Baichen Baishur's body swelled repeatedly, flesh and blood exploding. It was not Tang Xuan who initiated the attack. Rather, it was his shattered Tao heart that succumbed to chaos, causing the wicked technique to recoil upon its master. Boom. Amidst the explosive sound, the body of Baichen Baishur was obliterated, completely dissipating into nothingness. A spatial ring floated down, which Tang Xuan deftly grasped in his hand. This was the spatial ring of the Sword Saint, undoubtedly harboring a plethora of treasures. Salutations, Saint. At this moment, Chu Ting and the others spoke once more, directly kneeling in midair to express their reverence for the saint. Tang Xuan must be the reincarnation of an ancient saint. How else could one explain the events before them? A saint, indeed? Tang Xuan understood that this was a misunderstanding. Although it was somewhat peculiar to be addressed as a saint by a group of elderly men, he found it acceptable. In the world of martial artists, strength reigned supreme, and his extraordinary advancement had far surpassed everyone's expectations. Rise. Tang Xuan gestured with his hand. Instantly, everyone felt a tightening in their bodies as an invisible pressure compelled them to stand. This was an intangible intimidation, not deliberately emitted. The profundity of Tang Xuan's cultivation was indeed unfathomable. Such might, in the vast world, few could stand shoulder to shoulder with Tang Xuan. It was rare for Tang Xuan to possess such a benevolent disposition. Tang Xuan nodded. The matter here is concluded. I take my leave. Having comprehended the essence of the sword, it was time to head to the Xianxiaaudiobooks ruins. After leaving the Xianxiaaudiobooks ruins, he still had to seek out his fiancée in the Xiao dynasty. So much to do. Just as he was about to step away, however, Chu Ting suddenly called out, "Your Excellency the Saint, please wait." Tang Xuan turned in surprise. Is there something amiss? It's just a trivial matter. Chu Ting's expression was filled with trepidation. He knew his request was somewhat audacious, but this was a singular opportunity. Speak. Tang Xuan replied with a smile, harboring a modicum of fondness for Chu Ting. After a moment of hesitation, Chu Ting mustered his courage and spoke, "Your Excellency the Saint, I wish to beseech you to leave behind a trace of your sword intent. Even the great perfection sword intent will suffice. Allow us to worship and comprehend it." Tang Xuan was taken aback. Chu Ting hurriedly continued, "We can offer treasures in exchange. We only hope that your Excellency the Saint can grant us this chance." Upon hearing this, the others instantly understood. The sword mountain had been destroyed in the earlier battle, and the broken sword, now lost, was likely shattered. After enduring countless years of trials, it had reached its limit. Without the broken sword, they had nowhere to comprehend the sword intent. If Tang Xuan could leave behind a trace of sword intent, it would resolve their dilemma. In an instant, excitement surged among the crowd. "Your Excellency the Saint, we sincerely hope you can show us mercy and leave behind your invaluable sword intent for our understanding. I, the Qing Tian Academy, am willing to serve you as a Grand Elder. Indeed, we of the Baisha gang feel the same. Just a word from your Excellency the Saint, and we would gladly assist you in plucking stars from the sky." Countless yearning gazes were fixed on Tang Xuan. "Well, all right." After a moment's hesitation, Tang Xuan nodded in agreement. He certainly would not leave behind sword intent for no reason, but if treasures were to be exchanged, that was an entirely different matter. With hundreds of sects and thousands of martial artists present, if each contributed a single spirit stone, multiplied exponentially, it would amount to a considerable fortune. Moreover, the contributions would likely be far more generous. The presence of over 100 powerful figures, each backed by their own factions, meant that forging alliances could prove invaluable. Should he wish to establish his own power in the future or accomplish certain tasks, these sects would serve as excellent allies. After all, having displayed such formidable prowess, no one would dare betray him. Ultimately, it all boiled down to strength. In truth, Tang Xuan had underestimated the intimidation he inspired. Chu Ting and the others had not even considered the possibility of treachery. To cling to the leg of a saint was a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity, a tremendous fortune. Betrayal? Such thoughts were far from their minds. "Excellent. Your Excellency the Saint, we shall gather the treasures at once." Chu Ting exclaimed joyfully, promptly producing his spatial ring. Subsequently, all the martial artists retrieved their treasures and presented them to him, willingly emptying their pockets. It seemed that the more they contributed, the closer they could become to Tang Xuan. Chu Ting cautiously handed the spatial ring to Tang Xuan. Upon opening it, even though Tang Xuan was somewhat prepared, he could not help but gasp in astonishment. Inside the spatial ring lay a mountain of elixirs, techniques, spiritual herbs, and other celestial materials, all of high quality, including several 7th and 8th grade spiritual medicines. After all, they were all from the open god realm, and it was unlikely they would carry anything of inferior quality. As for spirit stones, there were even more, including many high-grade spirit stones. With a 10,000-fold increase, Tang Xuan could be said to have become instantly wealthy. Chapter 33, Bidding Farewell to the Saint. Entering the Xianxiaaudiobooks ruins. "Your Excellency the Saint, we understand that these treasures may fall short, but it is all we can muster at present," Chu Ting said with a troubled expression, speaking cautiously. The others echoed his sentiments, appearing anxious, as if fearing to displease the saint. Tang Xuan could not help but marvel. This was the advantage conferred by strength. Resources, spirit stones, elixirs, people willingly offered them. They even worried it might not be sufficient. "That is more than enough," he replied with a gentle smile, his tone exceedingly warm. Everyone breathed a sigh of relief, their faces breaking into smiles. As they relaxed, a wave of profound gratitude surged within their hearts. With Tang Xuan's current cultivation, he had no need to treat them with such kindness. Many high-ranking hermits possessed notoriously peculiar tempers, quick to resort to violence at the slightest provocation. Who could compare to Tang Xuan in this regard? Previously, Beichen Jinsi and Beichen Baishir, both of whom looked down upon others, had shown no regard for those around them when they acted, believing that survival was merely a stroke of luck. In the absence of comparison, one fails to appreciate the distinction. Tang Xuan's grace and approachability stood in stark contrast. After placing the spatial ring aside, Tang Xuan retrieved an imperial-grade longsword. At this point, the sword mountain had been destroyed in the recent battle, leaving only a small mound. Tang Xuan ascended into the air, channeling his sword intent. and struck down with a single sword. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. With 4 consecutive strikes, he cleaved the earth, revealing a vast chasm. The ground where the gathered crowd stood transformed into an island amid the abyss. From his elevated position, Tang Xuan proclaimed, "This sword has been infused with 30% of my sword intent. Only those who have perfected their sword intent may ascend the island to comprehend it. Those below this level must seek understanding from the periphery of the chasm." He then placed the imperial-grade longsword at the center of the island. Chu Ting and the others immediately sensed an overwhelming power radiating from the sword, vast as the ocean. Sword intent. The sword intent left by Your Excellency the Saint is indeed present. The sword intent left by the Saint was infinitely denser than that of the previous broken sword, yet it lacked the former's sheer impact, making it easier to grasp. Indeed, Your Excellency the Saint is kind-hearted and considerate, were the sword intent too ferocious. Our soul power might not withstand it. If the previous sword intent resembled a meandering brook, then the sword momentum of His Excellency the Saint is akin to the vast Milky Way stretching across the heavens. Uncomparable, utterly beyond comparison. Chu Ting and the others bowed deeply to the ground. "Thank you, Your Excellency the Saint, for bestowing upon us such formidable sword momentum." Subsequently, all present knelt in reverence. "Thank you, Your Excellency the Saint." At this moment, the multitude bowed their heads in submission, their hearts filled with genuine admiration. Tang Xuan had now become the most respected figure in their minds. With matters concluded here, may fate allow us to meet again. With a graceful wave of his sleeve, Tang Xuan ascended into the sky. "We bid you farewell, Your Excellency the Saint." The crowd knelt once more. Amidst the resounding cheers, Tang Xuan vanished beyond the horizon. "Now, my friends, we must not squander the painstaking efforts of His Excellency the Saint. Let us earnestly contemplate the sword momentum." Chu Ting gestured for everyone to rise. Following Tang Xuan's instructions, the assembly joyfully began their deep study of the sword momentum. As for the news of the demise of the 2 sword saints of the Northern Star Dynasty, it was bound to stir a tremendous uproar soon. Chu Ting and the others believed that as long as the emperor of the Northern Star Dynasty was not a fool, he would not recklessly confront Tang Xuan, who in their right mind would provoke a formidable opponent who has comprehended the sword momentum. Having transcended to the divine union realm, Tang Xuan's speed surged once more. In no time, he arrived at the periphery of the celestial abyss ruins. At last, he had reached his destination, according to Mou Zhu. Secrets of the celestial saint body were concealed within. Let me utilize the 10,000-mile soul to investigate. Tang Xuan closed his eyes. Unleashing the 10,000-mile soul, a terrifying wave of soul power surged forth like a tidal wave. Soon, he beheld countless rare treasures of heaven and earth, alongside ferocious beasts engaged in fierce battles. Each of these creatures was exceedingly powerful. The outermost beasts were comparable to those of the sky-soaring realm. When the soul power extended to 5,000 miles, the aura of the divine opening realm emerged. At 8,000 miles, beasts of the divine union realm appeared. How fearsome the celestial abyss ruins are. Even the outer beasts possess such terrifying strength. A flicker of astonishment crossed Tang Xuan's eyes. This celestial abyss ruins was far more formidable than he had anticipated. No wonder Mou Zhu inquired if he had fully awakened the celestial saint body. Without such awakening, to recklessly venture into the celestial abyss ruins would be akin to serving oneself as a feast to these beasts. As the 10,000-mile soul reached its limit, Tang Xuan still hadn't fully explored the celestial abyss ruins. This ruin is vast beyond measure. It seems I must enter personally to investigate. Thus, I shall cultivate while exploring. After all, time is ample. Before entering, I should make adequate preparations. Tang Xuan did not rush into the celestial abyss ruins. Instead, he first retrieved the spatial rings belonging to Chu Ting and the others. Spiritual stones, elixirs, weapons, and rare treasures were all magnified 1,000-fold. To his delight, many elixirs had reached imperial grade. Unfortunately, there were no saint-grade elixirs. It appears that ordinary quality elixirs, even when magnified 1,000-fold, cannot reach the quality of saint-grade. This must be related to the materials. If the essence is too poor, it cannot undergo a transformation. What a pity. The potency of saint-grade elixirs is vastly superior to that of ordinary ones, and they carry unique effects. However, even in the absence of saint-grade elixirs, the ones before me are sufficient for me to ascend to the pinnacle of the divine union realm. It is even possible to break through to the divine shadow realm. Chu Ting and the others had bestowed upon him an abundance of treasures. Among them were several peculiar items, including a few pieces of earth-grade protective armor. After amplification, these reached high-tier or even peak-tier heavenly grade. One piece was even enhanced to low-tier imperial grade, capable of withstanding a full-force strike from a divine union realm powerhouse unscathed. Curse it, This system lacks a bulk amplification feature. It's exhausting. Tang Xuan spent over an hour amplifying the treasures in his possession. He had to utter an amplification phrase for each item, and even if he merely muttered, it still amounted to several hundred phrases. Once all treasures were amplified, Tang Xuan felt a surge of confidence. If he could not traverse the celestial abyss ruins with his strength, then few in the world would be capable of doing so. With his hands clasped behind his back, Tang Xuan stepped into the celestial abyss ruins. Ahead of him lay several exceptionally powerful beasts. Yet, Tang Xuan did not take a detour. He had no room for retreat. Before long, he arrived at the entrance to a dense forest. Roar! A tremendous beastly roar erupted, carrying a stench of blood, as grass and trees were torn asunder amidst the whirlwind. A blue lion leapt forth. Its fur billowed, exuding a faint azure glow, a sign of having partially mastered the wind's essence. Its piercing eyes radiated a terrifying killing intent, with droplets of blood speckled upon its sharp teeth. Who dares to intrude upon the territory of this Lion King? Begone! The blue lion bellowed, its voice akin to thunder. The ability to speak human language signifies a cultivation level of at least the sky-soaring realm. Beasts, like humans, delineate territories. Trespassers are viewed as foes. Tang Xuan was not a trespasser. He was merely advancing in a straight line. The sky-soaring realm was no longer sufficient to intimidate him. Just as he was about to unleash a strike, a thought flickered in his mind. Given the multitude of beasts within the celestial abyss ruins, there must be some ancient variations among them. Why not capture one as a pet? It could serve as both amusement and a source of transportation during moments of boredom. How delightful! Chapter 34, The Weakling Blue Lion. Easily defeated. Once this notion took root, it ignited like a raging wildfire. Blue Lion. Do you know what the most formidable beast in your domain is? Tang Xuan inquired with a smile. This was an opportunity he offered the blue lion. However, the blue lion merely laughed boisterously, its expression one of disdain. A mere human dares to question me, the Lion King? Who bestowed such audacity upon you? Just as the lion had not yet satiated its hunger, it would relish in making the human its dessert. The lion's arrogant words amused Tang Xuan. This blue lion had at most the cultivation of the second or third level of the sky-soaring realm. What difference did it have from a weakling? You speak boldly. Yet your strength is lacking. You cannot intimidate anyone. Tang Xuan shook his head. Presumptuous. The blue lion roared in fury. It considered itself a noble beast, containing a trace of ancient blood. How could it be compared to a frail human? In its simplistic mind, humans were merely fat sheep awaiting slaughter. Now, this sheep had the audacity to rebel and mock its meager strength. The blue lion declared that it had occupied this territory for decades without ever facing such humiliation. This human must perish. You have angered the Lion King. Prepare for the storm. The blue lion's body quivered, its fur standing on end, as azure winds suddenly materialized around it. The blue lion then opened its mouth, gathering the tempest into a gigantic orb of light, half the size of a human. Crackle! Crackle! The azure orb emitted a piercing friction sound, its momentum truly formidable. A minor mastery of the wind's essence. A flicker of surprise crossed Tang Xuan's eyes. Ha! Your vision is commendable, human, but alas, it is too late. The price for provoking the Lion King is one you cannot bear. Prepare to die. The blue lion proudly tilted its head, releasing the orb from its mouth. It was over. A glint of triumph flashed in the blue lion's eyes. However, in the next moment, pride morphed into astonishment, which swiftly transformed into fear. Before him, Tang Xuan stood with his left hand resting behind him, while his right hand gently grasped the azure orb of light. This orb contained the entirety of his mastery over the essence of wind. Previously, several peak-level humans in the void realm had been effortlessly shattered by its might. The individual before him. No, something was amiss. The azure lion, driven by its primal instincts, sensed an imminent threat. This is bad, I must flee. Without a moment's hesitation, the azure lion turned and bolted. You think you can escape? Did I grant you permission? Tang Xuan's soul power surged forth, descending like a mountain. The azure lion felt as though a towering peak had crashed onto its back. With a pained roar, it found itself unable to rise. Such terrifying soul power. Spare me, spare me. The azure lion trembled in fear, its body quaking uncontrollably. How amusing. Was it not just boasting mere moments ago? I have yet to witness the price of angering the Lion Lord. Tang Xuan chuckled. The azure lion lay prostrate on the ground, its face a mask of pleading. My lord, I was merely jesting. Had I known of your overwhelming strength, how could I have dared to be rude? Look at my frail form, devoid of flesh, hardly a meal. Consider me but a fleeting thought, and grant me my freedom. Tang Xuan burst into hearty laughter. This azure lion possessed a certain charm, but alas, its strength was regrettably feeble. To be seen with such a creature would tarnish his reputation. With a wave of his soul power, the light in the azure lion's eyes extinguished. Its very soul ruthlessly torn asunder. Tang Xuan flicked his finger, and the lion's skull split open, releasing a thumb-sized azure orb. This orb, surrounded by a gentle breeze, was the inner core of the essence of wind. What a remarkable treasure! The essence encompasses many forms. There exists martial arts essence, as well as natural essence. Martial arts essence comprises the various intentions created by humanity: sword intent, blade intent, spear intent, and fist intent, among others. Conversely, natural essence emanates from the forces of the universe, such as wind essence and fire essence. Martial arts essence can indeed be fused with natural essence, particularly once one reaches the realm of myriad laws. To further ascend, one must comprehend the natural way, at the very least grasping one path of nature to attain the pinnacle of divine law. However, Tang Xuan had no intention of limiting himself to a single path. With his tenfold amplification system and unparalleled talent to comprehend, but one would be akin to striking his own face. Who does he look down upon? Regrettably, the wind essence contained within this inner core is far too tenuous, appearing merely as an introductory grasp. How disappointing! Tang Xuan toyed with the wind-type beast's inner core, his expression tinged with regret. This inner core would only allow him to glean the most superficial aspects of wind essence, scarcely even qualifying as an introduction. The wind essence condensed within a beast's inner core differs significantly from that which a martial artist comprehends, making it quite challenging to grasp. This is entirely normal. If devouring a beast's inner core could lead to an understanding of the natural way, the formidable beings of the divine realm would have already commenced a massacre of these beasts. Conversely, beasts cannot comprehend the essence understood by humans. Though they share a common source, they stem from different roots. Perhaps with sufficient accumulation, there may yet be results. A glimmer of contemplation lit Tang Xuan's eyes. If the average individual cannot comprehend, does that mean I cannot? Ha! He was not boasting. He possessed unwavering confidence in his talent. As his soul power swept through the dense forest, it became evident that no formidable beasts remained. The azure lion was clearly the monarch of this domain. According to the laws of the jungle, only one beast king may reign over a territory. Naturally, the lion's corpse could not be overlooked. Tang Xuan reached out, drawing forth all the azure lion's essence blood, transforming it into a blood pearl. The blood pearl was transparent, within which a phantom of the azure lion writhed restlessly. As for the corpse, he set it aside. Though he held little regard for the void realm beasts in the outside world, they would be highly sought after by countless martial artists. Once he exited the celestial ruins, he could trade it at the heavenly pavilion for a significant fortune. Flesh, bones, and hides all equate to wealth. Though Tang Xuan was currently quite affluent, who could ever deem excess wealth a burden? Furthermore, once he established his own faction, expenditures would flow like water. Continuing his journey, Tang Xuan soon stumbled upon a 5th-grade spiritual herb, which he promptly collected. He had not actively sought it out, merely following the main path. Along the way, he encountered numerous beasts. A peak-level snake of the void realm. I've heard snake meat soup is exceptionally nourishing. Captured. Oh, a 5th-level gorilla. How has it survived without even comprehending the natural essence? Perish. TSK, a fox at the divine realm. Too bad it cannot yet transform into human form. Otherwise, I would enjoy playing with the Daji. You shall die? This elephant appears to harbor the blood of an ancient aberration, but alas, it is far too diluted to awaken. Back to the void you go. Tang Xuan pressed onward, traversing a distance of 10,000 miles without discovering a satisfactory beast. Either their essence blood was too weak, or their comprehension of essence was too shallow to be of any real use. He dispatched them all, awaiting the opportunity to sell their remains. Just as he furrowed his brow in contemplation, suddenly, a fierce wind surged, reeking of blood. Where the wind roars like a tiger, clouds gather like a dragon. There must be a formidable beast nearby. Tang Xuan's eyes sparkled with excitement. In the next instant, roar. A colossal tiger's roar echoed, akin to a crashing wave, rolling in layers and sweeping towards him. Crack. The earth split, debris flew, and a tempest arose from the ground. Such a terrifying aura, imbued with a sharp, metallic essence. This is a formidable creature. It shall be you. Tang Xuan's figure flickered and vanished from his original position. Meanwhile, 1,000 miles away, a magnificent white tiger adorned with golden patterns stood atop a hillside, coldly observing the human before it. Chapter 35. The Golden Patterned White Tiger. Pinnacle of Divine Harmony. A pinnacle beast of the Divine Harmony realm. Why is there a pinnacle beast of the Divine Harmony realm here? It's over. It's over. At the foot of the hillside, a group of martial artists trembled in fear. They were dressed in identical attire, clearly belonging to the same faction. Their eyes were frantic, and they shook uncontrollably. Do not panic. A martial artist at the Divine Harmony realm stepped forward, his square face and large ears exuding a resolute demeanor. Quiet down. As long as we do not provoke this beast, it should refrain from attacking. One of the martial artists stammered, Elder Ma, what if it does attack? Elder Ma replied in a low voice, then we shall fight to the death. Even if it means burning our souls, we must protect Miss Maruyu, understood? If anything happens to her, you will all perish, and your wives, children, and even your families will meet the same fate, as long as the young lady escapes. Even if you all die, your families will receive a fortune to live on. Do you understand? The faces of the martial artists turned ashen. Many bowed their heads, their expressions filled with despair. At this moment, a haughty voice rang out. Leave. Where are you going? I have come to capture a pet. And this magnificent tiger seems quite formidable, perfect as a gift for my 18th birthday. Quickly, capture it for me. As she spoke, a striking young girl clad in red, wielding a whip, stepped forward. She was extraordinarily beautiful, though her lips were somewhat thin, and her eyes glinted with a hint of ferocity. Her figure was strikingly tall, particularly her bosom, which had developed impressively, causing her to sway slightly as she walked. Miss, that tiger is a divine beast of the spirit harmonization realm. We cannot possibly capture it. One of the warriors lamented. He intended to offer wise counsel, but was met with a resounding crack of a whip. Crack! The warrior cried out in agony as a large patch of flesh on his chest was torn asunder. Maruyu's whip was adorned with sharp barbs. Incompetence, utterly incompetent. Even if we cannot catch it, I must have what I desire, she declared, hands firmly placed on her hips, exuding an air of authority. The surrounding warriors felt a wave of despair wash over them. As Maruyu's personal guards, they were acutely aware of her temperament. The Ma family was a premier clan of the Bachan dynasty, renowned for their immense power and profound heritage, even disregarding the royal family. As the eldest daughter of the Ma family, Maruyu was the center of attention, having cultivated an exceedingly spoiled disposition. If you do not act, you will perish. Second uncle, it is up to you. Anyone who hesitates will be killed. Maruyu raised her whip once more. Elder Ma, her second uncle, grinned ominously. Did you not comprehend the lady's words? It seems you have enjoyed your peaceful days too much. Elder Ma unleashed a devastating palm strike. Amidst the cries of despair, a warrior was obliterated, blood and limbs splattering across the ground. Elder Ma, you are too cruel. The warriors could hardly believe the horror unfolding before them. Cruel? You benefit from the Ma family, use the Ma family's resources, and are akin to dogs raised by the Ma family. Now, the young lady merely seeks a pet, and you all refuse to give your all. What use are you? Elder Ma declared, his aura menacing. It is death either way. You will die regardless. The warriors were engulfed in hopelessness. Brothers, there is still a glimmer of hope. Charge. With no other options, the warriors surged forward. The golden-patterned tiger on the hillside regarded them with disdain. Such detritus of humanity, daring to capture the great tiger. How laughable. It raised its right paw and waved it lightly. In the void, several golden flashes streaked by. Thud, thud, thud. The three warriors charging headlong were, as if caught by an unseen force, their upper and lower bodies flying in opposite directions. The might of a spirit harmonization realm beast was beyond their capacity to withstand. The remaining warriors, fully aware of their impending doom, pressed on regardless. After sacrificing more than a dozen lives, they finally reached the golden-striped white tiger. Grab it. Two warriors seized the tiger with all their might. However, the tiger merely shook its body lightly, causing both warriors to spew blood and collapse, rendered immobile. Incompetence, truly incompetent. Quickly seize it, and for heaven's sake, do not damage its fur. Such exquisite hide must not be marred. I despise imperfect things. Maruyu stamped her feet in frustration. The Ma family's warriors were both furious and aggrieved. They had lost so many lives, yet Maruyu only fretted over the tiger's pelt. Imperfect things? You are the one who is flawed. Your entire family is flawed. The golden-striped white tiger swung its claws, annihilating another group of warriors. First, I will eliminate this repugnant woman. It turned its fierce gaze towards Maruyu. A terrifying aura surged forth, causing her delicate face to pale instantly. Despite her commendable talent and cultivation, her utter lack of combat experience rendered her weak-kneed at this moment. Quick, stop it. Several Ma family warriors attempted to intervene, only to be torn apart. One suffered the worst fate, having half his skull bitten off by the golden-striped white tiger, convulsing on the ground. Damn it. We cannot hold it back. Elder Ma's forehead glistened with sweat. The peak spirit harmonization realm beast was far too formidable. It was beyond their reach. As the golden-striped white tiger drew closer to Maruyu, he made a decisive call. Quick, self-destruct to halt it, and escort the young lady away. Boom, boom, boom. Several Ma family warriors ignited their souls, self-destructing. Within a Tinjong radius, dust and debris erupted, and the earth cracked. Cough. Damn it, these humans are truly bothersome. Creating such a cloud of dust, it sullies the great tiger's body. Die. The golden-striped white tiger roared in fury, opening its mouth to condense a golden energy sphere, crashing it into the crowd. A small mushroom cloud rose into the air. The Ma family warriors fell like kites with severed strings, all perishing. My heavens! It has comprehended the essence of gold. Elder Ma exclaimed in shock. Miss Flee. Ma Ryu grit her teeth and retorted, I will not run. Second uncle, you go? What? Elder Ma's eyes widened in disbelief. Although he was a peak expert in the divine realm, before the golden-striped white tiger, he was but a speck of dust. Ryu, I am your second uncle. You would have me die? Ma Ryu's expression twisted into one of pure malice as she retrieved an object from her bosom, brandishing it. Second uncle, if you catch the white tiger, I possess the soul-binding needle. I can surely control it. Elder Ma screamed, you have lost your mind. How could I possibly capture it? Incompetent. You are also incompetent. Second uncle, if you do not act, I shall shoot you. Ma Ryu raised her hand, aiming the soul-binding needle at Elder Ma. Despair etched across his face. The killer shall be killed by man. The laws of nature are clear, and retribution is inevitable. With no other choice, Elder Ma lunged at the tiger. Awaiting him was a second golden energy sphere. Boom. The void erupted in a bloody bloom, dazzlingly bright. Now, Ma Ryu shot forth her soul-binding needle with great fervor. The golden-striped white tiger's eyes glinted with disdain as it swiped its paw. Boom. A whirlwind erupted, sending the soul-binding needle flying. Ma Ryu was struck by the residual force, spewing blood and collapsing to the ground. Ah, someone help me. She lay on the ground, hair disheveled, face stricken with terror. At that moment, fear finally took hold of her, and she began to wail uncontrollably. The golden-striped white tiger shook its head and lunged forward, mouth agape. Just then, a gentle voice resonated. Found you. Boom. Amidst the explosive sound, the golden-striped white tiger was sent hurtling back, crashing through several large trees. A figure, carefree and unconstrained, landed gracefully on the ground. Chapter 36. Foolish child. Call me Tiger Brother. Ow. Who ambushed the great tiger? That hurts, damn it. After receiving a heavy punch, the golden-striped white tiger, remarkably unscathed, shook its head and stood up, grumbling. Quite resilient. Tang Xuan observed in astonishment. Although he had not employed the dominant body technique, his punch still held formidable power. Even a peak expert in the divine realm would have been pierced through. Yet this golden-striped white tiger remained unharmed. During their contact, Tang Xuan distinctly felt his strength had sunk into a quagmire, vanishing without a trace. Assessing the golden-striped white tiger, he was astonished to discover it was actually a peak spirit harmonization realm beast. Not bad, quite resilient, barely sufficient to be my pet. The golden-striped white tiger's eyes widened, radiating a fearsome glow. You insolent fool, who dares to suggest I become your pet? I shall ruin you. With a mighty roar, the golden-striped white tiger opened its mouth, expelling a golden energy sphere. Ah, to think that one could cultivate the essence of the natural realm. Tang Xuan felt the pure essence of gold within the luminous sphere, and amidst his astonishment, his excitement swelled. He promptly extended his hand and unleashed his sword intent. Boom. The luminous sphere, condensed with the essence of gold, was obliterated by his sword intent. Such formidable sword intent. A flicker of terror manifested in the eyes of the golden-striped white tiger. It sensed the overwhelming power within Tang Xuan's sword intent. Its own mastery of the gold essence had reached 50%, an unparalleled feat even among beast kind, let alone among humans. Furthermore, the essence of nature surpassed martial prowess by a notch. To counteract 50% of the gold essence, one would require at least 55 or even 60% of sword intent, and that would still be a tenuous balance. Yet, before him stood a human who effortlessly shattered its gold essence with a mere gesture. It was evident that Tang Xuan's sword intent far surpassed 50%. A master. The golden-striped white tiger felt helpless against both physical strength and intent. Panic gripped it. Human, your power is commendable, yet still pales in comparison to mine. However, I am unwell today. I shall retreat and engage you another time. With that, the golden-striped white tiger swiftly turned tail and fled. Tang Xuan couldn't help but chuckle. This creature was rather astute, realizing it was outmatched and fleeing without hesitation. But could it escape before him? The weight of 1,000 miles of soul descended. Boom. Darkness enveloped the golden-striped white tiger, as if the entire world had been reduced to its solitary being. A profound sense of desolation and terror washed over it. To move was to court death. It gulped nervously. What terrifying soul power! This human soul prowess was even more outrageous than his physical sword intent. The golden-striped white tiger lamented internally. Today must be an ill-fated day for me, to encounter such an abnormal human. It was doomed. Utterly doomed. I offer you two choices, Tang Xuan declared, hands clasped behind his back as he approached the golden-striped white tiger. The first is death. Before he could finish, the golden-striped white tiger interjected. I choose the second. Tang Xuan raised an eyebrow. Is this creature devoid of pride? At least put up a fight. The golden-striped white tiger seemed to perceive Tang Xuan's thoughts and shook its head. Your strength surpasses mine. I cannot escape. The notion of dying with dignity is nonsense. A good death is not as desirable as a miserable life. Wouldn't you agree? Tang Xuan chuckled in disbelief and nodded. You make a valid point. The golden-striped white tiger grinned obsequiously. Moreover, you are so young and yet possess such remarkable prowess. You must either be extraordinarily gifted or backed by a formidable power. If the former, then your ascendants would benefit me as your companion, a pet of some divine being. What a prestigious title. If the latter, I could become a guardian beast of a sect, revered by all, living in luxury without a care, no longer wandering the forests. It chuckled gleefully. So, in any case, I have nothing to lose. Why should I resist? Tang Xuan found himself thoroughly amused. Initially, he had assumed he was confronting a fierce beast, only to discover it was a comedic character. With this golden-striped white tiger by his side, solitude would be a distant memory. Very well, I accept you. Tang Xuan nodded. The golden-striped white tiger was taken aback. Is that it? Tang Xuan smiled. What more do you desire? The golden-striped white tiger raised its paws and gestured. Do not humans possess spells to control beasts? At the very least, shouldn't you bind me with a chain? Are you not afraid I might rebel? Tang Xuan replied confidently. Can you? There exists a spell and legend that can control beasts, but Tang Xuan did not possess such knowledge. Even if he did, he would not need to use it. With his strength, even if the golden-striped white tiger were tenfold stronger, it would pose no threat to him. The celestial body. Pinnacle's sword intent, 1,000 miles of soul. Any one of these would subdue it effortlessly. Moreover, controlling spells would shatter a beast's intellect, rendering it a mere puppet. This golden-striped white tiger was too entertaining to reduce to folly. Besides, with Tang Xuan's amplification system, his power was ever increasing, leaving him unconcerned about the tiger's potential rebellion. I shall not employ any spells nor bind you with chains. You will have complete freedom. Should you believe your strength surpasses mine, you may challenge me. And if you win, you are free to go. Tang Xuan stated calmly. The golden-striped white tiger gasped. A spark of excitement flickered in its eyes. Really? While following Tang Xuan may be delightful, nothing compares to one's own freedom. However, I must warn you, while your strength is inferior to mine, it would be wise to remain obedient. Otherwise, should I become irate, you ought to understand the consequences. Tang Xuan's gaze darkened. Understood. Whatever my master says goes. The tiger shall comply. The golden-striped white tiger flattered. Good. Since you have chosen to accompany me, I shall not neglect you. Allow me to present you with a token of our newfound alliance. Tang Xuan flipped his hand and revealed a demon beast's inner core. The core shimmered with a golden hue, emanating an aura of sharp intensity. Simultaneously, a powerful pressure enveloped the surroundings. Within the inner core, a small eagle soared gracefully. This is the inner core of a demon beast from the divine ethereal realm. The golden-striped white tiger's eyes widened in astonishment, exclaiming in disbelief. A look of yearning naturally appeared on its face. It practiced the gold essence, and this inner core was a perfect match. It could elevate its mastery of gold essence by 1 or 2 degrees, significantly enhancing its strength. You truly give this to me? Tang Xuan did not linger on words and tossed it before the golden-striped white tiger. Consume it. Once you have fully digested it, I have more. What more? The golden-striped white tiger was utterly stunned. This was the inner core of a demon beast from the divine ethereal realm. Its master possessed the strength to slay such beings. By the heavens, what a powerful ally. One inner core was enough to make the golden-striped white tiger completely submit. Master, you are my savior. There's no denying it. From now on, whoever you tell me to bite, I shall bite. It was essential to note that demon beasts of the divine ethereal realm had attained a perfected understanding of the natural essence, far beyond what the golden-striped white tiger's 50% mastery could contend with. Moreover, demon beasts were elusive. Slaying one from the divine ethereal realm and extracting its inner core was a feat more challenging than one could imagine. Yet Tang Xuan had done so. And not just once. Initially, the golden-striped white tiger harbored some peculiar thoughts, but now they were entirely dispelled. It realized it was unworthy. Tang Xuan could easily annihilate it, but chose not to. This was a chance for the tiger, one that must not be squandered. Following him, it could undoubtedly rise to greatness. Only a fool would consider rebellion. Chapter 37. This man is different. The golden-striped white tiger approached Tang Xuan, its head held high. The paths for demon beasts are few. One could either toil in cultivation to stand out, or, if not, face the constant threat of being discovered by more powerful beasts. Devouring weaker beasts was a swift means to enhance one's strength. The other option was to find a powerful ally to elevate one's fortunes. The relationship between humans and demon beasts has always been fraught with animosity. Humans regard demon beasts as mere pets or sources of sustenance, while demon beasts perceive humans as adversaries. The quest to find a worthy ally, someone who can elevate one's status, is indeed a formidable challenge. Yet, the golden-striped white tiger has succeeded in this pursuit. Tang Xuan is that most substantial ally. Perhaps it is ancestral blessings at work. It's no wonder that today, as he stepped outside, the magpies were chirping merrily, haha. The corner of the golden-striped white tiger's mouth twitched in delight. It felt utterly exhilarating. Tang Xuan, observing the comical white tiger, couldn't he help but chuckle. He pondered another matter, whether this golden-striped white tiger could be amplified 1,000-fold. Currently, it is a peak demon beast of the divine union realm, but if it were to be amplified into a creature of the myriad laws realm, or even higher, it would become difficult to control. Well, I shall wait until my own strength increases a bit before amplifying this beast. There's no rush. With that thought, Tang Xuan patted the white tiger. Let us go. Hey boss, how can I let you walk? Come, ride on me, and let my brother tiger carry you. The golden-striped white tiger said, ingratiatingly. How perceptive. Tang Xuan laughed heartily and jumped onto the back of the golden-striped white tiger. Just as one man and one tiger were about to depart, a shrill voice called out from behind. Stop. Tang Xuan paused, turning to look. Mariyu stood there with her hands on her hips, her gaze fixed greedily upon the golden-striped white tiger. You there, come here and give that white tiger to me. I want it. Tang Xuan thought, is this woman out of her mind? Mariyu frowned as she noticed Tang Xuan's lack of movement. Did you hear me? Quickly, give me the white tiger. This is an opportunity one am granting you. Do not be ungrateful. Let me tell you, I am the eldest lady of the Bachin Ma family, of noble birth. Asking for a white tiger is a favor to you. Tang Xuan shook his head, having thought such foolish women only existed in his past life. To his surprise, they were just as prevalent in this alternate world. Indeed, regardless of the realm, women remain fundamentally the same. The white tiger is mine. If you desire it, go and capture one for yourself. Do not bother me. Tang Xuan replied coldly. Presumptuous. How dare you speak to me like that? Although you are quite handsome, you are insignificant before the Ma family. Ma Ryu declared with an air of confidence. Here's the deal. I'll allow you to pursue me, but only if you hand over that white tiger. Hurry, don't keep me waiting. I detest waiting. With her stunningly beautiful face held high, Ma Ryu confidently asserted her dominance. After all, don't men exist merely to fawn over women? No matter the time. A simple beckon from her would compel all men to prostrate themselves in her favor. Tang Xuan should be no exception. However, as she waited, there was no sign of action from him. Her fury ignited. Don't think that just because you possess some ability, you can act arrogantly before me. Believe me, with a single word, countless people will come to kill you. No, merely killing you won't suffice. I'll have your entire family annihilated. Tang Xuan's expression darkened ominously. I care not who you are, but you are courting death. Ma Ryu proudly lifted her chest. What? Do you intend to strike me? Are you even a man? Is this all the strength you possess? Hitting a woman? Tang Xuan was taken aback by her audacity. This woman was so self-absorbed. She believed the world revolved around her. Were she truly breathtaking, it might be forgivable, yet her beauty was merely average. Her physique was commendable, but for a warrior, such attributes are inconsequential. It was utterly incomprehensible to engage with a woman of her caliber. Still laughing? Die! Ma Ryu shrieked, brandishing a barbed whip and fiercely lashing it towards Tang Xuan. Swish! The whip sliced through the air like a snake, viciously, seeking death. A flash of murderous intent glimmered in Tang Xuan's eyes. In an instant, his sword intent erupted. Bang! The whip recoiled violently, striking Ma Ryu across the face. A gruesome piece of flesh was torn away. My face, my face! You worthless scum! You beast! You trash! Ma Ryu screamed, clutching her face as blood oozed through her fingers, akin to a demon. In the next moment, a sharp sword intent pierced through her chest. Ma Ryu staggered, collapsing before Tang Xuan. Her expression was one of disbelief. This man truly killed her. Why was he so different from all the others? Wasn't he supposed to obey her every command? Something was amiss. Yet, there was no time for her to contemplate, for death was imminent. Huh, you are finished. And your entire family will be too. Ma Ryu, gasping for breath, extracted a command token from her bosom and shattered it. Her eyes gleamed with resentment and madness. Ha ha. Await the Ma family's vengeance. Tang Xuan replied nonchalantly. The Ma family? Should they dare approach, I wouldn't hesitate to obliterate their entire lineage. What? You dare? Panic flickered in Ma Ruyu's eyes. At that moment, she realized that Tang Xuan could effortlessly suppress a peak divine union realm demon beast. With his strength, he could indeed annihilate the Ma family. A wave of profound dread surged through her being. She had inadvertently provoked a terrifying existence. But the command token was already shattered, and the Ma family would undoubtedly retaliate. It was over, utterly over. Ma Ruyu uttered her last 6 words in life. Her head drooped, and she fell lifelessly. The golden-striped white tiger rushed forward, delivering a powerful blow that obliterated Ma Ruyu. Boss, look! Tang Xuan was taken aback, noticing a finely crafted spatial ring resting on the tiger's paw. Hey, I know humans possess these things called spatial rings, filled with valuable items. We must not waste them. The golden-striped white tiger grinned. This creature was surprisingly thrifty. Well done. Tang Xuan then tossed a golden essence demon beast core to the golden-striped white tiger. Thank you for the generous gift, boss. The golden-striped white tiger swallowed the demon beast core whole and then vanished into the depths of the forest while carrying Tang Xuan. The Bachin Ma family. Boom. A luxurious chamber was completely obliterated, a terrifying aura erupting forth. The entire Ma family trembled in fear. Ryu's command token shattered. Who dares to kill Ryu? I will eradicate his entire family line, ensuring he can neither live nor die. Gather all forces of the Ma family and follow me to the Xianxiaaudiobooks ruins. Whoever it is, I shall have him pay for Ryu's demise. Also, go to the Longhu Dao Academy and inform Ryu to join us. Commands poured forth from the mouth of the Ma family patriarch. The Ma family was thrown into chaos. The gates swung open, and countless warriors wielding blades and swords surged forth, their killing intent palpable. The citizens and warriors of the city were filled with trepidation. What on earth happened? Why is the Ma family radiating such murderous intent? No one knows. But one thing is certain. Whoever has offended the Ma family is already marked for death. Something big has occurred. Something big. Chapter 38. Competing in cultivation? Superlative blood bodhi. Boss, this is where my brother tiger usually cultivates. The golden-striped white tiger said, ingratiatingly within the mysterious cave. Ah, what a splendid locale this is. Tang Xuan exclaimed, gazing around the cavern in astonishment. The cave was vast, embodying the very essence of nature's gathering of spirit energy. The concentration and flow of spiritual energy within this space were several times more potent than that of the outside world. On the walls of the cavern, crimson fruits flourished. If Tang Xuan's intuition served him correctly, these fruits were the legendary blood bodhi. This was one of nature's divine medicines, consumable directly. Those who ingested it could enhance their cultivation by several years, even decades. The extent of the increase, however, depended on one's innate talent. The more exceptional the talent, the more pronounced the effects. Regrettably, the blood bodhi's efficacy diminished with each subsequent consumption. The first use yielded the best results, the second only half as effective, and the third a mere fraction of the second. After 3 to 5 uses, it was scarcely better than ordinary sustenance. The tiger was indeed fortunate. Tang Xuan pondered. Why did this golden-striped white tiger possess such formidable cultivation? Typically, the demonic beasts within this vicinity were mostly at the 3rd or 4th level of the divine opening realm, with the highest not exceeding the 5th. Yet here stood a pinnacle beast of the divine convergence realm. It was truly baffling. Apparently, this creature had discovered a hidden paradise. Indeed, with the spirit-gathering array and blood bodhi, it was the perfect opportunity for a breakthrough in cultivation. A smile graced Tang Xuan's face. Is the boss planning to cultivate? The golden-striped white tiger, perceptive as it was, readily discerned Tang Xuan's intentions. Without hesitation, Tang Xuan nodded affirmatively. He waved his hand, conjuring forth dozens of demonic beast core fragments, tossing them to the golden-striped white tiger. Here, take these. This will ensure your cultivation remains adequate. What? The golden-striped white tiger bristled with indignation. Boss, do you look down upon me? It took a deep breath, adopting a serious demeanor. Boss, I concede you are somewhat handsome. Your physical prowess is remarkable, your soul power explosive, and your sword intent terrifying. However, when it comes to cultivation, the tiger raised its head proudly. I dare not make claims about others, but as for me, my talent is unparalleled, and my cultivation progresses at an astonishing rate. Even among demonic beasts, I am among the elite. Humans, huh? Boss, this isn't personal, but even if a human were to channel all their effort, they could scarcely hope to match my prowess. In just 2 years, I have ascended from the first to the pinnacle of the divine convergence realm. Can you achieve that? Boss, Tang Xuan regarded the self-satisfied golden-striped white tiger with a smile. 2 years, you say? The tiger boasted, indeed. I've heard that the most formidable among your kind took 5 years. Tang Xuan refrained from contradicting. Under normal circumstances, this was indeed accurate. One could not deny that even with the blood bodhi and spirit-gathering array, the tiger's talent was remarkable. But it was merely remarkable. In Tang Xuan's presence, it hardly warranted boasting. Guard the entrance with those cores. I shall cultivate for a few days. Sure thing. The golden-striped white tiger, without a second thought, gleefully embraced the demonic beast cores and settled at the cave's entrance. The surrounding demonic beasts, sensing the terrifying aura of a pinnacle divine convergence realm beast, had long since fled, daring not to approach. Having dispatched the rather foolish tiger, Tang Xuan plucked the blood bodhi from the wall. The peculiar fruit in his hand was dark red, pulsating as though a pool of blood were surging within. Its quality was not particularly high, which was understandable given its wild origin. Nonetheless, it was a rare find. Tang Xuan shook his head. The true blood bodhi should be perfectly rounded, resembling a translucent ruby. Consuming a subpar blood bodhi would likely yield only a modest increase of 1 or 2 minor realms, even for a genius like Tang Xuan. System. Amplify at 10,000-fold. Ding. Amplification complete. Congratulations, host. You have acquired an extraordinary blood bodhi. Tang Xuan gazed once more at the blood bodhi in his hand, each one gleaming with a vibrant red hue, surpassing even the finest quality. It was indeed extraordinary. He selected one and placed it into his mouth. The blood bodhi dissolved immediately, its rich essence flowing into his stomach. Boom. Tang Xuan suddenly tilted his head back, his long black hair cascading upwards. A surge of crimson blood energy erupted forth, startling the golden-striped white tiger, which had been indulging in the demonic beast cores at the cave's entrance. Its eyes widened in disbelief. The explosive vitality was astonishing. Boss is simply a monster. No. Can this truly be a human? Even the terrifying entities within the celestial ruins could not compare to this overwhelming vigor. The violent surge of blood energy churned within Tang Xuan's body as he hastily activated his cultivation technique, guiding the energy through the great circulation. Buzz. The natural spirit gathering array emitted a soft glow. Within a 10-mile radius, the spiritual energy surged forth like a tidal wave. Not sufficient. Amplify it. Ding. Amplification complete. The golden-striped white tiger had already recognized Tang Xuan as its master, and this cavern had been implicitly designated as his private domain by the system. The terror of the 10,000-fold amplified spirit-gathering array became apparent. In the clear expanse of the sky, an invisible vortex suddenly manifested, drawing in spiritual energy from 100,000 miles around. Oh my goodness! The golden-striped white tigers first stood on end. Is this what they call cultivation? What a joke! 100,000 miles of spiritual energy would surely overwhelm even it in an instant. Gradually, the surrounding void began to distort, rippling like waves on water. Goodness! The spiritual energy is liquefying. This is madness. What on earth is the boss doing? The golden-striped white tiger shifted from astonishment to terror, standing frozen in place, utterly unable to believe its own eyes. This was far too fearsome. Little did the golden-striped white tiger know, Tang Xuan intended to push his cultivation to the maximum limit achievable by his technique in one go. Should there be any excess spiritual energy, it could be utilized to refine his physical form. With every breath, both blood energy and spiritual energy surged exponentially. An earth-shattering pressure began to emanate from Tang Xuan's being. Goodness gracious, is that sword intent? Is he already at the peak of the great perfection? The golden-striped white tiger was on the verge of tears. While it had been reveling in its own accomplishments in the realm of golden intent, Tang Xuan had already reached the stage of sword intent. No, from the distorted void, there was an emerging semblance of a half-step sword domain. The pressure intensified with each passing moment, causing the golden-striped white tiger to retreat. Just then, the oppressive aura abruptly vanished. No, this is bad. The golden-striped white tiger, instead of feeling relieved, was seized by a sense of dread. In the next moment, boom, the heavens and the earth shattered. The entire cavern disintegrated into nothingness. An overwhelming wave of energy surged forth, cascading like a mountain tsunami, unstoppable. Even the golden-striped white tiger, a pinnacle divine convergence realm being, was swept away, hurtling 1,000 feet. The golden-striped white tiger cried out in despair, tumbling helplessly in the turbulent energy, unable to regain its footing. Tang Xuan was enveloped in a radiant glow of red and white, his aura continuously escalating. Second level of divine convergence. Third level of divine convergence. Fourth level of divine convergence. Pinnacle of divine convergence. Beyond the vast expanse, the golden-striped tiger trembled in fear behind a large boulder. Monsters, oh monsters. Chapter 39, Consecutive Breakthroughs. A Journey Through the Abyss. The golden-striped white tiger was utterly terrified. It was truly horrified. At one point, it even believed it had encountered a supernatural being. Surely, No human could ascend from the first realm of the divine harmony to its pinnacle in one breath. The golden-striped white tiger felt utterly unmoored. It finally comprehended why Tang Xuan had bestowed upon it a plethora of beastly inner elixirs. The younger brother was mistaken. My understanding was merely confined to the foot of the mountain, while the elder had already scaled its summit. A completely different realm, a distinct vista. Small, ultimately small. The elder is destined to be an immortal above the 9 heavens, a lamentation for this era. Those so-called prodigies, unparalleled geniuses, would pale in comparison before the elder. I, the white tiger, possess but a trace of ancestral blood within, and to have the fortune of encountering the elder is surely a sign of my ancestors' blessings. No, I cannot hinder the elder's progress. I must diligently cultivate. After all, with the elder's talents, there will undoubtedly be many extraordinary beasts vying for his favor, and I must not relinquish my rightful place as the primary consort. The golden-striped white tiger's gaze gradually hardened with determination. Initially harboring a playful spirit while frolicking within the celestial ruins, it now possessed a clear objective. In the depths of the chasm, Tang Xuan sat in tranquility, surrounded by a halo of milky light. This was a protective shield formed from an abundance of spiritual energy. Should any external force attempt an incursion, this layer of protection would effortlessly deflect the assault. At least beneath the realm of divine ghost, it was impossible to breach. My sword intent has evolved into sword momentum, and with the assistance of the blood bodhi and the spirit gathering array, I am eager to see how far I can break through. Once more, Tang Xuan fervently channeled his techniques, beginning to absorb spiritual energy anew. Boom! The spiritual energy shield surrounding him twisted violently, transforming into a pillar of light that soared into the heavens. In an instant, the clouds churned, and the sun and moon dimmed. All the martial artists within the celestial ruins sensed it. What a terrifying pressure! Is a treasure emerging? Or perhaps a beast king is evolving? My heavens, what a spectacle! Who among the Taoists is undergoing tribulation here? At the deepest part of the celestial ruins, the heavens were shrouded in darkness, while the earth lay blanketed in white. Snowflakes fell silently to the ground, enveloping the area in an eerie stillness. The bone-chilling cold was sufficient to freeze even those at the divine spirit realm to death. This was a forbidden zone, one that even divine harmony beasts dared not approach. Strangely, at the center of the snowy expanse stood a colossal white crystal, towering 5 men high, wide enough for 3 to embrace. Within the crystal, a mysterious glow emanated faintly. Even more bizarrely, above the crystal hovered a blood-red light sphere, ravenously draining the radiance from the crystal. Beside the crystal stood several exceedingly fearsome beasts: leopards, eagles, snow wolves, centipedes, and a giant bear. Their auras far surpassed that of the golden-striped white tiger. This indicated that these 5 beasts had reached the divine ghost realm, even bordering on the realm of myriad laws. Suddenly, the white crystal trembled, radiating an intense light. The 5 formidable beasts displayed expressions of horror, as if they had witnessed something utterly terrifying, and began to retreat in a frenzy. Only the blood-red light sphere remained steadfast. Moments later, the white crystal regained its calm. A deep, hoarse voice emerged from the blood-red sphere. Members of that clan have arrived at the celestial ruins. Cackling with delight, how wonderful, how wonderful. The lair of the golden-striped white tiger had now completely collapsed. The natural spirit gathering array had been obliterated amid the explosion. Tang Xuan sat cross-legged in the void, his halo expanding layer by layer. The will of martial arts and soul energy fused, leading to the divine harmony realm. Let the will of martial arts ascend further. The divine intent permeating the abyss, break for me. With a commanding shout, a phantom sword faintly emerged behind Tang Xuan. In that instant, within a radius of 10,000 zhang, heaven and earth were shackled. The golden-striped white tiger suddenly screamed in agony. It hurts, it hurts. Fear etched upon its face. It retreated in panic. Only after fleeing for 10,000 zhang did it finally halt. Lowering its gaze, it was horrified to find its fur stained with blood. The elder's sword intent. No, it was the sword momentum that was too fearsome. Within a radius of 10,000 zhang centered around the elder, the oppressive force of sword momentum was overwhelming. Even with its robust physique, it could not withstand it. This settled it. The elder was not human. Absolutely not human. Surely, he must be a ferocious beast in disguise. The golden-striped white tiger's face turned pale, trembling uncontrollably. Despite being at the pinnacle of the divine harmony realm, with a 5-fold golden intent, it could have easily dominated within the celestial ruins. Yet before Tang Xuan, it found itself devoid of the right to even breathe. Merely the residual wave of sword momentum had pierced its hide. Previously, when the golden-striped white tiger had been ruthlessly beaten by Tang Xuan, it had emerged unscathed. Yet, under the sword momentum, it crumbled so easily. This meant that had Tang Xuan merely willed it, the golden-striped white tiger would have been reduced to a corpse. While the golden-striped white tiger's mind spiraled in confusion, Tang Xuan's aura surged once more. Boom. The waves of energy were boundless. Divine Ghost Realm. Achieved. Following that, the second layer of the Divine Ghost Realm. The third layer of the Divine Ghost Realm. The fourth layer of the Divine Ghost Realm. The fifth layer of the Divine Ghost Realm. The pinnacle of the Divine Ghost Realm. In the blink of an eye, Tang Xuan's cultivation had soared directly to the pinnacle of the Divine Ghost Realm, even faintly manifesting the aura of the myriad laws. The golden-striped white tiger's mouth fell agape. It could no longer articulate the abnormality of Tang Xuan. No, it was even more than just abnormal. It was extraordinarily and exponentially abnormal. Surely not, surely not. The elder wouldn't dare to break through the realm of myriad laws, would he? Is there no chance for the tiger to survive? This is absurd. How could I possibly cultivate against such odds, when I can't even compare to the elder's little toe? The golden-striped white tiger was engulfed by a profound sense of defeat. Within a mere few days, it had been thoroughly overwhelmed by Tang Xuan. If previously it had merely been slightly inferior, now it could not even see the taillights of the chariot. The gap was insurmountable. Tang Xuan had not broken through to the realm of myriad laws, but had instead stabilized his aura. It was not that he could not transcend. With the celestial sacred body's support, his foundation remained unshaken. Yet, ascending to the realm of myriad laws was not a simple task. The myriad laws realm governs the myriad principles of heaven and earth. The more natural intents one masters, the greater one's strength becomes after breaking through to the myriad laws realm. There exist countless natural intents in the world, such as the foundational 5 elemental intents. The thunder intent renowned for its power to dispel evil, and the mysterious yin-yang intent, among others. There are even many esoteric intents, such as the shadow intent, claiming to encompass 3,000 intents. Tang Xuan pondered deeply, contemplating his next direction in cultivation. Regardless of the intent, it ultimately cannot escape the realms of yin, yang, and the 5 elements. These 7 powers represent the most fundamental forces. Once mastered, breaking through to the realm of myriad laws would pose no challenge. At this moment, his status panel underwent yet another transformation. Host, Tang Xuan. Constitution, celestial sacred body, fully awakened, capable of advancement. Talent, peerless genius. Soul force, 10,000 miles of soul. Cultivation level, pinnacle of the divine ethereal realm. Techniques, primordial technique, low rank royal grade. Dominant body art, low rank sacred grade, minor achievement. Martial skills, sword mastery, mid rank royal grade. Major achievement, sky slaying sword technique, low rank sacred grade, major achievement. Concept, sword intent at great perfection. At this moment, on the periphery of the celestial ruins, a beam of sword light suddenly descended. Boom. The sword intent swept across the surroundings, causing dozens of sky realm beasts to explode into oblivion. As the sword light gradually dissipated, it transformed into a long sword, engraved with 2 words on the hilt. Sword Madness. Chapter 40. Casual Elevation. Sacred Beast, White Tiger. Merely the landing of a sword had torn apart numerous sky realm beasts. The ferocity of its sword intent was truly terrifying. The sound of footsteps echoed, and an elder appeared. He gazed thoughtfully into the depths of the celestial ruins. The sword intent he sensed just now was indeed formidable. Could it be that young man? Impossible. I have secluded myself in arduous cultivation for a century, barely touching the fringes of sword intent. There is no way that young man could have achieved it. Entering to observe, the elder stepped forth. The sword Madness, without any wind, moved autonomously, carrying the elder into the air. Alas, has my technique reached its limits? It appears I must seek higher-level techniques. As for martial skills, the only ones I can showcase are the sword mastery and the sky-slaying sword technique. Too few. Regardless, since time is on my side, I shall diligently refine these 2 martial skills. After breaking through the divine ethereal realm, Tang Xuan's strength surged several-fold. He immediately focused on his martial skills. The first to cultivate was the sword mastery. In less than 2 hours, he ascended from major achievement to great perfection. After all, this sword skill was merely mid-rank royal grade and had been amplified 10,000 times, making it inherently weak and not overly difficult to cultivate. Now, Tang Xuan possessed the 10,000 miles of soul, the demeanor of a peerless genius, and the great perfection in sword intent. His comprehension of the sword had reached an unparalleled level. Next, he cultivated the sky-slaying sword technique to great perfection, which took a full 5 hours. After all, being a sacred grade martial skill, it posed certain challenges. Nevertheless, it was merely somewhat challenging. Upon completing both martial skills, Tang Xuan was astonished to realize he had nothing left to practice. Techniques, martial skills, All had reached their limits. How awkward. I wonder if that woman has anything useful. Tang Xuan decisively retrieved Ma Ruyu's spatial ring, forcefully opening it. Aside from piles of spirit stones and elixirs, there were an abundance of feminine items, petticoats, undergarments, cosmetics. Tang Xuan couldn't help but twitch at the corners of his eyes. Oh, what is this? While rummaging through Ma Ruyu's spatial ring, Tang Xuan indeed discovered a manual. A high-rank heavenly-grade martial skill. The Tide's Fury Melody. This woman is quite affluent. A high-rank heavenly-grade martial skill is worth a fortune, even surpassing the grade of the sky-slaying sword technique. If placed within the heavenly pavilion, it would be valued at no less than 10 million high-grade spirit stones. Although it may seem strange for a man to play the zither, the power it wields is substantial and enough to impress. Without hesitation, he amplified it 10,000 times. The Tide's Fury Melody transformed from high-rank heavenly grade to high-rank sacred grade. The power increased exponentially. However, the difficulty also escalated significantly. Of course, Tang Xuan remained confident in his comprehension abilities. Thus, he opened the manual for the Tide's Fury Melody and began to comprehend it. Soon, his brow furrowed. This martial skill condenses the essence of water through the resonance of zither music, transforming into a raging tide for attack. It seems that to cultivate this melody, one must first comprehend the essence of water. But where on earth can I find a place akin to the Fallen Sword Mountain? Let me use the 10,000 miles of soul to investigate. His soul force surged like a tide, swiftly extending for 20,000 miles. Breaking through the divine ethereal realm had more than doubled Tang Xuan's soul force. It only reached its limit at 25,000 miles. The situation surrounding the celestial ruins was laid bare before him. However, after searching for quite some time, he could not find a place to comprehend the essence of water. Reluctantly, he had to give up. Since I cannot find a suitable location, I must take an alternative route. If I can acquire enough water-type beast inner cores, I could achieve a similar effect. Even a fraction of the essence of water, under 10,000 times amplification, could become substantial. However, water-type beasts are widely dispersed. Searching for them one by one would be a time-consuming endeavor. As Tang Xuan turned around, he spotted the golden-furred white tiger hiding behind a rock, licking an inner core. He chuckled. This silly creature was the perfect candidate. He beckoned to the golden-furred white tiger. Little tiger. The golden-furred white tiger swiftly dashed over. Boss, what is it? Tang Xuan nodded. Help me gather water-type beast inner cores. The more, the better. Higher quality is preferable. Boss, what do you need water-type beast inner cores for? I don't recall humans being able to consume beast inner cores. The golden-furred white tiger was taken aback. Of course it's useful. Just go do it. Tang Xuan chided with a smile. However, the golden-furred white tiger wore a troubled expression. Boss, it's not that I'm cowardly, but there are quite a few fierce ones in the celestial ruins. Although I am at the pinnacle of the divine union realm, I fear I might. What's so difficult about it? I will elevate you to the myriad laws realm. Are you afraid of not being able to handle it? What? The myriad laws realm? Boss, are you serious? The golden-furred white tiger's face turned blank. That is the myriad laws realm. Is it as simple as breaking through? If it were that easy, I wouldn't have to toil away in cultivation every day? According to normal cultivation speed, it would take at least 100 or 80 years to reach the myriad laws realm. The main issue lies in the insufficient bloodline density. Beasts and humans are different. Their advancements rely heavily on their bloodlines. The more ancient bloodlines one can awaken, the faster one can break through. Therefore, many times, beasts can advance quickly. But once they reach a certain point, they stagnate. Only by awakening their bloodlines can they continue to advance. Wait, the golden-furred white tiger suddenly widened its pupils. It had witnessed Tang Xuan's extraordinary capabilities firsthand. Could it be that he truly has a way to enhance its bloodline density? If so, that would be terrifying. The casual elevation of a beast's bloodline density. If this news were to spread, the entire beast realm would be in uproar. Enough with the chatter. Stay put. After saying this, Tang Xuan placed his hand atop the golden-furred white tiger's head. He wasn't sure if the system could amplify the bloodline density of the golden-furred white tiger. But there was no harm in trying. System. Amplify the bloodline density of the golden-furred white tiger. Ding. System is detecting. Ding. System is amplifying. Ding. Amplification complete. Congratulations to the host for successfully elevating the bloodline density of the golden-furred white tiger to sacred beast white tiger, first grade. Tang Xuan's pupils constricted slightly. He never expected to have created a sacred beast-level white tiger. Good heavens. This is utterly remarkable. The next moment, in the depths of the golden-striped white tiger's pupils, a terrifying radiance erupted forth. How? Within, the sacred blood surged violently, causing every strand of its fur to stand on end. The golden patterns emanated an extraordinarily dazzling light. In an instant, An overwhelmingly fearsome aura of a holy beast swept through the air. 5,000 miles. 10,000 miles. 20,000 miles. A resounding howl echoed as the golden-striped white tiger threw its head back in a long cry. All the beasts within the celestial ruins prostrated themselves upon the ground. Trembling in fear, the king had descended. All beasts lay in submission. Boundless spiritual energy surged wildly into the golden-striped white tiger-esque form. Its cultivation began to skyrocket, directly breaking through the divine veil realm. Threefold, sixfold, pinnacle of ninefold. Boom. Another explosive sound erupted. The realm of all laws. A breakthrough. Subsequently, a golden tiger shadow materialized above the golden-striped white tiger-esque head. This golden silhouette was the embodiment of the essence of gold. The golden-striped white tiger inhaled deeply, devouring the inner cores of all the gold-affiliated beasts. The essence of gold began to coalesce, swiftly reaching perfection. Buzz. A faint ripple of water-like waves shimmered. Crack. The earth suddenly fractured, unleashing a potent aura of sharp gold that radiated outward. The might of gold. Achieved. Tang Xuan rejoiced. Splendid. Now is the time to comprehend. Chapter 41. Those who dare to challenge the boss shall meet their doom. The White Tiger clan governs the sacred beasts of gold. Its progenitor can even attain the status of a divine beast, inherently possessing an exceptionally pure essence of gold. After being magnified 1,000-fold, the golden-striped white tiger's bloodline concentration elevated it to the rank of a first-tier sacred beast. The essence of gold directly transcended into the might of gold. The surrounding space resembled a multitude of piercing needles. Rocks, ancient trees, flowers, and grasses were all marked with punctures. Although Tang Xuan possessed the perfected celestial sacred body, he remained unscathed. This moment was indeed the optimal opportunity to grasp the might of gold. He swiftly activated his extraordinary innate talent, commencing the absorption of the pervasive essence of gold around him. Gold, among the 5 elements, is dominantly lethal, characterized by its properties of sinking, slaughter, and convergence. All metals belong to the realm of gold. This perfectly fused with my sword intent. The explosive might of gold released by the golden-striped white tiger would not last long. Tang Xuan pondered briefly before summoning forth his sword intent. As the sword intent emerged, the surrounding essence of gold was drawn in like a tidal wave. He would take his time to comprehend it. Roar. With the augmentation of the sharp gold aura, the golden-striped white tiger underwent a transformation. Its fur became sharper, akin to a forest of swords, each strand standing erect. The character for king upon its forehead radiated an overwhelming pressure. Its size also increased slightly, measuring over 2 zhang in length. Divine majesty emanated from it. Boss, you are my true father. The golden-striped white tiger knelt before Tang Xuan, its enormous eyes brimming with tears. Tang Xuan's eyelid twitched. Get up, stop being melodramatic. Haha. The golden-striped white tiger quickly wiped away its tears and broke into a grin. Such acting, absolutely masterful. Though its expression was feigned, the gratitude was heartfelt. Beastkind places great emphasis on bonds. Tang Xuan elevated it from a mere beast to a sacred beast. The significance of this transformation was extraordinary, even beyond Tang Xuan's own comprehension. In the beast realm, the hierarchy of power is far more severe than one might imagine. Ordinary wild beasts, compared to the common populace of humanity, possess no rights, destined only to be devoured. Demonic beasts and human warriors share a clear distinction in rank, delineated by their cultivation, with the weak being consumed by the strong, establishing a natural cycle. If a demonic beast is fortunate enough to awaken its bloodline, it can transform into a sacred beast, such as the current golden-striped white tiger. Once it reaches the sacred beast level, merely its aura is sufficient to intimidate all other demonic beasts. This is a natural suppression, independent of cultivation. However, for demonic beasts to transcend into sacred beasts is infinitely more challenging than for humans to break into the sovereign realm. Even a slight increase in bloodline concentration is akin to climbing a mountain, let alone a complete awakening. This golden-striped white tiger could be regarded as one favored by fate. Including the blood bodhi and spirit gathering array, it had only barely awakened 10% of its bloodline. It was already at its peak. Further advancement was impossible. Without Tang Xuan's intervention, it would have remained in this state for its entire life. The earlier claims of breakthroughs being as easy as drinking water were mere bluster. Now that it had ascended to the sacred beast level, it could return to its lineage and further enhance its bloodline. Yet, the golden-striped white tiger had no intention of returning to the White Tiger clan. At present, it was merely a first-tier sacred beast, lacking in authority, preferring to remain alongside the formidable Tang Xuan. Boss, to be honest, from now on, whenever you call, I, your tiger brother, will brave fire and water without hesitation. If you command me east, I shall not dare venture west. Such is my resolve. Tang Xuan nodded in satisfaction. His profound soul power enabled him to perceive that the golden-striped white tiger genuinely regarded him as its master. Go and get to work. I need to comprehend something. Tang Xuan waved his hand. Understood. Boss, focus on your cultivation, and I shall go hunt. With a whoosh, the golden-striped white tiger vanished from sight. Observing its grand silhouette, Tang Xuan wore a contemplative expression. He never anticipated that the system could amplify demonic beasts as well. Could it be that? He hastily opened the interface. And indeed, changes had transpired. Host, Tang Xuan. Physique, celestial sacred body, fully awakened, capable of advancement. Talent, extraordinary genius. Soul power, myriad miles of soul. Cultivation, pinnacle of divine veil realm. Techniques, primordial technique, emperor grade, lower tier. Overlord body technique, saint grade, lower tier, perfection. Martial skills, sword control technique, emperor grade, mid tier. Perfection, sky slicing sword technique, saint grade, lower tier, perfection. Heavenly wave, fury melody, saint grade, upper tier, entry level. Intent, sword intent, perfection. Pet, golden striped white tiger, first tier sacred beast. At the bottom of the interface, a new pet column appeared, prominently featuring the name of the golden striped white tiger. The pet feature activated without any prompt. This system is indeed uncanny. Yet, this also indicated that anyone belonging to or submitting to me could enjoy the effect of 1,000-fold amplification. This is quite intriguing and warrants further investigation. Tang Xuan's eyes glimmered with myriad possibilities. Never mind, these matters can wait for later. I shall first delve into the might of gold. Ha ha ha, that bear Neil. Tell me, are you of the water element? Not. If not, how dare you show your face? Go back and reflect on your actions for 100 days, questioning yourself as to why you are not of the water element. Water elemental brethren, come forth. I, Tiger Lord, shall treat captives with kindness. Come out now. Within the celestial ruins, a large white tiger emitted a peculiar laugh, galloping wildly, surrounding demonic beasts. Whether at the ascendant realm or the divine awakening realm, and even those of the divine unity realm, all trembled in fear, lying flat on the ground, too terrified to move. The pressure of the sacred beast is truly formidable. The golden-striped white tiger merely released a fraction of its aura, and all those demonic beasts fell to their knees. Ah, who would have thought there existed a remnant of a divine beast here? Suddenly, a voice filled with astonishment echoed from the sky. The golden-striped white tiger peered up and saw an old man standing with a long sword beneath his feet. He chuckled. It seems that I, Beichin sword mad, am indeed fortunate. A remnant of a divine beast can fetch quite a sum. The old man descended slowly, a joyful smile gracing his lips. First, I shall capture this divine beast, and then I will deal with Tang Xuan. It won't require much effort. What? This scoundrel intends to kill the boss. The golden-striped white tiger abruptly halted, its claws scraping sparks from the ground. Its eyes glimmered with a fierce, murderous intent. Dare to lay a hand on the boss. You shall meet your demise. Oh, such formidable animosity. Truly wild at heart. Though Beichin sword mad was somewhat taken aback by the golden-striped white tiger's killing intent, he paid it little heed. A divine beast. It's only natural for it to be a bit ferocious. Just as he opened his mouth to speak, a violent gale swept through the vicinity, and a massive tiger paw came crashing down. Caught off guard, Beichin sword mad was sent flying by a single swipe. Uffed. The blow was immensely powerful, shattering several of his bones and causing blood to erupt from his mouth. How audacious! As the foremost sword saint of the Beichin dynasty, a peak expert of the divine harmony realm, I cannot let this affront go unpunished. Beichin sword mad straightened his waist, soaring into the air as a surge of sword energy erupted forth. You beast, prepare to. Before he could finish, he witnessed the golden-striped white tiger's jaws widen, golden streams of energy swirling in its maw. In the next instant, boom, a golden beam of light erupted forth. Beichin sword mad's face turned pale with fright, and he hastily retreated. The golden beam struck the ground, creating a cataclysmic rift that tore the earth apart for hundreds of miles. Goodness, has this divine beast gone mad? Such ferocity. Beichin sword mad stared at the abyss, a cold sweat breaking out on his back. Had he been struck by that golden beam, there would have been nothing left of him but dust. Very well, you are indeed fierce. I shall settle this score with you another day. With his mind set on killing Tang Xuan, Beichin sword mad knew he had neither the time nor the energy to contend with the golden-striped white tiger, and he promptly turned to flee. However, did the tiger allow him to escape? Chapter 42, Seeking Revenge? Do you think you qualify? The golden-striped white tiger soared into the air, swiping a paw in pursuit. Beichin sword mad's heart sank as he hastily raised his sword to block. Clang! The sound of iron clashing resonated, and his royal-grade sword was bent like a bow. Under the divine might of the golden-striped white tiger, Beichen's sword mad spat blood once more. He was on the verge of madness. This tiger was merciless, attacking with lethal intent. Had he disturbed its ancestral grave or slain its kin? Did it truly need to be this ruthless? This is bad. If this continues, my life is in jeopardy. I must flee. Beichen's sword mad reached into his possession and retrieved a life-saving talisman. This talisman, which he had obtained by chance, could withstand a full-force strike from a practitioner of the divine ethereal realm, boasting formidable defensive power. He had always hesitated to use it, but now he had no choice. After all, one only lives once. Without a moment's hesitation, Beichen's sword mad crushed the talisman. A faint ripple of water formed, transforming into a barrier that stood between him and the golden-striped white tiger. Phew, that should suffice. Beichen's sword mad sighed in relief and turned to flee. Fool, do you think that talisman can withstand the might of the tiger? Shatter. The golden-striped white tiger extended its paw, and with a tearing sound, it obliterated the barrier formed by the talisman. My heavens! Beichen's sword mad was utterly terrified, scrambling for his life. He ran while calling for help, hoping that the warriors within the celestial ruins would hear him and come to his aid. Yet the golden-striped white tiger exuded the aura of the 10,000 Laws realm. Who would dare approach? Isn't that Beichen's sword mad, the foremost sword saint of the Beichen dynasty? What on earth? Heavens, a divine beast of the 10,000 Laws realm. Hide. This is a disaster. Why is there a divine beast here? How did Beichen's sword mad provoke such a terrifying entity? Quickly, spread the word. A divine beast is guarding this area. No one should approach. The news spread like wildfire, reaching every corner of the celestial ruins. All warriors were made aware of the presence of a divine beast, and they kept their distance. Within half a day, the news reached Celestial City, a grand metropolis situated 100 miles from the outskirts of the celestial ruins, established as a haven for treasure-seeking warriors. Before a grand estate, two individuals dressed as Taoists, an elder and a youth, ascended the steps. We greet young Master Ruyun. Upon seeing the visitors, the gatekeeper warriors immediately knelt in respect. Ruyun had arrived. How splendid! With a booming voice, the head of the Ma family, accompanied by numerous warriors, emerged. The young Taoist was none other than the second young master of the Ma family. Possessing exceptional talent and having awakened a spirit body, he had long been favored by the Dragon and Tiger Taoist Academy and brought into its fold. Ma Ruyun wore an excited smile. Father, this is my master, the centipede Taoist. He gestured to the elder beside him. The Taoist bore an aloof expression, his skin resembling orange peel, appearing quite fearsome, and his aura reached the divine harmony realm. The head of the Ma family, not daring to show any disrespect, quickly bowed. Greetings, Taoist. The centipede Taoist nodded. I have heard of the situation. Ruyun is my disciple, and I have taken a liking to Ruyun as well, even bestowing upon her a martial art technique. It is simply intolerable that she was harmed by treacherous individuals, treating me, the centipede Taoist, with such disregard. Rest assured, no matter who the culprit is, they shall meet their end. The head of the Ma family rejoiced. Ha ha ha, with the Taoist's assistance, this scoundrel is undoubtedly doomed. Before her demise, Ruyun shattered her life command token, and her aura has already attached itself to that person. According to my investigation, that person is hiding near the outskirts of the celestial ruins. The centipede Taoist waved his whisk. Then what are we waiting for? Let us strike. The head of the Ma family hesitated. I have heard that a formidable divine beast has recently appeared at the outskirts of the celestial ruins. We must proceed with caution. A divine beast. The centipede Taoist's eyes flickered with surprise. How could there be a divine beast in this place? It is impossible, absolutely impossible. The head of the Ma family sighed. Many have witnessed it. Even Beichen's sword mad, the foremost sword saint of the Beichen dynasty, was torn apart by that divine beast. Beichen's sword mad, a peak expert of the divine harmony realm. The centipede Taoist was momentarily taken aback. In terms of raw power, Beichen's sword mad surpassed him. If even he was torn apart, then the divine beast must be truly terrifying. In that case, we must tread carefully and avoid provoking the divine beast. The head of the Ma family bowed. Understood. Then a glint of fierce killing intent flashed in his eyes. Onward. Before the ruins of the White Tiger Cave, Tang Xuan sat with closed eyes, quietly comprehending the golden momentum. Almost there. I have fully grasped the golden momentum emanating from that tiger. Regrettably, it was merely an introductory level of golden momentum, not particularly powerful. Even with a 10,000-fold amplification, it may not enhance my strength significantly. Before this, he mused, it seems someone has come knocking. Though he was in deep meditation, Tang Xuan's soul energy enveloped a radius of 10,000 miles, allowing him to perceive any movements in the surroundings with utmost clarity. At this moment, a throng of individuals was rushing towards him with reckless abandon. They showed no signs of hesitation, clearly intent on approaching him. Tang Xuan remained unfazed, his emotions unruffled. After reaching the pinnacle of the divine ethereal realm, his mindset underwent a profound transformation, becoming increasingly transcendent and composed. He seemed to exist apart from the world, observing it with a detached gaze. 100 miles away, the members of the Ma family slowed their pace. Second, third, surround this place completely. Let not even a mosquito escape. Yes, Patriarch. The second elder of the Ma family led 100 aerial warriors to flank from both sides. Meanwhile, the Patriarch, accompanied by the Centipede Master and Ma Ruffung, pressed forward. Scouts continuously reported back. 100 miles out, target located. The target appears to be cultivating and has not detected our presence. The target remains engrossed in training, showing no signs of movement. The Patriarch's expression turned fierce. Excellent. Not even a deity can save that boy today. In the blink of an eye, they traversed the distance of 100 miles. Among the ruins, a remarkably handsome youth sat cross-legged in the void, emanating a formidable aura. It's him. Although the Patriarch was taken aback by Tang Xuan's youth, he nonetheless charged forward. Boy, confess honestly, did you kill Ryu? There was no preamble, no circumlocution. It was a direct confrontation. Tang Xuan slowly opened his eyes, a glint of amusement flickering in his pupils. Is it the Ma family? Come to avenge that woman? Indeed. Who dares to lay a hand on my daughter? No matter who you are or your origins, you shall die today. The Patriarch barked, in terms of unreasonable behavior. Like father, like daughter. Tang Xuan gently shook his head. With a wave of his hand, the Patriarch summoned thousands of warriors to encircle Tang Xuan, leaving no escape. State your name and die with hatred. Most of the Ma family warriors were at the aerial realm, with over 100 at the divine opening realm. The Patriarch and the 10 elders had even reached the divine union realm. Tang Xuan softly declared, I am Tang Xuan. What? You are Tang Xuan. The Patriarch's face turned pale with astonishment. It was impossible for him not to be shocked, for that name resonated like thunder. On Swordfall Mountain, he had slain the 2 sword saints of Beichen, comprehending the might of the sword and gaining renown across the land. You wish to take revenge? Do you think you are worthy? As his words fell, Tang Xuan unleashed his aura. Boom. The might of the divine ethereal realm shook the heavens and the earth. The surrounding Ma family warriors were struck as if by lightning, sent flying like kites with severed strings, spitting blood. No one stood near Tang Xuan anymore. Divine ethereal realm. How is that possible? The Patriarch's eyes widened in disbelief, letting out a scream. Chapter 43, Boss. Have I displeased you? Tang Xuan revealed the power of the divine ethereal realm. The Patriarch felt as though his heart had been smashed by a heavy hammer, leaving him breathless. A torrent of emotions, shock, astonishment, fear, surged within him. He retreated instinctively, his gaze filled with panic. Previously, on Swordfall Mountain, Tang Xuan had only possessed the first level of the divine union realm. He and the 10 elders were all top-tier experts at the 7th or 8th levels of the divine union realm, alongside hundreds at the divine opening realm and thousands at the aerial realm. From any perspective, Tang Xuan was doomed. But what was the situation now? The divine ethereal realm loomed like a mountain, suffocating everyone in its presence. Taoist. The only feasible option now is the Centipede Master, who may be able to contend with Tang Xuan. The Centipede Master stepped forward, his expression impassive. Boy, your strength is impressive at your age. You must have encountered considerable fortune. A glint of greed flickered in his eyes at the mention of fortune. Fortune, you say? Tang Xuan chuckled, readily admitting, indeed. A rather substantial one at that. The fortune he referred to was, of course, the Ten-Fold Amplification System, which was far more powerful than any mere chance. I wouldn't trade it for a divine artifact. Haha, you truly possess great fortune. Hand it over. The Centipede Master extended a hand. Huh. Tang Xuan laughed softly. Your strength pales in comparison to mine. What gives you the audacity to demand my fortune? The Centipede Master replied nonchalantly, true, my strength is inferior to yours. However, my trump card is sufficient to kill you. He extended his right hand, and a faint green mist coalesced. Within the mist, a conical treasure emerged. Tang Xuan shook his head. Do you truly believe that trinket can slay me? The Centipede Master asserted, not that it can kill you, but once the 1,000 Souls cone is unleashed, you will have already been inscribed on Yama's ledger. This cone is forged from the souls of 1,000 poisonous centipedes at the divine opening realm, extracted and refined. Even a divine union realm warrior would turn to pus if pierced. Tang Xuan retorted, I am of the divine ethereal realm. The Centipede Master nodded. This is merely the standard state of the 1,000 Souls cone. With an appropriate sacrifice of blood essence, its power can be amplified. Even a divine ethereal would meet their end. At its peak, it can obliterate all laws. Boy, no matter how strong you are still just of the divine ethereal realm, nowhere near the level of annihilating all laws. Thus, your death is certain. The centipede master wore a smug expression as he spoke. Kneel, and perhaps you may die more swiftly. Tang Xuan chuckled softly. Is that all you have? I must admit, I am somewhat disappointed. The Thousand Souls cone was indeed fearsome, but Tang Xuan had 1,000 ways to prevent the centipede master from acting. Not to mention, the Thousand Souls cone could never pierce the perfected celestial body of great completion. Unseen until the coffin was present, the centipede master trembled slightly, launching the Thousand Souls cone. However, the target was not Tang Xuan, but rather the warriors of the Ma family. Puff, puff, puff. In an instant, the Thousand Souls cone pierced through the bodies of over 100 Ma family warriors. Those impaled turned pitch black, their essence drained, resembling malevolent spirits. After absorbing the essence of over 100 warriors, the Thousand Souls cone became increasingly agitated, with countless centipede phantoms writhing in its wake. Your path to survival is severed. Die. The centipede master pointed, channeling his soul power to launch the Thousand Souls cone. Tang Xuan's pupils flickered, unleashing his soul power. Boom. His soul power had reached approximately 30,000 miles. How terrifying. The Thousand Souls cone emitted a chilling wail as it fell to the ground. Tang Xuan reached out, effortlessly grasping the Thousand Souls cone. This is impossible. The centipede master's lips quivered in disbelief, his face a mask of incredulity. The Thousand Souls cone was driven by soul power, and his soul power had reached 100 miles, making him a standout among practitioners of the same level. Once unleashed, unless the opponent's soul power exceeded his tenfold, there was no possibility of resistance. This was merely resistance. To completely suppress, it would require at least 100 times the centipede master's soul power. That was 1,000,000 miles of soul power. Even the Law Master realm might not possess such strength. The centipede master's eyes became dazed, his thoughts a chaotic whirl. He stared at Tang Xuan. He seemed to grow larger and larger, transforming into a divine entity that towered above and rooted itself deep within the earth. An awe-inspiring sight. Was he a reclusive sage with the secret of eternal youth? Or perhaps a reincarnation of an ancient sage? What are you, a human or a ghost? The centipede Taoist cried out in panic, thoroughly flustered. As the centipede Taoist faltered, the Ma family patriarch and others stood frozen in disbelief. At that moment, a thunderous roar echoed through the air. Roar! The sacred beast, the white tiger, had appeared. The Ma family patriarch's complexion turned pale, his body trembling. With Tang Xuan in front and the sacred beast behind, was today the Ma family's doomsday? Suddenly, a colossal white tiger descended from the heavens, charging towards Tang Xuan. The Ma family patriarch rejoiced. Ha! Tang Xuan, you're finished. Can the sacred beast white tiger not slay you? However, in the next instant, the patriarch was rendered speechless once more. The sacred beast white tiger arrived at Tang Xuan's side, its fierce countenance softening into a sycophantic grin. Boss, I'm back. Sorry for making you unhappy. With that, the white tiger turned, its murderous intent surging like mountains and seas. Damn it, you worthless scum. Who dares to provoke my boss? Do you think I'm merely a decorative piece? It had wasted considerable time chasing the North Star sword madman. Upon returning to find Tang Xuan besieged, it was filled with fury. What did this indicate? The Tiger Brother had failed in its duty. If it couldn't even protect the boss, how could it safeguard the world? These people, they all must perish. What on earth is happening? The Ma family patriarch was frightened to tears. After all this time, this terrifying sacred beast white tiger was, in fact, Tang Xuan's pet. He stared blankly at Tang Xuan, his heart brimming with regret. What kind of existence had he offended? Let alone the death of Ma Ruyu. Even if 10, 100, or 1,000 were to die, the Ma family patriarch would not harbor a shred of vengeful thought. Yet now, it was over. The Ma family was utterly finished, offending someone they should not have. The white tiger transformed into a streak of white light, dashing forth. Wherever it passed, Ma family warriors exploded, leaving no survivors. Even the centipede Taoist was no exception, unable to emit a single cry before being obliterated. Although he was a peak powerhouse of the divine harmonization realm, before the sacred beast white tiger of the myriad laws realm, he was no different from an ordinary person. In less than 10 breaths, within 1,000 feet, there were no living souls left. Ha! Scum! After slaughtering everyone, the golden-striped white tiger still felt unsatisfied and spat disdainfully. Come back. Tang Xuan waved with a smile, his mood unwavering. Just a mere Ma family, easily extinguished with a wave of his hand. The golden-striped white tiger scampered back to Tang Xuan's side. Boss, look. While slaying the Ma family warriors, it had conveniently collected all the spatial rings. Among them, the most valuable were those of the North Star Sword Madman and the Centipede Taoist. The North Star Sword Madman's spatial ring contained not only martial arts techniques and spirit stones, but also the inner core of a water-type demon beast hunted by the golden-striped white tiger. Well done. Tang Xuan nodded in satisfaction. The stench of blood here is too strong. Let us change locations. With that, the figures of the man and the tiger vanished from sight. Shortly thereafter, numerous beastly roars erupted. All the mangled remains left by the Ma family were completely devoured by the demon beasts. Chapter 44, Sacred Grade Ultimate. Ta Ching Heavenly Art. 3 Absolute, Sword Chi. Royal Grade Lower Grade Martial Technique. Ta Ching Heavenly Art. Royal Grade Upper Grade Cultivation Method. Oh, not bad. Tang Xuan smiled broadly as he perused the various spatial rings within the cave. The 3 Absolute Sword Chi was a contribution from the North Star Sword Madman. Its unique aspect allowed the Sword Chi to split into 3, attacking enemies simultaneously. It was akin to having 3 powerful warriors strike at once. Although slightly diminished compared to 1's peak battle prowess, the triple assault more than compensated for this shortcoming. Mastering this sword technique had secured the North Star Sword Madman's position as the foremost sword saint of the North Star for decades, unshakable by any. Unfortunately, he had encountered the recently advanced golden-striped white tiger, who crushed him utterly, even before he could unleash the 3 Absolute Sword Chi, reducing him to shreds. The Ta Ching Heavenly Art was a cultivation method left behind by the Centipede Taoist. Originating from the authentic Longhu Taoist Academy, it was a superior Taoist cultivation method. Taoist methods emphasize balance and gradual progress. While not as rigid as Buddhist techniques, they excel in the unification of yin and yang and the comprehension of the heavenly way. It lacked highlights but bore no weaknesses. Tang Xuan's primordial art was nearing its limit, making the Ta Ching Heavenly Art a perfect replacement. Aside from the 3 Absolute Sword Chi and the Ta Ching Heavenly Art, the remaining techniques held little value. What a pity. The North Star Sword Madman and the Centipede Taoist had left behind numerous techniques, but their low grade rendered them virtually worthless, even with a 10,000-fold enhancement. Nevertheless, Tang Xuan chose to enhance them anyway. If he could not utilize them, they could be of use to others. In addition to the spatial rings of the North Star Sword Madman and the Centipede Taoist, the rings from the Ma family patriarch and those elders brought him considerable surprises. Spirit stones and pills piled up like small mountains. Ah, what a headache, Tang Xuan lamented, rubbing his forehead in distress. Enhancing so many items was even more exhausting than comprehending the realms. System, enhance for me. Ding. Enhancement complete. Congratulations to the host for acquiring Sacred Grade Intermediate Martial Technique. 3 Absolute Sword Chi. Congratulations to the host for acquiring Sacred Grade Ultimate Cultivation Method. Ta Ching Heavenly Art. Congratulations to the host for obtaining 100,000 lower grade spirit crystals. Tang Xuan spent the entirety of half a day engaged in enhancements. Once the last item was enhanced 1,000-fold, he exhaled a long breath. Exhausted, he finally completed the enhancements. Outside the cave, the golden-striped white tiger looked on in astonishment. Hiss, the boss actually showed signs of fatigue. Could it be he is cultivating some unparalleled technique? Terrifying. Even after becoming so powerful, the boss is still so diligent. What reason do I have not to strive harder? Every detail mattered. After another 3 days, Tang Xuan had successfully cultivated the Ta Ching Heavenly Art. The 3 Absolute Sword Chi had also reached a consummate stage. Upon checking the panel, some changes had occurred once more. Host, Tang Xuan. Physique, Celestial Sacred Body, fully awakened. Can advance. Talent, Peerless Genius. Soul Power, 30,000 miles of soul. Cultivation Level, Pinnacle of the Divine Nether Realm. Cultivation Method, Ta Ching Heavenly Art, Sacred Grade Ultimate. Dominating Body Art, Sacred Grade Lower Grade Consummate. Martial Techniques, Sword Control Technique, Royal Grade Intermediate Perfected. Heaven-Slaying Sword Technique, Sacred Grade Lower Grade Perfected. 3 Absolute Sword Chi, Sacred Grade Intermediate Perfected. Heavenly Wave Fury Tune, Sacred Grade Upper Grade Entry. Realm, Sword Intent Perfected, Golden Intent Entry. Gazing at the ever-changing panel, Tang Xuan felt a profound sense of satisfaction. The constant elevation of his power was exhilarating. No, with such formidable strength, I can no longer remain humble. To break through the myriad laws realm, I need to comprehend the natural intent. Having grasped the golden intent, I shall also master the water intent. This way, I can cultivate another martial technique. Tang Xuan once again spent 7 days comprehending the water-type demon beast inner cores brought by the golden-striped white tiger. At long last, he had grasped the essence of water, reaching the threshold of mastery. Yet, he still had to contend with the elemental forces of fire, earth, and wood. There was no longer any reason to linger here. It was time to delve deeper and uncover the mysteries of the celestial body. He needed to meticulously chart his cultivation path. Tang Xuan summoned the golden-striped white tiger. Have you ventured into the depths of the celestial ruins? The tiger replied. Scratching its head, I once approached it, but the aura within was so terrifying that I was compelled to retreat. Many beasts had unwittingly wandered in, and none had returned. You know, my dear brother, I cherish my life and steer clear of danger. Are you planning to explore the depths of the celestial ruins? Tang Xuan nodded affirmatively. Indeed. There are secrets within that pertain to me. I must enter. The golden-striped white tiger thumped its chest with pride. Without a doubt, I, the tiger brother, was nurtured by you. I will face any peril without flinching. Tang Xuan cast a scornful glance at the golden-striped white tiger. This coward, emboldened by its newfound strength, spoke so boldly. Had it been in the past, it would never have dared to enter. Nevertheless, Tang Xuan chose not to expose it and promptly mounted the tiger's back. With a whoosh, the duo soared into the air, heading toward the depths of the celestial ruins. In this vast expanse, radiant light illuminated the surroundings. There lay a colossal Tao academy, sprawling over hundreds of thousands of square miles, with magnificent structures that exuded an extraordinary aura. Suddenly, the sound of a bell resonated, ringing 7 times. Countless cultivators were startled, their faces etched with shock. The 7 tolls signified a mourning bell, heralding the fall of a person of noble standing. It was rumored that the life token of the vice president of the Third Academy, the centipede Taoist, had shattered. What? He was at the pinnacle of the divine harmony realm. Who in the entire Bachan dynasty could have slain him? Moreover, to lay hands on the centipede Taoist is tantamount to attacking our Dragon Tiger Tao Academy. Are they courting death? As the discussion swirled, the main hall of the Dragon Tiger Tao Academy opened, revealing a group of ethereal cultivators. At the forefront stood a figure with hair as white as snow, yet possessing the visage of youth, adorned with a lotus on his head and holding a whisk, exuding an air of transcendence. However, his eyes were filled with a fierce, murderous intent. Greetings, Second Academy head. The gathered cultivators bowed in unison. This individual was known as Zhai Yunzi, the Second Academy head of the Dragon Tiger Tao Academy. Esteemed friends, I bear grave news. Our Dragon Tiger Tao Academy has suffered a calamity. The vice president of the Third Academy, the centipede Taoist, has been brutally murdered, and his life token lies shattered. The death of an academy head is an unprecedented misfortune for our Dragon Tiger Tao Academy. It is also a deep disgrace. Before departing the academy, he received a report from his disciple, Marufu, suggesting that the Ma family harbors a formidable enemy. This is likely connected. A cultivator inquired respectfully, might I ask, are there any leads on the murderer, academy head? Zhai Yunzi nodded. I have just consulted with the Third Academy head, the diviner, using a sacred artifact to discern the murderer's identity. The culprit is named Tang Xuan, of unknown origins, hailing from the Heavenly Mountain sect. His strength was modest until one day, he experienced a meteoric rise in power, annihilating his entire sect and comprehending the sword intent on the Swordfall Mountain, thus achieving the divine harmony realm. It is surmised that this individual may possess great fortune or even be a reincarnation of a mighty being. Pausing momentarily, Zhai Yunzi's voice became laced with intense murderous intent. Regardless of his true nature, anyone who harms our Dragon Tiger Tao Academy must perish. 8th Academy head. A cultivator stepped forward. I will select 3,000 elite disciples to proceed first. I shall follow with the sacred artifact. Remember, employ any means necessary to capture that Tang Xuan. Chapter 45. How dare you speak to my boss? In the depths of the celestial ruins, Tang Xuan rode atop the golden-striped white tiger, skimming just above the ground. After traversing only a few hundred miles, he encountered no fewer than 7 or 8 groups of fierce beasts. These creatures emanated an overwhelmingly powerful aura, rivaling that of the golden-striped white tiger prior to its transformation. This indicated that they had all attained the pinnacle of the divine harmony realm. As he ventured further, he began to encounter beasts of the divine shadow realm. Indeed, the divine harmony is inferior to mere beasts, while the divine shadow roams freely. Tang Xuan remarked with a grin. The golden-striped white tiger responded flatteringly, of course. Otherwise, I would never have dared to approach before. In this realm, those of the divine harmony have no authority. Look, my lord, the tiger exclaimed, pointing out a peak divine harmony beast slumbering, only to be suddenly devoured by a divine shadow realm beast that pounced forth. The mantis stalks the cicada, unaware of the aureole behind. The divine shadow beast was then consumed by an even mightier creature. Here, the strong devoured the weak, leaving no space for the latter to survive. Oh, a water element beast. Tang Xuan's gaze flickered. The beast shimmered with a faint blue glow, indicating that its mastery of the water element was nearing perfection. 3 absolute sword chi. Tang Xuan extended a finger, and the sword energy split into 3, obliterating the creature into nothingness. He grasped the beast's inner core in his hand. The golden-striped white tiger felt a chill run down its spine. To nonchalantly annihilate a divine shadow realm beast was truly terrifying. What astonished the tiger even more was that as Tang Xuan held the water element inner core, the sound of surging tides resonated around him. This was a sign that his mastery of the water element had reached great heights. Monstrous. Truly monstrous. In such a short time, my master has comprehended the water element to such a profound level. The tiger lamented, "Damn it, I've toiled for so long, and my mastery of the gold element barely reaches 50%. Comparing my progress to my master's is nothing short of self-deprecation." The duo continued deeper. Whenever Tang Xuan encountered a suitable beast, he would swiftly execute the 3 absolute sword chi to eliminate it, then grasp its inner core for comprehension. Although the insights contained within these cores were somewhat chaotic, after being amplified 1,000-fold, he managed to barely reach the threshold of momentum. At that moment, a thunderous voice rang out. "Halt! This is a forbidden zone, no trespassing." A swarm of divine shadow realm beasts appeared, led by a colossal wolf that spoke human words. "Forbidden zone? Spare us the nonsense and roll away." The golden-striped white tiger unleashed its sacred beast aura, causing the other beasts to flee in terror, scattering in all directions. "Ha ha ha, cowards! With such pitiful strength, you dare to obstruct my master? Have you lost your wits?" The tiger laughed heartily, brimming with pride. "A forbidden zone, you say? Now that piques my interest." Tang Xuan smirked. Beasts possess an innate instinct for danger. To be deemed a forbidden zone by a group of divine shadow realm beasts surely concealed some secrets. Since it pertained to his own celestial body, Tang Xuan was determined to enter. At the deepest part of the celestial ruins, 5 divine law realm beasts stood silently. Suddenly, a snow wolf twitched its nose. A foreign presence. An eagle soared into the sky, its eyes sharp as lightning, piercing through 1,000 miles. "It's that white tiger from the outskirts. And atop it rides a human." The leopard furrowed its brow. "A human? Such insignificant creatures dare to enter the forbidden zone? They seek death." Centipede spoke with an air of caution. "We must not be careless. The mere fact that that human rides a white tiger indicates that the fool has been subdued. One must possess at least the strength of the divine ethereal realm to accomplish such a feat." The eagle nodded in agreement, asserting, "Indeed, the aura of that human does indeed emanate from the divine ethereal realm." "Humph, what of the divine ethereal realm? Before us, he will surely tremble in fear." The massive bear rumbled in a deep voice. With a sweeping motion of its paw, a boulder towering over 5 men was shattered into dust. "I find myself rather bored. Perhaps I should stretch my limbs and hunt down that human." The bear shook its body, exuding a terrifying aura, and that foolish white tiger cannot be spared either. As a noble beast of the sacred bloodline, it has no right to submit to the feet of a frail ant. The leopard grinned maliciously. "Then let us proceed together." A glimmer of contemplation flashed in the eyes of the snow wolf. The 3 formidable beasts of the 10,000 laws realm turned to depart, while the eagle and centipede remained still. "You 3 will suffice. We shall remain here to ensure our master is undisturbed." Suddenly, the crimson orb quivered, emanating a peculiar glow. The pupils of the 5 beasts of the 10,000 laws realm glowed with the same blood-red hue as they knelt in unison. "Master, a horse." Unpleasant voice emerged from the crimson sphere. "That human must not be killed. Bring him to me. I have grand plans. Once I devour his divine soul and inhabit his body, I shall be fully resurrected. At that time, I shall reign supreme, and you shall all be honored founding heroes." The expressions of the 5 beasts transformed with excitement. Founding heroes. The mere thought thrilled them. They envisioned a life of indulgence, free from the torment of this desolate, cold prison. "Let us go. Capture the human. He is our stepping stone to greatness. Charge." The 5 beasts of the 10,000 laws realm vanished in an instant, and the light of the crimson orb gradually faded. The celestial sacred body. "Ha ha ha, I shall finally acquire it. Once I devour the divine essence, I can awaken that sacred form. At that time, none shall stand against me, not even the emperors." "Ha ha." The raucous laughter echoed through the heavens, tearing apart the swirling snowflakes. "Blast it, it's getting colder at Chu," muttered the golden-striped white tiger. They had entered the realm of dancing snowflakes half an hour prior. Strangely, after entering this place, not a single beast could be seen, and all sounds had vanished, leaving only the chilling howl of the wind. The golden-striped white tiger gazed at the darkening sky, murmuring, "This cursed place, could it truly be haunted?" Tang Xuan delivered a light flick to its head. "You are the sacred beast of slaughter. What specter would dare approach?" The golden-striped white tiger shook off its earlier trepidation, becoming puffed up with pride. "Right. I am the sacred beast. If a spirit dares to come, I shall swallow it whole." Suddenly, the tiger exclaimed, "Hey, a powerful aura is rapidly approaching. It comes." With that, the piercing cry of an eagle echoed through the skies, as a violent wind surged, tearing apart the snowflakes. Simultaneously, four dark figures descended, encircling Tang Xuan and the golden-striped white tiger. "Human, surrender!" bellowed the bear, its roar sending shockwaves that cleared a 10 zhang radius of snow, revealing the dark earth beneath. Tang Xuan's eyes scanned the surroundings. The other three beasts were the centipede, snow wolf, and leopard, all possessing the cultivation of the 10,000 laws realm. Clearly, these five beasts were the strongest in this area. Tang Xuan's gaze flickered momentarily before he spoke. "Tell me, what lies within the forbidden zone?" The leopard sneered. "Why should we divulge that to you?" The golden-striped white tiger erupted in fury. "How dare you speak to my master that way? Do you not believe that I could crush you with ease?" Chapter 46. Let's leave one question. The golden-striped white tiger's words ignited the wrath of the five beasts of the 10,000 laws realm. The bear pounded its chest and roared. "A mere large cat dares to boast. Have you forgotten how you wet your pants in fear before? Shut your mouth. I shall devour you." The golden-striped white tiger roared, unleashing the might of the sacred beast in an instant. "How dare they bring up old wounds? These five beasts must die today. Be careful. That large cat has activated its sacred bloodline," shrieked the centipede. Despite their own strength within the 10,000 laws realm, they could not help but feel a tightening in their bodies and fear in their hearts before the pressure of the sacred beast. "Our master only desires that human. The fate of the large cat is of no consequence." The bear roared. "Swallow it. Perhaps it will awaken the sacred bloodline within me." "Kill." With a roar, it lowered its limbs to the ground and charged forward, a visible shockwave emanating from its approach. "Damn it, are you scared? Kill." The golden-striped white tiger charged forward without fear. Boom. The clash of titans. The collision of strength was earth-shattering. "Human, your support is gone. Kneel before us." The leopard licked its paw leisurely, taunting. Tang Xuan stood resolute, hands clasped behind his back, his aura unyielding as a mountain, reminiscent of a war god. "I grant you one last opportunity. What lies within the forbidden zone? Hee. If you wish to know, then kneel and speak." The snow wolf suddenly lunged, its claws aimed at Tang Xuan's chest. Whoosh. Tang Xuan vanished from sight. "My patience is limited. Since you wish to fight, do not regret it." "Ha. The one who will regret is you." The pack of wolves descends. The snow wolf's body trembled, splitting into two, then four, then countless copies. All around Tang Xuan, the shadows of the snow wolves surrounded him, making it impossible to discern which was real and which was illusion. "Oh, the power of water." Tang Xuan smiled faintly. These beasts' mastery of intent was surprisingly formidable. No wonder they were unafraid of the sacred beast's might. The bear, engaged in battle with the golden-striped white tiger, appeared as solid as iron, its paws shimmering with a faint golden glow, indicative of the influence of the golden intent. Now, the snow wolf had unleashed the power of water. Awoo! With a furious howl, thousands of snow wolves surged toward Tang Xuan. Sword art. Tang Xuan remained motionless, his feet firmly planted, as sword energy surged forth from him. His cultivation no longer relied on physical weapons. With a thought, spiritual energy transformed into blades, sweeping in all directions. In an instant, countless sword shadows erupted, like meteors across the heavens, unstoppable. The phantoms of the snow wolves were pierced through, dissolving into puddles of water. "Ah, the sword intent. No wonder you dare come to the forbidden zone." Seeing their clones being destroyed, the snow wolf's expression turned to one of astonishment. Although this human's cultivation was not particularly high, his sword intent was powerful, and they could not afford to be careless. "If we fail to subdue him, our master will be furious, and we cannot bear the consequences." The centipede shouted. "Master." Tang Xuan took note of those words. Previously, these beasts had mentioned their master, and now they repeated it. Coupled with the fact that the five beasts had accurately targeted him, it was evident they were under someone else's command. The entity capable of commanding beasts of the 10,000 laws realm was certainly not ordinary. However, Tang Xuan remained unperturbed, for he possessed an abundance of hidden cards. Perhaps their masters were privy to the true secrets of the celestial ruins. Tang Xuan's thoughts raced. This wolf refuses to believe it cannot vanquish you. The snow wolf opened its maw, gathering the force of water, poised to unleash its deadly strike. "Very well. Let us leave one for questioning." Amidst a voice devoid of emotion, Tang Xuan's figure vanished once more. Where has it gone? The snow wolf froze in astonishment as its target disappeared. In the next instant, every hair on its body stood on end. This was the instinct of a beast sensing imminent peril. Danger. Acute danger. The snow wolf forsook its gathered power and retreated frantically. Just as its limbs left the ground, three swift and unparalleled sword energies struck it fiercely. Boom, boom, boom. Even the robust physique of a being at the myriad realms was pierced as if it were mere tofu beneath the onslaught of the sword energies. Blood gushed from the snow wolf's mouth as it was sent hurtling through the air. Before it could touch the ground, Its neck was already in a vice-like grip. Such speed, such terrifying sword energy, such a formidable foe. The observing centipede, leopard, and eagle were rendered utterly dumbfounded. The snow wolf had not withstood even a single strike. This was preposterous. Despite Tang Xuan's cultivation being merely at the spirit realm, why was he so formidable? Ha ha ha, a bunch of fools. Do you think you know who the boss is? You've met your match, haven't you? The golden-striped white tiger laughed heartily. The more these beasts suffered, the more delighted it became, for it had once been in their position, believing Tang Xuan to be an easy target, only to find itself firmly grasped. Release the snow wolf. All of you attack together. Defeat him. The leopard, centipede, and eagle simultaneously summoned their powers. Their strengths were comparable. And with the snow wolf's overwhelming defeat, only by joining forces did they see a glimmer of hope. Indeed, at this moment, the three major beasts had abandoned thoughts of cruelty, focusing solely on self-preservation. Survive first, then deal with the rest. Flames ignited across the leopard's body. The eagle radiated a brilliant azure light. The centipede coiled and stirred the earth, churning up mud and debris. They truly are elemental beasts of the five elements. Tang Xuan's spirit stirred. The snow wolf shuddered, feeling as though its head were being forcibly torn apart by unseen hands. Its soul was being rent asunder. A fatal blow. With a single grasp, Tang Xuan crushed the snow wolf, its blue demon core falling into his palm. At that moment, the three formidable beasts of the myriad realms had already arrived. A futile struggle. Begone. Tang Xuan's soul force surged forth. Boom, boom, boom. The three beasts were struck as if by thunder, blood erupting from their mouths as they were sent flying away. How could he be this strong? Damn it. Could it be that he is merely pretending to be weak, and his true power is beyond the spirit realm? Human, you are far too cunning. The three beasts of the myriad realms screamed and roared, their eyes and hearts filled with terror. Tang Xuan smiled faintly. My current state in the spirit realm is merely a guise to facilitate the fusion of the myriad laws. The centipede was the first to falter. Unable to withstand the pressure, it sought to flee. It raised its body, tearing through the earth, attempting to burrow away. Did I grant you permission? Tang Xuan darted forward, seizing the centipede's tail and yanking it out with sheer force. You enjoy burrowing, do you not? Allow me to assist you. Tang Xuan chuckled coldly, channeling his strength downward. Boom. The earth was fractured, creating a chasm 10 zhang deep. The centipede was left dazed, blood streaming from its mouth and nose, its body shattered into several pieces. This scene sent shivers down the spine of the distant giant bear. The snow wolf had been obliterated. The three beasts had failed to even approach. The centipede was crushed. Could he truly be human? The giant bear trembled uncontrollably, filled with dread. In that moment of distraction, a golden beam pierced through its chest. Uft. Blood gushed forth as the giant bear knelt. The golden-striped white tiger pressed its paw upon the bear's head, exclaiming triumphantly, "Behold with your eyes. See what sort of celestial being my master truly is. Do you think the Tiger Lord would yield to just anyone? My master is destined to be the divine dragon of the 9 heavens, an entity that suppresses an entire era. Following him is the true path to ascendancy. Now tell me, who is the fool?" Ha ha. Amidst the proud and boisterous laughter, the giant bear's head was crushed. The golden-striped white tiger extracted the golden demon core, spitting disdainfully. Rubbish. With the demise of 3 demon beasts, the remaining leopard and eagle were utterly terrified. The eagle flapped its wings, soaring into the sky. Heaven-splitting sword technique. The sword light flashed, and the eagle's body was cleaved in two, a rain of blood erupting forth. Thud. The leopard knelt. In the presence of this human, life and death were no longer within its control. Tang Xuan turned around. Speak. Who is your master? Chapter 47. Do you believe you can easily subdue me? Cold eyes. Overwhelming pressure. The leopard knelt upon the ground, trembling uncontrollably. I cannot reveal it. I will die. Will remaining silent spare you from death? Tang Xuan spoke indifferently. The leopard's gaze flickered, clearly contemplating something. Heh, then do not speak. Tang Xuan placed his hand atop the leopard's head. A terrifying soul force surged forth like a torrential flood, invading the leopard's sea of consciousness. How? The forced intrusion into the soul sea was akin to a virgin's defilement. The leopard's eyes rolled back, blood spewing forth as its energy plummeted, teetering on the brink of death. Soul extraction. This was a particularly dreadful and malevolent method, yet it was highly effective. Within the leopard's memories, Tang Xuan beheld a vast white crystal. The crystal radiated a glow reminiscent of his own celestial body. However, what intrigued Tang Xuan most was the blood-red orb atop the crystal. The blood-red orb suddenly stirred, turning an intense crimson. Tang Xuan sensed an overwhelming surge of soul force erupting. The leopard's sea of consciousness shattered in an instant. Killing from a distance using soul power. What a clever tactic. Tang Xuan released the lifeless leopard, a cold smile gracing his lips. If he was not mistaken, the blood-red orb was the master spoken of by these demon beasts, the ultimate adversary within the entire celestial ruins. To have set his sights on me, he seeks his own demise. Tang Xuan shattered the leopard's corpse, retrieving the demon beast's core. A creature capable of commanding beasts of the myriad realms undoubtedly possessed strength that had likely reached the law mastery realm. Its soul power was formidable, yet still inferior to his own. Now that he had obtained the cores of the 5 elemental beasts, it was time to prepare for the final showdown. Tang Xuan chuckled coldly several times. Golden-striped white tiger, guard me. I wish to cultivate for a while. Rest assured, my master. The golden-striped white tiger dutifully executed every command. Tang Xuan opened his palm, revealing 5 demon beast cores. These cores had all reached the level of formidable potency. System, amplify for me. Ding. Amplification complete. Congratulations, host, for acquiring the 5-element demon beast cores, achieving the great perfection of the 5 elements. Tang Xuan frowned slightly. Under the amplification of myriad times, these 5 demon beast inner pills have yet to reach the domain of the 5 elements. It is indeed peculiar that they have not attained the realm's level. It appears that the chasm between force and domain is far greater than one might imagine. Nevertheless, the grand completion of the 5 elements force is sufficient. At this moment, he flicked his wrist, causing the 5 demon beast inner pills to levitate above his head, rotating slowly according to the order of the 5 elements. Radiant hues of 5 colors continuously merged into Tang Xuan's sea of souls. Bolstered by the extraordinary talent of an unparalleled genius, he swiftly grasped their essence. The 5 elements symbolized the foundation of the world. Metal signifies gathering, wood signifies growth. Water signifies moisture, fire signifies destruction, and earth signifies fusion. Between the 5 elements, there exists both conflict and harmony. Ha ha ha. I comprehend now. In an instant, the world fell into silence. The 5 demon beast inner pills hovering above Tang Xuan's head erupted with a tremendous force. The 5 luminous orbs ultimately coalesced into a singular black sphere of light, gradually sinking into Tang Xuan's brow. In the next moment, Tang Xuan's aura surged like the chaotic rebirth of the cosmos. Boom. Radiance shot skyward, stirring the winds and clouds. The myriad laws realm. Achieved. The golden-striped white tiger, under such celestial might, lay trembling on the ground. My heavens, is this what you call a bit of cultivation? A single session propels one into an entirely new realm. This pace of cultivation is so rapid that I, the golden-striped white tiger, cannot even keep pace with my master. The golden-striped white tiger understood. The moment Tang Xuan's aura surpassed its own, the possibility of catching up vanished. The disparity, it would only grow larger. It is not that the golden-striped white tiger lacks strength. Rather, it is Tang Xuan who is simply monstrous. With the enhancement of the Tai Ching heavenly art, his cultivation soared as if propelled by a rocket. Boom, boom, boom. Myriad laws realm, 2nd layer. Myriad laws realm, 3rd layer. Myriad laws realm, 4th layer. In the blink of an eye, he reached the pinnacle of the myriad laws realm. Almost there. Tang Xuan opened his eyes, retracting his aura. The golden-striped white tiger nearly spat out a mouthful of old blood. He had directly ascended an entire realm. For Tang Xuan, it was merely almost. This implies that as long as he desired, he could continue to advance. Should he allow others to live? The golden-striped white tiger could not help but sigh. Fortunately, his resolve was unwavering. Otherwise, had it been anyone else, they would have long been petrified by Tang Xuan's overwhelming presence. It is time to seek out the mastermind behind the scenes. Thus, Tang Xuan, accompanied by the golden-striped white tiger, made their way to the mysterious location, guided by the memory of the leopard. White crystal, blood-red sphere. You have finally arrived. The blood-red sphere seemed unfazed by Tang Xuan's arrival. It had assumed that those 5 useless beings brought him here. But it appears that the celestial body is far more formidable than I had anticipated. Splendid, splendid. The blood-red sphere suddenly radiated with brilliance. Within, a mysterious figure seemed to manifest. A terrifying aura descended like a mountain. Even the powerful sacred beast, the golden-striped white tiger, lay prostrate on the ground, growling incessantly. Tang Xuan squinted slightly. This enigmatic blood-red sphere indeed possessed knowledge of the celestial body, and far more than he himself knew. Who exactly are you? If you wish to know who I am, then accept this avatar of mine and become my vessel. The response from the blood-red sphere took Tang Xuan by surprise. The figure within the sphere was merely an avatar. A single avatar wielded the power to subdue 5 demon beasts of the myriad laws realm. How terrifying must the true form be? I am not accustomed to conversing with avatars. Summon your true self. Tang Xuan replied coolly. Ha ha ha. No one in this world is worthy to meet my true form. The blood-red sphere laughed heartily. However, Due to certain rules, my true form cannot appear. I can only act through this avatar. Though this avatar can only wield 1/1000th of my true power, it is still sufficient to suppress this realm without expending much effort. Tang Xuan's pupils constricted sharply. Good heavens! Even 1/1000th of that power is so formidable? Is this not an exaggeration? Such boastfulness. Nevertheless, upon hearing that the true form cannot appear, Tang Xuan felt somewhat relieved. Although his strength was immense, he was not invincible in the mortal realm. Should his enemies prove too powerful, he would undoubtedly flee. He would return once his strength had grown. But with only an avatar, Tang Xuan felt no fear. Shifting his gaze, he redirected the conversation to the white crystal. What is this crystal? Does it relate to the celestial body? The blood-red sphere appeared at ease, confident in its ability to control Tang Xuan. Thus, it took its time to elaborate. This is the source of the gods. It is the essence of divinity. It is also what the three-world divine body requires. The three-world divine body is the pinnacle of the 3,000 divine bodies, representing the past, present, and future. Even those primordial divine bodies, such as the celestial overlord body, are but mere ants. Alas, the three-world divine body no longer exists. Only the inheritor of the celestial body's bloodline may have a chance to unlock it. Should I obtain the three-world divine body, there would be no constraints. All rules shall be trampled beneath my feet. Ha ha ha. Tang Xuan suddenly understood. So that is how it is. Thank you for your enlightenment. It has resolved the doubts in my heart. The blood-red sphere remarked. Do you know why I have answered you so candidly? Because you believe you can dominate me. Tang Xuan smiled faintly. Be a bit more confident. Remove the belief from your statement. I have already dominated you. The blood-red sphere sneered. Tang Xuan shook his head. Do you understand what it means when joy turns to sorrow? Chapter 48. The blood-red figure. The Five Emperors' Great Demon God Technique. Ha ha ha. The blood-red sphere roared with laughter. Joy turning to sorrow? That is a dilemma only the weak encounter. Though you have awakened the celestial body, in my eyes, you remain an ant. I shall crush everything. With every word spoken, the aura of the blood-red sphere grew stronger. By the time it uttered the final word, its presence surged as if the heavens had just been forged. A deity descending to earth, unstoppable. How powerful the aura is. Master, be cautious. Though the golden-striped white tiger is a sacred beast, even under this pressure, it could barely lift its head. Tang Xuan nodded. This golden-striped white tiger, though somewhat simple-minded, displayed remarkable loyalty. In the face of such a terrifying foe, it did not flee. Stand down. I shall handle this adversary. Tang Xuan gradually released his own aura, counteracting the pressure on the golden-striped white tiger. Be careful, master. If there is any danger, call out, and I shall take you away. The golden-striped white tiger shouted, then swiftly fled. In the presence of such a being, it could only anticipate a swift defeat. Do you wish to engage with me? The blood-red sphere sneered. Tang Xuan nodded. Anyone coveting what belongs to me shall meet their demise. Ha ha ha, foolish human. Allow me to showcase my might. The blood-red sphere suddenly soared into the sky, transforming into a figure that descended from above. As its feet touched the ground, the world fell silent. Then, an explosive roar erupted. Crack, crack, crack. Boom, boom, boom. The earth fissured like a spider's web, and the snowflakes within 10,000 feet were thoroughly swept away. To have me personally intervene against you, your death is well-deserved. The blood-red figure's aura continually intensified, instantly reaching the myriad laws realm. Your verbosity is excessive. Tang Xuan also raised his momentum. Boom, boom, boom. Two forces clashed incessantly, resulting in a perfect stalemate. The realm of all laws. How could this be possible? The blood-colored figure exclaimed in shock. Just moments ago, he had distinctly sensed that Tang Xuan was at the divine harmony realm. Yet, in the blink of an eye, he had soared 2 major realms. Concealing strength? Attempting such trivial schemes before me is futile. The blood-colored figure did not remain astonished for long. He assumed that Tang Xuan was merely hiding his true capabilities, which was not an uncommon occurrence. Buzz, the ethereal energy of heaven and earth coalesced, transforming into a blood-red longsword. In an instant, a force beyond description permeated the air. The might of a perfected sword intent. Tang Xuan's eyes narrowed slightly. Transitioning from intent to force is an arduous endeavor. On the peaks of fallen Sword Mountain, countless warriors sat in meditation for years, only managing to elevate their sword intent to 50%. Yet, this blood-colored figure unleashed a sword force right away. Remarkable. Die. The blood-colored figure swung his sword. It seemed as if he could cleave the very heavens apart. The suffocating intensity descended like a mountain. Excellent. Tang Xuan, undaunted, drew forth a long sword and retaliated. At the same time, he infused his sword intent into the strike. A single thrust. The winds and clouds parted. The heavens and earth fell silent. Clang. The resounding clash of metal echoed through the void, lingering in the air. The ground beneath them could barely withstand the residual force and crumbled once more. The earth was limited to 100 feet. The surrounding mud and sand were torn apart before they could even approach. Sword intent. You have also comprehended sword intent. The blood-colored figure was once again astonished. Due to being a mere avatar, he could only wield a perfected sword force. Yet, even with this perfected sword force, no one in the North Star dynasty could withstand it. The first sword saint, North Star sword madman, could barely scratch the surface. He had thought that a single strike would suffice to subdue Tang Xuan. However, not only did the opponent unleash sword intent, but it was even stronger than his sword force. Sword intent, great perfection, were it not for the profound foundation of the blood-colored figure. This single blow would have been enough to obliterate him. Tang Xuan smiled slightly. You will never guess my true strength. You. The blood-colored figure fell silent. Something was amiss. This young man was far more troublesome than anticipated. Humph. What of your great perfection, sword intent? You shall ultimately meet your demise. Kill, kill, kill. The blood-colored figure roared in fury, slashing his sword with rage. Crack, crack, crack. Boundless sword light swept across the surroundings. The earth was cleaved, creating countless deep ravines. The terrifying might was astonishing. Tang Xuan remained calm, wielding his sword intent. Attack. His strikes were unervingly fierce. Defend. His guard was impenetrable. The foundational sword technique of great perfection left him with no flaws. Regardless of how frenzied the blood-colored figure's assaults were, they could not penetrate his sword light. Good heavens. The boss can actually contend evenly with that being. 100 miles away, the golden-patterned demon tiger peeked its head out, filled with terror as it observed their battle. The blood-colored figure was extraordinarily formidable. An absolute ancient monster. Had it been anyone else, they would have long since knelt. Yet, Tang Xuan not only managed to retaliate, but even held a certain advantage. Are you a demon? Tang Xuan is even more demonic. Unable to break through, and even suffering several strikes from Tang Xuan, the blood-colored figure was infuriated. Is your strength truly limited to this? A hint of disappointment flashed in Tang Xuan's eyes. What did you say? For the blood-colored figure, those words were an endless insult. How could he endure? You seek death. The blood-colored figure bellowed. Initially, I did not wish to employ my true power, as it would lead to the dissolution of this avatar. But you must die? As his words fell, the blood-colored figure's momentum surged explosively. In the blink of an eye, he broke through from the realm of all laws to the realm of control. The blood-colored figure slowly ascended into the air, 5 mysterious orbs of light materializing behind him, colored gold, blue, green, red, and brown. Huh, the power of the 5 elements? Tang Xuan's pupils narrowed slightly. No, it is not what it seems. It contains a terrifying magical force. You are finished. The blood-colored figure cackled maniacally. Allow me to show you the might of the 5 Emperor's great demon god technique. He dispersed the long sword, raising both hands, gathering the magical 5-elemental force. Boom. With a thunderous explosion, the area within 1,000 feet plunged into darkness. Tang Xuan felt his body constrict, rendering him nearly immobile. Even his breath became labored. This is the power of a domain. A glimmer of horror appeared in his eyes. Pitiful human, tremble beneath my divine might. 100 miles away, the golden-patterned white tiger had already succumbed to fear, its limbs turning to jelly, unable to move. Terrifying. This is akin to a demonic god. No. The boss will not be defeated. He is invincible. Let us hope that is the case. Faced with such overwhelming power, Tang Xuan's expression remained extraordinarily indifferent. The blood-colored figure's strength was formidable, yet it was not insurmountable. What a pity that magical 5-elemental force is derived from his true body's power, not a treasure. Otherwise, with a mere flick, a 10,000-fold amplification would undoubtedly elevate my 5-elemental force to the domain level. However, the manner in which he wielded the 5-elemental force is something I can borrow. Tang Xuan's gaze flickered as he meticulously observed the operation of the magical 5-elemental force. Zzz. Zzz. Within the magical 5-elemental space, black lightning crackled ceaselessly, the terrifying pressure akin to a tsunami, relentlessly oppressing Tang Xuan's physical form. The fusion of the magical 5-elemental force was no trivial matter. Although constrained by the power of the avatar, it was impossible to resist beneath the realm of control. This young man is doomed. I shall utterly obliterate his soul. The blood-colored figure moved his hands. The magical 5-elemental force struck fiercely upon Tang Xuan's sea of souls. Haha, it is over. Even if your strength is astonishing, your soul power must be fragile. This strike is sufficient to annihilate a realm of control expert. At last, your body shall be mine. Amidst the maniacal laughter, Tang Xuan raised his head, a hint of disdain curling at the corner of his mouth. Are you serious? Chapter 49. Your limits. Not my limits. You wish to subdue my soul. In the face of the 5 Emperor's great demon god technique suppression, Tang Xuan remained as unyielding as a mountain, unmoving as a mountain. A mere hill cannot fill the ocean. See clearly. With a thunderous roar, Tang Xuan's soul power erupted like the heavens collapsing and the earth splitting, evoking a tempest that shook the vast sky. What? Your soul power has actually reached 10,000 miles. The blood-colored figure exclaimed in astonishment. But soon, he became dismissive. So what if it's 10,000 miles? My 5 Emperor's great demon god technique can suppress a soul up to 50,000 miles. Tang Xuan laughed heartily. Only 50,000 miles. Amid his laughter, his soul power surged explosively. 20,000 miles. 30,000 miles. 40,000 miles. 50,000 miles. In the blink of an eye, his soul power reached the level of 50,000 miles. The might of the 5 Emperor's great demon divine art was utterly subdued, rendering it immobile. How could this be possible? The blood-colored figure nearly spat out a mouthful of blood. 50,000 miles of soul power. How outrageous. For ordinary cultivators at the Myriad Law's realm, possessing 3,000 to 5,000 miles of soul power was already astonishing. Yet, Tang Xuan had achieved tenfold that. You are indeed formidable, but you cannot contend with me. The blood-colored figure faltered, transitioning from disdain to profound shock, and eventually adopting a somewhat humble demeanor. Reluctantly, he had to acknowledge that Tang Xuan had now earned the right to stand equal with him. Little did he know, Tang Xuan smiled again. I forgot to mention, 50,000 miles is your limit, not mine. A furious roar erupted. The soul power ascended once more, skyrocketing to 100,000 miles. The blood-colored figure was left utterly dumbfounded. 50,000 miles was already ludicrous, yet Tang Xuan had reached 100,000. Was he even human? You are also a reincarnated demon. In his excitement, the blood-colored figure almost revealed a secret. How could one possess such terrifying soul power without being a reincarnated great demon? But wait, even a reincarnated great demon would not possess such exaggerated soul power. Who exactly are you? The blood-colored figure instinctively inquired. Tang Xuan stood with his hands clasped behind his back, levitating in the air. His black hair billowed, resembling a celestial being, exuding an aura that was impossible to look upon. So magnificent, so extraordinary. Our boss is magnificent. The golden-patterned white tiger hurried over, its eyes sparkling with admiration. Idol, undoubtedly an idol. Did you not claim to be omnipotent and have me at your mercy? Why then do you inquire about my identity? Tang Xuan floated before the blood-colored figure, speaking nonchalantly. In truth, during his time in the Divine Abyss realm, his soul power was merely over 30,000 miles. However, upon advancing to the Myriad Law's realm, he had experienced a tremendous surge, propelling him directly to 100,000 miles. 100,000 miles of soul power had become one of his trump cards. At this moment, unleashing it indeed left the blood-colored figure in shock. Silence. A profound stillness. The 5 Emperor's great demon divine art gradually dissipated, and the domain of 5 elements faded as well. The blood-colored figure let out a deep sigh. After planning for 10,000 years, I never anticipated it would all end in vain. Such is fate, such is fate. Alas, staying here is of no use now. Boy, although you have defeated my avatar, you have become my target for vengeance. Await my retribution. Amidst maniacal laughter, the blood-colored figure slowly faded, vanishing into the ether. The snowflakes that had been imprisoned fell once more. Everything returned to tranquility. We won. Our boss won. The golden-patterned white tiger scampered over, its face filled with shock and adoration. A being as terrifying as the blood-colored figure had been vanquished by Tang Xuan. In this realm, who could possibly impede Tang Xuan's progress? With the divine source, could he elevate the celestial body to the 3 generations divine body? Tang Xuan's gaze fell upon the divine source, igniting a fervent passion within him. Just as he approached the divine source, an unexpected change occurred. A blood-red blade of light, imbued with earth-shattering power, descended upon him. This strike was silent and stealthy. By the time Tang Xuan sensed it, it was too late to evade. Clang. The sound of metal clashing resounded. The blood blade struck Tang Xuan's back with unyielding force. He slightly turned his head. From behind, the blood-colored figure's visage was twisted with malice, exuding murderous intent. Your retaliation came rather swiftly. Tang Xuan smiled calmly. How is it that you have not been shattered? The blood-colored figure's face was filled with disbelief. Grasping the blood blade that had unleashed its full force, he marveled at its overwhelming power. The defense of this fleshly body is simply monstrous. The celestial body is at its pinnacle. But wait, even at its pinnacle, it should not remain unscathed. Could it be? The blood-colored figure trembled. Tang Xuan nodded. Not only is my celestial body at its pinnacle, but I have also cultivated body-refining techniques. With a powerful motion, he tore his shirt. Boom. His muscles appeared as though forged from steel, radiating a masculine beauty. Mysterious patterns adorned his skin. The pinnacle-level body dominance technique allowed his flesh to become incredibly resilient. To avoid Tang Xuan's soul perception, the blood-colored figure had not employed the blade's full might, merely striking with raw force. How could such a strike penetrate his defenses? The blood-colored figure silently sheathed his blade, feeling utterly helpless. Power, soul force, cultivation, and even the physical body, Tang Xuan was flawless in all aspects. He was the epitome of a six-dimensional warrior. The blood-colored figure could find no flaw. This was truly exasperating. Can you imagine how terrifying a tiger clad in armor would be? So you already knew I was going to ambush you. The blood-colored figure spoke, his tone heavy with resignation. After all the effort you put into obtaining the celestial body, how could you easily concede? Tang Xuan smiled faintly. It's a joke. I've seen this sort of plot countless times. At your age, with such thoughts, I would gladly call you the most tenacious opponent. The blood-colored figure raised his blood-red long blade. But still, you shall die? Tang Xuan chuckled softly. What other means do you possess? Of course. The blood-colored figure replied nonchalantly. He then extended his left hand. Within his palm, a radiant white sphere emerged, exuding a sacred and grand aura. Within it, the birth of the universe could be faintly discerned. Do not presume that I have done nothing over the years. Allow me to demonstrate the power of the divine source. To be frank, I did not wish to employ this power, for once unleashed, even if I obliterate your soul, I would temporarily be unable to seize your body. This is all you're doing. The voice of the blood-colored figure grew increasingly louder, culminating in a roar. Do not act as if you are the victim. Tang Xuan sighed. Regardless of how powerful your soul force or how durable your physical body, it cannot withstand the might of the divine source. Be annihilated. The blood-colored figure raised the divine source. The surrounding void trembled once more. Block. Why would I block? Tang Xuan remained composed and unruffled. Are you the only one with a trump card? With a flick of his wrist, a cone appeared in his hand. Go. With a whoosh. The cone transformed into a green flash, plunging deep into the blood-colored figure's body. What is this? The blood-colored figure was taken aback. This item is called the Thousand Souls Cone, originally crafted from the souls of 1,000 venomous centipedes at the divine realm. Such a lowly item cannot shake me. But what if the power of the Thousand Souls Cone was enhanced 1,000-fold? Tang Xuan smiled gently. Chapter 50. Thousand-fold Thousand Souls Cone. Mo Zhu emerges from seclusion. The original Thousand Souls Spike was sufficiently lethal to obliterate peak practitioners of the 10,000 Laws realm, and even those in the early stages of the Lawmaster realm. This underscores the terrifying nature of its toxicity. To amplify such a dreadful venom 1,000-fold raises the question of just how fearsome it could become. Even Tang Xuan himself dared not contemplate it. Regardless, it was adequate to poison the blood-colored shadow. Suddenly, the blood-colored shadow emitted a piercing scream. From the site where the Thousand Souls Spike had pierced, countless phantom centipedes emerged, ravenously gnawing at the shadow's soul. The excruciating agony was enough to send shivers down Tang Xuan's spine. It was truly tragic. The golden-striped white tiger trembled in fear. Was the boss too ruthless? Tang Xuan's expression shifted to something peculiar. Do you think this is excessive? The golden-striped white tiger realized its blunder and hurriedly shook its head in denial. No. This is merely the beginning. It's not enough, far from it. It could be even harsher. Tang Xuan chuckled and shook his head. Oh, you simpleton. Human. I will not let you off the hook. I have memorized your scent. Within a century, my true form will come to personally annihilate you. The blood-colored shadow howled. Tang Xuan's countenance turned cold. A century is far too long. Within 5 years at most, I shall slay you. Have the courage to disclose your hiding place. The blood-colored shadow was engulfed by a torrent of chaotic thoughts, 1,000 divine beasts roaring past in his mind. What kind of perverse human is this? He operates entirely outside the realm of normalcy. He dares to take the initiative to hunt down my true form. If it were anyone else, the blood-colored shadow would have laughed heartily, dismissing the notion. Yet, having deeply experienced Tang Xuan's abnormality, he found himself utterly unable to retort, even too fearful to reveal his hiding spot. What if Tang Xuan truly came for him? This fellow's methods are even more cunning than his own. It would be disastrous if things went awry. Amid the anguished wails, the blood-colored shadow was completely consumed by the Thousand Souls Spike. Boom. The Thousand Souls Spike reached its limit, shattering into powder, which scattered away with the wind. It's nothing remarkable. Tang Xuan scoffed. If the blood-colored shadow had shown a bit more resilience, he might have regarded it with more seriousness. Now, even revealing its hiding place was too daunting for it. Clearly, it had cowered. Indeed, at present, he was not a match for its true form. However, with Tang Xuan's ability to amplify 1,000-fold, 5 years seemed excessive. Divine essence. At last, he could advance to the celestial holy body. Tang Xuan's eyes ignited with fervor. White tiger, go play. Ensure no one disturbs me. At your command, boss. The golden-striped white tiger scampered off. Tang Xuan took a deep breath and began to channel his cultivation methods, devouring the divine essence. His body radiated with 5-colored divine light, and various phantoms emerged above his head as his aura surged explosively. Once a glorious Tianshan sect, it had now become a vast abyss. In a forest 100 miles away, a cataclysmic aura erupted. Boom! A figure soared into the sky. The powerful presence suppressed many beasts, causing them to tremble in fear. Clad in black, with an exquisite visage, a slender frame, and perfect legs, it was Mous Bamboo. At this moment, her aura had reached the divine opening realm. She had nearly recovered from her injuries. I wonder how Xian is faring? Has he successfully entered the celestial ruins? Even if he possesses extraordinary talent, it cannot be easy. To access the celestial ruins, one must utilize the cloud ship of the Heaven and Earth Pavilion. With her thoughts settled, Mous flew directly to the Heaven and Earth Pavilion on the outskirts of Baihai City. After paying the fare, Mous casually inquired about Tang Xuan's whereabouts. Initially, it was just a passing comment. However, the moment she uttered Tang Xuan's name, chaos erupted within the pavilion. A steward named Yang Shuang rushed over, causing Mous to bristle, fearing something had gone awry and preparing to flee. Are you here for young Master Tang? Young Master Tang? Mous was momentarily taken aback. He addresses me as his sister. Hiss. Yang Shuang inhaled sharply. Bring the finest pastries and tea. Everything must be the best. Mous was left dumbfounded. Even more astonishingly, Yang Shuang knew she was heading to the celestial ruins to find Tang Xuan and immediately ordered all other guests off the cloud ship. Charter the ship. What? That rascal caused a ruckus at the fallen sword mountain. He comprehended the sword intent, and he even slew the 2 sword saints of the Bachan dynasty? Mous stared blankly at the information in her hand. All that filled her mind were 2 words, freak of nature. How long has she been in seclusion? A month? 2 months? At most, no more than 3 months. Tang Xuan had soared to the peak of the divine opening realm and comprehended the sword intent. It was nothing short of monstrous. What genius! What prodigy! Compared to Tang Xuan, they all paled in comparison. Who would have thought that mere months ago he was still a weakling? A sudden epiphany, and his physique had become extraordinarily powerful. How strange! He hadn't been this formidable before. Perhaps he has surpassed his predecessors. With a physique that ranks among the top 3,000, it must possess extraordinary qualities. Or perhaps Xian's essence is perfectly attuned to that physique, resulting in an extraordinary transformation. Mous couldn't help but smile, her lips curving into a breathtaking arc, a beauty that captivated the heart. However, having killed the 2 sword saints of the Bachan dynasty, they would undoubtedly seek revenge. Humph, let us see who dares to lay a finger on Xian. Otherwise, I shall storm the royal palace and slaughter them all. A ruthless glint flashed in Mous's eyes. Suddenly, the cloud ship came to a screeching halt, accompanied by an overwhelming and terrifying pressure that bore down upon Mous. An ambush. Startled, Mous immediately shattered the cloud ship and soared into the sky. Upon exiting, she was met with the sight of 3 figures clad in Taoist robes. They stood silently, exuding a terrifying aura. Masters of the divine ghost realm. Mous's heart sank. Who are you? The leader raised his indifferent gaze. You are Mous, Tang Xuan's sister, are you not? We have come for Tang Xuan. Mous's heart plummeted. We are from the Longhu Dao Academy. Tang Xuan has slain the vice president of the 3rd Academy, the Centipede Taoist. We are here to apprehend him. And as his sister, you will accompany us. The leader's expression was solemn as he reached out, a large hand of spiritual energy reaching toward Mous. Humph, dream on. Mous's brows furrowed, unleashing her sword aura. The sharp sword energy ruthlessly pierced through the spiritual hand. Sword intent. You're not in the divine opening realm. The leader's face displayed astonishment. Humph, that is irrelevant to you. Mous spoke coldly, already contemplating her escape. I am still injured and cannot maintain this for long. I must go? Gathering her sword intent once more, golden sword radiance descended like a rift in the heavens, cleaving downwards. The 3 Taoists displayed fear and hastily evaded. Flee. Seizing a fleeting moment, Mous abruptly turned to flee. However, a luminous orb descended silently from the heavens, striking her forcefully upon the back. With a gasp, she spewed forth blood. Before she could react, a rope plummeted from above, binding her tightly. Before the Dragon and Tiger Dao Academy, could you escape? Another Taoist materialized. To the celestial ruins. Capture and eliminate Tang Xuan. With a wave of his hand, the crowd vanished. Chapter 51. The Super Divine Body. The Origin of All Things. Deep within the celestial ruins, snowflakes danced through the air, blanketing the earth in silver. A figure, both divine and demonic, stood proudly amidst the scene. His black hair billowed, and his resolute, chiseled visage gleamed like polished jade. Suddenly, brilliance erupted, piercing the clouds and dispelling the storm. The golden-striped white tiger, who had been soundly slumbering, sprang to its feet with a start. Its eyes were wide with astonishment. "Grr, the boss has broken through again. How many times has this been? Will I ever get a chance to breathe?" It was utterly bewildered, overwhelmed by fear. In recent days, Tang Xuan had frequently achieved breakthroughs. Each time brought new insights and profound techniques. What was this latest transformation? The golden-striped white tiger's curiosity was piqued. It beheld Tang Xuan seated cross-legged in midair, a cataclysmic aura coalescing around him. Suddenly, phantoms of countless beings appeared behind him, depicting the cycles of existence from birth to adulthood and ultimately to death, an endless reincarnation. Time shifted, and the sun and moon rotated, culminating in the creation of an unparalleled divine body. I have completely consumed the divine source. This moment is ripe for my ascension. Three-world divine body, coalesce. In an instant, the world fell silent, and the might of the Tao converged into a singularity. Embodying the past, present, and future, divine might surged, and demonic power loomed ominously. A boundless wave of energy swept forth, ravaging everything within 1,000 miles. Even the golden-striped white tiger, strong as it was, found itself gasping for breath, unable to move. Heavens! What kind of terrifying practice is the boss undertaking? As a creature of sacred status, it felt utterly diminished before Tang Xuan, lacking even the courage to stand firm. It settled then. The boss is the greatest in the world, and I, the golden-striped white tiger, must resign myself to second place. While the golden-striped white tiger pondered these thoughts, Tang Xuan's aura erupted once more. Boom! A tempest swirled, spiraling into the sky. The tiger was caught unawares, its limbs lifted off the ground, whirling helplessly within the cyclone. Arc! It flailed desperately, yearning to descend, but under the oppressive weight of Tang Xuan's three-world aura, it could not even muster the energy to summon its spirit. Domain. The domain of the divine body. Beyond the realm of intention lies the might of the heavens and the earth. The evolution of this might gives birth to the domain of the Tao. As long as the domain remains unbroken, the warrior remains undefeated. The mere aura emanating from the three-world divine body had already begun to take shape as a domain. Even the golden-striped white tiger, at the pinnacle of its power, found itself utterly powerless, akin to a ragged cloth caught in a relentless gale. The terrifying energy pierced through the heavens, shattering the wintry night and revealing the azure sky. All warriors training within the celestial ruins sensed a disturbance. "Why is it suddenly bright? Shouldn't it be night?" they murmured. "Oh, there seems to be a powerful fluctuation within the celestial ruins. Could it be that a treasure is emerging?" But no, the aura was overwhelmingly terrifying. As if an unparalleled divine or demonic entity had descended upon the world. Many found themselves bereft of the courage to even take a step forward. Divinity must not be insulted, nor should demons be mocked. Retreat. Quickly retreat. Countless warriors backed away, their eyes wide with shock as they gazed at the sky. The three-world divine body has formed. System. Amplify at 1,000-fold. Ding. The system initiated amplification. Tang Xuan embarked on an unprecedentedly audacious endeavor. He aimed to enhance the three-world divine body, already the pinnacle among the 3,000 divine bodies. Now, with 1,000-fold amplification, he would unleash unimaginable might. The amplification process took far longer than Tang Xuan had anticipated, which was understandable given the complexity of ascending to the realm of the three-world divine body. 1 day, 2 days, 3 days. By the dawn of the 4th day, a new phenomenon emerged. Boom! A resounding roar emanated from within Tang Xuan. A visible wave of energy expanding outward. This wave was peculiar. It began slowly but grew increasingly rapid, its reach expanding ever wider. Boom! With a sonic boom, the energy swept across the sky. Then, spiritual energy vanished. All spiritual energy dissipated in that instant. Warriors soaring through the air screamed as they plummeted to the ground. Those in the midst of breakthroughs found themselves abruptly stymied. Even the cloud vessels, propelled by spiritual energy, nearly met their demise. The protective formations of countless sects flickered before dimming entirely. In an instant, the surrounding expanse transformed into a primordial world. All spiritual energy had vanished. What on earth transpired? Was it the end of the world? Help! I want to go home. Panic spread across the faces of all warriors. The cessation of spiritual energy had never occurred before. Something extraordinary was afoot. Without spiritual energy, warriors and mortals were rendered indistinguishable. They could do nothing. All beings stood dumbfounded. Hidden sects and ancient sanctuaries descended into chaos. mistakenly believing they were under siege by external foes, frantically activating their treasures. Alas, all was in vain. No one had encountered such an enigmatic circumstance. Some, with weak resolve, crumbled in place, wailing inconsolably. The land itself echoed with their lamentations. Fortunately, the cessation of spiritual energy was as swift as its arrival. In a mere moment, the heavenly and earthly spiritual energy returned. The multitude regained their strength, their frayed nerves finally settling. In the ensuing chaos, no one noticed that the oppressive aura that had extinguished the spiritual energy originated from deep within the celestial ruins. Ding! The thousandfold amplification is complete. Congratulations, host, on acquiring the super divine body, the origin body. The origin body, a representation of existence from the dawn of creation, crushing the heavens, shaking the ages, inviolable and unmatched. Tang Xuan gazed in shock at the 16 characters signifying the origin body. In summation, they coalesced into 2 words, invincible. Drawing a deep breath, he welcomed a torrent of power into his being. In the blink of an eye, he digested it all. What was this? Tang Xuan's eyes widened. What he was absorbing was no longer mere spiritual energy, but the very essence of intention. While other warriors toiled to refine their foundations and gather spiritual energy, he was already inhaling and exhaling the power of intention. Beyond the foundational 5 elements, he also drew upon the essences of thunder, wind, lightning, poison, and more. There was no need for deliberate comprehension or cultivation. Simply breathing would suffice for growth. Though the pace was not swift, it was nonetheless astonishing. To comprehend the profound essence of an ordinary warrior, one must toil tirelessly over the years, accumulating insights and understanding. Some even venture into perilous lands to achieve breakthroughs. Yet, for Tang Xuan, a mere few breaths suffice. What a stark contrast. Now that the cultivation of essence is no longer a concern, he need not restrain his progress. With his current capabilities, transcending the limits of martial arts is merely a matter of time, not a reflection of his own boundaries. Boom. The realm of law manifestation. In the blink of an eye, he has already surpassed it, commanding the myriad laws of heaven and earth. To progress beyond the realm of law manifestation, one must master at least 2 forms of complete mastery. However, Tang Xuan had already amassed a plethora. Free from the shackles of essence, his power surged once more. 3rd level of law manifestation. 6th level of law manifestation. Pinnacle of the 9th level of law manifestation. Boom, boom, boom. Above Tang Xuan's head, illusions of fire, wind, water, lightning, and light, representing the natural essence, continuously manifested. Suddenly, he pointed skyward. Ha! I have transcended the realm of law. I now enter the realm of creation. All natural essences have merged within me. Tang Xuan has reached an ineffably profound state. Upon reopening his eyes, he has entered the realm of creation. Chapter 52. The Realm of Creation. The Struggles of Tang Xuan. The realm of creation follows that of law manifestation. Next comes the 5 realms of the Taoist. Law manifestation. Realm of creation. Beginning Tao realm. Seeking Tao realm. Certifying Tao realm. Mastering Tao realm. Understanding Tao realm. Among these, the beginning Tao realm, seeking Tao realm, certifying Tao realm, mastering Tao realm, and understanding Tao realm are collectively known as the 5 realms of the Taoist. This signifies a process where the power of the domain coalesces into the Tao. Though domains are powerful, they remain a one-dimensional force. Should an adversary's domain or soul power surpass one's own, the domain may become a burden, utterly futile. Yet the Tao is different. A single thought can manifest the Tao, embodying heaven and earth. However, the path to understanding the Tao is exceedingly arduous, at least in Tang Xuan's recollections. He had neither seen nor heard of the existence of the 5 realms of the Taoist, not even the realm of creation, the cultivation technique. Once again, he has reached his limit. Following his breakthrough into the realm of creation, it did not ascend to the pinnacle as before. He merely advanced to the 4th level of the realm of creation. The increase in power has become exceedingly gradual. According to Tang Xuan's calculations, it would take at least 3 months to transcend to the 5th level. This is not due to his body's incapacity, but rather the inadequacy of the Tai Ching heavenly art's rank. Indeed, the rank of this supreme holy level technique is too low. Were the centipede Taoist to be revived, he would likely be infuriated once more. After all, it is the pinnacle technique of the Longhu Tao Academy. Moreover, it has undergone a 1000-fold amplification. In Tang Xuan's eyes, its rank is still insufficiently low. This is an unavoidable circumstance. Who could have anticipated Tang Xuan's rapid ascension? Looking across the realm, how many individuals could achieve several breakthroughs as effortlessly as he does? Let us examine the changes on the panel. After a moment of contemplation, Tang Xuan summoned the panel to observe. Host, Tang Xuan. Physique, super divine body. Origin, sealed state. Aptitude. Soul power, million li of soul. Cultivation, fourth level of the realm of creation. Technique. Tai Ching heavenly art, supreme holy level. Body dominance technique, inferior holy level, great perfection. Martial skills, sword control technique, medium grade. Royal level, great perfection. Heaven slaying sword technique, inferior holy level, great perfection. 3 absolute, sword chi, medium grade. Holy level, great perfection. Heavenly wave, furious tide tune, superior holy level. Great perfection. Essence, sword intent, great perfection. Prototype of origin domain. Pet, holy beast white tiger, level 1. Indeed, following the breakthrough, Tang Xuan's attributes underwent a terrifying transformation. Most astonishing to him was the revelation that the origin body was in a sealed state. This implies that it can be further enhanced. Merely consolidating it has already rendered the spiritual energy of billions of miles inaccessible. The subsequent potential is unfathomable. That is a realm beyond imagination. Big brother. A sorrowful voice cried out as the golden-patterned white tiger plopped down at Tang Xuan's feet, its eyes brimming with tears. Big brother. I know I am no longer worthy of you. You may abandon me or even devour me, but I only wish to say one thing. My heart will forever belong to you. Sob, sob, sob. Such heartfelt sincerity, a poignant display of emotion, is truly moving. Yet, Tang Xuan wore a cold expression, even disdainfully twitching the corner of his eye. If you utter another word, be gone. The golden-patterned white tiger immediately covered its mouth with both paws. Too afraid to make a sound. Your flesh is sour. I do not consume it, Tang Xuan said, suppressing a laugh. This foolish creature was clearly feigning distress, fearing abandonment. Yet its acting was so clumsy, akin to a novice in a past life. Enough. Focus on working diligently alongside me. I shall not mistreat you. I require a sturdy companion. The golden-patterned white tiger sighed in relief. Tang Xuan's strength had elevated him to a being it could only admire from afar. With his current prowess, acquiring a divine beast as a pet would not pose a challenge. Thus, the golden-patterned white tiger had put on such a performance. However, your strength is indeed rather lacking. Tang Xuan stroked his chin. His pet must not be too feeble. With a flick of his consciousness, he enveloped the entirety of the sky ruins. All gold-type demon beasts met their demise in an instant. Their inner cores burst forth, flying towards Tang Xuan. The million li of soul power surpassed the endurance of beasts at the levels of divine harmony or divine shadow. After 1,000-fold amplification, Tang Xuan tossed all the demon beast cores to the white tiger. Eat well. Even if I have to pile them up, I shall elevate you to a divine beast. Big brother. The golden-patterned white tiger was once again moved. From its birth until now, Tang Xuan had been the best to it, willing to risk everything. There is nothing more here. Let us depart. Tang Xuan mounted the back of the golden-patterned white tiger. Amidst its roar, they soared into the sky. At this moment, on the outskirts of the sky ruins, numerous warriors were whispering among themselves. Did you see that? The spiritual energy has vanished. Of course, who could fail to notice? The bump on my head is from something falling from the sky. Ha ha, I was fortunate. I was being chased by demon beasts, thinking I was doomed, but unexpectedly, a demon beast suddenly exploded and died. I was saved. Suddenly, vibrant colors illuminated the sky as 3,000 individuals clad in Longhu Dao robes gracefully descended. Oh, those are individuals from the Longhu Dao Academy. Gasped so many. Could they have come for the phenomenon of the sky ruins? I believe so. Such a phenomenon must surely be a great treasure. The Longhu Dao Academy would not be indifferent. Just as the crowd conversed, an elderly Taoist with white hair stepped forward, his cold gaze sweeping the surroundings. Scraps. Unworthy to stand here, begone. With a single command, a wave of force swept through. Boom, boom, boom. The surrounding warriors were caught off guard, sent flying hundreds of feet. Some cried out in agony, blood spurting forth. Others rolled their eyes, dying on the spot. The surviving warriors gazed upon the members of the Longhu Dao Academy with terror-stricken eyes. Within 10 breaths, vitality was extinguished within a myriad of miles. The leading 8 academicians spoke once more. Without a trace of emotion, there existed only a profound indifference towards life. In the eyes of the strong, the lives of the weak were deemed inconsequential. The expressions of many warriors shifted dramatically as they hastily retreated, only revealing their relief after withdrawing a considerable distance. What a tyrannical force the Longhu Academy is, taking lives so casually. One person exclaimed with indignation. A nearby individual sighed. And what of their tyranny? They are numerous and formidable. If you dare to contest them, go ahead and argue. The one who had spoken earlier fell silent, with the Longhu Academy asserting its dominance. We might not even be able to sip the broth. Who could argue otherwise? Let us depart. Do not dwell on it. The celestial ruins will now bear a different name. Wait, look. The people from Longhu Academy have not entered. And who is that woman being suspended? The crowd focused their gaze. They beheld 3,000 disciples of Longhu Academy arranged in a mysterious formation. At the center stood a wooden pole, from which hung a stunningly beautiful woman, her head bowed in unconsciousness. In a world teeming with inquisitive souls, the truth soon emerged amidst whispers. It was said that Tang Xuan had slain the centipede Taoist of Longhu Academy, and thus, they had come seeking vengeance. That woman was an elder from the Tianshan sect, closely connected to Tang Xuan. Ah, the Tang Xuan you speak of, could he be the one who severed the dual saints atop the falling sword mountain? Who else possesses such prowess? It is rumored that he possesses ancient treasures and made several breakthroughs in a single night. Yet, even if he is formidable, facing the behemoth that is Longhu Academy, he is surely doomed. It remains uncertain. However, judging by this situation, it appears to be a fight to the death. News spread like wildfire, fluttering through the expanse of miles. Countless warriors, driven by curiosity, flocked to the celestial ruins. Gradually, the numbers swelled. Chapter 53. Who has injured Sister Yuzhu? To death. Time passed, and anomalies began to manifest in the heavens. A golden dragon soared, and a fierce tiger roared, their immense power shaking the very fabric of the world. Ultimately, the phantoms of the dragon and tiger merged into three figures, each emanating a terrifying aura that could not be resisted. The warriors within the celestial ruins were rendered immobile, bowing their heads in submission. The strong had descended once more. The second academy head had arrived. The eighth academy head slightly bowed, his eyes glimmering with delight. Has that lad not yet appeared? Xianxia inquired, his voice laced with menace. Not yet, the eighth academy head replied, shaking his head. Xianxia snorted. There is but one entrance to the celestial ruins. He must emerge. He then introduced the individual beside him. This is the Tianxiaaudiobooks, one of the three dusts of the infinite sacred land. The eighth academy head gasped in astonishment. The infinite sacred land, a sanctified realm in the hearts of all academies, the source of Tao. Longhu Academy is but a subsidiary of it. Within the infinite sacred land, the divine shadows are naught but dogs, with myriad laws walking freely, and experts abound, steeped in profound heritage. The Tianxiaaudiobooks, with a countenance like jade and lips painted like vermilion, stood tall, exuding an extraordinary presence, especially his eyes, which bore the power to discern hearts. I salute the Daozi. The eighth academy head and the 3,000 disciples of Longhu Academy knelt in unison. Rise. The Tianxiaaudiobooks raised a hand with poise and grace. Everyone was captivated by his unparalleled charisma. Truly, as a Daozi of the sacred land, his demeanor and cultivation were worthy of the title, a true dragon among men. Standing there, he seemed to be the very center of the universe. What was more terrifying was that his cultivation level was inscrutable. At that moment, Mo Yuzhu, suspended from the wooden pole, slowly regained consciousness, worry clouding her eyes. This is bad. I did not anticipate that Longhu Academy would go to such lengths. Even with Xian's celestial body protecting him, he may not withstand so many powerful adversaries. Must I resort to that sword? In my current state, drawing the sword would mean certain death. However, for Xian, and for my promise, I must act if there is no other choice. Just as Mo Yuzhu's resolve solidified, the Tianxiaaudiobooks suddenly turned his gaze toward her. It is futile. Why struggle? Mo Yuzhu was taken aback. She could hardly fathom that the Tianxiaaudiobooks possessed the ability to see into the hearts of others. What? Do you still wish to resist? The second academy head sneered. You underestimate the Tianxiaaudiobooks. Before him, you are all but ants. Mo Yuzhu fell silent. She was acutely aware of the might of the sacred land, perhaps more so than others, for her injuries were inflicted by its people, with but a single strike. She had no power to retaliate. Were it not for her cultivation of secret arts, she might have already perished. Even so, she had endured the injuries for 5 long years, and they had yet to heal. That individual was merely an ordinary elder of the sacred land, far from the level of a Daozi. Generally, attaining the Daozi level signifies status, rank, and strength, an existence against which Mo Yuzhu could not possibly contend, even at the cost of her own life. A wave of despair washed over her, reflected in her eyes. Was Tang Xuan destined to perish just as he awakened? An unfathomably powerful Daozi from the sacred land, 2 academy heads of the myriad laws realm, and 3,000 elite disciples of the divine shadows. It was an overwhelming force capable of sweeping across the entire Baichen dynasty with a mere wave of their hands. And yet, Longhu Academy had mobilized this might solely to confront one individual. It was over. Completely over. The name of Tang Xuan was already inscribed in the ledger of the underworld. Even if he were a true deity descended upon the mortal realm, he would surely fall. Be confident. He is undoubtedly doomed. Amidst the hushed whispers, a sudden, thunderous roar of a tiger erupted within the celestial ruins. The heavens trembled, and the winds shifted. Even the Tianxiaaudiobooks was stirred. A divine beast. The crowd looked up in astonishment, beholding a colossal white tiger soaring through the air. Isn't that the divine beast white tiger that appeared so suddenly in the celestial ruins? What brings it here? Wait, someone is atop it. It's Tang Xuan. With a resounding boom, the entrance of the celestial ruins erupted in chaos. Even the members of Longhu Academy turned pale. It turned out that Tang Xuan was the master of the divine beast white tiger. A faint smile graced the lips of the Tianxiaaudiobooks. Ah, I do lack a pet to guard the premises. A divine beast would be quite fitting. As the crowd gasped in awe, Tang Xuan's gaze fell upon the members of Longhu Academy. His pupils constricted sharply. The golden-patterned white tiger beneath him tensed, its fur bristling. Tang Xuan was furious. Enraged, he thought, those foolish humans are courting death by provoking the boss. What truly ignited Tang Xuan's wrath was the sight of Mo Yuzhu, suspended and bloodied. The sight of her wounds ignited a wildfire of rage within him. No matter who it was, today, they would meet their demise. Mo Yuzhu was the first to acknowledge him as an elder sister after he arrived in this other world, despite the considerable age gap between them. Her protective nature fostered a sense of kinship within him. In truth, Mo Yuzhu had become Tang Xuan's Achilles heel. To touch this weakness was to court death. There would be no chance of survival. At the moment Tang Xuan's voice echoed, Mo Yuzhu also discerned her presence. Trembling delicately, she summoned every ounce of strength to cry out, "Xiandi, flee quickly." At this juncture, her only remaining power lay in her ability to issue a warning. Heh, after such a long-awaited sight, you think you can leave? How naive. The second dean, Xianxia, revealed a sinister grin. With a mere wave of his hand, thousands of elite disciples from the Longhu Dao Academy descended upon them, encircling Tang Xuan. The eighth dean, Chu Yunzi, wore a proud expression, blocking the path ahead. Those who kill members of the Longhu Dao Academy shall find no salvation, even from deities. Yet, Tang Xuan remained unfazed, coldly stating, "Who harmed Sister Yuzhu? Step forward." Zhai Yunzi furrowed his brow. Faced with the overwhelming encirclement of the Longhu Dao Academy, this composure was indeed remarkable. What a pity. Such extraordinary talent is destined to perish here. Tang Xuan raised his voice thrice. "Who harmed Sister Yuzhu? Step forward." At that moment, 3 figures from the Shenyu sect stepped forth. It was us. Die. Tang Xuan pointed a finger, and the sword control technique erupted instantaneously. Boundless spiritual energy transformed into a tempest of sword energy, mercilessly engulfing the 3 Shenyu cultivators. The sound of their demise was silenced before it could escape their lips. They were reduced to mere fragments, their remains obliterated. What? Audacious. Unbridled. Zhai Yunzi and the others were taken aback by Tang Xuan's explosive nature, utterly astonished. Yet, a single tear glistened in Mo Yuzhu's eye. Having lived her life for others, she now felt the warmth of someone facing danger for her sake. Even if she were to perish at this moment, she would accept it willingly. This is merely interest. Tang Xuan retracted his sword and declared with fierce intent, to meet one's end in an instant. The explosive scene sent shivers down the spines of the spectators in the Xianxiang ruins. My word, how domineering. Unprecedentedly fierce. Such presence is unparalleled. A striking figure, both handsome and formidable. I'm utterly captivated. Since he is destined to die, perhaps I should negotiate with the Longhu Dao Academy to leave a legacy. Facing the Longhu Dao Academy with such poise, he could undoubtedly be hailed as the foremost among the younger generation. Did you not notice? He dispatched 3 Shenyu realm experts with a single strike. Someone trembled, realizing the gravity of the situation. In the next moment, enlightenment dawned upon all. Indeed, a Shenyu realm expert was slain with 1 sword strike. What does this imply for Tang Xuan's strength? Has he ascended to the realm of 10,000 laws? Zhai Yunzi laughed in fury. And what of the realm of 10,000 laws? For one who has slain members of the Longhu Dao Academy, your life is forfeit. Prepare the Longhu formation. Chapter 54, Suppressing the World. 3,000 cultivators perish. In an instant, 3,000 strong cultivators from the Longhu Dao Academy unleashed their might. Dragon form, tiger form. The 2 deans each embodied the forms of the dragon and tiger, exuding an incomprehensible aura of terror. The dragon loomed high, brimming with murderous intent, as if a meteor were plummeting from the heavens. The tiger, fierce and fearsome, was akin to a hurricane tearing through the earth. The immense pressure bore down upon Tang Xuan like a meat grinder, threatening to crush him. A sinister smile crept onto Zhai Yunzi's lips. Tang Xuan, surrender now, or the Longhu formation will reduce you to ashes in an instant. Under the manipulation of the 2 deans, the Longhu formation's power shook the very heavens and earth. The skies darkened, the ground split apart, and chaos ensued. Observers from afar could not help but feel a chill for Tang Xuan. How terrifying. Is this the true power of the Longhu Dao Academy? Individual strength pales in comparison to the might of the Longhu formation. Indeed, Tang Xuan possessed astonishing talent, but alas, it seemed he would perish before truly reaching his potential. Faced with the oppressive force of the Longhu formation, the golden-striped white tiger beneath Tang Xuan bared its teeth. Master, allow me to break the formation. Tang Xuan shook his head. No need. This time, I shall take action myself. The golden-striped white tiger looked at the arrogant Zhai Yunzi with disdain. What a fool. Of all the people to offend, you chose my master. It is your fate to perish. It had personally witnessed Tang Xuan's meteoric rise in strength. The Longhu Dao Academy's formation was indeed formidable. Even with the power of the peak realm of 10,000 laws, breaking the formation seemed implausible. Yet, Tang Xuan had already reached the realm of creation. In the face of creation, numbers became irrelevant. Tang Xuan gathered profound resonance within his mouth, bullying the weak and acting despicably. Is this the hallmark of the Longhu Dao Academy? Zhai Yunzi coldly replied. Indeed, the Longhu Dao Academy has always conducted itself in this manner. Tang Xuan nodded, then uttered a shocking declaration. If that is the case, then the Longhu Dao Academy need not exist any longer. At this pronouncement, the crowd of spectators erupted in astonished disbelief. Did you hear what he just said? Tang Xuan actually proclaimed he would destroy the Longhu Dao Academy. What audacity! What gives him such confidence? Relying on a sacred beast white tiger. Surely, this is a jest. Even a sacred beast pales in comparison to the Longhu formation. Zhai Yunzi's eyes widened in rage, his divine light radiating. Utterly arrogant. Let me show you the true might of the Longhu formation. Words had lost their meaning. Zhai Yunzi waved his hand, commanding the full power of the Longhu formation. In an instant, the formation's might erupted. The void warped. The Longhu power shook the heavens and earth, pressing down relentlessly. Such power even a practitioner of the realm of law cannot withstand. Tang Xuan, your end is nigh. Zhai Yunzi bellowed. Tang Xuan raised his head slightly, his long black hair billowing. A look of disdain graced his face. Is this truly your limit? If so, I can only say that you have tried your best. To shake me, you still have 2 myriad years to go. As his words fell, a divine light surged in Tang Xuan's eyes. A terrifying, world-destroying pressure descended upon all. The spectators felt as though the very sky was being torn asunder, crashing down around them. All were seized with tension, their vision darkening, rendered immobile. In that fleeting moment, silence enveloped the world. Within a 10,000-mile radius, not a whisper could be heard. Every motion ceased, as if caught in a binding spell. The dragon and tiger forms in the air remained present. But the expressions of the Longhu Dao Academy cultivators were frozen in surprise, fear, panic, and confusion. At this moment, only a singular voice resonated throughout the heavens. The voice from the divine abode. With his hands clasped behind his back, Tang Xuan stood aloft, gazing down with an air of superiority. In this instant, he was akin to a deity surveying the mortal realm. Zhai Yunzi's face was a mask of terror. He screamed in madness, yet no sound escaped his lips. Even at the pinnacle of the realm of 10,000 laws, he too had lost all control over himself. Tang Xuan's gaze fell upon Mo Yuzhu. Sister Yuzhu, I shall come to your rescue. He slowly advanced towards her. At this moment, Mo Yuzhu's delicate face, glistening with tears, resembled a flower kissed by dew. As he walked, ripples of water shimmered beneath his feet. The faint waves struck the cultivators of the Longhu Dao Academy, producing a soft sound. Sister Yuzhu, I have arrived too late. With a swift motion, Tang Xuan reached out, shattering the wooden rod, and Mo Yuzhu's slender form was propelled toward him. She leaned against Tang Xuan, finding an immense sense of security within the broad expanse of his chest. Xiandi, your cultivation. Mo Yuzhu's face was etched with concern. Tang Xuan's rapid ascension in power was alarming. When she last saw him, he was merely at the void realm. In just a few short months, he had evolved to a level beyond her comprehension. Such a meteoric rise could potentially lead to dire consequences, overextending his life, overexerting his potential. Mo Yuzhu wished fervently that Tang Xuan would refrain from such reckless pursuits. Tang Xuan wrapped his arms around Mo Yuzhu's slender waist, offering a calm smile. Do not worry. Sister Yuzhu, my foundation is exceptionally solid. There is nothing to fear. Gazing at Tang Xuan's chiseled profile, Mo Yuzhu felt her heart flutter unexpectedly. He had matured. He had become more handsome. No longer was he the timid boy of yore. He had transformed into a stalwart man. Well, as long as you're all right. Let us proceed. We need not pay heed to these despicable wretches. Mo Yuzhu cast a disdainful glance at the suppressed disciples of the Longhu Dao Academy, such as Zhai Yunzi. Proceed? Tang Xuan laughed heartily. I have declared it. Should anyone harm Sister Yuzhu, the Longhu Dao Academy shall cease to exist. Ah, Xiandi you. Mo Yuanzhu's lips parted in shock. Could it be that Tang Xuan truly intended to obliterate the Longhu Dao Academy for her sake? The Longhu Dao Academy was a formidable entity, teeming with experts and steeped in deep roots, being a subsidiary sect of the boundless Holy Land. If trouble arose, the boundless Holy Land would not remain indifferent. Embracing Mo Yuanzhu's soft form, Tang Xuan spoke with an air of authority. What of the Longhu Dao Academy? What of the boundless Holy Land? Should they dare to confront me, I, Tang Xuan, shall slay them. With a decisive wave of his hand, the overwhelming pressure dissipated in an instant. Gasping, everyone seemed to emerge from the depths of water, desperately inhaling. It was terrifying. In Tang Xuan's presence, even their own lives felt precarious. You, Zhai Yunzi trembled, his face a mask of fear as he pointed at Tang Xuan, his lips quivering incessantly. Before he could finish his words, a series of explosive sounds erupted beside him. Turning to see, Zhai Yunzi watched in horror as the 3,000 disciples of the Longhu Dao Academy burst one after another. Boom, boom, boom. Under the vast sky, countless sprays of blood erupted. Even the 8 academy heads were not spared. They exploded without uttering a single cry. The mist of blood stained the entire horizon. Oh! Zhai Yunzi let out a hysterical scream, his heart shattered. 3,000 disciples perished in an instant. Was this truly within the realm of human capability? The onlooking warriors were drenched in cold sweat. Merely witnessing this instilled a paralyzing fear within them. If one were to encapsulate Tang Xuan in a single phrase, it would be unrivaled beneath heaven and earth. Amidst the anguished screams, Zhai Yunzi's body swelled like a balloon before erupting violently, sending countless limbs and fragments flying. Silence. An eerie stillness enveloped the entrance of the celestial ruins. This time, there was no soul power suppression, only profound shock. After a long moment, someone finally managed to utter, "The Longhu Dao Academy is finished." Chapter 55. Did I grant you permission to leave? The stunning scene rendered the entrance of the celestial ruins mute. Who was it that had just proclaimed that Tang? No, that esteemed individual was doomed. A voice broke the silence. The crowd fell into a hushed stillness. By all logical reasoning, Tang Xuan should have been no match for the Longhu Dao Academy. Even after his epiphany at the Swordfall Mountain and his advancement in sword momentum, he remained an insignificant insect before the academy. Yet, who could have anticipated that Tang Xuan would crush the Longhu Dao Academy using merely soul power? Without even deploying sword momentum? Perhaps he was the reincarnation of an emperor. One could only be confident in declaring him the reincarnation of an emperor. Having transcended the 5 realms of Dao, he was destined to reign supreme, immortal, and indestructible. The Longhu Dao Academy has truly kicked a steel plate this time. Steel plate? Did you not hear that esteemed individual declare the intent to annihilate the Longhu Dao Academy? Indeed, the Longhu Dao Academy has long been tyrannical and has lost the support of the people. This act of annihilation by the esteemed individual is a just endeavor, restoring righteousness to the world. Indeed, the esteemed individual cannot err. A strong warrior must not be insulted. The Longhu Dao Academy brought this upon itself, and the public rejoices. With the fall of the 3,000 disciples of the Longhu Dao Academy, the tide of public opinion swiftly shifted in favor of Tang Xuan. Only now did the onlooking warriors comprehend the magnitude of Tang Xuan's terror and grandeur. A strong warrior must not be insulted. The Longhu Dao Academy had instantaneously become the target of ire. In the void above, Tang Xuan's gaze was cold as he fixed it upon the last remaining figure, Tianxian Daozi. At that moment, the Holy Land's Daozi was drenched in cold sweat, his eyes frantic, utterly devoid of his previous composure. Fellow Taoist, Mo Yuanzhu interjected with disdain, just moments ago, you were a raging sinner. And now you seek to call him a fellow Taoist? How quickly the face of the Holy Land's Daozi has changed. Tianxian Daozi's face flushed crimson, a glint of resentment flickering in his eyes. He had once believed the Longhu Dao Academy could effortlessly eliminate Tang Xuan. Who could have foreseen such an outcome? In the face of absolute power, no matter how transcendent his abilities, Tianxian Daozi found himself rendered impotent. Fellow Taoist, you have already slain Zhai Yunzi. Your anger should have subsided. Let us forgive and forget. I represent the boundless Holy Land and the Longhu Dao Academy to offer our sincerest apologies. And we are prepared to provide reparations. After a moment's contemplation, Tianxian Daozi continued, how about 3 royal-grade treasures and 100,000 premium spirit stones? He hesitated briefly before adding, if you find this insufficient, we can negotiate the terms. Mo Yuanzhu gasped, her eyes widening in astonishment. 3 royal-grade treasures and 100,000 premium spirit stones. This compensation was indeed quite generous, even among the great dynasties. It would be difficult to procure such an abundance of treasures and spirit stones. Most astonishingly, this offer was open to negotiation. This signified that should Tang Xuan voice his desires, the reparations could easily double or triple. Xiandi, what do you think? Mo Yuanzhu felt her resolve wavering. After all, Tianshan Daozi hailed from the boundless Holy Land, and offending him might not be wise. Tang Xuan smiled slightly. A grand offer, but regrettably insufficient. Tianshan Daozi had anticipated this outcome. He was prepared for Tang Xuan to demand an exorbitant price. After all, offering reparations first would allow him to rally powerful allies to eliminate Tang Xuan later. The Holy Land possessed its own formidable beings, and not just one. They were not intimidated by Tang Xuan. Then what would you desire? Name your price. I will accommodate within my means. Huh. Tang Xuan replied nonchalantly. The entirety of the boundless Holy Land would suffice to appease my anger. This declaration caused Tianshan Daozi's pupils to flare with brilliance. The onlooking warriors erupted in astonishment. My heavens! The entire boundless Holy Land as compensation? How outrageous! Even if his strength was formidable, would the boundless Holy Land truly cower? You know nothing. If I were the esteemed individual, my demands would be even more audacious. Exactly. If he cannot be defeated, he can simply retreat. The Holy Land cannot escape. In truth, they had still underestimated Tang Xuan. Perhaps at present, Tang Xuan is incapable of annihilating the infinite Holy Land. However, given his rapid cultivation speed, it won't be long before he ascends to an unfathomable level. By that time, extinguishing the infinite Holy Land would merely be a matter of a flick of his fingers. Fellow cultivator, your appetite seems rather insatiable. The expression of Daozi Tianshan darkened. I have already adopted a humble stance. Do not push your luck. Ha ha ha. If you cannot afford the consequences, then why engage in idle chatter? Tang Xuan retorted mercilessly. You accuse me of pushing my luck. Yet, you mobilized forces and even captured Sister Yuzhu. What is that if not an aggressive stance? Is it permissible for the officials to set fire while the commoners cannot even light a lamp? What a tyrannical infinite Holy Land. His resonant voice echoed, voicing the sentiments of countless warriors. Their gazes shifted to one of admiration. Many scattered cultivators have suffered under the oppression of greater powers. For instance, during treasure hunts. When treasures are simultaneously discovered, it is invariably the powerful who seize them. Thus, numerous scattered cultivators harbor no fondness for the mighty. In this moment, Tang Xuan had given them a much-needed vent for their frustrations. So impressive, that esteemed individual. Ha ha ha. In this lifetime, I, Lin Dong, shall only recognize him as my master. This is the figure we ought to follow. The warriors flushed with excitement, their fervor palpable. In stark contrast, Daozi Tianshan was seething with rage. Tang Xuan, do not presume that your formidable strength grants you the right to dictate terms to the infinite Holy Land. What I proposed earlier regarding compensation is hereby nullified. This matter ends here. Should you continue to act recklessly, the infinite Holy Land will not spare you. Tang Xuan laughed maniacally. Ha ha. Whether or not I am spared is not for you to decide. What of the infinite Holy Land? If they dare to come, I shall dare to slay. He lifted his gaze skyward. Allow me to impart a lesson. As his words fell, spiritual energy coalesced into a colossal hand, descending upon Daozi Tianshan. Daozi Tianshan, undeterred, unleashed a torrent of sword energy, striving to pierce through Tang Xuan's hand. Boom. The sword energy shattered, yet the hand remained unscathed. How infuriating. Daozi Tianshan's countenance darkened. His sword energy was potent enough to obliterate peak practitioners of the law-guarding realm. Yet before Tang Xuan, it proved utterly ineffective. The Tiangang Talisman. Daozi Tianshan summoned his ultimate move. Within the infinite Holy Land, each Daozi possesses protective talismans to ward off calamities. The Tiangang Talisman transformed into 36 star radiances, forming a mysterious formation to shield Daozi Tianshan. Boom. The colossal hand descended but could not budge the Tiangang Talisman. Do you see? You cannot kill me. However, you have managed to force out my Tiangang Talisman, which is no small feat. This talisman can withstand a full-force strike from a peak practitioner of the transformation realm. You are powerless against it. Having caused enough commotion, I shall take my leave. Under the protection of the Tiangang Talisman, Daozi Tianshan turned to depart. Tang Xuan's smile turned cold. Did I permit you to leave? Heaven-slaying sword technique. In an instant. Buzz. The heavens and earth split asunder. A piercing sword energy swept across the sky. Bolstered by the great perfection sword intent, the Tiangang Talisman shattered in an instant. What? The sword energy cleaved through. Daozi Tianshan let out a blood-curdling scream as blood erupted from his chest. Simultaneously, the spiritual hand bore down. Boom. Amidst the agonizing cries, a generation's holy land Daozi fell on the spot. This scene left everyone in stunned silence. They gazed at the fallen limbs and severed arms, still unable to comprehend the reality. They had gathered the Holy Land's Daozi Tianqian, the two heads of the Dragon and Tiger Academy, as well as 3,000 Taoists to hunt down Tang Xuan. Yet the result was complete annihilation. They had come with such arrogance and met such a grim fate. Tang Xuan, truly terrifying indeed. Chapter 56. Treat others with sincerity. The Dragon and Tiger Academy must be eradicated. Sister Yuzhu, have you vented your frustrations? Having effortlessly obliterated Daozi Tianqian, Tang Xuan appeared as though he had merely accomplished a trifling task, gazing at his warm and gentle smile. Mo Yuzhu felt a flutter in her heart, her emotions in disarray. Now, this is a true man. Xiandi, you have matured and become formidable. Mo Yuzhu extended her delicate hand, gently caressing Tang Xuan's face. However, the infinite Holy Land is deeply rooted, with experts abounding, having slain Daozi Tianqian. You must exercise caution. Tang Xuan scoffed dismissively. Merely a Daozi. If the infinite Holy Land does not come, then so be it. If they do, I shall slay them all. With his current strength, he already possesses the power to contend with the Holy Land. Not to mention that he will continue to grow stronger. I understand that you are formidable now, but still, be careful. Mo Yuzhu spoke softly. Tang Xuan initially intended to say more, but restrained himself, unwilling to contradict Mo Yuzhu's good intentions. I understand, Sister Yuzhu. Yes. Mo Yuzhu's cheeks flushed as she gently extricated herself from Tang Xuan's embrace. Let us depart. Not so fast. There is still one matter left to attend to. A cold smile crept across Tang Xuan's lips. What matter? I shall accompany you. Mo Yuzhu chuckled lightly. As long as she could stay by Tang Xuan's side, she would follow him anywhere. Tang Xuan took Mo Yuzhu and soared toward the onlooking warriors. Esteemed friends, could you kindly inform me of the whereabouts of the Dragon and Tiger Academy? What? Xiandi, you wish to go to the Dragon and Tiger Academy? Mo Yuzhu exclaimed in surprise. Yes, a promise must be fulfilled. Tang Xuan's lips curled into a cold smile. One must always treat others with sincerity. Having declared the destruction of the Dragon and Tiger Academy, it must be accomplished. Otherwise, others will think I lack integrity. His words sent a chill through the hearts of the crowd. How ruthless. Yet, Tang Xuan's demeanor toward them was exceedingly warm, imparting a refreshing feeling. Most crucially, Tang Xuan was currently granting a favor. Anyone who could inform him of the Dragon and Tiger Academy's location would effectively render him a small favor. Given his status and cultivation, such a small favor could stir great upheaval. After all, Tang Xuan, at such a young age, is already so formidable. Who could envision the monumental figure he would become in the future? By then, merely to meet him might require the presence of a powerful leader. Yet now, everyone was in such close proximity. This would undoubtedly be a tale to tell for a lifetime. Esteemed one, the Dragon and Tiger Academy lies 100,000 miles to the east. Yes, there are two mountains, one resembling a dragon and the other a tiger, collectively known as the Dragon and Tiger Mountains. At the foot of the Dragon and Tiger Mountains is the Dragon and Tiger Academy. Voices clamored as the crowd chimed in. Tang Xuan inclined his body slightly. Thank you, esteemed friends. The crowd hurriedly returned the gesture, astonished by the honor bestowed upon them. To be referred to as a fellow cultivator by such a powerful figure is an unparalleled honor. Sister Yuzhu, after we obliterate the Dragon and Tiger Academy, I wish to visit the Ziyao Imperial City. Tang Xuan remarked as he turned back. Oh, is it for Yinshang? Mo Yuzhu nodded. She is a good girl. You must treat her well. Huh, we shall see what her attitude is then. Tang Xuan replied nonchalantly. Morong Yinshang, being the princess of the Ziyao dynasty and the possessor of the Ziyao sacred body, undoubtedly possesses lofty standards. The previous Tang Xuan, having been a waste, would have considered himself fortunate to have not received a letter of dismissal. In truth, Tang Xuan had no particular desire to seek out Morong Yinshang. Following this battle, his reputation would soon reach its zenith. What sort of woman could he not find? Why forsake an entire forest for a single tree? Aside from her slightly advanced age, Mo Yuzhu's appearance, physique, and temperament were beyond reproach. Warriors enjoy prolonged lifespans. Being in their 20s is hardly an issue. Let us depart. Tang Xuan beckoned. The golden-striped white tiger soared over, bearing the two away, vanishing from sight. The warriors at the entrance of the sky ruins gazed at Tang Xuan's retreating figure, engaging in animated discussions. Oh, is that esteemed individual heading to the Ziyao dynasty? Fool, do you not know? The princess of Ziyao is his fiancée. By heavens. Is that so? Shouldn't we return and prepare gifts to congratulate the Ziyao dynasty? Indeed. The arrival of that esteemed individual at the Ziyao dynasty will surely herald an era of prosperity. We must go to offer our congratulations. The warriors exchanged glances, turned on their heels, and departed. Soon, numerous factions and families were stirred into action, heading toward the Ziyao dynasty, their singular aim being the princess, Morong Yinshang. The speed of the golden-striped white tiger was remarkable. In the blink of an eye, they covered a distance of 100,000 miles. Tang Xuan gazed upon the magnificent Longhu Mountain, nodding slightly. What a splendid paradise. The soaring Songlong Mountain reached for the clouds, exuding an air of majesty, while the Shintiger Mountain sprawled across the land, subduing malevolent forces. In the valley, the Grand Longhu Dao Academy stood silently. Within the academy, people came and went, radiating an aura of tranquility, blissfully unaware of the impending calamity. Beside him, Mo Yuezhu smiled sweetly. It is said that the Longhu Dao Academy was founded by a great celestial master during his travels, and it has flourished for over 10 millennia, boasting profound heritage. Tang Xuan's consciousness swept across the area, absorbing the circumstances of the Longhu Dao Academy into his soul sea. Several locations bore protective formations, likely safeguarding exceedingly important sites. A power that has endured for 10 millennia must possess an abundance of martial arts and techniques. Indeed, a formidable power. They even cultivate spiritual fields specifically for medicinal herbs. Several auras had already reached the realm of Yufa, and one was at half a step into Zhaohua. Then I shall not hold back. In an instant, 1,000,000 miles of soul surged forth, exerting overwhelming pressure. Boom. The protective mountain formation sensed the hostility and activated instantly. Multicolored light surged into the sky, forming a colossal magical array. The warriors within the Longhu Dao Academy were startled, looking up in astonishment. Why has the protective mountain array been activated? Is someone attempting to attack the Longhu Dao Academy? What nonsense! Who would dare lay a hand on the Longhu Dao Academy? Do they seek death? This protective mountain array, crafted by the founding master, could withstand the might of a soul power spanning 100,000 miles. Whoever sought trouble would only bring disgrace upon themselves. As the many practitioners debated, suddenly the heavens trembled and the earth quaked. Boom! The entire Longhu Dao Academy shook violently. The light of the protective mountain array flickered erratically, emitting sounds of cracking. All the warriors of the Longhu Dao Academy were left dumbfounded. Such a powerful formation, capable of withstanding 100,000 miles of soul energy, was crumbling. The next moment, an overwhelming soul pressure descended from the heavens. Many practitioners trembled, spitting blood, and fell to their knees. With a single thought, the powerful protective mountain formation was rendered as fragile as paper before Tang Xuan's million-mile soul. Impudent! Who dares to wreak havoc in the Longhu Dao Academy? In a roar, several figures shot into the air, each exuding a formidable aura of Yufa. Enough! Tang Xuan pointed, and the three absolute sword chi surged forth. Blood flowers erupted. The few Yufa experts managed to utter a single sentence before being reduced to a mist of blood before Tang Xuan. Those who do not wish to die, leave at once. Henceforth, none may claim affiliation with the Longhu Dao Academy or face extermination. Tang Xuan stated calmly. The practitioners exchanged terrified glances. At that moment, a composed voice resonated. What audacity! Allow this academy head to see who you truly are. With those words, a figure clad in white descended gracefully. The newcomer wore a Taoist crown, exuding elegance, with a countenance like jade and eyes gleaming with fierce light. His robe was embroidered with the form of a dragon and tiger. Upon his arrival, the previously flustered practitioners of the Longhu Dao Academy displayed expressions of excitement, calling out, "The academy head is here. Fantastic! He is a half-step Zhaohua expert and will surely vanquish the enemy. As long as the academy head is present, our Longhu Dao Academy shall not perish." The Longhu Academy head wore a gentle smile, though inwardly he was filled with dread. He had sensed Tang Xuan's terrifying power. Those who had just been obliterated were all of vice-head status. Tang Xuan had dispatched 3 in the blink of an eye, his strength vastly surpassing his own. When had the Longhu Dao Academy incurred the wrath of such a formidable being? "I am the Longhu Academy head. Did we offend you in some way, esteemed guest?" he said with a calm demeanor. Tang Xuan's aura was like a mountain, vast and oppressive. Even speaking required tremendous effort. Tang Xuan nodded. "It is evident that you have offended me. You are." The Longhu Academy head furrowed his brow. "Tang Xuan. What? You are Tang Xuan, the sinner who killed the centipede Taoist." The Longhu Academy head was taken aback. He had assumed Tang Xuan was at most a realm of Shenio. Who would have thought he was at Zhaohua? That foolish centipede Taoist had brought ruin upon the Longhu Dao Academy. At that moment, the Longhu Academy head wished he could unearth the centipede Taoist and whip his corpse for having drawn such a terrifying existence to their doorstep. Tang Xuan sneered. "Sinner? Who has deemed me a sinner? You?" With a glare, his soul force surged like a tide. The Longhu Academy head's expression changed dramatically as he hurriedly summoned his soul power for defense. Boom. Unfortunately, his soul power barely reached 1,000 miles. And compared to Tang Xuan's million miles, it was as insignificant as dust. Amidst the explosive sound, he was sent flying 1,000 feet, spitting blood. The practitioners of the Longhu Dao Academy were left in shock. Their revered academy head, whom they regarded as a deity, could not even withstand Tang Xuan's gaze. Many practitioners' legs buckled, collapsing to the ground, their eyes glazed over, having lost all faith. What do you want? The Longhu Academy head understood that Vice Academy head Xianxia and the others were likely doomed. Tang Xuan was far too terrifying. Had he known of Tang Xuan's might, he would never have sought revenge. What was a mere Vice Academy head compared to the entirety of the Longhu Dao Academy? What do I want? Quite simply, from this day forth, the Longhu Dao Academy shall no longer exist in this world. Tang Xuan waved his sleeve, his expression nonchalant. You. If he were an ordinary person, the Longhu Academy head would have already coldly laughed and acted. But now he did not dare to. The might was insurmountable. The Longhu Academy head could only resort to a softer approach. To spare a person is to show mercy. If the Longhu Dao Academy has offended, I earnestly hope the esteemed Lord will forgive us. I am willing to offer treasures to appease your anger. Mo Yuanju scoffed. Just a moment ago, you were a sinner. And now you claim to be a lord. The head of the Longhu Academy truly has a fickle nature. Tang Xuan chuckled. Sister Yuanju. The world is rife with those who bow and scrape when it suits them. One merely needs to grow accustomed to it. Mo Yuanju cast a disdainful glance at the head of Longhu Academy, her heart filled with contempt. The academy head, feeling powerless, could only swallow his indignation. My lord, 20 royal-grade treasures and 1,000,000 top-tier spirit stones. I implore you to spare the Longhu Dao Academy. Tang Xuan laughed heartily. The offer was indeed tempting. Yet his expression suddenly darkened. You should never have harmed Sister Yuanju. If I let you off today, how will I, Tang Xuan, manage my reputation in the future? Moreover, if I kill you, the treasures and spirit stones will still belong to me, will they not? The academy head's expression grew increasingly sinister. Do you truly wish to go to war with the Longhu Dao Academy? TSK, such a tone, as if you are the victim. You can either leave or die. Make your choice swiftly. Tang Xuan smirked. The academy head pulled out a token from his robe. You have forced my hand. He crushed the token with a fierce grip. A black light shot forth from the token, piercing into the void. In the next moment, dark clouds gathered, and a sense of destruction descended from the heavens. Tang Xuan furrowed his brow as he sensed the fluctuations of a domain within the dark clouds. I know your strength is formidable, but beneath the domain of the 5 thunder rites, you are doomed. The academy had formed hand seals and chanted incantations. Jade clear. True beginning, heavenly symbols alliance, transition of the 2 chi, 5 thunders manifest. As the incantation resonated, thunderous roars erupted from within the dark clouds. In an instant, a fierce wind surged, and blue lightning cascaded from the heavens with a deafening sound, akin to divine punishment. Such terrifying power left Mo Yuanju's delicate face pale. Her hands gripping Tang Xuan's arm tightly. Brother Xuan, this is the Taoist Academy's 5 thunder rites, the most formidable force in the world. There is no way to withstand it. We should leave at once. The academy head gasped for breath while grinning wickedly. Leave? It's too late. The Longhu Dao Academy has stood for millennia. Its foundation is beyond your comprehension. What a pity. This 5 thunder rites domain can only be used once, granted by the upper academy. Today, using it on you is already a token of respect. This formation can slay peak transformation experts. You, under no circumstances, can withstand it. Amidst his fierce declarations, a black hole materialized above Tang Xuan and Mo Yuanju's heads. The blue thunder liquid writhed ominously, exuding a terrifying aura as if the heavens themselves were collapsing, utterly unstoppable. Under such divine might, a mere human is but an ant. The academy head sneered. The power is impressive, yet it is of no consequence to me. Tang Xuan observed the academy head with a calm demeanor, a hint of derision glimmering in his eyes. Cease your bravado. The 5 thunder rites can shatter all laws of the world. No matter how high your cultivation or how powerful your martial skills, under divine might, you will be reduced to dust. The academy head channeled all his spiritual energy into the 5 thunder rites. Die. He pressed his hands down forcefully. A colossal bolt of lightning, exceeding 100 feet in diameter, descended from the heavens. In the blink of an eye, it engulfed Tang Xuan and Mo Yuanju. You are finished. The academy head cackled triumphantly. Is that so? A calm voice resonated amid the lightning. The lightning split apart, revealing Tang Xuan embracing Mo Yuanju. His expression utterly unperturbed. The lethal thunder liquid, capable of obliterating peak transformation experts, had not harmed him in the slightest. Surrounding Tang Xuan, the void subtly twisted, with flashes of water, fire, earth, and wind illuminating the space. The lightning from the 5 thunder rites dissipated into the void, as if 100 rivers had returned to the sea, vanishing without a trace. What? This is impossible. The academy head screamed in disbelief. His face contorted with panic and terror. You, a domain. You have actually cultivated a domain. Tang Xuan replied nonchalantly, indeed. What you inscribed is merely the surface of a domain. How could it possibly affect me? The origin domain. It embodies the essence of all things. Any natural force that enters the origin domain is decomposed and absorbed, thereby enhancing my power. In mere moments, Tang Xuan comprehended the subtleties of the 5 thunder rites. Its might was indeed vast. However, without the incantation to activate the 5 thunder rites, its power was inferior to the 3 absolute sword chi. The academy head, having exhausted his strength, not only failed to eliminate Tang Xuan, but also unwittingly bestowed upon him a great gift, causing him to spit blood in fury. With the techniques acquired, the Longhu Dao Academy shall be eradicated. Tang Xuan pressed his hand down. Boom. The heavens and earth trembled. The academy head bore the brunt of the explosion, perishing instantly. The ground then ruptured, and the once prosperous Longhu Dao Academy became nothing but ashes. Chapter 58. The Purple Radiance Crisis. The threat of the North Star Sky Wolf. Having destroyed the Longhu Dao Academy, Tang Xuan vanished into the void with Mo Yuanzhu. After a considerable time, countless martial artists gathered at the ruins of the Longhu Dao Academy. Each one was a top-tier expert, the weakest among them being at the sky-soaring realm, while the strongest had even reached the Divine Union realm. These individuals were once the leaders of factions affiliated with the Longhu Dao Academy. Now, a heavy silence enveloped the scene. After a long while, someone finally spoke. The Longhu Dao Academy is utterly finished. What are your thoughts, everyone? Tang Xuan, no, that esteemed lord, is terrifying. He could not even be shaken by the 5 thunder rites. It is said that this person is the reincarnation of an emperor. Initially, I thought it was mere rumor, but now it seems to be a solid truth. Do we all understand the choices ahead? Of course. The Purple Radiance Dynasty. The Imperial City. Silence reigned, an oppressive stillness. The faces of the citizens were etched with profound fatigue and despair. The soldiers guarding the city appeared listless and devoid of spirit. How outrageous. The North Star Sky Wolf has gone too far, employing despicable means to seize our Purple Radiance Dynasty's mines and medicinal fields. The Purple Radiance Emperor's face was filled with fury. Speak. Is there any solution? If this continues, our Purple Radiance Dynasty will collapse without a fight. Beneath the platform, the ministers exchanged glances, bowing their heads in silence. A year prior, the North Star Sky Wolf had already launched an assault on the Purple Radiance Dynasty. His methods were exceptionally ruthless, employing every tactic imaginable. By means of threats and inducements, he forced the lords of 17 major cities within the Purple Radiance Dynasty to surrender. Now, the Purple Radiance Dynasty existed as nothing but a hollow shell, devoid of external aid or resources. You all used to boast with such bravado, claiming the North Star Sky Wolf was young and naive, too afraid to act against our Purple Radiance Dynasty. And now? Speak up. Why the silence? Have you all turned mute? At this critical moment, you all shrink back like turtles. What use do I have for you? The Purple Radiance Emperor's anger erupted, his voice a thunderous roar. Yet, the ministers wore varied expressions, their gazes flickering, remaining resolutely silent. Father, a gentle voice broke through the tension. Within the dimly lit palace, a radiant glow suddenly burst forth. A stunning young woman clad in purple stepped forward gracefully, akin to a blooming flower, dazzling beyond compare. Her visage, physique, form, and demeanor are all nothing short of perfection. Particularly striking are her phoenix-like eyes, exuding an innate majesty without the need for anger. In her gaze, a frosty nobility is laced with a hint of allure. She is the foremost beauty of the Xiao dynasty, perhaps even the most exquisite in the entire realm. Moreover, she is the possessor of the Xiao sacred body, Princess Murong Yunshang. My daughter, why have you come out? The Xiao Emperor's eyes were filled with warmth upon seeing Murong Yunshang. She possessed a resolute character and formidable talent, making her his greatest pride. I have come to address the matter of Beichen Tianlong's coercion, Murong Yunshang replied nonchalantly. Her phoenix eyes scanned the silent courtiers, a smirk barely gracing her lips. You may all withdraw. The courtiers bowed and retreated. The Xiao Emperor furrowed his brow. Yunshang, why dismiss the courtiers? Their hearts are no longer with Xiao. What use is there in keeping them? Father, do not fret. I have already issued a challenge to Beichen Tianlang. At this time tomorrow, we shall clash at the palace gates. Murong Yunshang stated coolly. What? The Xiao Emperor exclaimed in shock. He opened his mouth to speak, but she interrupted. Some matters must be resolved in one fell swoop. The Xiao Emperor fell silent. He understood well Murong Yunshang's character, externally gentle yet internally steadfast. Once she made up her mind, she would not waver. Yunshang, I have heard that your betrothed, Tang Xuan, has suddenly risen in prominence. Perhaps we should summon him. He might help alleviate the current crisis. The Xiao Emperor, recalling something, spoke with excitement. That lad defeated 2 of the 3 sword saints of Beichun in a single strike at the Fallen Sword Mountain and has comprehended the essence of the sword. Morong Yunshang shook her head. Most rumors are distorted and unreliable. Besides, even if he has grasped the sword's essence, it is of no use. Beichun Tianlang has also comprehended it, and his cultivation has reached the pinnacle of the divine abyss realm. Tang Xuan could never be his opponent. The Xiao Emperor sighed, his mouth opening as he was left helpless. Indeed, how could Tang Xuan possibly compete with the extraordinarily gifted and deeply entrenched Beichun Tianlang? On the following day, the gates of the Xiao imperial city swung wide open. In the distance, clouds of dust billowed. A battalion of ironclad wolf riders surged forward. At the forefront rode a figure atop a snow-white celestial wolf, wielding a long blade, his skin dark and muscles well-defined, his eyes flashing like lightning. Today, the Xiao dynasty shall be entirely within my grasp. Ha! Beichun Tianlang's eyes sparkled with fervor. The vast territories of the Xiao dynasty, along with the first beauty, Morong Yunshang, would elevate him to the pinnacle of life. With his heart ablaze, Beichun Tianlang led the celestial wolf cavalry to the palace gates. At that moment, the Xiao Emperor, accompanied by Morong Yunshang and numerous courtiers, awaited in silence. Upon the sudden appearance of Beichun Tianlang, the atmosphere grew unbearably tense. Ha, Yunshang, you are even more beautiful than the rumors suggest. I, the crown prince, eagerly anticipate the moment you don your crimson attire. Beichun Tianlang laughed boisterously. In his laughter, a chorus of wolves roared, shaking the very heavens and earth, instilling fear in all who beheld it. What a terrifying aura. Truly, he is the greatest talent of the Beichun dynasty. The crowd murmured, recognizing his superior ranking on the potential list. While Morong Yunshang stood at 10th, his strength and potential surpassed hers. Today would surely prove challenging. With no recourse left, the Xiao dynasty found itself facing annihilation. Is it truly the end for the Xiao dynasty? Whispered the courtiers among themselves, already contemplating their next moves. Dream on. I, Morong Yunshang, am already promised to another, she declared coldly. Is it that useless Tang Xuan? Beichun Tianlang scoffed. Where is he? I shall crush him with my own hands. The woman I value shall not be touched by another. Enough of your prattle. Let us settle this in battle. If I win, you will relinquish the lands you have occupied. If I lose, my life shall be yours. Morong Yunshang asserted. How refreshing. I adore such stubborn women. I hope you maintain that spirit when we meet on the bedchamber. Beichun Tianlang teased, beckoning her with a finger. Come, let me indulge a little more. There was no turning back. With a swift motion, Morong Yunshang summoned a flash of purple lightning. Xiao Imperial Sword. Not lacking. It was the strongest sword of the Xiao dynasty, a royal-grade treasure. Beichun Tianlang's face twisted with arrogance. With a single hand, he drew forth his long blade from behind him, a striking crimson wolf-head saber. Alas, before my royal-grade supreme heavenly wolf blade, it is but scrap metal. Morong Yunshang gritted her silver teeth, the aura of the pinnacle of the divine abyss realm erupting from her. In the blink of an eye, hundreds of sword beams surged forth, overwhelming Beichun Tianlang. Ha! Beichun Tianlang urged his snow-white celestial wolf, its claws sweeping through the sword energy, shattering it effortlessly. What a powerful beast. It has awakened its bloodline, and even bears a trace of the sacred beast's aura. My heavens, even Beichun Tianlang's steed is so formidable. The crowd gasped in astonishment. Beichun Tianlang remarked casually, this celestial wolf is the wolf king bred by the Beichun dynasty over a millennium, a half-saint beast. Morong Yunshang, you cannot possibly be unable to defeat even my mount. Chapter 59, A Dominant Arrival. More than a pet, the celestial wolf howled furiously, its voice akin to an earth-shattering tsunami. Within 100 paces, devastation ensued. Countless observing warriors bled from their orifices, clutching their heads in agony. Ah, it hurts. My head. This is bad. That roar carries the might of a sacred beast. It cannot be resisted by mere mortals. Retreat quickly. Help. The terrifying power of the celestial wolf plunged the Xiao dynasty into chaos. Even Morong Yunshang felt her blood boil, her complexion shifting drastically. This half-saint celestial wolf had reached the level of a myriad law realm expert. Beichun Tianlang spoke leisurely. Those who follow me shall prosper. Those who oppose me shall perish. The choice is yours. With those words, the courtiers, who had already harbored dissenting thoughts, began to shout in unison. Your Highness, we are willing to surrender. The crown prince of Beichun is unmatched. For millennia, he shall unify the realm. Those courtiers knelt before Beichun Tianlang, their faces brimming with flattery as they bowed repeatedly. In the blink of an eye, only a dozen courtiers remained by the Xiao emperor's side. Ha ha ha, Morong Yunshang, kneel and become my woman. Beichen Tianlang laughed triumphantly. You traitors! The Xiao Emperor roared in fury, utterly taken aback by how events had unfolded. Even the Grand Chancellor had betrayed him. Your Majesty, it is futile. The tides have turned. Those who recognize the situation are wise. The fate of the Xiao dynasty has run its course. Kneel before the Crown Prince of Beichen to save your lives. The Grand Chancellor declared smugly. Impossible. I would rather die than surrender. The Xiao Emperor declared loudly. The dozen or so courtiers surrounding him wore resolute expressions. We are the people of the Xiao dynasty in life, and we shall remain its spirits in death. Beichen Tianlang grinned wickedly. Very well, remember your defiance. Savor the despair to come. Come at me with your lives. Murong Yunshang suddenly bellowed with fury, her form enveloped in a radiant violet light that pierced the heavens. This was the manifestation of the sacred body being unleashed. The once clear sky was now ablaze with a myriad of stars. Amongst these celestial bodies, a colossal purple star shone, resembling an emperor revered by the masses. As the star's energy surged, Murong Yunshang's aura escalated dramatically, inching ever closer to the threshold of the half-step myriad law's realm. The violet radiance sacred body. It is said to be endowed with the essence of countless emperors. Beichen Tianlong's eyes flickered momentarily. Alas, before the prince of the heavenly wolf and his sacred body, it was all in vain. He propelled himself into the air with a single leap, a howling celestial wolf manifesting above his head. Awoo! The wolf's roar reverberated, folding the fabric of the void. A terrifying aura radiated forth. You are merely at the half-step myriad laws, while I am the true embodiment of the myriad laws realm. Beichen Tianlang brandished his long blade, revealing his true cultivation level, 5th layer of the myriad laws realm. What? Murong Yunshang's heart sank bitterly. She had overestimated Beichen Tianlang, who proved to be far mightier than she had anticipated. There was no choice but to fight back. Sword momentum, celestial purple aura. The imperial-grade sword technique converged with the might of a nation. Murong Yunshang unleashed a powerful strike, a 1,000-zhong sword light piercing the skies. Infused with 30% of her sword intent, exuding an awe-inspiring and unparalleled power. Such trifling skills, utterly overestimating oneself. Beichen Tianlang scoffed, unleashing his own blade intent, even surpassing Murong Yunshang's to reach 40%. A cataclysmic strike. The outcome is about to be decided. Prepare to be shattered. Beichen Tianlang swung his blade in a reverse motion. A deafening explosion echoed. The sword, shattered. The person, severely injured. Ha ha ha, you have been defeated, fair maiden. Surrender beneath my might. Beichen Tianlang laughed maniacally, extending his hand to grasp Murong Yunshang. The princess's defeat left the violet radiance crowd pale and despairing, while those who had sided with Beichen Tianlang erupted in jubilant cheers. The prince is mighty. How could the insignificant violet radiance princess withstand the might of the prince? Everything has come to an end. Beichen Tianlang's face brimmed with excitement as he fantasized about the humiliation he would inflict upon Murong Yunshang. At that moment, a silhouette appeared silently, wrapping an arm around Murong Yunshang's slender waist. Audacious fool, daring to seize my woman, prepare to die. Beichen Tianlang roared in fury, swinging his blade. The chilling blade light howled like a tormented spirit. Even a fellow 5th layer of the myriad laws realm would meet their demise. Yet, the figure merely waved a hand. Silence. Boom. The blade intent was extinguished as effortlessly as a mere insect caught in a tempest. What? Before astonishment could register, Beichen Tianlang felt as though struck by lightning. Sent flying thousands of zhong, blood erupting from his mouth. Who are you? Beichen Tianlang gazed at the newcomer with panic, his body trembling. The man's strength was as boundless as the ocean, making him feel like an ant, vulnerable to being crushed by a single wave. I have arrived late. The newcomer smiled gently at Murong Yunshang. The violet radiance princess was momentarily stunned, recalling a figure from her distant past, her childhood companion. You are Tang Xuan. Not bad. You remember me. Tang Xuan produced a medicinal pill. You are injured. Consume this, and you shall recover. Murong Yunshang accepted it, her mouth twitching in astonishment. Hey, sacred grade elixir. Rest well, I will handle the rest. Yu Zhu, take care of her. Tang Xuan nodded slightly. A stunning woman in black appeared beside them, supporting Murong Yunshang. It's you, Sister Yu Zhu. Murong Yunshang recognized Mo Yu Zhu as well. We will talk later. Mo Yu Zhu understood that Murong Yunshang was full of questions, but knew this was not the time for conversation. Yes, Murong Yunshang, not foolish, nodded in agreement. Yet, her eyes sparkled with wonder. The Beichen Tianlang, whom she could not oppose with her full strength, had been effortlessly sent flying by Tang Xuan. So powerful, even more formidable than the rumors suggested. You are indeed Tang Xuan. Beichen Tianlang regarded Tang Xuan with uncertainty. He had heard the tales of the sword that annihilated 2 saints at the Fallen Sword Mountain, but the strengths of Beichen Baishe and Beichen Jinshu were merely mediocre. Coming from a secret sect, Beichen Tianlang believed himself far superior, thus he had not taken it seriously. But now, he was utterly astonished. This terrifying powerhouse is Tang Xuan? Do you wish for death, or shall I take action? Tang Xuan spoke indifferently. The fifth layer of the myriad laws realm is truly impressive? In his eyes, it was but a trivial matter. What? Such audacious arrogance. On what grounds do you possess such confidence? Beichen Tianlong's face flushed with rage. Because you are too weak. Not worth my effort. Tang Xuan replied calmly. Upon hearing this, the surroundings erupted in derisive laughter. Goodness, such arrogance. Indeed. Even the Violet Radiance Princess could not withstand a single strike from the Heavenly Wolf Prince. Does he not fear the wind will carry away his tongue? Merely relying on a sneak attack to repel the prince, should he become serious, Tang Xuan would undoubtedly perish. A hero rescuing a damsel, does he not assess his own strength? Beichen Tianlang beckoned, and the half-sacred beast, the Heavenly Wolf, flew over. He prepared to join forces with the wolf to battle Tang Xuan. With the half-sacred beast's assistance, Beichen Tianlong's confidence surged once more. Roar! The earth-shattering roar of the Heavenly Wolf echoed. The half-sacred beast trembled violently, its body quaking in fear. With a squeak, it was utterly terrified. A massive golden-patterned white tiger materialized beside Tang Xuan. You think you qualify to compare with a pet? Tang Xuan raised an eyebrow. Half-sacred beast? I possess a true sacred beast. A woo. The innate bloodline pressure caused the half-sacred beast to quiver uncontrollably, lying prostrate on the ground, yielding to Beichen Tianlong's command without daring to move. You little wolf cub, emboldened to bark at your superior, kneel before the Tiger Lord. Do you understand? The golden-patterned white tiger growled ominously. Yes, Tiger Lord. The Heavenly Wolf appeared pitiful and pleading. Chapter 60. The Divine Being Descends. Instantly defeating Beichen Tianlang. The sacred beast you. Beichen Tianlong's countenance turned ghastly pale. His pet had publicly knelt before the enemy. Even before the battle commenced, his reputation was already in tatters. Heavenly Wolf, rise. You are also a half-step sacred beast. What are you afraid of? Beichen Tianlang roared with fury. The eyes of the Heavenly Wolf flashed with evident resentment. What the heck? The golden-patterned white tiger, from bloodline to cultivation, surpassed the Heavenly Wolf in every aspect. What do you mean by fear? Stand up. Beichen Tianlong's rage intensified. Hee. It seems your pet is not heeding your command. Morong Yunshang interjected mockingly. Beichen Tianlong's heart felt as if pierced by a dagger, bleeding profusely. Even without a pet, this prince can still slay him. I shall shatter your fiancé into pieces before your very eyes. The heart-wrenching roar propelled the North Star, celestial wolf, perilously close to the brink of madness. He suddenly raised his long blade high, a boundless aura of spiritual energy coalescing upon it. Celestial wolf, sacred body, fully unleashed. A wolf's howl echoed through the air. Behind the North Star celestial wolf, a terrifying phantom of a spectral wolf materialized. A surging, oceanic wave of dreadful momentum emanated forth. Morong Yunshang's complexion shifted dramatically. This is bad. He has activated the power of the sacred body. We must stop him. If the sacred body's power reaches its full potential, the consequences are unimaginable. Yet, Tang Xuan remained motionless, merely observing the erupting North Star celestial wolf with keen interest. Is the sacred body truly formidable? How? The power of the sacred body unleashed in its entirety. The celestial wolf's pupils turned an alarming crimson. His teeth elongated grotesquely, protruding beyond his lips, evoking a sense of dread. Simultaneously, long fur sprouted across his body. It was said that the ancestors of the North Star dynasty were werewolves by birth, endowed with the werewolf physique, which, once activated, would exponentially amplify their combat prowess. Indeed, this was the most fearsome celestial wolf sacred body, capable not only of enhancing battle capability, but also of rendering pain irrelevant, with a remarkable regenerative capacity, an extraordinarily terrifying constitution. Although Tang Xuan was formidable, he remained a mere mortal and could not possibly contend with the celestial wolf prince. The warriors, who had previously been dejected, now found themselves reinvigorated with excitement. The celestial wolf's sacred body had been activated. Victory was assured. Boom, boom, boom. 7 successive waves of energy exploded forth before the North Star celestial wolf finally ceased his advance. At this moment, he had completely transformed into a werewolf, his physique swelling to a height exceeding 3 men. His scarlet eyes radiated an intense ferocity and murderous intent. For you to compel this prince to fully unleash the celestial wolf's sacred body, you ought to take pride. He swung his arms, unleashing yet another wave of energy. His aura skyrocketed from the 5th level of the boundless realm to the 6th level. Following closely, he ascended to the 7th level of the boundless realm. The 8th level. The 9th level. He soared through the levels, reaching the pinnacle of the boundless realm. No, it was a half-step into the sovereign realm. Morong Yunxiang exclaimed in alarm, her fair visage marred by concern. Half-step, sovereign realm. Still acceptable. That is likely his limit. Tang Xuan, however, remained nonchalant, with his hands clasped behind his back. Devoid of any expression, the violent gusts of energy whipped his dark hair into a frenzy. Kill! The North Star Celestial Wolf bellowed furiously. His body twisted abruptly, and a sonic boom reverberated through the air. In an instant, he was upon Tang Xuan's back. With a powerful thrust of his arms, he slashed downward. Alas! At the speed of this prince, you wouldn't he even sense death approaching. Die! The Celestial Wolf blade, fused with the might of the half-step sovereign realm, could cleave through any warrior beneath the 5th level of the sovereign realm. Yet, Tang Xuan merely raised 2 fingers, gently pinching together. Clang! The sound of metal clashing echoed. The North Star Celestial Wolf's body jolted, his pupils dilating to their maximum. A profound astonishment and disbelief washed over him. Tang Xuan had effortlessly blocked his full-force strike with just 2 fingers. This is impossible. The situation transcended comprehension, causing the North Star Celestial Wolf to tremble. Fear, panic, resentment, and fury, an amalgamation of negative emotions crushed his resolve. I told you are too weak. Tang Xuan tilted his head, casting a sidelong glance at the North Star Celestial Wolf. His gaze, seemingly dismissive, pierced like daggers into the Wolf Prince's psyche. I will kill you. He unleashed the full extent of the Celestial Wolf's sacred body, simultaneously driving his blade's momentum to its zenith. At this moment, even a peak sovereign realm warrior would likely falter against such a ferocious assault. Tang Xuan merely yawned. I've had my fun. You may leave. With a flick of his consciousness, the grand perfection sword intent erupted forth. The North Star Celestial Wolf was unworthy of Tang Xuan invoking his domain. Boom. An infinite, boundless sword intent spread across the heavens and the earth. The grand perfection sword intent. Morong Yunxiang felt the Xiao Emperor's sword in her hand tremble slightly, as the sword's momentum within her was suppressed. She could not help but feel an overwhelming sense of dread. This dashing and handsome man, was he truly her fiancé? After the shock, Morong Yunxiang bit her lip tightly, a surge of crisis awareness washing over her. Previously, she believed Tang Xuan unworthy of her. Now, she feared she might be unworthy of him. A man of such caliber, if not grasped tightly, could easily be lured away by another woman. As the grand perfection sword intent manifested, the North Star Celestial Wolf's blade momentum dissipated instantaneously. The shattered blade momentum rebounded. Uft, uft, uft. Blood gushed from the North Star Celestial Wolf's mouth. The terrifying aura surrounding him receded like a receding tide. In a brief moment, he was reduced to his original form. Tang Xuan had vanquished him merely through the weight of his aura. No, he was utterly terrified. This was an existence that he could not even ruffle. No matter how hard he exerted himself, the North Star Celestial Wolf's heart was filled with curses. Had he known Tang Xuan was this formidable, he would not have dared to lay a hand on the Xiao dynasty. This was no mere iron wall. It was a veritable sky. The terror of death extinguished the North Star Celestial Wolf's combat spirit. Without hesitation, he turned to flee. Before this sovereign, can you truly escape? Tang Xuan extended a finger, slicing through the void. All present beheld a dazzling, resplendent sword light illuminate the heavens, as if capable of cleaving the very sky asunder. The North Star Celestial Wolf emitted a chilling scream as his body was cleaved in two, each half soaring in opposite directions. The sword technique of sky cleaving. A single strike, annihilated. Silence enveloped the entire Xiao dynasty. All were left dumbfounded, gazing at the magnificent figure in the void, reminiscent of a celestial being. The North Star Celestial Wolf, who had once dominated the scene, now lay lifeless, a cold corpse. Utterly terrifying. A true deity had descended. Moments later, the warriors of the Xiao dynasty erupted in jubilation. With such a divine figure aiding them, the ascent of the Xiao dynasty was a foregone conclusion. Meanwhile, the traitorous ones stood dumbstruck, regret etched upon their faces. Your Majesty, we were wrong. We wish to return to the fold. Woo-woo. We were deceived by the North Star Celestial Wolf and had no choice but to betray. Now we seek redemption and wish to rejoin the Xiao. The once arrogant ministers rushed before the Xiao Emperor, weeping and prostrating themselves in despair. The Xiao Emperor's expression remained frigid, devoid of any sympathy. I must thank the North Star Celestial Wolf. He has illuminated who is truly loyal to the Xiao dynasty. Take them all away and await their fate. General, take your men and raid their homes. Let none escape. The tiger-like guards surged forward, binding all the ministers. Their fates were sealed. The entire family has perished alongside it. Traitors, there is never a good ending for them. Chapter 61. A Great Turmoil. Preparing to annihilate the Northern Star Dynasty. Thank you so very much. Morong Yunxiang gazed at Tang Xuan, feeling somewhat flustered. Faced with Tang Xuan, who descended like a celestial being, she found herself at a loss for words. In a marital bond, is there truly a need for gratitude? A glimmer of astonishment flickered in Tang Xuan's eyes. He had previously believed that Mou's bamboo was the epitome of beauty in this world. Yet, when compared to Morong Yunxiang, she paled in comparison, clearly several levels beneath. She was a beauty blessed by the heavens, embodying the essence of the world's spirit. The only thought that crossed Tang Xuan's mind was the fusion of the Luo goddess and Shi. The term spouse caused Morong Yunxiang's cheeks to flush crimson. Yet her heart brimmed with sweetness. Who wouldn't he desire a husband who is a paragon of heroism? At the same time, Morong Yunxiang felt a sense of relief, grateful that she had refrained from sending a letter of divorce. Otherwise, the Xiao dynasty would have met its demise today. Come. Tang Xuan extended a hand. After a moment of hesitation, Morong Yunxiang reached out her own. It was the first time a man had held her hand, affirming his claim over her. What a jest! To have such a beautiful wife and not seize her would be utterly unjust. Tang Xuan led Morong Yunxiang before the emperor of Xiao. I pay my respects to the emperor. The formality startled the emperor of Xiao. This prince, the Xiao Morong Tiannan, meets my young friend. No, my fellow cultivator. No, my lord. Morong Tiannan was exceedingly nervous. Even standing before Tang Xuan, he could feel the immense pressure akin to a mountain. Father-in-law, there is no need to be anxious. Address me as you see fit. After all, Yunxiang is my wife. Tang Xuan smiled gently. Phew. Morong Tiannan sighed in relief, simultaneously filled with profound respect. Though Tang Xuan was young, his poise and demeanor surpassed that of many seasoned warriors. Then I shall call you my esteemed son-in-law, Morong Tiannan said, beaming with joy. With such a son-in-law, he could forego sleep for several nights, for he would surely awaken to laughter. Fortunately, I did not arrive late. Tang Xuan chuckled. Morong Tiannan stroked his long beard, laughing. Indeed, esteemed son-in-law arrived just in time. Otherwise, the Xiao dynasty would be in dire straits. That northern star wolf nearly consumed the entire territory of the Xiao dynasty, and Yunxiang almost didn't await your arrival. As he spoke, a look of regret crossed his face. The northern star dynasty has quite the audacity. Let us extinguish them. Tang Xuan replied nonchalantly. Upon hearing this, Morong Tiannan and his daughter were taken aback. Esteemed son-in-law, that is unwise. The Northern Star dynasty does not only have the Northern Star Wolf. It is rumored that a true master of the UFA realm is stationed there. Moreover, the Northern Star Wolf hails from the Xianxiao Palace. This matter cannot simply be resolved. The Xianxiao Palace is a top-tier power, filled with experts. Capturing even one is no easy feat. The Xiao dynasty is already in disarray. Perhaps you should take Yunxiang and flee. The joy on Morong Tiannan's face gradually faded. To kill a Northern Star Wolf would only invite greater calamity. Father, I am the princess of Xiao. I could never flee in the face of battle. I, Morong Yunxiang, have never shied away from what is to come. Tang Xuan nodded slightly. His wife possessed a resolute character and outstanding talent. Indeed a gem worth nurturing. Fear not, my esteemed father-in-law. As long as I am present, none shall dare to harm the Xiao dynasty. If they do, I shall send them to meet the Buddha. A domineering declaration left Morong Tiannan and his daughter speechless. Considering Tang Xuan's formidable prowess, Morong Tiannan fell silent. Although the Xianxiao Palace was powerful, it would not engage in a death struggle with a being as formidable as Tang Xuan merely for the sake of the Northern Star Wolf. Had he known that Tang Xuan intended to amplify Morong Yunxiang's abilities, he likely would have rallied the troops to annihilate the Northern Star dynasty long ago. Relay my message. I shall personally arrive at the Northern Star imperial capital in 3 days. With that, Tang Xuan departed, accompanied by Morong Yunxiang and Mous. Morong Tiannan's heart was stirred by a tempest of emotions. Tang Xuan truly intended to confront the Northern Star dynasty head-on. However, as events had unfolded, he had no choice but to brace himself for the inevitable. News of this quickly spread, igniting a frenzy among the two great dynasties, home to 1 billion warriors. My heavens, have you heard? The prince consort of Xiao, Tang Xuan, has returned and slain the Northern Star Wolf, a genius on the potential rankings, with a single strike. Nonsense. I was present. Tang Xuan stood several feet tall, with 3 heads and 8 arms, truly terrifying. Were you really there? I heard he descended riding a sacred beast. You must have misheard. Quiet. Tang Xuan has publicly declared his intent to destroy the Northern Star dynasty. This is escalating. Gasp. The Northern Star dynasty is far stronger than the Xiao dynasty, and it is rumored they have ties with the Xianxiao Palace. Could it be that Tang Xuan dares to confront the Xianxiao Palace? Are you not aware? Tang Xuan even obliterated the Longhu Dao Academy. He left no one alive. Good heavens. He has gone mad, truly mad. Such conversations ignited like wildfire across the lands of the two dynasties, escalating in intensity. Within the Northern Star Imperial Palace, the Northern Star Emperor's expression twisted with rage. Preposterous, audacious, despicable. A mere child dares to act against my Northern Star dynasty. Summon the troops. I shall annihilate the Xiao dynasty. At that moment, several figures materialized before the Northern Star Emperor. Your Majesty, please remain calm, spoke an elderly man with a fair complexion, devoid of any facial hair, his voice delicate and seemingly weak. Yet, his aura reached the threshold of half-step transformation. This individual was the Grand Minister of the Northern Star dynasty, a veteran serving 3 generations of emperors. The current Northern Star Emperor had been raised under his watchful eye. Lord Xiao, before the Grand Minister, even the Northern Star Emperor had to bow. As an emperor, is it wise to lose your composure? Lord Xiao said coolly. Yes, I acknowledge my error. The Northern Star Emperor took a deep breath, suppressing his fury. But how can I remain calm when Tang Xuan brazenly declares his intent to destroy the Northern Star dynasty? Lord Xiao's eyes flickered. Brazen claims? If I were you, I would hastily journey to the Xiao Imperial City and offer an apology. Upon hearing this, the Northern Star Emperor's expression changed dramatically. What? Offer an apology? He gazed at Lord Xiao with incredulity. Were it not for Lord Xiao's loyalty through 3 generations, the Northern Star Emperor might have suspected him of treachery. It's just Tang Xuan. My Northern Star dynasty boasts countless experts and abundant resources. Why should we fear him? You know nothing. Lord Xiao's face darkened with anger. The Tang Xuan you speak of has slain 2 sword saints in the battle at Yunjian Mountain, and the whereabouts of the first sword saint, the Northern Star sword madman, remain unknown. He likely fell to this very man's hand. Before the sky ruins, the celestial dust Taoist of the infinite Holy Land, alongside the 2 heads of the Longhu Dao Academy, led 3,000 elite practitioners, only to be utterly annihilated. Even the Longhu Dao Academy was uprooted. Such a terrifying existence. And you dare to refer to him as just? Behold, Beichen Tianxiu. You are on the verge of plunging the Beichen dynasty into an abyss from which it can never return. A stern admonition left the Beichen emperor drenched in cold sweat, unable to lift his gaze. Alas, sighed eunuch Qiao, the calamity is upon us. At this juncture, select 100 unparalleled beauties, gather 50 imperial treasures, and 1,000,000 top-tier spirit stones to be sent to the Xiao dynasty, beseeching Tang Xuan for forgiveness. The Beichen emperor clenched his fists tightly, his expression one of deep reluctance. As a sovereign, he had never been so humbled. Just then, a frigid voice reverberated through the air. Your forgiveness I shall not grant. Chapter 62, The Stars of Daylight. The divine body of Ziwei. As the words echoed, a group of formidable warriors stormed into the imperial palace. The palace guards drew their blades to obstruct their path. Halt! This is the imperial palace, a sacred ground. You cannot. But before he could finish, a thunderous explosion ensued. The guard was obliterated into a fine mist, blood and dismembered limbs splattering forth. Audacious! The Beichen emperor's countenance darkened. With a wave of his hand, hundreds of elite warriors from the palace surged forth. Who could have anticipated that these intruders were overwhelmingly powerful, each one possessing the prowess of the 10,000 laws realm? In less than a moment, the palace experts lay defeated on the ground. Eunuch Chao's expression grew grave. This is the Beichen Imperial Palace. You shall not act with such impunity. He stepped forward, unleashing a torrent of shadowy palm strikes. Suddenly, one among the group of warriors surged forth, countering Chao's attack with a single palm strike. Bang! In a thunderous clash, Eunuch Chao's expression altered as he staggered back several paces, a mouthful of blood spewing forth. A being of the creation realm, the assailant, clad in azure, bore an air of arrogance, hands clasped behind his back. To think that within the humble Beichen dynasty, there exists a half-step into the creation realm, surviving a single strike. Remarkable. The Beichen emperor's eyes widened in astonishment. Eunuch Chao was already the pinnacle of the Beichen dynasty's might. Yet he had been effortlessly repelled by this newcomer. You are Zhuo of the Qianxiu Palace, the emperor exclaimed. The figure waved his sleeve dismissively, replying with a calm demeanor. Indeed, a formidable presence from Qianxiu Palace. The Beichen emperor's despair transformed into elation as he rushed forward, bowing deeply. Zhuo held his head high, allowing the emperor to bend in respect. The death of Beichen Tianlang, a disciple of Qianxiu Palace, was an affront to the palace. They had come seeking Tang Xuan's life. Excellent. With a strong ally from Qianxiu Palace, Tang Xuan's demise is assured. The Beichen emperor declared, hastily gesturing for his attendants. Prepare the prince's quarters for these esteemed guests, providing the finest accommodations and attendance. Eunuch Chao's brow furrowed with concern. Your Majesty, think carefully. Tang Xuan is not to be trifled with. The Bachan Emperor scoffed. Eunuch Chao, you have grown senile. With the might of Xianxiao Palace backing us, Tang Xuan is but an insect, easily crushed. Yet, Chao's face remained etched with worry. A question lingered in his mind. Just how profound was Tang Xuan's true strength? What if Xianxiao Palace could not vanquish him? They could flee, leaving the Bachan dynasty in irrevocable ruin. Yet, the Bachan Emperor was no longer receptive to his counsel. Alas, the calamity looms. Within the chambers of Princess Xiao, Murong Yunshang sat cross-legged in the void. She had ascended from the divine abyss realm to the 10,000 laws realm. My husband, your cultivation method is extraordinary. The speed of spirit energy absorption has increased by more than 5-fold compared to my previous technique. Murong Yunshang's eyes fluttered open, her face a mask of astonishment. Tang Xuan leisurely sipped from his tea. Isn't it normal for a supreme-grade cultivation method to be 5 times faster? What? A supreme-grade cultivation method? This. Murong Yunshang's lips parted slightly, her expression one of disbelief. A supreme-grade cultivation method, an existence she had never dared to imagine. In recent days, such marvels had been ceaselessly unfolding. First, it was supreme-grade elixirs, then supreme-grade martial arts, supreme-grade weapons, and now, a supreme-grade cultivation method. Is this truly her husband? Surely, he cannot be the reincarnation of an ancient being. No, even an ancient being could not possibly possess such an abundance of supreme-grade treasures. Murong Yunshang's feet touched the ground as she approached Tang Xuan. However, a faint grimace of pain crossed her features, her gait somewhat peculiar. Humph, husband. It's all your fault that I can hardly walk. She huffed indignantly. Tang Xuan smiled subtly. Indeed, he had claimed Murong Yunshang's maidenhood. A few days prior, he had intended to amplify Murong Yunshang's abilities, but the system had indicated that she was not entirely his, thus preventing the enhancement. With a bold move, Tang Xuan had taken possession of her. Now, she was unequivocally his. Yunshang, your foundation is now solid. It is time to enhance your physique. Tang Xuan beamed as he pulled Murong Yunshang into his embrace. Close your eyes. Should you feel anything, do not panic, for all shall be well with me. His soothing words calmed Murong Yunshang. After witnessing Tang Xuan's remarkable abilities over the past few days, the notion of enhancing her physique sounded extravagant, yet plausible in his presence. This was also Tang Xuan's intent. Rashly amplifying abilities would be too startling. With prior groundwork laid, acceptance was far more attainable now. White Tiger, guard the entrance. Do not allow anyone to disturb us. Tang Xuan commanded. The golden-striped white tiger let out a roar. Little wolf, can you not hear the boss's words? Stand guard. Should anyone intrude, I shall feast upon you. The half-saint beast, the celestial wolf, whimpered and took its place outside the courtyard. The golden-striped white tiger lay within, ensuring that no one could breach their sanctuary. Tang Xuan had also sealed the entire courtyard with his soul power. Not even a peak expert of the creation realm could penetrate this barrier. As a saintly body, to what heights could the Xiao saint body ascend? A fiery glimmer flickered in Tang Xuan's eyes. He was invincible. His wife must be unparalleled as well. System. Amplify the Xiao saint body. Ding. System amplification in progress. As before, the advancement speed of the saintly body was not rapid. Just then, the azure sky erupted into a dazzling display of stars. Warriors and citizens within the Xiao dynasty were stirred from their reverie. What is this? How can stars appear in broad daylight? I do not know. Such celestial phenomena must herald fortune or calamity. With the prince consort present, how could there be disaster? It must be an auspicious sign. The sky was awash with a multitude of stars radiating brilliant light. Soon, the Big Dipper emerged, and at its center, a colossal star enveloped in violet light appeared. This star resembled an emperor exalted above all, emanating boundless celestial majesty. Boom! The void trembled as a beam of purple light shot forth from the star, piercing directly into the imperial palace of the Xiao dynasty. This was the Ziwei Emperor Star. The descent of the Ziwei Emperor Star foretold the birth of an earthly emperor. The direction in which the star fell pointed to the imperial palace. What was transpiring? The citizens and warriors within the Xiao imperial city gazed in astonishment towards the palace. Simultaneously, the Xiao royal tomb erupted in a cataclysmic explosion. Countless beams of light erupted from the imperial mausoleum, soaring towards a particular direction. In the courtyard, Murong Yunshang's long hair danced wildly, enveloped in a halo of violet radiance that rendered her figure both sacred and noble. Star power continuously infused her being, causing her aura to swell exponentially. The might of the star power was formidable, nearly impossible to harness even for those at the pinnacle of the myriad laws realm. Murong Yunshang's expression betrayed her agony, teetering on the brink of explosive demise. Enough. Be restrained. Tang Xuan had anticipated this moment, with a flicker of his soul power. He forcefully suppressed the star power into Morong Yunxiang's dantian. The more it accumulated, the greater the potential for breakthrough. In recent days, she had consumed numerous sacred elixirs, elevating her violet radiant sacred body to its utmost limit. With the infusion of star power, her realm surged once more. The myriad laws realm, third heaven, sixth heaven, ninth heaven. Just as she reached the pinnacle of the myriad laws realm, a radiant orb emitted from the Ziwei Emperor star in the heavens, merging with her third eye. At that moment, an electronic voice resonated in Tang Xuan's ear. Ding! Amplification complete. Congratulations, the host entity has acquired the divine body, the Ziwei Emperor divine body. Chapter 63. 2 are enough. 1 sword, 8 divine shadows. Indeed, it was a divine body. Tang Xuan felt a flicker of astonishment. The Ziwei, being the Emperor's star, possessed supreme imperial authority. Hundreds of golden beams cascaded from the heavens, transforming into figures clad in golden crowns and imperial robes, the souls of the emperors from the Violet Radiant dynasty. They bowed in unison, their regal essence palpable. Yet before the Ziwei Emperor, they were but dust. After their obeisance, the ancestral spirits unleashed their imperial aura, a gift from their forebears to the inheritor. With a resounding boom, Morong Yunxiang was enveloped in the essence of the past emperors, her aura amplifying significantly. The imperial power morphed into imperial might. She had ascended to the realm of the sovereigns. A new empress had descended upon the mortal realm. At that moment, Morong Yunxiang appeared unchanged. Yet her aura had undergone a seismic transformation. In the skies, divine dragons responded, and phoenixes danced, celebrating the birth of the human emperor. Tang Xuan nodded slightly. The divine body was indeed extraordinary. It seemed there was still ample potential in his wife to be unearthed. Moreover, with his current physical strength, Morong Yunxiang could not withstand his onslaught. Only after advancing to the divine body could she barely endure. At this juncture, Morong Tianan and others had already arrived, but the courtyard was guarded by celestial wolves, preventing their entry, leaving them to gaze in astonishment at the evolving Morong Yunxiang. After 2 full days and nights of breakthroughs, her aura finally stabilized. As her lotus-like feet touched the ground, an overwhelming imperial pressure descended. Even beings like Morong Tianan found themselves compelled to kneel in reverence to the empress. "Father, please rise," Morong Yunxiang exclaimed in shock, her heart racing at the thought of her father bowing before her, fearing for his longevity. "No, I do not kneel before you, but before the Ziwei Emperor." Morong Tianan shook his head. "From this day forth, the Violet Radiant dynasty shall have but one emperor, and that is you, Yunxiang." The courtiers echoed in unison. "We salute the empress." Morong Yunxiang, caught off guard, felt a wave of anxiety wash over her. It was Tang Xuan who came to her rescue. The awakening of Yunxiang's divine body is but recent. She still requires refinement and cultivation. It may not be suitable for her to manage mundane affairs just yet. Morong Yunxiang's cheeks flushed. "Indeed, father, I have already wed Tang Xuan, born of the Tang family in life, and a ghost of the Tang family in death. I fear I cannot accept the throne of the emperor at this moment." With Tang Xuan's interjection, Morong Tianan dared not oppose. He smiled warmly. "Very well, as newlyweds. It is indeed inappropriate. I shall take the liberty of temporarily overseeing the Violet Radiant dynasty. After all, we are all family. I can step down at any time should you require it." His words left Morong Yunxiang blushing. For the truth lay bare. She wished for more time to savor her union with Tang Xuan. With the divine body now manifest, it was time to fulfill her promises. Tang Xuan spoke softly, sending ripples through the hearts of those present. "Yunxiang, come." He reached out, taking her hand, and together they soared into the skies, heading toward the North Star dynasty. Once they departed, Morong Tianan's expression turned grave. "Gather the army. We march to war." In the imperial city of the North Star dynasty, an atmosphere of tension hung thick, pressing down on all like a suffocating shroud. As the time drew near, an inexplicable aura of slaughter permeated the air. Strangely, the North Star Emperor remained unmoved by Tang Xuan's declaration of annihilation, entirely unaware of the brewing storm. Meanwhile, within the taverns of the North Star Imperial City, numerous unfamiliar warriors had surfaced, all exuding an air of nobility and eloquence. Boom! The heavens trembled as 2 streaks of light raced across the sky, heading toward the North Star Imperial Palace. In an instant, all those possessing noble bearing were stirred. They have finally arrived. Will today witness Tang Xuan's destruction of the North Star, or the North Star's obliteration of Tang Xuan? Uncertain, yet one thing was clear. An unparalleled battle awaited. The North Star Emperor was not one to be easily subdued. Regardless of the victor, the ultimate beneficiary will be us. All traces of the gathered nobility vanished. Before the North Star Imperial Palace, 10,000 iron-blooded Imperial Guard soldiers stood silently, blades in hand. At the center, a golden wolf throne awaited its occupant, the current North Star Emperor, his eyes glinting with malice, his demeanor cold. By his side stood numerous powerful figures from the divine shadow realm, with Steward Chao in attendance. All were poised for action. Suddenly, the heavens roared as two streams of light descended. Tang Xuan, hand in hand with Murong Yunxiang, stood high in the air. Is it merely the two of you? The North Star Emperor's brow furrowed. How many more experts are hiding? Concealment is futile before me. Tang Xuan replied calmly. There is no one else. Only Yunxiang and I. That is sufficient to extinguish the North Star dynasty. Preposterous. The North Star Emperor erupted in fury. Do you underestimate us? Do you think two individuals can obliterate the North Star dynasty? Am I to be rendered powerless? Is the North Star dynasty your playground? To come and go as you please? At this moment, from afar in the void, the noble figures began to materialize. Ah, so he is Tang Xuan? His aura is indeed remarkable, yet to challenge the North Star dynasty with just two individuals seems rather overreaching. Prince Huanyue, have you not heard the tales of the fallen Sword Mountain, where one strike felled two saints? Or the legend of the celestial ruins, where one palm extinguished a saint's life? In my view, Tang Xuan possesses some confidence. Humph, Prince Tianfeng. Tales are often 9 parts falsehood and 1 part truth. Do you truly believe such things? If you had witnessed the fate of the Longhu Dao Academy, you would not speak so lightly. It turned out that these noble figures were all princes from various dynasties. The Violet Radiant dynasty stood in defiance against the North Star dynasty. Regardless of the outcome, both sides would suffer greatly. Now was the perfect opportunity to seize territory amidst the chaos. The armies of the great dynasties have long since assembled, regardless of who meets their demise. They shall inevitably profit as opportunistic fishermen. With merely 2 individuals, do they dare to provoke me, the Emperor? Have I been too benevolent in my demeanor? Guards, seize them. With a wave of his hand, the Emperor of Beichen summoned 8 formidable masters from the realm of divine shadow, who surged forth towards the 2. My husband. Allow me to take the lead. Murong Yunxiang's delicate brows furrowed as she stepped forward, confronting the elite of Beichen head-on. Oh, Princess Xiao, are you so eager to court death? The Beichen Emperor smirked coldly. It seems she has grown arrogant. I shall use you to placate my son, the Wolf Prince. The observing princes from afar shook their heads in disbelief. Facing 8 alone, Princess Xiao was being overly presumptuous. Did she believe that with Tang Xuan's support, she could act with impunity? Such a shame for such a breathtaking beauty. The strength of the Beichen dynasty ranks among the top 5 of all dynasties. It is not so easily challenged. At that moment, the 8 divine shadow masters charged in. A flicker of golden light suddenly illuminated Murong Yunxiang's black pupils. Kill. The sword was drawn. The golden radiance dazzled the eyes of all present. Time itself seemed to pause for a fleeting moment. The 8 masters of the Beichen dynasty abruptly halted, their expressions turning vacant. A single drop of blood appeared on Murong Yunxiang's sword. Drip. The blood fell to the ground. Thud. 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 Blood arrows erupted from the chests of the 8 divine shadow masters simultaneously. 1 sword, 8 lives. What? Impossible. The Beichen Emperor sprang to his feet, his face a mask of shock. The other princes were equally astonished. When had Murong Yunxiang become so formidable? Standing beside the Beichen Emperor, Eunuch Chao's eyes widened in disbelief. The Realm of Imperial Law. Chapter 64. Eunuch Chao enters the fray. The Agreement of 3 Strikes. What? The Realm of Imperial Law. When did Murong Yunxiang advance to the Realm of Imperial Law? Was she not at the pinnacle of divine shadow? To leap across 2 major realms is simply unfathomable. Yet the aura she emanates is undeniably that of the realm of imperial law. Around them, the mocking expressions of the princes froze. Their eyes were filled with incredulity. They had assumed Murong Yunxiang was destined to fail, only to discover she had advanced to the realm of imperial law. She might even surpass the myriad laws of the Wolf Prince. A shocking scene unfolded. The entire arena fell silent. Ah, I see. The Beichen Emperor slowly settled back down. Murong Yunxiang, you have concealed your true prowess quite skillfully. In truth, you were likely in the realm of imperial law long ago, merely feigning weakness. This so-called Princess Xiao is indeed a person of profound depth. I underestimated you. Upon hearing the Beichen Emperor's words, the princes suddenly understood. So it was. No wonder the Wolf Prince of Beichen was defeated by the Xiao dynasty. Yet, at her age, achieving the realm of imperial law is indeed remarkable. Perhaps she consumed some elixir to forcefully break through. It is possible to elevate one's cultivation in a short time, but the cost is a drain on potential. Shaking the very foundation, akin to drinking poison to quench thirst. Indeed, winning now means losing in the future. No, even now, there is no victory. A mere 8 divine shadow masters cannot possibly shake the foundations of the Beichen dynasty. Only Prince Huanyue wore a look of confusion. He did not gaze at Morong Yunxiang, but instead at Tang Xuan, who stood with his hands clasped behind his back. Even with miraculous pills, such an increase should not be possible. The only plausible explanation is Tang Xuan. At this moment, the Beichen emperor clasped his hands and addressed Eunuch Chao calmly. Eunuch Chao, I entrust this woman to you. At your command, bound by imperial decree. Even if Eunuch Chao wished to avoid combat, he had no choice but to comply. With a sigh, he flew before Morong Yunxiang. I am Chao Dafu, honored to meet Princess Xiao. Eunuch Chao first offered a respectful bow. Morong Yunxiang nodded slightly. No need for such formalities. We are foes. Eunuch Chao continued. Princess, you are no match for this servant. It would be wise to withdraw. I will persuade the emperor to offer some treasures to assuage your wrath. What say you? Morong Yunxiang shook her head. Impossible. The Wolf Prince of Beichen has been aggressive, encroaching upon my Xiao territory. This grudge is irreconcilable. Enough talk. Let us engage. Seeing that the matter could not be resolved, Eunuch Chao had no choice but to take action. Then I apologize, Your Highness. With a powerful motion, he unleashed the aura of half-step transformation. Boom. The white gust of energy swept across the landscape. The overwhelming pressure left the spectators in awe. What a powerful presence. He has indeed reached half-step transformation. This man must be the strongest of the Beichen dynasty, the venerable Eunuch Chao. He was once a formidable figure who, for the sake of the Beichen ancestors, castrated himself and withdrew from public life. It is precisely because of him that no one dares to challenge the Beichen dynasty. Even though Morong Yunxiang has reached the realm of imperial law, she is undoubtedly no match for Eunuch Chao. In the face of this formidable opponent, Morong Yunxiang remained composed. She too unleashed her own aura. Unfortunately, she was merely at the first level of the realm of imperial law, under the suppression of half-step transformation. She could only barely defend herself. Heh, Tang Xuan, will you not intervene? Do you wish to watch your wife perish before the Beichen imperial palace? The Beichen emperor raised an eyebrow, full of confidence that Eunuch Chao could not possibly lose. In response to the provocation, Tang Xuan merely smiled lightly. Yunxiang, are 3 strikes sufficient? Morong Yunxiang pondered for a moment before nodding firmly. That will be enough, my husband. A wave of astonishment swept through the crowd. What? 3 strikes to defeat Eunuch Chao? Is this some sort of jest? How can she speak with such audacity? The first level of the realm of imperial law against half-step transformation. It is clearly an overwhelming disparity. How could she possess the courage to make such claims? The previous divine shadow masters were not worthy to even carry Eunuch Chao's shoes. The Beichen emperor laughed heartily. 3 strikes? If you can defeat Eunuch Chao in 3 strikes, I shall personally end my own life before you. Tang Xuan nodded. You have my word. The Beichen emperor snorted coldly. And if you cannot? Tang Xuan grinned. Then I shall meet the same fate as you. Excellent. I hope you do not regret this. The Beichen emperor was elated. Prince Tianfeng, with a look of pity, remarked, I initially believed Tang Xuan to be a hero of unparalleled caliber. It seems he is merely a fool. Another prince chimed in, unable to grasp the situation and rashly gambling with his life. How utterly laughable. Orders were dispatched. The armies were to converge upon the Xiao dynasty and prepare for action. Commands were relayed swiftly. Soon, the well-prepared forces of 13 dynasties surged towards the borders of the Xiao dynasty. Only Prince Huanyue remained still, his expression fraught with confusion. Tang Xuan did not seem like a man who would speak lightly. From where did his confidence stem? At that moment, Morong Yunxiang had already engaged in battle with Eunuch Chao. Boom. The first exchange of blows sent shockwaves through the air. Morong Yunxiang furrowed her brow, retreating 100 paces, her right hand trembling uncontrollably. Meanwhile, Eunuch Chao stood as firm as a mountain. One strike down, the Beichen emperor crossed his arms, reveling in his triumph. The surrounding princes shook their heads in disbelief. With their keen perception, it was evident that Morong Yunxiang had exhausted all her skills. The disparity was too vast. Not to mention victory, even self-preservation seemed a formidable challenge. Were it not for the mercy of Eunuch Chao, Morong Yunxiang would likely have been grievously injured, spitting blood. Xiao Tianlu. Morong Yunxiang raised her long sword high, executing her ultimate technique. In an instant, a violet radiance illuminated the heavens, coalescing into a 100-foot sword aura. The sword's momentum was palpable. Eunuch Chao nodded, his hands forming semicircles. The chrysanthemum divine technique. He had practiced a low-grade imperial martial art, known as the chrysanthemum cannon. This tome encompassed techniques of immense power, rivaling even the upper-grade imperial martial arts, yet it could only be mastered by those who had undergone castration. Eunuch Chao had already attained the pinnacle of mastery. Flash. Morong Yunxiang brought down her sword with ferocity. Shatter. Eunuch Chao's hands came together. and spiritual energy materialized into a chrysanthemum, intercepting the sword's force. Boom! The sword energy erupted, forcing Murong Yunxiang to retreat once more, her brow furrowed. Ha ha, you are finished. The Emperor of Beichen laughed maniacally. Tang Xuan shook his head. You celebrate too soon. Yunxiang, your warm-up is complete. It is time to unleash your full power. Murong Yunxiang stepped forward, activating her Ziwei Imperial Divine Body. Buzz! The azure sky was once more adorned with a celestial spectacle of myriad stars. The Ziwei Imperial Star shone brightly, an unparalleled imperial aura descending instantaneously. The Emperor of Beichen and the numerous princes shifted their expressions, feeling an overwhelming sense of reverence. That was the Ziwei Imperial Star. Impossible! How could she possess the power to summon the Ziwei Imperial Star? The Xiao Holy Body? No. Such a phenomenon could not arise from the Xiao Holy Body. Amidst the murmurs, the Prince of Huanyue's pupils suddenly constricted, and he shrieked, the Divine Body. It is the legendary Ziwei Imperial Divine Body. Before them, Murong Yunxiang once again raised her long sword, infusing it with the power of the Ziwei Imperial Star. Simultaneously, countless ethereal imperial figures materialized behind her. Eunuch Chao felt a chilling dread, as if plunged into an icy abyss, his spiritual energy stifled. Flash! Murong Yunxiang's sword fell once more. Boom! Dust and blood erupted. Eunuch Chao, akin to a severed kite, plummeted to the ground, carving a 1,000-foot chasm, blood gushing from his mouth. He was defeated in merely 3 exchanges. Chapter 65. Zhua Fifan emerges. Here is your chance. The crowd was once again astonished. In just 3 exchanges, the half-step creation realm eunuch Chao had been utterly vanquished. There was not a shred of explanation to be found. Impossible. Impossible. The Emperor of Beichen's eyes were vacant. Eunuch Chao was the cornerstone of the Beichen dynasty. Now that cornerstone lay shattered. The Beichen dynasty was crumbling. The Prince of Huanyue murmured, gazing at Murong Yunxiang with profound awe. She was formidable. Just Murong Yunxiang alone could uphold the grand legacy of the Xiao dynasty for a millennium. Tang Xuan declared, 3 exchanges have passed. You have lost. Emperor of Beichen. The Emperor of Beichen's lips quivered violently. In an instant, all eyes converged upon him. The wager of 3 exchanges. The victor lives. The vanquished dies. From the heavens above. No, this emperor does not wish to perish. The Emperor of Beichen's face contorted in desperation. Kill. Order them to kill. With a single command. Hundreds of experts from the Divine Shadow Realm and tens of thousands of the Iron Blood Imperial Guard surged forth. Tang Xuan coldly snorted. Do not move. The sword energy surged forth spontaneously. In that fleeting moment, countless swords of spiritual energy, imbued with the might to annihilate worlds, swept past him and into the ranks of the Beichen army. Puff, puff, puff. Regardless of whether they were the Divine Shadow experts or the battle-hardened troops, all were transformed into vibrant blossoms of blood amidst the sword energy. After a single wave of sword energy, the ground before the Beichen Imperial Palace was strewn with severed limbs and dismembered bodies, blood flowing like a torrential river. Only the Emperor of Beichen remained, standing in a daze. He had not perished. The sword energies had all bypassed him. The Emperor of Beichen understood. This was not mercy from Tang Xuan, but rather a disdain for his life. Stand up like an emperor and take your own life. Tang Xuan pointed at the Emperor of Beichen. In that moment, he resembled a celestial being from the heavens, pronouncing judgment upon the sins of mortals. One sword to obliterate Beichen. The surrounding princes were drenched in cold sweat. How terrifying. They had initially thought that Murong Yunxiang's Ziwei Imperial Divine Body was sufficiently powerful. Yet, in comparison to Tang Xuan, it was like a cluster of stars compared to the full moon, entirely incomparable. Even with the essence of emperors gathered within her, Murong Yunxiang lost her luster beside Tang Xuan. He was destined to soar above all beings, a divine entity among mortals. The Prince of Huanyue suddenly felt a wave of sorrow. With the emergence of Tang Xuan, all talents would fall into his shadow, never to rise again. Suddenly, he recalled something. Did you not just command an assault on the Xiao dynasty? Several princes jolted awake, their faces shifting dramatically. Quick, command the troops to retreat, urgently. Under no circumstances should they step into the Xiao dynasty's territory. Those who defy will face annihilation of their entire lineage. Hurry, stop them, or the dynasty will face utter ruin. The once arrogant princes were now a picture of panic. They understood clearly. Anyone who dared to tread upon the Xiao dynasty's lands was inviting the wrath of the terrifying Tang Xuan and would meet the same fate as the Beichen dynasty. At that moment, a maniacal laughter erupted. Everyone froze, turning to find that the laughter emanated from the Emperor of Beichen. His expression was twisted, hair disheveled, eyes wide with fury. Impressive, truly impressive. Tang Xuan, you have indeed exceeded this emperor's expectations, but alas, You shall still die? As the words left his lips, the crowd was taken aback. Tang Xuan merely raised an eyebrow. Do you still possess any means? The Emperor of Beichen suddenly drew a sword and plunged it forcefully into the ground. Boom. The earth rumbled. A veil of celestial energy abruptly manifested. An array? Tang Xuan's brow furrowed slightly, then relaxed once more. Every dynasty possessed protective arrays, and the Beichen dynasty was no exception. However, such arrays were primarily defensive, lacking offensive capabilities, and could not possibly hinder him. Is this your final struggle? Tang Xuan shook his head. Of course not. The Emperor of Beichen gritted his teeth. This array is merely to prevent your escape. The one who will kill you is not this emperor. Tang Xuan raised an eyebrow. Oh, at that moment, an overwhelming pressure enveloped the entire Beichen imperial palace. The force was so intense that even Murong Yunshang, who had activated her Z-Wei imperial divine body, found herself gasping for breath, her body tense. A creation realm expert. Only a true creation realm expert could exude such an aura. The next moment, it felt as if millions were shouting in unison. Who in the world can rival me? Only I shall remain undefeated through the ages. Countless forces swirl into the heavens, stirring the winds and clouds. A figure strides upon the clouds, gracefully approaching. The heavy aura of oppression descends like the collapse of heaven and earth, utterly unstoppable. Ha! Tang Xuan, your end is nigh. The Emperor of Beichen laughs maniacally. A powerful figure from the Xianxiao palace. This is dire. The Prince of Illusory Moon's countenance shifts dramatically. Not just him, the other princes also gasp in shock. That Beichen Tianlang is a disciple of Xianxiao Palace. It seems this individual has come seeking vengeance. The might of Xianxiao Palace far surpasses that of Longhu Dao Academy. It is likely that even Tang Xuan cannot withstand it. I never expected the Emperor of Beichen to possess such a trump card. Boom. The newcomer's feet touched the ground, causing the earth to shatter violently. A tidal wave of murderous intent sweeping all around. The entire sky trembles. The winds cease. The clouds halt. Only that figure stands tall, like a mountain. Though no words are spoken, the overwhelming presence has rendered many princes unable to stand upright. What a terrifying pressure. Xianxiao Palace is truly fearsome. Below the realm of creation, all are but ants. To even speak is a struggle. The expert from Xianxiao Palace slowly speaks. I am Xianxiafan. You must be Tang Xuan, correct? Tang Xuan nods. Indeed. Xianxiafan's oppressive aura is formidable, yet it holds no weight against him. A portion of that pressure emanates from soul power. To contend with Tang Xuan in spirit is to face a being of the fifth realm, and yet he is merely a younger brother. Xianxiafan speaks indifferently. I bear no grudge against you, yet the honor of Xianxiao Palace must be restored. Otherwise, others might consider us easy prey. Here is the deal. I shall grant you the opportunity to surrender. You may take the place of Beichen Tianlang. In fact, I could even advocate for you to become a true disciple. Upon hearing this, everyone fell into stunned silence. What does this mean? Is he attempting to win over Tang Xuan? The Emperor of Beichen instantly finds himself a fool. Should Tang Xuan acquiesce, he would immediately ascend to the status of a true disciple of Xianxiao Palace, a privilege of the highest order. As for the Beichen dynasty, it has become a mere pawn. A disciple of Xianxiao Palace. What a grave insult to my authority. Tang Xuan chuckles. I shall extend to you a chance to surrender as well. Depart now, or I shall annihilate your Xianxiao Palace. The arena falls into a deathly silence. I have witnessed arrogance, but never such unbridled audacity. Xianxiafan's expression shifts momentarily before settling into disdain. Does he truly believe that defeating a few mere practitioners of the myriad methods and the realm of mastery makes him invincible? In the presence of Xianxiao Palace, those in the realm of mastery are but ants. If you seek death, so be it. I shall escort you on your journey. Tang Xuan nods. It is about time this was settled. Cease the prattle. Xianxiafan raises his right palm. In an instant, a terrifying wave of energy that could dim the very heavens begins to coalesce. The sky within 1,000 miles turns pitch black. All light is drained, coalescing into a sphere the size of a fist. Annihilate the heavens. Attack. The sphere of light darts through the void, hurtling towards Tang Xuan. A fine opportunity. Heaven-splitting sword technique. Heaven-splitting sword. Cleave the heavens. Chapter 66. The complete fire momentum? I shall take it. Boom. A tremendous roar shakes the void. The sphere unleashed by Xianxiafan is cleaved asunder by a single sword strike. The heavens first plunge into darkness, only to illuminate like day. It is as though the sun and moon have exchanged their places, and dawn and dusk have been inverted. Amidst the brilliance, a spray of blood bursts forth, accompanied by terrified screams. The complete sword momentum. How is this possible? Feeling Tang Xuan's formidable strength, Xianxiafan is left astounded, his eyes shimmering with incomprehension. Though that last strike was not his full power, It possessed enough force to obliterate a 6th or 7th realm practitioner of creation. Yet Tang Xuan is but a mere 4th realm of creation. Not only did he shatter Xiaofifan's ultimate move with a single sword, but he also inflicted injury upon his body. Is the strength of Xianxiao Palace so limited? Tang Xuan raises an eyebrow nonchalantly. The arena remains silent, particularly the Emperor of Beichin, who trembles, his face ashen. He had anticipated that Xiaofifan would surely subdue Tang Xuan. Yet, after a single exchange, it is Xiaofifan who is wounded. Could it be that Tang Xuan is truly a deity descended to earth? What sort of monstrous being have I provoked? The words of the advisor, Chao Gonggong, echo in his mind. Regret washes over him. The Emperor of Beichin collapses to the ground, realizing that a moment of folly has cost the entire foundation of the Beichin dynasty. This child must not be allowed to live. Xiaofifan utters 5 heavy words. His eyes ablaze with intense murderous intent. Envelop him in the Xianxiao formation. Aid me in exterminating this child. With no restraint left, Xiaofifan soars into the air, his entire being radiating with an even more potent wave of energy. Boom. The void distorts and ignites. All disciples of Xianxiao Palace unleash their spiritual energy, merging it into the formation. Boom. Crimson light erupts instantaneously, transforming a 100-mile radius into a sea of flames. The complete fire momentum. Haha, young man. The complete momentum of fire is not solely yours to possess. Xiaofifan's face twists into a savage grin. He amplifies his soul power, infusing it into the fiery sea. The temperature around them soars, even warping the void into flames. The searing flames are capable of melting even adamant stone. Naturally, the natural intent surpasses that of human intent. Your sword momentum shall avail you nothing. Let me show you the true might of this elder. With a roar, Xiaofifan unleashes his full strength. The flames soar to the heavens, igniting the sky's crimson. The observing princes turn pale, retreating in fear. Such terrifying flames. Could this be the true strength of a Xianxiao Palace elder? It is astonishing. I never anticipated he had cultivated the power of flames to such a level. The sea of fire spreads everywhere, omnipresent. No sword momentum, no matter how potent, can sever the fiery expanse, unless that boy can comprehend the power of the domain. But that is impossible. Only those in the realm of initiation can hope to grasp domain power. Ultimately, an individual cannot contend with a great force. Tang Xuan has done all he can. At this moment, the sea of fire has reached its zenith. Let alone Tang Xuan. Even a peak practitioner of creation would be utterly consumed. My husband. Witnessing such terrifying might, Morong Yunxiang's eyes reflect a hint of concern. Fear not. Such trifles cannot compare. Tang Xuan waves his hand dismissively. He gazes calmly at Xiaofifan, stating coolly, your power is indeed formidable, but alas, it remains ineffective against me. Even if your fire momentum were to multiply 100-fold, it would still be of no use. Nonsense. Do not feign calmness. I know you are in turmoil within. Xiaofifan grins wickedly. Die for me. He unleashes his soul power into the sea of fire. In an instant, the sea of fire surges violently, transforming into a colossal fire serpent that encircles Tang Xuan completely. You shall be the one to perish. Your power, I shall claim. A voice, imbued with indifference, emanated from Tang Xuan's lips. In the next heartbeat, silence enveloped the universe. Even the crackling sounds of the inferno ceased to exist. The surroundings grew increasingly dim, with even the flames succumbing to the encroaching darkness. The only source of illumination was Tang Xuan himself. An ineffable aura of profundity radiated from his being, as if he were the very genesis of all things, the primordial force that birthed the cosmos. What? Impossible. This is a domain. Xiaofifan shrieked in horror. Yet, his voice failed to escape his lips. He could merely observe as his mouth moved, for every sound was devoured by the origin domain. The source of all existence consumed everything. The power of fire was but one manifestation of nature's vast forces. No matter how formidable the natural power, it could never inflict harm upon the master of origins. The fire python wailed, its form disintegrating into pure fire energy, consumed by the origin domain. Within this realm, Xiaofifan found himself utterly immobilized, helplessly witnessing his grand fire force being drained away. In his eyes, only fear, anxiety, shock, terror, and a profound sense of despair remained. This was a power capable of vanquishing any warrior beneath the realm of the initiation path. And yet, it was stolen away by Tang Xuan, as if by violent force. There was no means of resistance, not even the opportunity to revel in it. Standing within the origin domain, Tang Xuan, with hands clasped behind his back and a gaze of disdain, radiated an ethereal beauty and supreme grace, akin to a celestial deity descended upon the mortal realm. Excellent. The power of the origin domain has increased yet again. Sensing the transformation of the domain, Tang Xuan felt a swell of joy. The origin domain was still in its infancy, yet it possessed such terrifying might. If it were to fully mature, what cataclysmic force would it unleash? However, that was a matter for after he ascended to the fifth realm of the path. These 5 realms are the stages of refining the domain. The initiation path begins the formation of the domain's embryonic state. The seeking path truly consolidates the domain. The testament path allows the domain to achieve minor success. The mastery path breaks through to great success. Finally, the enlightenment path fully evolves the domain to its zenith, reaching even higher tiers. Yet, here was Tang Xuan, merely at the stage of creation, who had already cultivated the embryonic form of the domain. Such talent, truly unprecedented, both past and future. At such a young age, with such cultivation and innate ability, he was a living embodiment of an emperor in the making. Such a prodigy, to be courted and embraced by all. And yet, Xianxiafan, blinded by greed, dared to strike at Tang Xuan, ultimately sealing his own fate. You did your best. Embrace your demise. Tang Xuan drained Xianxiafan's essence. And with a gentle squeeze of his hand, bang, 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 Xianxiafan and numerous disciples of the Xianxiao palace were instantly transformed into a mist of blood. An eerie silence blanketed the world. With a casual wave of his hand, the now mindless Emperor Baichen also dissolved into blood mist. Revenge has been exacted. Let us depart. With a swift motion, Tang Xuan and Murong Yunshang vanished from the scene. Before leaving, he cast a fleeting glance at the princes, who were left frozen in terror. Paralyzed into silence, unable to move, they surveyed the ground littered with severed limbs, the crimson river of blood that was once the Baichen imperial palace. The princes trembled uncontrollably, their minds echoing with 4 words, too terrifying. Yet, in this moment of hesitation, their order to retreat never reached fruition. At that very moment, the armies of 13 kingdoms surged into the borders of the Xiao kingdom. Kill. Seize the territory of the Xiao kingdom with utmost haste. Resources, strip them of all resources. Men as slaves, women as military concubines, ha ha ha. Kill. Each of the 13 kingdoms fielded armies of over 1 million soldiers, totaling 13 million warriors. Like a torrent of steel, they churned dust and chaos, intent on consuming the Xiao kingdom. Above them soared thousands of experts of the Ascendant realm, their formidable presence descending upon the Xiao kingdom. Just then, a thunderous roar pierced the air. By the heavens, bow before the Tiger Lord. Chapter 67, Sub-God Level. The 5 Thunders Technique. The earth-shattering roar of the tiger, infused with the might of a sacred beast, reverberated through the ranks. The steeds of the 13 million soldiers faltered, blood pouring from their mouths as they collapsed. The cavalry atop their mounts were caught off guard, falling to the ground, bones shattered and cries of anguish filling the air. In the blink of an eye, the once bloodthirsty battlefield transformed into a realm of lamentation. A sacred beast. How could this be? How could the Xiao kingdom possibly possess a sacred beast? And a beast of the Ascendant realm, no less. Retreat, quickly retreat. The experts of the 13 kingdoms, suspended in the air, were paralyzed with dread, their eyes wide with horror. In the next moment, a towering golden-striped white tiger charged forth. By the heavens, with the leader absent, these clowns dare to stir trouble? Come forth to meet your end. The golden-striped white tiger bellowed in fury. With a gaping maw, it unleashed a gathering beam of golden light, sweeping across the battlefield. The 13 kingdoms and their 13 million soldiers were reduced to ashes. Boom, boom, the heavens shattered. The earth quaked. The sun and moon were eclipsed. Under Tang Xuan's extravagant nurturing, the golden-striped white tiger had now transcended the myriad laws, reaching the Ascendant realm. Its sacred bloodline had successfully ascended to the 2nd tier, significantly augmenting its strength. Roar. After annihilating the armies of the 13 kingdoms, the golden-striped white tiger surged into the void, lunging at the experts of the 13 kingdoms. Those experts fought valiantly. Yet the strongest among them was but at the level of the myriad laws, utterly powerless before the golden-striped white tiger. They were slaughtered, cries of despair echoing as they fled in panic. Those who dare to challenge the Xiao kingdom shall perish. In a chilling tone, a torrent of sword energy cascaded down, once again claiming the lives of dozens of Ascendant realm experts. Mous Bamboo, wielding a sacred-grade longsword, unleashed a fierce sword intent, akin to the scythe of death, relentlessly reaping lives. One man, one tiger. Unstoppable. Ultimately, only a handful of soldiers and warriors from the 13 kingdoms managed to escape. The rest were buried along the borders of the Xiao kingdom. This battle left the entirety of the kingdoms in shock. Quickly, open the treasury. Fetch the finest treasures to atone to the Xiao kingdom. Beauties, spirit stones, bring them all here. If we delay any longer, the Baichen kingdom shall be our fate. Swiftly, Send all 9 of this emperor's daughters to the Xiao emperor as consorts. Hurry. The fall of the Beichen kingdom. The obliteration of 13 million soldiers. A shockwave that reverberated throughout the world. However, what was even more astonishing was the fate of the Beichen kingdom's power and families. With the Beichen emperor's demise, the kingdom should have descended into chaos without a leader. Yet, to everyone's astonishment, the majority of the families and factions within the Beichen kingdom forcefully occupied all the cities. Brazenly hoisting the banner of the Xiao kingdom, the rulers of all the kingdoms were left astounded. They had initially hoped to partake in the spoils. Yet they never anticipated such an outcome. Initially, they believed that the families and factions of the Northern Star dynasty sought to devour resources and land for themselves. However, the news that returned once again astonished all emperors. Those families and factions left behind a simple statement. We shall guard the land for that esteemed individual, awaiting incorporation. This esteemed individual is known as Tang Xuan. The divine might Tang Xuan displayed at the sword-falling mountain and the celestial ruins had long since captivated these families and factions. Now, he had directly severed the Northern Star Emperor with a single strike. Under such overwhelming divine authority, who would dare to defy him? Soon, Tang Xuan acquired an additional title, the foremost individual beneath the great emperor. During this time, the Purple Radiance Emperor could hardly contain his joy. The 13 great dynasties fervently bestowed resources upon him. The Northern Star dynasty, without the need for him to dispatch troops, had already proclaimed its allegiance. In a matter of days, the Purple Radiance dynasty transformed from a dire situation, where only the imperial city remained, into the most powerful dynasty within a billion-mile radius. The Purple Radiance Emperor was inundated with responsibilities, gathering resources, acquiring land, and recruiting talent. Meanwhile, Tang Xuan spent his days in intimate company with the enchanting Murong Yunshang, the most beautiful woman of the Purple Radiance. Her pure demeanor was now tinged with the allure of a mature woman. After a delightful period of relaxation, Tang Xuan returned to his cultivation. He was not swayed by fleeting fame and wealth. The mightiest of these dynasties was merely at the threshold of transformation, and in the grand scheme of the world, they remained part of the lower echelons. Powerful forces were as numerous as the stars in the sky, and if he were to succumb to the temptations of feminine allure, it would be akin to playing with fire. Thus, he resolved to continue enhancing his strength. Within the secret chamber, Tang Xuan held a martial technique in his hands, scrutinizing it meticulously. The Heavenly Gang 5 Thunder Method, indeed worthy of being the pinnacle secret technique of the Taoist sect, allowed the manipulation of thunder to strike adversaries. Thunder, being the utmost force of heaven and earth, far surpassed ordinary elemental powers. When cultivated to perfection, it could even summon the thunder of annihilation, capable of obliterating space. Regrettably, the Dragon and Tiger Academy was of too low a tier. He could only grasp the basics of the Heavenly Gang 5 Thunder Method. Sighing in disappointment, Tang Xuan shook his head. This Heavenly Gang 5 Thunder Method was discovered within the spatial ring of the Dragon and Tiger Academy's headmaster and was the Academy's treasured martial skill. Rated as a low-tier sacred-level technique, it was also the first sacred-level cultivation method he had encountered apart from enhancement techniques. However, he did not lack for sacred-level martial skills. The power of the Heavenly Gang 5 Thunder Method was comparable to the sky-severing sword technique and the 3 absolute sword chi. Of course, after a 10,000-fold enhancement, it would be a different story. Taking a deep breath, Tang Xuan felt a surge of anticipation. How formidable would the enhancement of a sacred-level technique be? System, enhance for me. The electronic voice echoed. Ding. Enhancement successful. Congratulations, host, for obtaining the secondary divine-level martial skill, Heavenly Gang 5 Thunder Formula. Tang Xuan's pupils suddenly constricted. Secondary divine level. He had presumed he could instantly elevate it to divine level. To his surprise, it was merely secondary divine level. It seemed the disparity between sacred and divine level martial skills was greater than he had imagined. The 10,000-fold enhancement had yet to reach that pinnacle. Indeed, divine level skills and techniques belonged to an entirely different realm. No matter how much one enhanced sacred level techniques, a qualitative transformation could not be ignited. It appeared he must seek out divine level techniques. Shaking his head, Tang Xuan began to comprehend the Heavenly Gang 5 Thunder Formula. Moments later, he abruptly opened his eyes, his chest heaving with excitement. Remarkable, truly remarkable. The power of the secondary divine level Heavenly Gang 5 Thunder Formula was already on par with the embryonic form of the origin domain and possessed even greater destructive capability. The origin domain excelled in defense, whereas the Heavenly Gang 5 Thunder Formula was the epitome of annihilation. If he could comprehend the realm of destruction, the potency of the Heavenly Gang 5 Thunder Formula would elevate significantly. For a full 2 months, Tang Xuan remained sequestered within the secret chamber, diligently practicing the Heavenly Gang Five Thunder formula. Only after attaining a minor completion in his mastery did he emerge, finding his cultivation had reached the pinnacle of the transformative realm, just a step away from entering the fifth realm of Taoism. Upon reviewing Tang Xuan's status panel, he noted several changes. Host, Tang Xuan physique, super divine body, origin, sealed state, talent, soul power, 1,000,000 miles of soul cultivation, pinnacle of the transformative realm techniques, Tai Ching heavenly art, supreme sacred level, dominating body technique, low tier sacred level, great perfection, martial skills, sword mastery, middle tier imperial level, great perfection, sky severing sword technique, low tier sacred level, great perfection, 3 absolute, sword chi, middle tier sacred level, great perfection, heavenly wave fury tide melody, upper tier sacred level, great perfection, heavenly gang 5 thunder method, minor completion of secondary divine level, concept, embryonic form of the origin domain pet, holy beast white tiger, level 2, spouse, Morong Yunshang, purple radiance divine body. Chapter 68, the auction. Please, Lord Tang, set the time. Husband, someone seeks you. Morong Yunshang approached. Oh, who is it? Tang Xuan inquired, slightly astonished. Who could possibly seek him at this hour? Morong Yunshang smiled. It is someone from the Heaven and Earth Pavilion, claiming to be a subordinate of Pavilion Master Yang Xuan, who has been waiting for 8 days. I refrained from disturbing you, considering you were in seclusion. Tang Xuan nodded. Very well, let us go. With that, he naturally took Morong Yunshang's hand and walked side by side. Within the Purple Radiance Imperial Palace, the Purple Radiance Emperor looked on with trepidation at a man clad in white. This white-clad individual appeared utterly unremarkable, someone who could easily be lost in a crowd. Yet, the Purple Radiance Emperor tread carefully, aware that this individual was an envoy from the Heaven and Earth Pavilion. In the presence of the Heaven and Earth Pavilion, the Purple Radiance dynasty was but a mere ant. The disparity was akin to that between clouds and mud, entirely incomparable. Lord Tang has yet to emerge from seclusion? The envoy from the Heaven and Earth Pavilion inquired. The Purple Radiance Emperor was taken aback. This monarch has already sent Yunshang. The envoy from the Heaven and Earth Pavilion hastily shook his head. No rush. Do not disturb Lord Tang's seclusion. I can wait a few more days. The Purple Radiance Emperor marveled inwardly. His son-in-law was indeed a dragon among men. Even a formidable entity like the Heaven and Earth Pavilion showed such humility. Such a scenario was unprecedented for him, even as an esteemed emperor. Seeking an audience with the Pavilion Master of the Heaven and Earth Pavilion required an appointment and a wait, and even then, there was no guarantee of a meeting. Yet now, the Pavilion Master had sent someone to invite Tang Xuan, who had waited 8 days without a hint of complaint. The disparity was enormous. The Purple Radiance Emperor understood that this was all a result of Tang Xuan's astonishing strength. Just then, footsteps echoed as Tang Xuan and Morong Yunshang entered. Good son-in-law, you have arrived. The Purple Radiance Emperor and the envoy from the Heaven and Earth Pavilion both rose in unison. Tang Xuan smiled slightly, exuding a casual yet commanding presence as he took a seat nearby. Morong Yunshang gracefully settled beside him. The envoy from the Heaven and Earth Pavilion approached Tang Xuan, bowing deeply with utmost respect. I am Song Wu, an envoy under Pavilion Master Yang Xuan of the Heaven and Earth Pavilion. I greet you, Lord Tang. Tang Xuan nodded slightly. Ah, so you are a subordinate of Pavilion Master Yang. No need for excessive formalities. Thank you, Lord Tang. Song Wu straightened, then produced a jade invitation from his bosom, presenting it with both hands. Lord Tang, here is the invitation from the Pavilion Master. He is preparing to host an auction. Though the date has yet to be determined, we are uncertain when you might be available. Upon hearing this, both the Emperor Xiao and Morong Yunshang inhaled sharply in astonishment. The fact that the Heavenly Pavilion would allow Lord Tang to set the date is nothing short of outrageous. Lord Tang merely smiled. I am not a member of the Heavenly Pavilion. I fear I lack the qualifications to set the date myself. Song Wu shook his head. If even Lord Tang lacks the qualifications, then I dare say no one in the entire Bitter Realm possesses such standing. This was a direct order from the Pavilion Master. And if I failed to execute it properly, the consequences would be dire. Lord Tang, what do you think? After a moment of contemplation, Lord Tang admitted, to be candid, I have little interest in the auction. I have already perfected the 5 thunder techniques. At present, I wish to return home. Lord Tang, this auction features divine level techniques. And Pavilion Master Yang insists you would be most intrigued. Seeing Lord Tang's hesitation, Song Wu promptly presented a significant incentive. What? Divine level techniques? A flicker of surprise danced in Lord Tang's eyes. Indeed, this divine level technique was procured with great effort by Pavilion Master Yang. Song Wu beamed with pride. In the Bitter Realm, only the Heavenly Pavilion possesses the capability to acquire such techniques. Lord Tang felt a stirring in his heart. He He was indeed in need of divine-level techniques. In that case, I shall make an appearance. Let us set the date for 3 days hence. That should be agreeable. Song Wu was overjoyed and bowed deeply. Thank you, Lord Tang. I shall convey this to Pavilion Master Yang at once. The venue will be the public pavilion. Farewell. With that, Song Wu departed with a spring in his step. Within half a day, news of the upcoming auction hosted by the Heavenly Pavilion had spread like wildfire. Countless rare and extraordinary treasures were to be showcased, drawing innumerable martial artists to attend. Beyond the mere acquisition of treasures, the auction also served as an excellent opportunity to forge alliances and curry favor with powerful factions. To be favored by a prominent force could lead to an ascent beyond one's dreams. In less than a day, the vicinity of the public pavilion was swarmed by over 1 million martial artists. As numerous powerful factions arrived, the atmosphere grew increasingly fervent. In such gatherings, conversation flowed abundantly, and the most discussed topic, without a doubt, was Lord Tang. Extra! Breaking news. Lord Tang has arrived in the Baiqian dynasty, slaying the Baiqian emperor with a single sword strike. The Baiqian dynasty now belongs entirely to the Xiao dynasty. What nonsense! That's old news. How can you still bring it up? Truly ridiculous. Could it be that there are still those unaware that the auction date was set by Lord Tang himself? Impossible. How could the Heavenly Pavilion allow an outsider to dictate the timing? Outsider? Who is Lord Tang? The foremost figure beneath the emperor. If he lacks the qualifications, then who does? Outside the public pavilion, countless martial artists engaged in animated discussions. The uproar resonated like a tidal wave, echoing into the skies. In the midst of it all, Lord Tang's name soared to the summit of trending topics. At that moment, a resounding roar echoed through the air, silencing the entire public pavilion. Everyone looked up in unison. In the distant sky, a magnificent golden-striped white tiger descended gracefully. Upon its back sat one man and 2 women. The man, clad in flowing white garments, exuded an ethereal presence, akin to a celestial being, his aura captivating all. The woman on his left, strikingly beautiful with her hair elegantly styled, radiated a regal aura reminiscent of a bygone empress. The woman on his right, slightly older, possessed incredibly long legs that tantalizingly peeked through her sheer black attire, enhancing her allure. Indeed, it was the sacred beast, the white tiger. Lord Tang had arrived. How handsome! Even more so than the rumors suggest. The woman beside him must be Murong Yunshang, the most beautiful in Xiao. Her beauty akin to that of a celestial maiden, truly a match made in heaven. The other woman must be Mo Yuezhu. Lord Tang had once, in a fit of rage, cleaved through 3,000 Taoists for her, even destroying the Longhu Dao Academy. Such a beauty has also fallen into Lord Tang's grasp. Powerful men with beautiful women. Having 3 wives and 4 concubines is merely customary for an emperor. What is this? Amidst the awed gazes of the crowd, the sacred beast white tiger gently landed. At that moment, the throng parted, and Yang Xuan, accompanied by a retinue of Heavenly Pavilion warriors and maidens, hurried forward. Welcome, Lord Tang, to our humble abode. The surrounding martial artists were left in utter astonishment. Yang Xuan's current status was no trivial matter. He had risen from a mere steward of a small branch to one of the heads of the 5 major branches of the Bitter Realm. His position and influence had greatly elevated, placing him on par with figures like the Palace Master of Xianxiao. Yet, here he was, personally coming to greet Lord Tang. Despite the admiration that filled the air, no one harbored ulterior motives. Befriending the powerful was entirely natural. It was not uncommon for lesser factions to offer their most cherished daughters to the great powers in hopes of gaining favor. With such formidable strength, it was only fitting that Lord Tang be personally welcomed. Young Pavilion Master, you are too kind. Lord Tang nodded slightly, neither boastful nor overly humble, but rather composed. Yang Xuan marveled inwardly. Indeed, Lord Tang possesses the demeanor of an emperor.